The apocalypse has arrived, and the zombie outbreak is here. Lin Hao has crossed over, starting with only a watermelon knife and a stat enhancement system can become stronger just by adding points. Add points to strength, and he becomes immensely powerful, able to run horses with his arms. Add points to spirit, and he can instantly become a great magician without needing to be 30. Add points to physique, and even the strongest opponents are no match. He could go all night without tiring. Add points to speed. Have you heard the saying that the best martial arts are unbreakable when it comes to speed? Chapter 1. There's a crossover every year, and this year is my turn. What does this smell? Why does it feel a bit salty? In a daze, Lin Hao felt his lips touch something wet, soft, and fragrant. He couldn't help but open his eyes, only to see an incredibly terrifying face. A ghost. Lin Hao instantly jumped up, quickly retreating and crashing into the wall, causing him to hold his head in pain. After a while, he regained his composure and finally saw what that terrifying face was. It was a woman. No, wait, it's a zombie? Her face was rotting in several places, pockmarked and ghastly. A large cement slab was pressing down on her, having fallen from above. Lin Hao suddenly remembered that his lips had touched the lips of the female zombie. Had he given his first kiss to a female zombie? I'm going to lose it. He didn't know if the cement slab had turned the female zombie into a plant zombie. But aside from her eyes, her body was completely unable to move, which made Lin Hao feel relieved otherwise. He would have definitely been bitten while he was unconscious. How'd I end up here? Lin Hao jumped up from the ground, quickly looking around. He found himself in a dirty, run-down little room with dim lighting, and there were many red and black paint stains. No, that's dried blood. Lin Hao looked down at the zombie before him. He couldn't bear to look at her face, but the area below her neck. Ugh, so evil. Lin Hao frowned, wondering where this place was. He clearly remembered that he was at an internet cafe overnight. So how did he wake up in such a place, with a female zombie beside him? The key point was that the female zombie had stolen his first kiss. Had he crossed over? With that thought, Lin Hao began to search the room and soon found a world map. Looking at the map, which was completely different from what he remembered, he almost yelled a greeting to his homeland. Confirmed. He really had crossed over. Crossovers happen every year, and this year is my turn? If I'm going to cross over, at least give me a golden finger. Lin Hao thought. In a world full of zombies, he didn't think an ordinary person like him could survive. After waiting for a few minutes and getting nothing, Lin Hao silently raised his middle finger to the sky without a golden finger. He had no choice but to live. He searched around and found a backpack, 5 packets of instant noodles, and a bit of cookies, but no bottled water. He didn't dare use tap water for now. After Lin Hao's observation, it seemed to be a woman's room, with colorful clothes scattered on the floor, lingerie, and stockings everywhere, completely shattering Lin Hao's fantasies about women's rooms. He walked to the sink, turned on the tap, and clean water flowed out. He turned on the light. There was electricity. It seems the zombie outbreak hasn't been happening for long. This is an opportunity. Lin Hao didn't dare waste time. He casually picked up a watermelon knife to boost his courage. Just as he was about to leave the room, he glanced back at the zombie still pinned to the ground. Will killing a zombie yield anything good? Once that thought appeared, it became uncontrollable. Lin Hao quietly approached the zombie from behind and decisively plunged the watermelon knife into the zombie's eye. Thud! The knife met almost no resistance and directly entered the zombie's brain. Lin Hao stirred it a bit, and the zombie stopped moving. Lin Hao saw a faint white gas emerge from the zombie and instantly enter his body. He wasn't sure if it was his imagination, but he felt his strength had increased a bit and his steps felt lighter. Killing zombies could enhance his strength? Was this his golden finger? He was thrilled. Lin Hao slowly opened the door, unsure if there would be other zombies outside. The earlier kill was purely because the zombie couldn't move. He didn't know the actual level of the zombies. As he opened the door a crack, he quietly looked outside. No zombies safe. However, just as he stepped out, he saw several mutilated corpses on the ground, clearly chewed up by zombies. At that moment, those corpses seemed to be twitching. Lin Hao remembered something. In movies, people bitten by zombies would turn into zombies. Thinking of this, Lin Hao decided to strike first. He took a step towards the nearest zombie, mercilessly plunging the watermelon knife into its eye socket, twisting it with practiced ease. Pulling out the knife, he moved to the second zombie, which had already gotten up. Another stab, and it was taken out. Unfortunately, the last zombie had completely risen, revealing a terrifying face with a dropped jaw and a dark throat, glaring at Lin Hao. Gulp! Lin Hao swallowed. He could let the earlier sneak attack slide, but facing a zombie heat still frightened him. Having killed 2 zombies, 2 strands of faint white gas entered his body, giving Lin Hao a bit of confidence. He crouched low. He noticed that the zombies seemed a bit sluggish in their movements, and this was his chance. The zombie moved, and so did Lin Hao. The zombie's left leg was missing part of it, causing it to run awkwardly. Lin Hao sensed this, and, when he was less than 3 meters away from the zombie, suddenly dashed to its left. With its injured left leg, the zombie found it troublesome to turn and couldn't attack Lin Hao in time. That was his opportunity. Thud! The watermelon knife plunged into the zombie's head again, taking it out. It seemed simple, but Lin Hao was giving it his all. If he didn't have a strong resistance to such terrifying things, he might have been scared stiff at first sight, especially when the zombie charged at him. That kind of terror could suffocate an ordinary person. This was completely different from zombie games. The smells around him and the sounds made by the zombies clearly told him one thing. This is reality, not a game. If you die, there won't be a second chance for you. Phew. Zombies seem to move about the same speed as normal people. But wait, this zombie's leg is injured. So normal zombies should be a bit faster than normal people. Just thinking about this possibility sent a chill down Lin Hao's spine. At that moment, the fourth zombie he killed surprisingly emitted 2 strands of gas, entering Lin Hao's body. At that moment, Lin Hao felt as if his whole body had undergone a massage, incredibly comfortable. Crack, crack. The bones in Lin Hao's body made crisp sounds after a series of pops. He clearly felt himself becoming stronger. The golden finger is indeed powerful. Too bad I can't see my status. Just as Lin Hao thought this, a game-like panel appeared before his eyes. Name: Lin Hao. Strength: 1.2. The standard for an average adult is 1. Spirit: 2. Physique: 1.2. Speed: 1.2. Available points: 0.05. His strength exceeded that of an average adult by 10, which Lin Hao felt, but his spirit was double that of an average adult. How could he test that? Physique and speed were slightly above average, which was decent. What did the available points mean, and why was there only 0.05? Could be used to add points to these 4 attributes? Chapter 2. The Arsonist. Lin Hao tried to tap the plus sign, but there was no response. He tried a few others, but none worked. After thinking for a moment, he felt there was only one possibility. He didn't have enough available points to add. All 4 attributes were in single decimal places, which meant that he could only add points when his available points reached 0.1. The question was, how was this available point calculated? His gaze inadvertently fell on the zombies on the ground, and a thought crossed his mind. He killed 5 zombies to earn 0.05 points, meaning each zombie was worth 0.01 points. It wouldn't be hard to verify this. He just needed to kill another zombie. Wait a minute. I seem to have become stronger overall just now. And after becoming stronger, I'm just a bit stronger than an ordinary adult. Lin Hao was speechless how useless his body was. Shaking his head, Lin Hao didn't want to think too much. He had to survive in this world full of zombies. From his observations, this was a high-rise building with 33 floors, and he just happened to live on the top floor. There were 8 households on each floor, and to find bottled water, Lin Hao planned to check each room one by one. Of course, the prerequisite was that the doors of the rooms were open. He couldn't force open these security doors with his strength. Fortunately, there were 2 rooms on this floor with open doors, and inside, as expected, there were bloodstains and severed limbs everywhere, making the whole room look like a sinister cage. Lin Hao was patient, searching each room, and finally found 2 unopened bottles of mineral water and some scattered snacks. Just as he was about to go out, he heard a faint sound from outside. Instinctively, Lin Hao pulled out his watermelon knife and pointed it at the door. "Don't make a move. We are human." A man's voice came from outside. Lin Hao cautiously stepped out and saw a young man in his 30s, dressed in ordinary clothes, wearing glasses, with a slightly silly smile. Beside the young man was a little girl about 6 or 7 years old, watching him with big eyes. "Who are you?" Lin Hao did not lower his knife. "I live next door. This is my daughter. I heard the zombie sounds outside stop, so I sneaked out to take a look, and then I heard the noise here. I have no other intentions. I just think that more people means more strength. What do you think about figuring out a way to get out together?" At this point, the man seemed to recall something and revealed an important piece of information. The broadcast said that survivor bases have been established on both the east and west sides of the city. As long as we get there, we'll be safe. Lin Hao's expression softened. This was good news. He didn't think that just because he had a system, he could act recklessly. He was only a bit stronger than an ordinary person. Just as he was about to say something, Lin Hao noticed that a panel appeared next to the father and daughter. He could see other people's panels. Lin Hao remained calm and examined their panels carefully. The young man's various stats were mostly below 1 point, indicating that he did not exercise regularly and even fell short of the standard for an ordinary adult. As for the little girl, her attributes were even worse, all below 0.5. Okay, which direction is closer? Lin Hao knew nothing about this world and needed more information. Clearly, the man in front of him was a good choice. No, he had no choice. The little girl was obviously a burden, but it was impossible to make the young man abandon his daughter. Lin Hao wasn't that cold-blooded. The young man looked at Lin Hao strangely, as if wondering how he could live here and not know the location. We are closer to the east side, but it's still over 20 kilometers away. 20 kilometers would be a quick trip under normal circumstances, but now with zombies everywhere, that distance could take a long time to traverse. Lin Hao walked over to the window and glanced down. Below, people were occasionally discovered by zombies and dragged out to be devoured. It's impossible to go out now, at least not right now. The food and water we have aren't enough. Just as you said, we need more people. Seeing that Lin Hao was not as hard to talk to, the young man's tense nerves finally relaxed. However, no one expected that at that moment, a zombie suddenly burst in through the door, lunging directly at the little girl and biting down. Thud! The little girl's face was filled with confusion, as if she hadn't reacted yet. The young man saw this scene and was about to go mad. Yeah. The young man grabbed a chair beside him and smashed it hard onto the zombie, causing the zombie's head to bleed, but it still wouldn't let go. A lot of blood flowed from the little girl's neck, and the ground was already stained red, but the young man was nearly insane. He was even ready to tear the zombie apart. Lin Hao sighed, stepped over, and plunged the watermelon knife into the zombie's brain. With a slight twist, the zombie died. He pushed the zombie's body away, but the little girl was clearly beyond saving. The young man held his daughter's body, tears streaming down his face. Yeah, it's okay. It will be fine soon. Daddy is here. Don't be afraid. The little girl grasped her father's finger, and on her bloodstained face, she managed to force out a faint smile. Yeah, is not afraid, just a bit cold. The young man tried to stop the blood from her neck, but it was futile. Lin Hao felt uneasy. The whole process was too fast, and he hadn't reacted in time. Gradually, the girl closed her eyes, and her small hand fell limp. The young man was heartbroken, holding his daughter's body and weeping silently. Just as Lin Hao was about to comfort him, he suddenly saw a huge change occur on the young man's panel. The frame around the panel, which had been colorless, turned red. At the same time, a line of text appeared on his panel. Initial profession, arsonist. Not only that, but his various attributes multiplied, skyrocketing from below 1 point to 2 or even 3 points. Flames erupted from the young man's body. Strangely, these flames did not harm his daughter in the slightest. Yeah, I will make these zombies pay with their lives for you. At this moment, an electronic voice echoed in Lin Hao's mind. Initial profession activated, currently selectable, arsonist. Lin Hao was stunned. His system actually had other functions. Wasn't arsonist this person's initial profession? The apocalypse has arrived, and zombies have erupted. Lin Hao has crossed over, starting with a watermelon knife and a point allocation system that allows him to grow stronger with each point allocated. Strength points make him incredibly strong, able to run horses with his arms. Mental points mean he doesn't need to wait until 30 to instantly become a great magician. Physical points make him far tougher than any ordinary person, able to go all night without breaking a sweat. Speed points. Have you heard the saying that the best martial arts cannot be rushed and the fastest cannot be broken? Chapter 1. Crossing over is an annual event. This year, it's my turn. What does this smell? Why does it feel a bit salty? In a daze, Lin Hao felt his lips touch something damp, soft, and fragrant. He couldn't help but open his eyes, and then he saw an incredibly terrifying face. A ghost. Lin Hao instantly jumped up, retreating hastily until he crashed into the wall, causing him to clutch his head in pain. After a while, he regained his senses and finally saw what that terrifying face was. It was a woman. No, wait, it's a zombie? Her face was rotting in several places, pockmarked and quite unsettling. A large concrete slab was pressing down on her, having fallen from above. Suddenly, Lin Hao remembered that just a moment ago, his lips had touched the lips of this female zombie. Had he given his first kiss to a female zombie? I can't believe this. He wondered if the concrete slab had turned her into a plant zombie. Apart from her eyes, her body was completely immobile, which made Lin Hao feel relieved. Otherwise, while he was sleeping, she would definitely have bitten him. How'd I end up here? Lin Hao jumped up from the ground, immediately looking around. He found himself in a dirty, dilapidated little room, with dim lighting and numerous red-black paint stains. No, wait, that's dried blood. Lin Hao looked down at the zombie in front of him. Her face was unbearable to look at, but the area below her neck, ugh. What a horror. Lin Hao frowned and wondered where this place was. He clearly remembered that he had been in an internet CAF all night. How did he wake up in such a place? With a female zombie as company? The key point was that the female zombie had also stolen his first kiss. Could it be that I've crossed over? With this thought, Lin Hao began searching the room and soon found a world map. Looking at the map, which was completely different from what he remembered, he nearly exclaimed a greeting from his homeland. It's confirmed. I really crossed over. Crossing over is an annual event, and this year it's my turn? If I'm crossing over, I should at least get a golden finger, right? Lin Hao thought. In a world full of zombies, he didn't think a normal person like him could survive. However, after waiting for a few minutes and getting nothing, Lin Hao silently raised his middle finger to the sky. Without a golden finger, there was nothing to be done. He still had to survive. He searched around and found a backpack, 5 bags of instant noodles, and a bit of cookies, but no bottled water. He didn't dare to use the tap water for now. From Lin Hao's observations, this seemed to be a woman's room, with colorful clothes strewn everywhere, including underwear and stockings, completely shattering his fantasies about women's rooms. He walked to the sink, turned on the faucet, and clean water flowed out. He turned on the light. There was electricity. It seems the zombie outbreak hasn't been going on for long. This is my chance. Lin Hao didn't dare waste time. He randomly grabbed a watermelon knife and held it in his hand to boost his courage. Just as he was about to leave the room, he glanced back at the zombie still pinned to the ground. Will killing the zombie yield some good stuff? Once that thought appeared, it was unstoppable. Lin Hao quietly approached the zombie from behind and decisively stabbed the watermelon knife into the zombie's eye. Thud! The watermelon knife faced almost no resistance and directly penetrated the zombie's brain. Lin Hao stirred around a bit, and the zombie stopped moving. Lin Hao saw a wisp of pale gas emerge from the zombie's body and instantly enter his own. He wasn't sure if it was his imagination, but he felt like his strength had increased a little, and his steps felt lighter. Killing zombies can enhance his strength? Is this his golden finger? Loving it, Lin Hao slowly opened the door, unsure if there were other zombies outside. The previous kill had been purely because the other party was immobile. He wasn't clear on the true level of the zombies. The door opened a crack, and he peeked outside. No zombies safe. However, as soon as he stepped out, he saw several mutilated corpses on the ground, looking like they had been gnawed on by dog snow. Need to say more, was clearly the work of zombies. At that moment, those corpses seemed to twitch. Lin Hao remembered something. People bitten by zombies in movies always turned into zombies. With this thought in mind, Lin Hao decided to strike first. He took a step and approached the nearest zombie, mercilessly stabbing the watermelon knife into its eye socket, twisting it with practiced ease. Pulling out the watermelon knife, he moved to the second zombie, which had already started to rise. Another stab, and it was done. Unfortunately, the last zombie had fully stood up, its jaw hanging off, revealing a horrifying face with a dark throat, staring at Lin Hao. Gulp! Lin Hao swallowed hard. He could let the previous sneak attack slide, but facing a zombie heat-in made him a bit scared. After killing 2 zombies, 2 wisps of pale gas entered his body, giving Lin Hao a bit of confidence. He crouched down, noticing that the zombies seemed a bit slow in their movements. This was his opportunity. The zombie moved, and so did Lin Hao. The zombie's left leg was missing part of it, making its running awkward. Lin Hao sensed this and charged toward the left side of the zombie, closing in to within 3 meters. With its injured left leg, the zombie had trouble turning around to attack Lin Hao, and this was his chance. Thud! The watermelon knife once again plunged into the zombie's head, taking it down. It looked simple, but Lin Hao had exerted all his strength. If it weren't for his strong resistance to such terrifying things, he would have likely been scared stiff at first sight, especially when the zombies charged it and the fear was enough to suffocate an ordinary person. This was nothing like a zombie game. The smells around him, along with the sounds emitted by the zombies, clearly conveyed one thing. This is reality, not a game. If you die, there won't be a second chance to come back. Phew. The speed of zombies seems to be about the same as that of normal people. Wait, this zombie's leg is injured, so normal zombies should be a bit faster than regular people, right? Just thinking about this possibility sent a chill down Lin Hao's spine. At that moment, from the 4th zombie he killed, 2 wisps of gas unexpectedly emerged and entered Lin Hao's body. At that moment, Lin Hao felt as if his whole body had undergone a massage, feeling incredibly comfortable. Crack! Crack! The bones in Lin Hao's body made crisp sounds, and after a series of pops, he distinctly felt himself becoming stronger. The golden finger is indeed powerful, but it's a pity I can't see my own situation. Just as Lin Hao thought this, a panel resembling a game interface appeared before him. Name: Lin Hao. Strength: 1.2. The standard for an average adult is 1. Mental: 2. Physique: 1.2. Speed: 1.2. Usable points: 0.05. His strength exceeded that of an average adult by 10%, which Lin Hao felt himself, but his mental attribute was double that of an average adult. How could that be tested? His physique and speed were slightly above average, which was not bad. What did the usable points mean, and why did he only have 0.05? Could it be used to add points to these 4 attributes? Chapter 2. The Arsonist. Lin Hao tried to tap the plus sign, but there was no response. He tried a few others, but it was the same. After thinking for a moment, he realized there was only one possibility. He had too few available points to add. All 4 attributes were in single digits, meaning he could only add points when his available points reached 0.1. The question was, how were these available points calculated? His gaze inadvertently fell on the zombies on the ground, and he thought of a possibility. He had killed 5 zombies, which gave him 0.05 points, meaning one zombie was worth 0.01 points. It wouldn't be difficult to verify this. He would know after killing one more zombie. Wait a minute, I seem to have become stronger all at once just now. After becoming stronger, I'm just a bit stronger than an average adult. Lin Hao was speechless. He realized just how weak his body was. Shaking his head, Lin Hao didn't want to think too much. He had to survive in this world full of zombies. After observing, he found that this was a high-rise building with a total of 33 floors, and he happened to live on the top floor. There were 8 households on each floor, and to find bottled water, Lin Hao planned to check each room one by one. Of course, the prerequisite was that the doors had to be open with his strength. He couldn't open any locked doors. Fortunately, there were 2 rooms on this floor with their doors open, and inside, as expected, there were bloodstains and severed limbs everywhere, making the whole room feel like a creepy cage. Lin Hao was patient and searched each room, finally finding 2 unopened bottles of mineral water and some scattered snacks. Just as he was about to go outside, he heard a faint sound from outside. Lin Hao instinctively drew his watermelon knife and pointed it towards the door. "Who's there? Don't attack. We're human," came a man's voice from outside. Lin Hao cautiously stepped out and saw a man in his 30s, dressed in ordinary clothes with glasses, who had a somewhat silly smile. Beside him was a little girl about 6 or 7 years old, looking at him with big eyes. "Who are you?" Lin Hao didn't lower his knife. "I live next door, and this is my daughter. I heard the sounds of zombies outside stopped, so I sneaked out to take a look, and then I heard the noise here. I have no other intentions. I just think that there is strength in numbers. How about we figure out a way to get out together?" The man seemed to recall something and revealed an important piece of information. The broadcast said that survivor bases have been established on both the east and west sides of the city. If we can get there, we'll be safe. Lin Hao's expression eased this was good news. He didn't believe that just because he had a system, he could act recklessly. He was only slightly stronger than an ordinary person. Just as he was about to say something, Lin Hao noticed that a panel appeared beside the man and the girl. He could see other people's panels. Lin Hao remained calm and carefully examined their panels. The young man's various stats were mostly below 1, indicating he didn't exercise often and was below the standard of an average adult. As for the little girl, her stats were even worse, all below 0.5. Okay, which side is closer? Lin Hao knew nothing about this world and needed more information clearly. The man in front of him was a good choice. No, it should be said that he had no choice. The little girl was obviously a burden, but it was impossible to make the young man abandon his daughter, and Lin Hao wasn't cold-hearted enough to do that. The young man looked at Lin Hao with some confusion, as if wondering how he lived here and didn't know the area. We're closer to the east side, but it's still over 20 kilometers away. 20 kilometers could be a quick trip under normal circumstances, but now that zombies were everywhere, crossing that distance might take a long time. Lin Hao walked to the window and looked down. He saw people occasionally being discovered by zombies and dragged out for a feast. It's impossible to go out now, at least not yet. We don't have enough food and water. Just like you said, we need more people. Seeing that Lin Hao wasn't so difficult to talk to, the young man finally relaxed his tense nerves. However, no one expected that at that moment, a zombie suddenly burst through the door and pounced on the little girl, biting down. Thud! The little girl's face was filled with confusion, as if she hadn't reacted yet. The young man, seeing this scene, looked as if he would burst with rage. Yeah. The young man grabbed a nearby chair and smashed it hard onto the zombie, causing its head to bleed, but it still wouldn't let go. A large amount of blood flowed from the little girl's neck, and the floor was already stained red. The young man was almost driven to madness and even prepared to tear into the zombie himself. Lin Hao sighed, took 2 steps forward, and plunged the watermelon knife directly into the zombie's brain. With a slight twist, the zombie was dead. He pushed the zombie's body away, but it was clear that the little girl was beyond saving. The young man held his daughter's body, tears streaming down his face. "Yeah, it's okay. I'll be okay soon. Daddy's here, don't be afraid." The little girl grasped her father's fingers, and with a bloodstained face, she managed to squeeze out a smile. "Yeah, isn't afraid, just a bit cold." The young man tried to stop the bleeding from the girl's neck, but it was futile. Lin Hao felt uneasy. The whole process had been too fast for him to react. Gradually, the girl closed her eyes, and her small hand fell limp. The young man was heartbroken, holding his daughter's body and crying silently. Just as Lin Hao was about to comfort him, he suddenly saw the young man's panel undergo a tremendous change. The frame around the panel, which had been colorless, turned red, and, at the same time, a line of text appeared on his panel. Initial profession, arsonist. Not only that, but his various attributes also multiplied, skyrocketing from below 1 to 2 or even 3 points. Flames erupted from the young man's body, and strangely, these flames didn't harm his daughter in the slightest. Yeah, I will make all these zombies pay with their lives for you." At that moment, an electronic voice echoed in Lin Hao's mind. Initial profession activated, currently selectable, arsonist. Lin Hao was taken aback. His system actually had other functions. Wasn't arsonist this person's initial profession? The apocalypse has arrived, and zombies have erupted. Lin Hao has crossed over, starting with a watermelon knife and a point allocation system that allows him to become stronger by allocating points. Strength points make him incredibly powerful, able to run horses on his arms. Mentality points mean he doesn't need to be 30 years old to immediately transition to a great magician. Constitution points make even the likes of 7 times weak in comparison. He can go all night without feeling tired. Speed points. Have you heard of the saying that only the strong cannot be rushed, and only the fast cannot be broken? Chapter 1. Crossovers happen every year. This year it's my turn. What does this smell? Why does it feel a bit salty? In a daze, Lin Hao felt his lips touch something a bit wet, very soft and fragrant. He couldn't help but open his eyes, and then he saw an incredibly terrifying face. Ah, a ghost. Lin Hao instantly jumped up and hurriedly retreated, crashing into the wall and clutching the back of his head in pain. After a while, he regained his senses and finally saw what that terrifying face was. It was a woman. No, wait, is this a zombie? Her face was rotten in several places, pockmarked and looking quite grotesque. A large cement slab was pressing down on her, having fallen from upstairs. Lin Hao suddenly remembered that just now his lips seemed to have touched the lips of the female zombie. He had given his first kiss to a female zombie. Him freaking out. I don't know if it was the cement slab that crushed the female zombie into a plant zombie, but aside from her eyes, her body was completely unable to move, which made Lin Hao very relieved otherwise. While he was asleep, he would definitely have been bitten by the female zombie. How'd I end up here? Lin Hao suddenly sprang up from the ground and immediately looked around. He found himself in a dirty and broken little room. The lighting around him was dim, and there were quite a few red-black paint stains. No, that's dried blood. Lin Hao looked down at the zombie. In front of him, the face was too gruesome to look at, but below the neck. Hiss! What a big evil! Lin Hao frowned and thought, where's this place? He remembered clearly that he was clearly in an internet CAF for an all-nighter. How did he wake up in such a place with a female zombie beside him? The key was that the female zombie had also taken his first kiss. Could it be that I've crossed over? Thinking of this, Lin Hao began to search the room, and soon he found a world map. Looking at the map that was completely different from his impression, he almost shouted a greeting from his homeland. Confirmed. He really crossed over. Crossovers happen every year. This year it's my turn? If you're going to cross over, at least give me a golden finger, right? Lin Hao thought. In a world full of zombies, he didn't think an ordinary person like him could survive. But after waiting for a few minutes, nothing happened. Lin Hao silently raised his middle finger to the sky without a golden finger. There was nothing he could do. He still had to survive. He searched around and found a backpack, 5 bags of instant noodles, and a bit of cookies, but no bottled water. He didn't dare to use tap water for now. From Lin Hao's observations, this seemed to be a woman's room, with colorful clothes scattered all over the floor, underwear, and stockings everywhere, completely shattering Lin Hao's fantasies about women's rooms. He walked to the sink, turned on the faucet, and found the water flowing was clean. He turned on the light. There was electricity. It seems the zombie outbreak hasn't been long. This is an opportunity. Lin Hao didn't dare waste time. He casually picked up a watermelon knife and held it in his hand to boost his courage. Just as he was about to walk out of the room, he glanced back at the zombie still pinned to the ground. Will killing the zombie yield something good? Once that thought appeared, it couldn't be stopped. Lin Hao quietly approached the zombie from behind and decisively stabbed the watermelon knife into the zombie's eye. Puffed. The watermelon knife faced almost no resistance and directly entered the zombie's brain. After stirring a bit, the zombie stopped moving. Lin Hao saw a faint white gas emerge from the zombie's body and immediately enter his own. He wasn't sure if it was his imagination, but he felt like his strength had increased a bit, and his steps felt lighter. Killing zombies could enhance his strength? Is this his golden finger? He loved it. Lin Hao slowly opened the door, unsure if there would be other zombies outside. Killing the zombie just now was purely because it couldn't move. He didn't know what the actual level of the zombies was. The door opened a crack, and he peeked outside. No zombies safe. But just as he stepped out the door, he saw several incomplete corpses on the ground. Looking like they had been gnawed by dogs, it was obvious they were done by zombies. At that moment, those corpses seemed to be shaking. Lin Hao remembered something in movies. People bitten by zombies would turn into zombies. Thinking of this, Lin Hao decided to strike first. He took a step and approached the nearest zombie, mercilessly stabbing the watermelon knife into its eye socket, stirring it with practiced ease. Pulling out the watermelon knife, he moved to the second zombie, which had already crawled up. Another stab, and it was done. Unfortunately, the last zombie had fully stood up. Its jaw dropped, revealing a terrifying face with a dark throat staring at Lin Hao. Gulp! Lin Hao swallowed, and while he could overlook the sneak attack, facing the zombie heat-in still scared him a bit. Having killed 2 zombies, 2 strands of faint white gas entered his body, giving Lin Hao a bit of confidence. He crouched down, noticing that the zombies seemed a bit sluggish in their movements, which was his opportunity. The zombie moved, and so did Lin Hao. The zombie's left leg was missing a part, making its running somewhat uncoordinated. Lin Hao caught this detail, and, when he was less than 3 meters away from the zombie, suddenly dashed toward the zombie's left side. With its injured left leg, the zombie had trouble turning around to attack Lin Hao, and this was his chance. The watermelon knife stabbed into the zombie's head again, taking it down. It seemed very simple, but Lin Hao had put in all his effort. If it weren't for his strong resistance to such terrifying things, he might have been scared stiff at first glance, especially when the zombie charged over. That kind of terror was enough to suffocate an ordinary person. This was completely different from a zombie game. The surrounding smells and the sounds made by the zombies clearly told him one thing. This is reality, not a game. If you die, there won't be a second chance. Phew. It seems the speed of zombies is about the same as that of normal people know. This zombie's leg is injured, so a normal zombie should be a bit faster than a normal person. Thinking of this possibility, Lin Hao felt a chill in his heart. At that moment, from the 4th zombie he killed, 2 strands of gas unexpectedly emerged and entered Lin Hao's body. At this moment, Lin Hao felt as if his whole body had experienced a massage, feeling incredibly comfortable. Crack, crack. The bones in Lin Hao's body made crisp sounds, and after a series of pops, he distinctly felt that he had become stronger. The golden finger is indeed powerful, but it's a pity I can't see my own status. Just as Lin Hao thought this, a game-like panel appeared in front of him. Name: Lin Hao. Strength: 1.2. The standard for an average adult is 1. Mentality: 2. Constitution: 1.2. Speed: 1.2. Usable points: 0.05. His strength exceeded that of an average adult by 10%, which Lin Hao could feel, but his mentality was twice that of an average adult. How could he test that? His constitution and speed were both slightly above average, which was not bad. What does that usable points mean, and why is it only 0.05? Could be for adding points to these 4 attributes. Chapter 2. The Arsonist. Lin Hao tried tapping on the plus sign, but there was no response. He tried a few others, but none worked either. After thinking for a moment, he realized there was only one possibility. He had too few available points to add. All 4 attributes were single-digit decimals, meaning he would only be able to add points when his available points reached 0.1. The question was, how were these available points calculated? His gaze inadvertently flicked to the zombies on the ground, and a possibility came to mind. He had killed 5 zombies to earn 0.05 points, which meant each zombie was worth 0.01 points. It wouldn't be difficult to verify this. He could just kill another zombie and find out. Wait a minute, didn't I just become significantly stronger? After becoming stronger, am I just a bit stronger than an average adult? Lin Hao was suddenly speechless at how weak his body truly was. Shaking his head, Lin Hao decided not to think too much. He had to survive in this world full of zombies. From his observations, this was a high-rise building with 33 floors, and he just happened to live on the top floor. There were 8 households on each floor, and to find bottled water, Lin Hao planned to check each room one by one. Of course, this was contingent on the doors being open. He couldn't open those security doors with his strength. Fortunately, 2 doors on this floor were open, and inside, as expected, there were bloodstains and severed limbs everywhere, turning the rooms into eerie cages. Lin Hao patiently searched each room and finally found 2 unopened bottles of mineral water and some scattered snacks. Just as he was about to head out, he heard a faint sound from outside. Instinctively, Lin Hao pulled out his watermelon knife and pointed it at the door. "Who is it? Don't make a move. We are human." A man's voice came from outside. Lin Hao cautiously stepped out and saw a young man in his 30s, dressed in ordinary clothes and wearing glasses, with a somewhat goofy smile. Beside him was a little girl, about 6 or 7 years old, looking at him with big eyes. "Who are you?" Lin Hao didn't lower the knife. "I'm the one living next door, and this is my daughter. I heard the zombies outside went quiet, so I sneaked out to take a look, and then I heard the noise coming from here. I mean, no harm, I just think that more people means more strength. How about we find a way to get out together?" At this point, the man seemed to remember something important and said, "The broadcast said that survivor bases have been established on both the east and west sides of the city. If we can get there, we'll be safe." Lin Hao's expression relaxed slightly. This was good news. He didn't believe that just because he had a system, he could do whatever he wanted. He was only slightly stronger than an average person. Just as he was about to say something, Lin Hao noticed that a panel had appeared beside the father and daughter. He could see other people's panels. Lin Hao remained calm and carefully observed their panels. The young man's various stats were mostly below 1 point, indicating he didn't exercise often and was below the standard of an average adult. As for the little girl, her stats were even worse, all below 0.5. Okay, which side is closer? Lin Hao knew nothing about this world and needed more information. Clearly, the man in front of him was a good choice. No, he had no choice. The little girl was clearly a burden, but it was impossible to ask the young man to abandon his daughter. Lin Hao wasn't that cold-hearted. The young man looked at Lin Hao with some confusion, as if wondering how someone living here didn't know the location. "We're closer to the east side, but it's still over 20 kilometers away." 20 kilometers would be a quick trip under normal circumstances, but now with zombies everywhere, that distance might be unpassable for a while. Lin Hao went to the window and looked down. He saw people occasionally being spotted by zombies and dragged out for a feast. Going out now is impossible, at least not right now. We don't have enough food and water, and, as you said, we need more people. Seeing that Lin Hao wasn't so hard to talk to, the young man finally relaxed a bit. However, nobody expected that at that moment, a zombie suddenly burst in through the door and pounced on the little girl, biting down. Thud! The little girl's face was filled with a blank expression, as if she hadn't reacted yet. The young man, seeing this scene, nearly went mad. The young man grabbed a chair nearby and smashed it down on the zombie, causing its head to bleed, but it still wouldn't let go. A large amount of blood flowed from the little girl's neck, staining the ground red, but the young man was almost driven to madness, ready to tear the zombie apart. Lin Hao sighed and stepped forward, driving the watermelon knife directly into the zombie's brain. With a slight twist, the zombie was dead. He pushed the zombie's body away, but it was clear the little girl was beyond saving. The young man held his daughter's body, tears streaming down his face. "Yeah, it's okay. It'll be over soon. Daddy's here, don't be afraid." The little girl grasped her father's finger, her blood-stained face forcing out a faint smile. "Yeah, isn't afraid, just a bit cold." The young man tried to stop the bleeding from the girl's neck, but it was futile. Lin Hao felt terrible. The whole process had been too fast for him to react. Gradually, the girl closed her eyes, her grip on her father's hand slackening. The young man was heartbroken, silently crying while holding his daughter. Just as Lin Hao was about to comfort him, he suddenly noticed a huge change in the young man's panel. The previously colorless frame around the panel had turned red, and at the same time, a new line of text appeared on his panel. Initial profession, arsonist. Not only that, but his various attributes skyrocketed, increasing from under 1 point to 2 or even 3 points. Flames erupted from the young man's body, strangely not harming his daughter in the slightest. Yeah, I will make all these zombies pay for you." At that moment, an electronic voice echoed in Lin Hao's mind. Initial profession activated, currently selectable, arsonist. Lin Hao was taken aback. His system had other functions. Was an arsonist this person's initial profession? Chapter 3, what do you want to do? The arsonist was not a concern for now. Lin Hao felt that if the young man rushed out directly, the chances of him dying were very high. If you go down now, you will just die for no reason. Don't you want to avenge your daughter? Don't you want to eliminate all the zombies? Lin Hao stood in front of the young man, feeling an incredible heat emanating from him. The young man, with unfocused eyes, looked at Lin Hao. "Yaya is gone. Nothing else matters. I just want to take a few zombies with me to accompany Yaya in death. Then do you want your daughter to die in vain? You should have noticed the changes in your body. Since there are people like you in this world, who can guarantee that there won't be a way to bring people back to life in the future? If you die now, who will resurrect your daughter? The young man's expression changed. Indeed, he had become a person engulfed in flames. Perhaps in the future, there would be means to resurrect people. If he died, he would have no chance at all. However, before that, we need to consider one thing: how to deal with your daughter, who is about to turn into a zombie. The young man looked down and saw his daughter as corpse, swaying slightly, her once cute face now becoming grotesque. Bastard, you are not allowed to desecrate my daughter's body. The young man was furious, grabbing his daughter's arm, and fierce flames suddenly engulfed the girl. Sizzle. Lin Hao saw that the girl's swaying body had stopped. What was happening? I burned all of Yiya's brain tissue, preserving her original form. Yiya would not want to become a zombie. As he said this, tears streamed down the young man's face. Then he found a large backpack and placed his daughter's body inside, carrying it on his back. By the way, I still don't know your name. I'm Chen Ding, the young man said. Lin Hao, if you don't mind, just call me Brother Chen. Lin Hao nodded. Indeed, Chen Ding was older than him, so calling a Brother Chen was fine. This world has changed so much that I don't even recognize it anymore. Zombies are everywhere. The entire country collapsed in an instant. Now, the only place we can go is the survivor base. Chen Ding took out a city map. To get to the survivor base, we need to pass through these places. Lin Hao leaned in to take a look. This route would go through a large number of residential areas and commercial streets, eventually leading to an amusement park and a river, making it quite a long journey. The biggest problem was the river at the end. There were only 3 bridges over the river, and each bridge was quite far apart. The current situation of the bridges on their route was unknown. If zombies blocked one of them, they might have to find another bridge. If all 3 bridges were blocked, it would be dire. Let's take it one step at a time. We can figure out the bridge problem later, Lin Hao said. Chen Ding nodded. That was all they could do for now. Lin Hao, if we encounter zombies later, I'll take the lead and you assist. Don't take unnecessary risks. Lin Hao felt a warmth in his heart. Indeed, he had not misjudged the person. After gaining power, Chen Ding still showed no changes, voluntarily putting himself in the most dangerous position and letting Lin Hao help him. Assisting actually meant keeping him safe from zombie attacks. If it were someone of poor character, they might treat him as bait. The elevator was no longer usable, stuck at different floors, so they could only use the stairs. Chen Ding strode ahead, gently opening the fire door, finding no zombies inside, so they could enter. They carefully descended the stairs, their footsteps very light, afraid to make any noise. But at that moment, a piercing scream echoed from below, seemingly from someone who had been discovered by a zombie. Chen Ding glanced at Lin Hao, who shook his head slightly. He understood Chen Ding's intention. He probably wanted to save someone. However, they were too far from below, and by the time they got there, it would be too late. They arrived at the 32nd floor, where surprisingly 5 room doors were open, and the situation inside was unknown. I'll go in first to take a look. You keep watch outside, Chen Ding said as he entered first. Lin Hao stood in the corridor, looking around. He noticed something strange. There were no corpses on this floor's corridor. At that moment, he heard some sounds from inside the room, and he drew out his watermelon knife and rushed in. Upon entering, he saw Chen Ding pressing a zombie's head against the wall, flames burning on the zombie's head. In less than a few seconds, the zombie became motionless and collapsed to the ground. Then, a similar pale gas entered Chen Ding's body. Lin Hao's mouth twitched. This was not his golden finger. He really thought that only he could become stronger by killing zombies. Just as he was thinking this, Lin Hao unexpectedly found that his usable points had actually increased. Earlier, after killing a zombie, his usable points increased to 0, 0.6, and now it was 0, 0.7. Could it be that as long as he was nearby, even if he didn't kill the zombie, he could still gain usable points? Unfortunately, he had lost that pale gas. There was only one zombie here. Let's find some food. After some searching, they finally found some food. Chen Ding had also hung a backpack on his chest to carry more food. Thus, the two continued searching for a total of 10 floors and found 8 living people, all gathered in one place. Among these 8 people were 3 adult males, 2 young females, an elderly couple, and 1 disabled person. The disabled person was missing his left arm, which he had lost due to an electric shock in childhood. To find more manpower, only the combat-capable Lin Hao and Chen Ding continued to search the floors, while the others were kept in one room, with 8 strangers together. Combined with the dangerous atmosphere filled with zombies, some began to indulge in despair. 2 men who looked a bit shady huddled together, occasionally murmuring something, their eyes glancing at the only 2 young women in the room, revealing a look that only men could understand. Then they stood up and walked straight toward the 2 women, their lewd gazes making the women very frightened. "What do you want?" one woman exclaimed. "TSK, TSK, little beauty. This is the apocalypse. What do you think we can do?" One man let out a strange noise. "Anyway, we're all going to die eventually. Might as well enjoy before we go, right?" Another man echoed. The elderly couple, witnessing this scene, dared not speak. But the only disabled person unexpectedly stood up and pointed at the 2 men. "Stop. Have you forgotten the 2 who saved us? They would never allow you to do such a thing." Mentioning Lin Hao and the others, fear flashed across the faces of the 2 men. But soon their desires overpowered everything. "What do you think they are? In this day and age, who would do something without benefit? They will definitely treat us as bait to attract zombies. You better get out of the way, and you all, if anyone dares to stop us, don't blame us for being rude." The elderly couple dared not speak, and the only able-bodied man in the room shrank his head, not even daring to let out a sound. The 2 women's faces were filled with despair. They couldn't believe that out of so many people, only one disabled person stood up to speak for them. "Don't. Let us go." In the end, the 2 women were still dragged into the room, struggling, and soon the sounds of their screams and the men's excited roars came from inside. Chapter 4. Strike First. The elderly couple closed their eyes and remained silent, while the disabled man sighed. With only one hand left, how could he deal with 2 able-bodied men? Only the able-bodied man was surprisingly listening intently to the commotion inside, his face flushed and his legs tightly pressed together. After a while, 2 men walked out looking refreshed, and upon seeing the scene outside, they exchanged smiles. "Hey buddy, want to go in for some fun? There's no one else inside. You can go for a double play," one man winked. "Yeah, such a good opportunity is rare. If it weren't for the fact that you still look somewhat decent, it wouldn't be your turn. Just look at that disabled guy over there. He doesn't have that luck." After being brainwashed by the 2, the man actually went inside, and soon the room was filled with lewd sounds again. After a while, Lin Hao and Chun Ding returned. They hadn't found more survivors. It seemed everyone else had died. As soon as they entered the room, Lin Hao keenly sensed that the atmosphere was a bit off. But he didn't care about other people's business. If it weren't for Chun Gu believing in the strength of numbers, he would have bothered bringing these people along. Chun Ding frowned slightly. He noticed the 2 young women's eyes were red and swollen, and their clothes were a bit disheveled. If he still didn't know what had happened, he'd be a fool. "Who did this?" Chun Ding shouted, his eyes filled with anger. Seeing Chun Ding get angry, the 2 young men exchanged glances and approached him with smirks. "Chun Gu, don't be mad. It's just 2 women, it's not a big deal. We can find prettier ones later for you to enjoy." Chun Ding was so angry he almost laughed. These 2 actually thought of themselves as the same kind of trash. Bang! Chun Ding punched each of them, knocking them down. "Are there only these 2? Chun Ding looked at the remaining few people. Suddenly, one man panicked. He had also done that kind of thing, seeing someone take charge. The elderly couple was just about to speak, but someone was faster than them. It was the disabled man. He pointed at the man who was shrinking his head and said, "There's also him." Those 3 dragged these 2 sisters into the room and did something worse than beasts. "I couldn't stop them alone." Chun Ding's expression was cold as he walked over and kicked him hard, causing the man to shiver on the ground. Lin Hao approached. "Chun Gu, should we take out those 3? Chun Gu glanced at the 3, then at the 2 young women, shaking his head. "First, tie them up. We'll deal with it tomorrow." Creak, creak. Lin Hao, sleeping, was awakened by a strange sound. He was in a bedroom, where there shouldn't be any noise. So where did this sound come from? He quietly picked up a watermelon knife and crept to the bedroom door, listening carefully. Soon he realized the sound was coming from the living room, where several people were sleeping. He quietly opened the bedroom door and peeked into the living room. Fortunately, the layout of this house was good, with the living room right outside the bedroom door. At that glance, Lin Hao nearly cried out. He saw a dark figure crouched on the ground, tearing and swallowing something. A strong smell of blood wafted over, stimulating Lin Hao's tense nerves. Even though he couldn't see the front of the figure, he had a guess. It was a zombie. This zombie was eating someone. He just didn't know who was being eaten. Another question arose. How did the zombie get in here without breaking down the door? And with such noise? Why did the people in the living room not react at all? Was everyone sleeping so soundly? Impossible. Lin Hao squinted. He wished he could see the zombie stats. The next second, a panel suddenly popped up right next to the zombie. Sure enough, my most reliable system. 5-star rating. Lin Hao silently gave a thumbs up, then looked at the panel. Level 1 zombie, mental mutation, strength, 1, 5 spirit, 2, 0 constitution, 1, 5 speed, 1, 5 all 3 attributes were 1, 5. But the spirit was 2, and with the words mental mutation, Lin Hao was certain that this mental mutation was giving the zombie some ability that made the people in the living room sleep so soundly. Lin Hao checked his own attributes, which hadn't changed much from during the day. It seemed that only after killing a few zombies would he complete a transformation. But his available points had accumulated a bit, reaching 0. 2. It wasn't that he had killed 20 zombies. Some zombies, after being killed, yielded double the pale gas and available points, which Lin Hao termed as a critical hit. With 0, 2 points, he could increase any attribute. And, in this situation, he felt the most necessary increase was speed. As the saying goes, in the world of martial arts, only the unbreakable is invincible. Only the fast is uncatchable. As long as his speed was fast enough, the zombies wouldn't be able to catch him. Lin Hao decisively pressed the plus sign behind speed twice, instantly clearing his available points, and his speed stat increased from 1, 2 to 1, 4 just 0, 1 less than the zombie. He felt a slight increase in speed. Now, he had to prepare to act. Strike first. Lin Hao dashed out. Using a sliver of moonlight, he angled the watermelon knife directly towards the zombie's jaw. It was very convenient to stab the eyes from behind, but the jaw was no problem. It could still pierce into the head. As long as he succeeded, it would be his victory. But just when he was about a meter away, the zombie stopped eating and suddenly turned its head, its pitch-black eyes glaring at Lin Hao. In that instant, Lin Hao felt as if his head had been hammered hard, causing him to grunt in pain and nearly fall to the ground. Fortunately, he steadied himself, gritted his teeth, and drove the watermelon knife into the zombie's jaw. Crack! However, it was slightly off, and the watermelon knife got stuck in the zombie's bone. Not good. Lin Hao was alarmed, decisively abandoning the watermelon knife and suddenly retreating to hide behind the sofa in the living room. Without a weapon, he could only engage the zombie in hand-to-hand combat, but that was very dangerous. If he was injured by the zombie, he would become a new zombie. At this moment, Lin Hao was certain that the pain in his head earlier had definitely come from the zombie. So that's what mental mutation meant. The people in the living room still hadn't woken up. It seemed to be the work of the zombie. Whoosh! Lin Hao felt a breeze coming in from the window and thought of a possibility. The zombie might have climbed in through the window. This zombie is different from the ones he encountered before. It moves very agilely and has the ability to attack mentally. If it weren't for his mental attribute being similar to the opponent's, he might have fainted just now. At this moment, Lin Hao thought of something. The system told him that he had activated the Firestarter profession. Could it be that he could also ignite, like Brother Chen? Upon thinking of this, Lin Hao silently said, "System, let me become a Firestarter." Initial profession, Firestarter activated, duration 1 minute. 1 minute? That's enough. Chapter 5, Killing a First-Stage Zombie. In that instant, Lin Hao felt that he could control the flames at will. But the flames couldn't leave his body. He could freely control whether the flames burned whatever they touched. Is this what it means to be a Firestarter? Brother Chen's profession is really impressive, but now I'm also a Firestarter. Lin Hao grinned as flames engulfed his body, instantly illuminating the dim room. At that moment, he saw the situation in the living room clearly. There were a total of 8 people. 4 of them were severely injured and seemed beyond saving. Only the other 4 were still alive, but they lay on the ground as if unconscious. The floor was almost soaked with flowing blood, and Lin Hao even saw an organ. He couldn't tell which part it was from, lying at his feet. The bloody scene made him frown involuntarily. Lin Hao clearly saw the zombie's appearance. This zombie still looked somewhat human, but its hands and feet had clearly turned into claws, and its face was dominated by a gaping maw that occupied 2/3 of it. In his view, this creature had not only mutated mentally, but also physically. With the confidence of being a Firestarter, Lin Hao ran directly over. The zombie was already on the ground, its claws gripping the floor. and it charged at him with the same speed. Lin Hao knew the strengths and weaknesses of the Firestarter. The flames were indeed powerful, but they had no defensive capability. If the zombie grabbed him, he would also turn into a zombie. He couldn't rely on luck. He needed absolute suppression. In an instant, Lin Hao picked up a coffee table beside the sofa and threw it at the zombie. The zombie, quick on its feet, dodged in the blink of an eye. But that was exactly what Lin Hao needed. At the moment he threw it, he calculated that the zombie had only one place to evade, which was precisely his goal. Lin Hao's flames surged, and even his speed increased slightly as he slid across the floor. Fortunately, the family had tiled the floor, making it very slippery. Just as the zombie made its pounce, it saw Lin Hao's body beneath it. In the zombie's small eyes, there was a look of great confusion. Shouldn't it enjoy a meal after knocking down the human? What was going on? Lin Hao flashed a brilliant smile at the zombie, and then kicked up with all his might. Bang! The zombie's body crashed into the ceiling with a muffled sound. Originally, Lin Hao couldn't have done this, but activating the initial profession of Firestarter actually doubled all his attributes. The zombie's body fell back down, and Lin Hao decisively stepped aside, grabbing the zombie's head with one hand. The flames instantly transferred from his hand to the zombie's head. Sizzle. Strange-smelling gas seeped from the zombie's orifices, and it struggled desperately, attempting to use mental attacks on Lin Hao again. Hiss. That hurts. Lin Hao silently endured the pain in his head. This pain was merely uncomfortable, not enough to make him faint. Seeing that its attack was ineffective, the zombie reached out to remove Lin Hao's hand from its head. Lin Hao let out a cold laugh as the flames spread, engulfing the entire zombie. Now a foul odor filled the entire living room. The zombie opened its mouth wide, seemingly wailing, but it couldn't make a sound as Lin Hao had it by the throat. Do zombies feel pain too? Lin Hao was somewhat surprised. Soon, the zombie completely stopped moving. Its brain tissue had been burned away by the flames. One must say, the Firestarter's flames were incredibly convenient, but unfortunately, he could only use them for 1 minute. System, how can I increase the duration of the Firestarter? The stronger the host, the longer the duration of the profession. Lin Hao understood. In the end, it all came down to him not being strong enough. At that moment, a pure white gas emerged from the deceased zombie's body, instantly entering Lin Hao's body. He immediately felt that his strength seemed to enhance a bit. Lin Hao looked at his status panel, and indeed, his strength had increased by 0.1. That was nearly the equivalent of 10 zombies' worth of points. Not only that, his available points, which had been 0, had turned into 0.12. This meant that this one zombie was equivalent to 12 ordinary zombies. Speaking of which, this zombie seemed to be classified as a first-stage zombie. Did that mean the previous zombies weren't even first stage? What about people like Brother Chun? Was there a classification of strength? With too little information, Lin Hao couldn't analyze it. After the battle just now, he realized that speed was indeed useful. If his speed had been too slow, he wouldn't have been able to do what he just did. Of course, other attributes were also very important. After thinking it over, Lin Hao decided to increase his speed from 1.4 to 1.5, if calculated. His speed now was comparable to that of an average national track athlete. As for when he could reach the level of a national-level athlete, Lin Hao felt he would need to get to a speed of 2. It's not that his speed was twice that of an ordinary person's. The actual speed would be double that of the opponent, and air resistance is no joke. The fastest world record for the 100-meter dash is 9.69 seconds. At that point, every 0.1 second improvement is incredibly difficult. Not only speed, but Lin Hao also felt his body had become much more agile than before. It seemed that speed was just a general range. At this time, Lin Hao remembered something. He was already much stronger than an ordinary person. So how powerful would Brother Chun, with his average attributes of 2-point-something, be? If it were Brother Chun fighting, that first-stage zombie would have been finished off quickly. The huge commotion from Lin Hao's battle with the zombie finally woke up Chun Ding, who emerged to see Lin Hao standing there. What happened? Chun Ding extended a hand, flames bursting forth to illuminate the surroundings. When he saw the horrific scene in the living room, his expression changed. Without needing any explanation, he understood what had just happened. A zombie had sneaked in, killed 4 people, and Lin Hao had fought it here and killed the zombie. Lin Hao, are you okay? Seeing the worried look in Chun Ding's eyes, Lin Hao shook his head slightly. I'm fine, but these 4 people are beyond saving. We need to deal with it now. Otherwise, they'll turn into zombies. Chun Ding walked over and placed his hand on one of the corpse's heads. "Leave the aftermath to me." After a while, the four who had been unconscious finally woke up. When they saw the tragic scene in the living room, they were so frightened they nearly screamed. One elderly man even collapsed over a corpse, softly crying, for that corpse was his beloved spouse. Chapter 6: Suicide. After a simple count, Lin Hao discovered that the dead were exactly the three men he had tied up and an old lady. One of the bodies had a head that looked as if it had been gnawed by a dog, making it almost unrecognizable. Another man had died more cleanly, with only his heart eaten away. The third man and the old lady were in a more tragic state. The level 1 zombie had caused a shocking amount of damage to their bodies. Aside from the elderly man who was crying over the old lady's body, the other three survivors looked terrified. "Well, thank you very much," the disabled man swallowed hard. He hadn't expected that the three young men who were doing such things during the day would die so tragically at night. The disabled man realized that this world was completely different from the past. Lin Hao had briefly explained the situation, and everyone knew that he had saved them. Expressing their gratitude one by one, Lin Hao waved his hand. He hadn't saved them on purpose, but merely for self-preservation. After all, he hadn't expected a zombie to crawl in at night. It seemed that if they were to sleep at night, the windows had to be shut tight. There could be no carelessness. At this moment, Chen Ding had dealt with the four corpses on the ground and came over to Lin Hao. "Zombies can get stronger. This is something I hadn't anticipated. Only the two of us can handle this kind of zombie, and we need to be even more careful in the future." "Yeah, Chingu, there's something I need to tell you." "What is it?" "About your daughter's body. With the current temperature, it probably can't be preserved for too long. We need to find a place to store it." Initially, Lin Hao had given Chen Ding the hope of resurrecting his daughter, which had motivated him to live. However, carrying her body around was obviously not feasible. Chen Ding looked taken aback. It seemed he had never considered this issue before. "What should we do?" "I've thought of a solution. There's a top-tier hospital on our route, and it must have a morgue. We can temporarily store your daughter's body there until we find a way to revive her and come back for her." Chen Ding's eyes brightened. It was a good plan. But soon he thought of something. Hospitals are always crowded, with people going in and out every day. This meant there would likely be many zombies in the hospital, making it dangerous to enter the morgue. "I'll go in alone," Chen Ding said firmly. "Chingu, I'll go with you." "No, the hospital is too dangerous. Lin Hao feigned displeasure. "Chingu, what do you take me for? If it weren't for you leading the charge during the day, I wouldn't be standing here safely." In reality, there was another main reason. Without Chen Ding's arsonist profession, Lin Hao might not even be able to handle a level 1 zombie. In other words, Chen Ding had unknowingly saved Lin Hao once. Seeing Lin Hao's determination, Chen Ding could only agree reluctantly. Just as the two were preparing to clean up the place and set off at dawn, a muffled groan sounded. "Old Grandpa, why?" A sorrowful voice emerged. Lin Hao looked over to see the elderly man who had been crying. He had found a small knife from somewhere and plunged it into his own heart. Pulling it out again, blood gushing out. Given their current medical situation, there was no way to save him. Chen Ding rushed over in a few steps, reaching out to help the old man, but was stopped. "No need to save me. My old companion is gone. I have no reason to live. We agreed long ago that when we got old, we would leave together so she wouldn't be lonely." Chen Ding's expression was complicated as he lowered his hand. He wanted to say that there might be a way to resurrect her in the future, but the problem was for an old man. Even if there were a resurrection method, why would he be able to obtain it? Even he was just holding on to a glimmer of hope, which was why he hadn't thought about dying. In the end, the old man closed his eyes and left peacefully. "Actually, it's not like that. I heard the old grandpa and grandma's voices. They were already prepared to stay behind, not wanting to be our burden, sob. A woman said, wiping her tears. "Creak, creak." Chen Ding gritted his teeth, his fists clenched. He realized that even if he possessed strength beyond that of an ordinary person, he still couldn't save these people. Lin Hao let out a slight sigh. This was the apocalypse, completely different from those games, with a suffocating atmosphere hovering around them. One wrong move, and a person could die. Life had truly become worthless at this time. The old man had committed suicide and was not harmed by a zombie. So Chen Ding did not handle the situation, but simply laid their bodies to one side in the living room and bent down. A night passed without a word. When dawn broke, the remaining few emerged from a bedroom. To avoid the same thing happening again, they tightly secured the doors and windows and all rested in one room. As they exited, Lin Hao closed the door and discarded the key. This way, at least the old man's body would be safe from being discovered by zombies. Next, the three of you need to gather supplies and carry them, always keeping some weapons handy, and it's best to have some thick cardboard or something like that on you. Lin Hao briefly outlined what they needed to do. After Lin Hao finished speaking, the only disabled man asked, I want to know how I can become as strong as you guys. Yesterday, he had witnessed Chen Ding and Lin Hao effortlessly take down 2 zombies, clean and neat, making him very envious. The 2 young women perked up at this, equally interested. Lin Hao smirked. I thought you would hold back from asking. It's not really a secret. It will be revealed sooner or later. It's simple. As long as you personally kill a zombie, you can become stronger. So simple. The 3 seemed somewhat incredulous. Then why can Brother Chen breathe fire? The woman doubted. Chen Ge is a special case. Normal people are like me. If you want to become stronger, you can actively kill zombies. Lin Hao shrugged. Then how is Brother Chen able to? Just as the woman was about to press further, a somewhat cold voice interrupted. Let's stop the discussion here. Lin Hao's eyes coldly regarded the girl. This is not a school, and I am not your teacher. Some things are better left unknown, understand? Why, yes, understood. The woman replied softly, startled. If they continued, it would touch on Chen Ding's wounds, and Lin Hao would not allow that. Chapter 7. Li Yan's first battle. Among the 3, only the disabled man expressed a desire for a chance to leave one zombie for him to fight. Lin Hao agreed. On the 20th floor, Lin Hao and Chen Ding killed other zombies, leaving behind a level 1 zombie with a broken arm for the disabled man. The disabled man's name was Li Yan. Li Yan held a wooden mop stick with a sharp vegetable knife tied to the end. That was his weapon. According to Lin Hao, when fighting zombies, it was best to keep a distance, as close combat was dangerous. A zombie stood by a door, its face revealing a toothless grin as it stared at Li Yan, bringing him immense pressure. Whoosh! Suddenly, the zombie moved, charging straight at Li Yan with a speed that exceeded that of an average person. A hint of panic flashed in Li Yan's eyes. Lin Hao told him before that zombies were slightly faster than ordinary people, and he could see that was true. As a disabled person, he was left with only one right hand, which was his flaw. However, through long-term training with just one arm, he had surpassed the average person in terms of strength. In fact, Lin Hao had already noticed that Li Yan's strength and physique were both at 1 above the average adult level, with only his speed at 0.9. His mental strength was his highest attribute at 1.4, indicating that as a disabled person, he had faced a lot of pressure in everyday life, and all of that had transformed into his current stats. Among the 3 survivors, Lin Hao had the most faith in Li Yan, even though he was disabled. Li Yan steadied his body. He knew very well that he couldn't panic when facing a zombie. He had to strike true, otherwise the subsequent battle would be very dangerous. He had only one chance. As the zombie closed in on him, the girl could hardly bear to watch the scene unfold. But at that moment, no one expected Li Yan to grab the makeshift spear and assume a throwing stance. This is a throwing javelin? Lin Hao was taken aback, and suddenly realized something was off, and thought, this is a fish spear? Indeed, Li Yan's motion resembled that of spear fishing. However, fish spearing is usually done from above, and he and the zombie were on the same level, which wouldn't work. He suddenly jumped, landing on the railing at the edge of the corridor. Remember, this was the 20th floor. A fall would mean certain death. Li Yan's expression showed no change. His eyes were fixed only on the zombie. Finally, when the zombie was less than 3 meters away, he hurled the spear with all his might. Thud! The sharp tip of the spear pierced straight through the zombie's eye and into its skull, causing its body to collapse to the ground. But the zombie was still not dead. Li Yan leaped onto the zombie's body, grasping the spear's handle, and twisted it downwards. The zombie ceased to move. A faint white gas, visible only to Lin Hao, floated out from the zombie and entered Li Yan's body. He immediately felt a slight increase in his strength. Seeing his available points increase by 0.01, Lin Hao remained calm. Very good. If you can take down about 5 zombies, you might get a surprise, Lin Hao said. As for why Chen Ding had not experienced any changes after killing over a dozen zombies, Lin Hao speculated it was related to his firestarter profession. Li Yan proved with his strength that he could handle a zombie alone, thereby increasing their combat effectiveness. The 2 women were envious. They also wanted to become powerful like Lin Hao and the others, but they lacked the courage to face a zombie alone. To be honest, they almost thought Li Yan was done for just a moment ago. But unexpectedly, the situation turned around, and the outcome was completely different from what they imagined. Once Li Yan gained some strength, Lin Hao decided it was time to split up. Gathering together to collect supplies was too slow. Chun Ding and Lin Hao each took one woman, while Li Yin acted alone. Lin Hao entered a room, and a zombie suddenly lunged at him from the front. He remained unfazed, thrusting his watermelon knife directly into the zombie's eye socket, killing it instantly. The woman behind him was nearly scared out of her wits. All clear. There's nothing useful here. Just as Lin Hao prepared to leave, the woman suddenly closed the door. Lin Hao raised an eyebrow. What did this woman mean? He saw the woman blushing as she stepped toward him, slowly shedding her clothes until she stood before Lin Hao completely naked. Lin Go, it seems a bit hot in here. The woman's fair body exuded a deadly allure. Lin Hao glanced at her indifferently. Put your clothes back on, and I can pretend nothing happened. With that, he turned to leave, but the woman suddenly spread her arms to block him. Stop acting all serious. Don't all you men like my body? You can have it all. I just have one request. You must protect my safety. The woman's meaning was clear. She wanted to trade her body for Lin Hao's protection, as they all knew his strength far surpassed theirs. Lin Hao completely ignored her, simply moving past her and standing at the door. His calm voice reached her ears. At a time like this, those who can only think about such things are either fools or foolish. In the apocalypse, not thinking about how to survive, but instead being consumed by desires. Lin Hao felt some people were truly beyond saving. As for this woman's actions, it was her own choice, and he couldn't blame her. However, Lin Hao would not accept it. Watching Lin Hao walk out, the woman paused for a moment, hurriedly dressing and chasing after him. I'm sorry, Lin Go. The woman lowered her head, silently following behind him. Lin Hao said nothing, and the woman's expression was complicated as she gazed at his back. After a while, several small teams regrouped. They continued downward, searching each floor meticulously, but unfortunately, by the 9th floor, they had not found a single living person. It was as if everyone below had perished. This building, even if not fully occupied, can't possibly have so few people, even with the zombies added in. There should be more. Wang Lanlan frowned and said, I just came from out of town a month ago and have been here since. There were many people coming and going every day, but as we came down, it was indeed much less. Perhaps those people escaped, Li Yin speculated. Normally, when encountering zombies, don't people hide at home, waiting for rescue? Ling Ximei asked, puzzled. Wang Lanlan was the woman who wanted to trade with Lin Hao, while Ling Ximei was another woman. In this apocalypse, they no longer had the heart to mourn over their own experiences. They just wanted to survive. The few of them whispered, careful not to speak too loudly for fear of attracting zombies. At this time, each of them carried a large backpack filled with various food and water. In such circumstances, food and water were incredibly precious. As for gold and silver treasures, they didn't even spare a glance. Suddenly, Lin Hao called out in a low voice, stop. The three immediately halted, nervously looking around, thinking a zombie had appeared. After 2 seconds of silence, nothing moved, and they were unsure what was going on. Lin Go, what's wrong? Wang Lanlan asked. There's something ahead. Lin Hao pointed to the fire door on the 8th floor. They saw a spider silk-like thread appearing through the gap of the fire door. These threads were dark purple, surrounded by purple-black liquid, giving off a very disgusting feeling. Not only on the 8th floor, when they looked down, they found similar things on the lower floors. What is this? Ling Xinmei caught a faint odor and pinched her nose. I don't know, but it's very likely related to zombies. It might even be stronger than the ones that appeared last night. Chun Ding walked over, extending a finger that ignited with flames. The flames burned the thread upon contact, and the foul smell in the air seemed to intensify. At the moment, this smell doesn't seem to be toxic, but we can't guarantee it won't be a chronic toxin. I suggest we skip checking the 8th floor and the lower levels and just leave here. The emergence of these things below made Chun Ding feel a twinge of unease. He wasn't sure how strong he really was. If he encountered a zombie he couldn't handle, everyone would be in trouble. Chun Ding's words received support from the 3 others, all of whom wanted to leave. Lin Hao, however, was indifferent. He noticed something strange. They hadn't seen a single zombie on the stairs, just some bloodstains. Where had all the zombies gone? Just as Lin Hao was thinking this, the fire door on the 8th floor opened silently. Lin Hao was startled and instinctively pulled out a watermelon knife, aiming it in that direction, and then he saw a boy. Chapter 8. First Level Crystal. The boy looked to be around 7 or 8 years old, with a strange smile on his face, just staring at Lin Hao and the others. Little kid, why are you here all alone? Where are your parents? Ling Ximei walked over, her face breaking into a brilliant smile. She had always liked children. And although the boy's smile was a bit odd, he was quite cute and hit her soft spot. But just as she reached Lin Hao's side, his watermelon knife blocked her. If you want to die, just keep walking forward. What are you talking about? That's just a little kid. He isn't a zombie. Ling Xinmei said, puzzled. Anyone could tell what a zombie looked like, and this little boy didn't seem like one at all. Lin Hao chuckled, not a zombie? In his eyes, the panel next to the boy clearly indicated that he was indeed a zombie. First level zombie, physical mutation, strength, 1. 6 mental, 1. 2 physique, 2. 1 speed, 1. 7 similar to the previous mentally mutated zombie. This zombie's physique was exceptionally prominent, reaching as high as 2. 1, meaning its physique exceeded that of an average person by more than double. Moreover, a zombie could even take on the appearance of a human boy, which demonstrated that physical mutation allowed it to alter its own form. However, a leopard can't change its spots. The zombie's craving for human flesh couldn't be suppressed. Lin Hao could see that the boy's gaze towards them was filled with a desire for food. At that moment, the boy opened his mouth and emitted a sound that didn't resemble a human scream. Then he dropped to all fours and lunged towards Lin Hao's direction. Lin Hao remained calm. The watermelon knife had appeared in his hand without him noticing. He pushed Ling Xinmei aside and charged forward with the knife. Zombies lacked any intelligence and would attack in the simplest ways, which gave Lin Hao the perfect opportunity. After all, a zombie in midair had no ability to evade. Lin Hao tightly gripped the watermelon knife, matching the zombie's speed as he rushed forward. Swish! A cold light flashed as the watermelon knife plunged directly into the zombie's right eye. The zombie let out a chilling scream, and dark gray blood flowed from its eye socket, which was incredibly disturbing. At this moment, even Ling Xinmei, who was usually naive, realized that this boy was not human. He was indeed a zombie. Can zombies turn into humans? Chen Ding was momentarily stunned, but quickly reacted. Without weapons, Lin Hao was in danger. Boom! Suddenly, intense flames erupted from his body, resembling a king of fire. He effortlessly jumped to stand in front of the zombie, grabbing its arm, and the flames instantly engulfed the entire zombie. Roar! The zombie screamed even more tragically, but it surprisingly couldn't move. Instead, its other arm reached out towards Chen Ding. A hint of astonishment flashed in Chen Ding's eyes. The previous zombies he burned had basically resigned to death, but this was the first one that could resist. Unfazed, Chen Ding's other hand suddenly moved. This time he held nothing back, punching the zombie's elbow, and the arm broke before it even touched Chen Ding. Additionally, Chen Ding broke the zombie's legs, completely stripping it of its ability to resist. It was important to note that Chen Ding's strength was as high as 2. 5, double that of an average person, and with his profession as an arsonist, breaking the zombie's limbs was no surprise to Lin Hao. One could say that Chen Ding's start was nothing short of a dream beginning, but Lin Hao believed that Brother Chen would rather not have this power. Seeing the usually kind Chen Ding exhibit such brutality against the zombie deeply shocked Li Yin and the others. Although they had seen Chen Ding's flames and strength before, it was the first time they witnessed him treating a zombie this way. Why was that? Only Lin Hao knew about Chen Ding's daughter, and he wouldn't voluntarily tell the others. They had always assumed that the large backpack behind Chen Ding was filled with food and water. They could never imagine it contained his daughter. After burning for a while, Chen Ding was surprised to find that this zombie hadn't died, even after being burned for over 10 seconds. It was still struggling, though its movements were growing weaker. After about 20 seconds, the zombie finally died, its head burned to a crisp, the surface showing signs of charring. Chen Ding wiped the sweat from his forehead. Using flames seemed to consume energy, and this time he spent quite a bit. At that moment, Lin Hao noticed that his available points had increased by 0.15, indicating that the points gained from each first-level zombie were different. If he could kill more first-level zombies, his attributes would quickly improve. Along with the zombies he had killed on the way, his available points had accumulated to 0.46, meaning he could instantly add 0.4 to a certain attribute, which was quite a significant boost. Having already tasted the benefits of speed, Lin Hao decided to raise his speed to 2 points first. So his speed increased directly from 1.5 to 1.9. TSK just 0.1 more. It looks like I need to kill a few more zombies, Lin Hao pouted. With the zombie dead, Chen Ding casually tossed aside the burnt corpse, and a small, pale crystal the size of soybean fell from the zombie's hollowed head. What is this? Chen Ding picked it up curiously. His flames reached several hundred degrees, yet it hadn't melted the crystal. Lin Hao's eyes changed upon seeing it. In his view, this crystal also had its own panel. First-level crystal has a certain probability of condensing in the brain of a first-level zombie. Consuming it can randomly increase one's attributes by 0. 1. It can increase one's attributes? Lin Hao didn't expect such a valuable item to be hidden in a zombie's head. This should be the essence inside the zombie's body. It should help people become stronger quickly, Lin Hao said. I guess so too. I wonder if the zombie from last night had this in its head as well. Should we go back and check? Ding asked. Lin Hao was actually a bit moved, but at that moment he noticed something strange out of the corner of his eye. He realized that the purple-black threads and liquid around him had somehow increased in number. We should leave first. Before Lin Hao could finish his sentence, a shadow flashed by, and a large amount of blood splattered across his face. Lin Hao stared in shock as he saw a bizarre, purple-black zombie gnawing on Wang Lanlan, devouring her without restraint. Wang Lanlan's eyes had already dimmed. She died in an instant, not even knowing how she had met her end. Her face was turned towards Lin Hao, her mouth slightly open, as if she wanted to say something before dying. Ding was stunned and then furious. He was about to rush over to kill the zombie, but Lin Hao stopped him. Lin Hao's face was grim. The zombie's stats made him feel for the first time that he didn't want to fight. Chapter 9. Super Mutated Zombie. First Level Zombie. Super Mutated. Strength. 4. 5 Mental. 5. 0 Constitution. 5. 0 Speed. 3. 5 All 4 attributes were at least 3. 5. And Ding's highest attribute was only 3. 5. Moreover, although it was clearly just a first-level zombie, it was labeled as super mutated in parentheses. What did that mean? Could it be that not just one attribute was mutated, but all 4 attributes were? How the hell were they supposed to fight it? Most importantly, Lin Hao noticed that the zombie's panel was actually silver. This was the second time he had seen a differently colored panel. The first was Ding's red panel. Brother Chun, we need to go. We can't handle this zombie, Lin Hao said quietly. But it killed Wang B of A. Ding was unwilling. Do you want to bring your daughter back to life? If you die, who will revive her? His daughter was the only motivation for Ding to survive. He hesitated, primarily because Lin Hao believed this zombie was strong, and Ding trusted Lin Hao's judgment. Ever since teaming up with Lin Hao, Ding had noticed that Lin Hao was always very calm. This was the first time he saw Lin Hao a bit nervous. How could Lin Hao not be nervous? The zombie in front of them was not an enemy. They could handle it all. Even if he used the arsonist, he would only be slightly stronger than the current Ding, but even 2 Dings wouldn't be a match for this zombie. After witnessing the mutated zombie's physical capabilities, Lin Hao understood something. A certain attribute mutation in zombies not only granted a special ability, but also enhanced the effect of that attribute itself. For example, a mentally mutated zombie with mental attack capabilities would have a very strong resistance in that area. A constitution mutation could change its appearance and also strengthen its body. Even Brother Chin's flames couldn't burn it to death in a short time, showing just how terrifying the constitution mutation was. What about a super mutated zombie with all 4 attributes mutated? Just thinking about it made Lin Hao's scalp tingle, for unknown abilities combined with the zombie's own strength made it impossible to fight. As for Wang Lanlan, Lin Hao could only express regret. He and T even reacted in time, let alone an ordinary person. Taking advantage of the zombie, still gnawing on Wang Lanlan's body, Lin Hao decisively took Ding and ran, leaving Li Yin and Ling Xinmei to their own luck. Lin Hao thought this way, but not everyone acted according to his thoughts. Ling Xinmei was the first to notice his actions and immediately shouted, "Lin Hao, where are you going? Come save me." This shout was not insignificant. The super mutated zombie immediately stopped eating, turning its blood-smeared, terrifying face towards Ling Xinmei, then glanced at Lin Hao and Ding. Stupid woman. Lin Hao cursed inwardly. He realized he had underestimated this woman's stupidity. If she hadn't shouted and had quietly left, she might have had a chance to survive. Now it was all up to luck. Lin Hao took a deep breath and shouted, "Run." Li Yin was smart. Upon seeing Lin Hao's actions, he understood that this zombie was something even Lin Hao and Ding couldn't handle, and he had quietly prepared to run with them. However, he didn't expect there was a pig in his team. No, it should be said that she was even dumber than a pig. Today's students are truly overly protected. Flowers in a greenhouse will bend when faced with wind and rain. Having never experienced the hardships of society, They think everything is too simple. Hearing Lin Hao shout to run, Lian took off, but Ling Xinmei was still dazed. Wasn't the script supposed to have Lin Hao come to save her upon hearing her voice? Why was everyone running away? Drip, drip. At that moment, she felt something damp on her shoulder. She reached up to wipe it, and it was purple-black, foul-smelling liquid. Ling Xinmei froze all over. Trembling, she turned her head, and a purple-black face devoid of any hair was staring directly at her. Before she could scream, the face suddenly opened a massive mouth and swallowed her head whole. Sizzle. Blood sprayed out, and she fell to the ground, becoming the second meal of the super-mutated zombie. Having run out of the building, Lin Hao showed no signs of stopping, but some wandering zombies in the community had already noticed them and were running over. We can't stay here long. Let's head to the underground parking lot. There should be fewer zombies there, Lin Hao said calmly. At this moment, they definitely couldn't linger on the surface of the community. Those zombies could detect even the slightest sound. Going outside was even more unrealistic. There were more wandering zombies outside the community. So the only place they could go was the parking lot. Every community has a large underground parking lot, that's for sure. Normally, there wouldn't be many people in the parking lot, making it a perfect temporary resting spot. Chun Ding said nothing. He charged to the front, flames engulfing his body. No matter how many zombies approached, he solved them all by himself. This kind of strength made Lin Hao a bit envious. After all, his arsonist only lasted a minute. Lin Hao had also equipped himself with an extra watermelon knife. Knowing that weapons could be lost, how could he only have one watermelon knife? Now his backpack contained no less than 10 watermelon knives, all of good quality. He wouldn't settle for the 9 free shipping ones. Short weapons really are easier to use, Lin Hao thought while killing these ordinary zombies. After killing so many zombies, he was already able to clearly judge their movements, preparing to dodge in advance, and then the watermelon knife struck, instantly lethal. Lian wasn't as strong as Lin Hao. He often needed quite a while to kill a zombie, but overall, he was much stronger than most. The three of them fought their way to the entrance of an underground parking lot and hurried inside. After finally taking down the last few zombies, the three took a moment to rest. Fortunately, that zombie didn't chase us. We can't stay in this community. We need to get out before tonight. Lin Hao sat down on the ground and casually pulled out instant noodles to eat. Are we in such a hurry? Lian was a bit surprised. You saw that zombie just now. It's not something we can handle right now. I suspect that even a month from now, there won't be many people who can deal with it. Lian didn't have Lin Hao's system, so he couldn't tell how strong a zombie was. Just as he was about to say something, a loud noise echoed in the parking lot, and suddenly half of the lights turned on. Who is it? Come out. Lin Hao jumped up, holding the watermelon knife, scanning the surroundings. Chun Ding and Lian also looked around cautiously. And soon a young man walked out from behind a car, saying, "Don't be agitated. I'm not a zombie. I'm a human." Chapter 10. New Profession, Strength Warrior. Seeing that he was a living person, the three of them relaxed, but Lin Hao continued to scrutinize the other man. The man's panel didn't have anything special. His attributes were just slightly better than an average person, but it was clear that he had killed zombies before. Why did you three only come here now? Were you planning to hide up there and wait for the army to rescue you? The young man was quite talkative and asked right away. What do you mean? Chun Ding didn't quite understand. We broadcast a message in the community a couple of days ago. Didn't you hear it? The young man was a bit surprised. For some unknown reason, after the zombies appeared, phones became useless bricks, and only the most primitive radios still worked. Chun Ding learned about the survivor bases on both sides of the city through the radio broadcast, but he really hadn't noticed the community broadcast. Seeing the expressions of the three, the young man realized they were completely unaware of this matter. All right, I'll take you to the boss. Boss. He's just the leader chosen by the remaining survivors in the community. I'm used to calling him boss. The three followed the young man to a corner of the parking lot, where they saw many headless zombie corpses, indicating that a battle had occurred here. When they reached a wall, Lian couldn't help but ask, "Isn't this a dead end?" The young man smirked. Next is the moment to witness a miracle. He reached out and grabbed the wall, pulling it aside, revealing a hidden passage behind it. Surprised, right? This was originally a basement parking lot, but unfortunately, it wasn't completed before the zombies came out. After our simple modifications, we covered the entrances and exits here, making it hard for ordinary people to find. Lin Hao noticed something else. There were many zombie body parts around. They seemed to be using the scent of the zombies themselves to confuse the zombies' sense of smell. preventing them from discovering this place. Once inside, Lin Hao saw over 100 people sitting on the ground, surrounded by about 30 individuals who looked like small-time thugs. In front of them was a bald man holding a machete. This scene clearly indicated trouble. Sure enough, the next moment, the young man's expression changed. He pulled out a dagger with a sinister smile, pointing it at Lin Hao and the others. "Sit down obediently. If you want blood, I don't mind letting you taste it." Lin Hao glanced at him. Such a change in demeanor would be a shame if he didn't learn the national essence. Chen Ding and Li Yin looked at Lin Hao, indicating what to do. Unknowingly, Lin Hao had become the guide among the three. Without saying a word, he walked over, and the other two followed. Since Lin Hao chose not to turn hostile, they just needed to follow his lead. The three casually sat in the last row. A middle-aged man next to them looked helpless after they sat down, thinking another 3 people had boarded the pirate ship. There are actually 3 newcomers. "Xiaogua, you performed well this time. I will give you 3 chances to personally kill zombies," the bald man spoke. The person called Xiaogua was the young man who had brought the 3 in. He looked very excited and nearly knelt down, saying, "Thank you, Brother Coin. As long as you stick with me, you can all become as strong as I am. For the sake of preventing any wrongful thoughts, I'll let you see my power right now." Roar! With a loud shout, the bald man's physique seemed to swell, and he grew at least 20 centimeters taller, his muscles bulging impressively, making countless men envious. At that moment, Lin Hao heard a voice in his mind. Initial profession increased. Strength warrior. Lin Hao raised an eyebrow. This bald man, who looked like a gang leader, was actually someone with an initial profession. He wondered how his profession compared to Chun Ji's arsonist. In front of the bald man lay his steel pipe. He put down the machete, picked up the pipe, and bent it in front of everyone. Li Yin was shocked. Was this still the strength a human could have? Chun Ding was also surprised. He guessed that the other person probably awakened some kind of ability otherwise. How could a normal person have such strength? Lin Hao remained calm. From the name of the profession Strength Warrior, he had guessed a little, but this strength was indeed astonishing, likely enhanced by the profession itself. The strength of the arsonist lay in fire, while the strength of the Strength Warrior lay in physical power. The 2 professions were completely different. The bald man discarded the bent steel pipe, looking smugly at the crowd, relishing the fear on their faces. But when his gaze landed on the last row, his expression darkened. "You 3 seem to have some objections to me. Speak up." Everyone turned to look at the 3 newcomers, and no one was willing to stand up to speak for them. Each person's face showed the same meaning: ridicule. They were laughing at the 3 newcomers for not knowing their place, daring to disrupt the bald man's performance in this situation. They were indeed too young. "Can I really voice my opinion?" Lin Hao stood up, looking submissive. Chen Ding and Li Yin were puzzled. Was Lin Hao really this kind of person? "Of course. You can. I'm easy to talk to." The bald man smiled, revealing his big gold tooth. "That's good. I just wanted to say one thing." Lin Hao grinned. "Your bald head is too shiny. Can you cover it? It's blinding." Suddenly, the whole place fell silent. The thugs looked at him in shock. No one expected Lin Hao would dare to say such a thing. Who didn't he know that mentioning the boss's bald head was absolutely taboo? Chen Ding and Li Yin were stunned. They didn't expect Lin Hao to be so bold so quickly. With so many people, it would still be a bit difficult for the 3 of them. Li Yin instantly stood up, pointing the makeshift spear in his hand forward, ready to not hold back against anyone who tried to approach. Chen Ding, in the blink of an eye, was engulfed in intense flames, scaring everyone present. "You're also a professional?" The bald man's face darkened. He thought he was the only one lucky enough to have such power. He didn't expect this newcomer to be even luckier, surrounded by flames that looked even more impressive than his. "Professional? What do you mean?" Chen Ding didn't quite understand. Lin Hao was the most surprised. The bald man actually mentioned the word professional. Did he know that this power came from some kind of profession? Chapter 11. Playing along. Seeing Chen Ding's demeanor, the bald man didn't rashly attack. Only he understood how powerful professionals could be. He put down the machete in his hand and forced a hypocritical smile on his face. "We're all survivors. No need to be so angry." "Who's that? Go get my cherished good wine." "Huh?" A group of younger brothers were confused. They thought the boss would just go for a strike. But the twist came too fast for them to react. At this moment, Lin Hao finally noticed that the bald guy's panel was different from Chun Ji's red one. The other party's was actually earth yellow. Name: Tang Yuan Strength, 2. 8 Spirit, 1. 7 Constitution, 2. 6 Speed, 1. 5 Initial Profession, Strongman, his strength and constitution were strong, but his spirit and speed were shortcomings compared to Chen Ding's attributes. He was still lacking quite a bit. However, Lin Hao's attention was drawn to the machete in Tang Yuan's hand, because this machete actually had a panel too. Sharp, big machete traits. Sharp originally just an ordinary machete. It gained the sharp trait after being enhanced by a first-level crystal. First-level crystal enhancement? What does this mean? Does it imply that a first-level crystal can not only enhance random attributes, but also strengthen weapons? The question is, how did Tang Yuan know this method? Thinking of this, Lin Hao also put on a smile. Isn't it just acting? Who can't do that? Tango, you're too polite. How can I accept this? Lin Hao smiled and walked over. The two men's performance left everyone around them baffled. They had just looked like they were about to fight. How did they suddenly start chatting and laughing? The world is changing too fast. They couldn't see through it. Li Yin and Chen Ding had no idea what Lin Hao was doing. But they had been watching Lin Hao's performance all the way and decided not to hold back at this moment. So they dropped their superficial guard and followed behind Lin Hao. Tang Yuan was a bit surprised. Little brother knows me? Well, he suddenly upgraded to little brother. Lin Hao secretly cursed in his heart, but his smile didn't fade. Older brother, you flatter me. Who in this area doesn't know Tango? Right, guys? This was directed at the younger brothers around, who dared not disappoint their boss and quickly agreed that Lin Hao was right. Everyone likes to hear good things. And Tang Yuan's eyes narrowed into slits from smiling. Little brother, tonight we won't stop until we're drunk. You two are included as well. Let's eat and talk. When it comes to social skills, Tan Li Yin and Chen Ding can't compare to one Lin Hao. After all, before his transmigration, Lin Hao was a top sales representative at his company. His mouth could turn death into life. Deception was basic skill. The four of them sat on a piece of rag. This underground parking lot didn't have tables. Come. This is good wine I specially had someone bring out. Ordinary people can't drink it. Tang Yuan enthusiastically poured a glass of white wine for each of the three. Chen Ding and Li Yin didn't move, looking at Lin Hao. Should they drink this? If the other party had put something in the wine, they would be at their mercy. Lin Hao picked up the wine glass, but didn't drink. Instead, he asked, I wonder if Tang Ge can tell us what a professional is? Tang Yuan seemed unconcerned whether Lin Hao and the others drank or not. He appeared genuinely interested in befriending them. Laughing heartily, professionals aren't defined by me, it said in the broadcast. Tang Yuan told them that ever since the survivor base was established in the city, they not only broadcast their location at all times, but also release some information. Among them was information about professionals and the use of first-level crystals. Anyone could potentially become a professional, but often only the lucky ones could become one. Once a professional, not only do their 4 attributes double, but they can also use abilities unique to professionals, like his strongman profession, which allows him to enlarge his body and increase his strength again. Combined with his enhanced machete, he is unstoppable. A first-level crystal can be directly consumed to randomly increase one attribute or strengthen certain items. I've tried it myself. Not everything can be strengthened. Only this machete was successfully enhanced, Tang Yuan said, patting the machete beside him. First-level crystal enhancements have limitations, and the number of professionals is not many. Lin Hao memorized all this information. He was wondering, if he encountered more professionals, could he have countless professions? Just thinking of that wonderful scene made Lin Hao smile broadly. After some chatting, Lin Hao finally obtained a lot of information. So he didn't bother to waste more time with Tang Yuan and casually found an excuse to take the two away. Although this parking lot floor wasn't fully built yet, it was still quite spacious. Tang Yuan looked at the 3 glasses of untouched wine on the ground, wondering what to think. Upon reaching a deserted area, Li Yin took out a candle and a lighter, finally bringing some light. Lin Hao looked at him in surprise. Li Yin awkwardly said, in the countryside, it was very dark at night, so I had to bring these 2 things out. It's become a habit. Lin Hao, what do you think? That person just now is not a good guy. He's infamous around here as a small-time boss. Chen Ding, being a local, knew Tang Yuan's reputation. Chen Ge, don't you want to save those hundreds of people? Lin Hao said with a smirk. Lin Hao never does anything without benefits. When the number reaches a certain level, they are no longer a burden, but an asset. On the way to the survivor base, enough numbers are crucial, but he only needs elites. What qualifies as an elite? Anyone who hasn't been eliminated by zombies is an elite. Li Yin is a clear example. Chen Ding's eyes lit up. Of course, he wanted to. but he knew very well that it would be difficult for the three of them to save so many people. Do you have a plan? Of course, but for now, don't do anything. On the other side, Tang Yuan was talking to his few loyal subordinates. Remember, go take them out tonight. I knew it. The boss wouldn't let them go. It's a pity they didn't drink the wine. Otherwise, they would have already fallen to the ground. One subordinate laughed. They actually put something in the wine. It's true that a dog can't change its eating habits. The moment Lin Hao said that, Tang Yuan had already sentenced them to death in his heart. However, because he was wary of Chun Ding, the professional, he didn't just charge in, but instead used his wisdom to easily take their heads. In this age, if you really don't have a brain, you would have been in jail long ago. From the beginning, Tang Yuan had no intention of going to the survivor base. The apocalypse provided him the opportunity to realize his ambitions. This is truly a wonderful world. A smile appeared at the corner of Tang Yuan's mouth. Chapter 12, Bait. After casually eating something, Lin Hao prepared to go out and hunt down solitary zombies to enhance his strength. Without strength, going anywhere is pointless. I'll go too. Li Yin tightly gripped the long gun in his hand. He craved strength even more. As a disabled person who had lost an arm, he was very aware of his significant disadvantage and knew he had to work hard to catch up with them. But what about those people? Chun Ding asked. To know that he was among those people, he saw some familiar faces. After all, they all lived in the same community and often ran into each other. Brother Chun, those people won't be in trouble. If Tang Yidao wants to use them, he won't act at this time. I suspect Tang Yidao might have intentions of establishing himself as a king. The one speaking was not Lin Hao, but Li Yin. Seeing Li Yin actually say these words, Lin Hao glanced at him in slight surprise. He didn't expect Li Yin to be so sharp. In peacetime, who would dare to speak of establishing themselves as a king? That would be tantamount to seeking death. But in this apocalypse, with the existence of professional fighters being so overpowered, self-establishment as a king is indeed possible. As the saying goes, heroes emerge in chaotic times, and so do warlords. It depends on whether he has that capability, Lin Hao sneered. The apparent peace is only temporary. Lin Hao knew very well that Tang Yidao would not let them off. He is a person who bears grudges, and his provocative words during the day undoubtedly angered the other party. The three quickly exited the underground parking lot on the second basement level and arrived at another exit of the first basement level parking lot. It is normal for a community to have multiple underground exits. Boss, they come out. Don't worry, they will definitely return before nightfall. Only here is the safest place in the community. Try and go out at night is asking for death. Under the cover of darkness, human vision is severely hindered. But the zombies don't seem to have this problem. The three emerge from a small exit, which is at the edge of the community, where there are not many zombies, about 5 or 6 at a glance. One person deals with one. Brother Chun and I will break the zombies' legs, and then you can kill them. This way, your strength can improve significantly. Thank you. Li Yan nudda sulamli. He already knew that killing about 5 or 6 zombies at the beginning could lead to an overall enhancement of his strength. And this was an opportunity given to him by Lin Hao and Chun Ding. Lin Hao smiled slightly. It was precisely because he understood Li Yan's character that he would do this. A person who knows gratitude won't have bad character. If Li Yan were like Wang Bo and others before, Lin Hao wouldn't bother doing this at all. With Lin Hao and Chun Ding as strength, dealing with these ordinary zombies was effortless. Soon, several zombies with broken legs lay on the ground, each emitting powerless howls. Li Yin seized the opportunity, grasping the long spear with one hand and directly piercing through the zombie's head. Before long, all the zombies were dead, and several faint white gases entered his body. Crackle. Lin Hao heard a series of crisp sounds coming from Li Yin's body, indicating that Li Yin had also become stronger. According to Tang Yidao's intelligence, they had completed a basic evolution. Li Yin set down the long spear and clenched his right fist. This power bursting from deep within his muscles was something he had never felt before. I feel much stronger. Basic evolution is amazing, Li Yin exclaimed. In Lin Hao's eyes, all of Li Yan's 4 attributes exceeded 1, which means that as long as he doesn't act recklessly, he would have no problem facing 1 or 2 zombies. However, since he had lost one hand, his combat power would suffer a slight discount. This is just the beginning. As we kill more zombies, who can guarantee how strong we will be in the future? Lin Hao said with a smile. Chun Ding couldn't help but touch the large backpack on his back. He was fighting to survive for what? To become stronger, to find a way to revive his daughter in the future. Let us not waste time. Let us continue. Chen Ding urged. Before nightfall, the three finally returned to the second basement parking lot. At this time, they saw about a dozen people returning from another entrance. And leading them was Tang Yidao. Lin Hao keenly noticed something strange about Tang Yidao's group. In addition to his subordinates, there were actually 3 ordinary people among them, and these 3 looked like they were still in shock, as if they had experienced something traumatic. It looks like you 3 gained quite a bit. How about a drink tonight? Tang Yidao had his subordinates take the people away and walked over with 2 of his subordinates to greet them. Thank you for your kindness, Brother Tang. How can our small skirmishes compare to you? Lin Hao's polite words came out naturally. Tang Yidao didn't genuinely want to invite them. It was merely to lower Lin Hao and the others' guard. After all, tonight could very well be the death day for the 3. After chatting casually for a bit, Tang Yidao left. Once he was gone, Lin Hao suddenly spoke up. Brother Chun, let's go take a look. If I'm not mistaken, some of those people might be missing. Chen Ding seemed not to understand, but Li Yin grasped a bit of it. They moved a little closer and simply observed for a while. Sure enough, they found that the number was indeed fewer, probably about 10 people missing. What is going on? Chen Ding didn't understand. Lin Hao had a cold smile on his lips as he said, Brother Chun, if there are too many zombies and it's impossible to deal with them, do you think it's worth it to sacrifice one person's life to give others a chance to survive? Chen Ding wasn't foolish. He just had thought too deeply. As soon as Lin Hao said this, he immediately understood. The missing 10 people were used as bait to lure the zombies away. In an instant, rage ignited in Chen Ding's eyes, and flames seemed to emanate from his entire body. This was a manifestation of his extreme anger. This bastard. Just as Chen Ding was about to charge at Tang Yidao, Lin Hao stopped him. Brother Chun, don't act impulsively. Even if we want to save them, we have to see if they are worth saving. A group of people who only know how to wait for death have no rescue value. Lin Hao's words seemed a bit cold, but surprisingly, Chen Ding calmed down. I understand. We can deal with this tonight. We must set off tomorrow morning. Chen Ding glanced at his back. It seemed his daughter's body was struggling to hold on. Lin Hao knew very well that the most important thing at the moment was to enter the hospital's morgue, as only there could they preserve Chen Ding's daughter's body. As night fell, the entire second basement parking lot was engulfed in darkness, as if everyone had fallen asleep. At this moment, dozens of figures quietly crept toward the location where Lin Hao and the others were, making no sound. However, no one noticed that the first basement parking lot had gained some wandering zombies. Chapter 13. The first test subject. Due to his wariness of Chen Ding, Tang Yidao personally took action this time. Moving in the dark was a bit difficult for others, but for him, who had already become a professional, it wasn't as hard as imagined. The human eye can adapt to darkness. Even in the dark, one can vaguely see some outlines. Moreover, after his attributes were enhanced, it seemed that his vision in the dark had also strengthened a bit, allowing him to see more than others. In his eyes, he could see Lin Hao and the other 3 lying on the ground, sleeping soundly. Finally, Tang Yidao approached within 3 meters of Chen Ding. This distance was enough for him. In the blink of an eye, his body grew larger again, and he directly used the power of a strong man, swinging his sharp machete toward Chen Ding's neck. Tang Yidao seemed to sense the thrill of his machete severing a living person's head, something that could not be compared to killing a zombie. However, a soaring flame instantly illuminated the surroundings, and Chen Ding's body rolled out of the range of Tang Yidao's knife attack. Tang Yidao's strike missed. You were pretending to sleep, under the glow of the flames. Tang Yidao's face appeared extremely sinister. Not only Chen Ding, but also Lin Hao and Li Yin got up from the ground. They had not been sleeping at all. If I didn't pretend to sleep, how could I lure you over? Chen Ding's expression was cold. Tang Yidao's behavior during the day had completely enraged him. Since they had already been exposed, Tang Yidao simply ordered his lackeys to surround the 3 of them. Lin Hao glanced around. The strength of these people was generally low, with fewer than 5 having all 4 attributes exceeding 1. It seemed that completing basic evolution was not such an easy task. On his side, Chen Ding was a fire starter, with all attributes at least 2 points, and Li Yin had also entered the ranks of having all attributes at 1. As for himself, in critical moments, he could utilize the abilities of both the fire starter and the strongman professions. In other words, he was the only trump card. a trump card that Tang Yidao was unaware of. The battle was about to erupt. At that moment, no one expected Lin Hao to suddenly shout, "Fire!" Only 2 or 3 days had passed since the apocalypse began, and many people still had some instinctive reactions to previous words. Those ordinary people who were sleeping suddenly heard the shout and instinctively got up to run. And this was Lin Hao's opportunity. If they couldn't even get past this hurdle, they might as well die. Most of Tang Yidao's lackeys were here, with fewer than 10 left on the other side. He never expected Lin Hao would use such a method. Kill them. Tang Yidao ignored the situation on that side. He preferred to eliminate the 3 in front of him. Ordinary people could spend time looking outside, but if he missed the chance to kill these 3, who knew when the next opportunity would come? Lin Hao admired Tang Yidao's decisiveness in his heart, pulled out a small watermelon knife, and charged at Tang Yidao. "Brother Chun, Li Yin, leave those guys to you. I'll deal with Tang Yidao." Chun Ding originally wanted to confront Tang Yidao himself, but Lin Hao had already dashed forward. It was too late to stop him. He could only quickly finish off these people to help Lin Hao. What Chun Ding didn't know was that Lin Hao had a crazy idea. If killing zombies could make him stronger, would killing humans, especially professionals, also make him stronger? Lin Hao disliked indiscriminate killing, but he would not show mercy to those who wanted to kill him. Tang Yidao unfortunately became Lin Hao's first test subject. Seeing Lin Hao charging over with a short watermelon knife, Tang Yidao revealed a look of disdain and shouted, swinging his knife directly at Lin Hao's head. With a faint whistle of wind, it was evident how terrifying Tang Yidao's strength was. He could be considered a little Superman in the eyes of humans. Moreover, the knife had been enhanced by Tang Yidao, possessing sharp characteristics. Lin Hao knew his body could not withstand it, but he didn't need to confront it head-on. Lin Hao's mind moved. System. Activate Strongman Profession. Strongman Profession activated. Duration 1 minute. In that instant, there was no change on the surface of Lin Hao's body, but all his attributes increased. However, due to the limitations of the Strongman Profession, his strength and physique increased significantly more than his mental and speed attributes. But that was enough. What Lin Hao needed was the Profession's boost, and now his speed had reached 2.5. Lin Hao's speed suddenly increased, and he dodged Tang Yidao's attack in a very peculiar manner. What? Tang Yidao was astonished. How did this kid's speed suddenly become faster? He certainly wouldn't know that Lin Hao had used his profession. Before his body shape changed, no one would have thought that Lin Hao was now using the Strongman Profession. Lin Hao was not distracted. He raised the watermelon knife and slashed directly at Tang Yidao's neck. Swish! The watermelon knife flashed by, creating a spray of blood. But Lin Hao was surprised that this strike only cut through Tang Yidao's skin and did not sever his throat. The defense of the strongman is surprisingly impressive. Lin Hao's expression changed. This was the second professional he had encountered, and many details were unclear to him. Only Chun Ding's Firestarter was a profession he understood best. Tang Yidao touched his neck, blood covering his hand, and his expression was extremely sinister. Lin Hao ignored him and attacked again. If one strike didn't work, he'd just try again. He experienced for the first time what it felt like to be fast. It was incredibly exhilarating. Every attack from Tang Yidao was easily dodged by him, while Tang Yidao could only take his attacks head-on. The second strike hit. This time, Tang Yidao let out a scream. A wound appeared on his throat, and even though it wasn't very large, it still caused excruciating pain. Tang Yidao realized he was at a disadvantage. He couldn't believe that the opponent, who clearly wasn't a professional, was stronger than him. This was unscientific. Lin Hao noted that he had half a minute left. He needed to quickly finish off Tang Yidao, or else he would have to use the Firestarter. In such a world, he had to keep a trump card for himself, and the Firestarter was Lin Hao's trump card. Just as Lin Hao was about to make his move, a piercing scream came from afar. Zombies, there's zombies everywhere outside. Lin Hao was startled. Zombies outside? Hadn't Tang Yidao sent anyone to keep watch in the parking lot on the first basement floor? In fact, that was indeed the case. To completely eliminate the 3 of them, Tang Yidao had called back even the guards outside, resulting in the current situation where they were unaware of the zombies appearing on the first basement floor. If those ordinary people hadn't run down to the first basement floor, they might not have known about this matter at all. How about we stop? The zombies are the biggest threat. Tang Yidao didn't want to continue fighting. The pain in his throat told him that even if he could kill these 3, he would pay a huge price. Chapter 14. You are not worthy. In Tang Yidao's view, stopping was the best choice, but I refuse. Lin Hao's movements did not pause at all as he aimed the watermelon knife at all of Tang Yidao's weak points. Tang Yidao was shocked, struggling to fend off Lin Hao's attacks, bewildered. Why? Do you want to perish together with me? Lin Hao sneered. Perish together? You are not worthy. Tang Yidao's expression darkened as he saw Lin Hao was determined to oppose him. He could no longer hold back. Go die. Suddenly, the muscles in Tang Yidao's legs tightened, and his speed surged. He was using the strongman's powerful muscle control ability to explosively increase his speed for a short time. But this would lead to muscle damage in his legs, which he wouldn't normally use. Even from more than a meter away, Lin Hao felt a tingling sensation across his skin. The threat of Tang Yidao's attack had reached a dangerous level. Lin Hao sighed. In an instant, his body grew larger, muscles bulging as the strongman's transformation ability erupted. Tang Yidao was taken aback. Lin Hao was also a strongman? Had he been playing possum all along? Tang Yidao wanted to gather his strength, but it was too late. Lin Hao let out a low roar, grabbed Tang Yidao's wrist with one hand, and thrust the watermelon knife directly into the wound on Tang Yidao's throat, hitting the bullseye. Tang Yidao wanted to struggle, but Lin Hao didn't give him a chance. He pulled out the watermelon knife and plunged it directly into Tang Yidao's eye. The human brain is different from that of a zombie. Once damaged, it's essentially a death sentence. The machete in Tang Yidao's hand fell to the ground, and his body crashed down heavily, making a loud noise. Tang Yidao is dead. Stop! Lin Hao shouted loudly. When the younger brothers saw their boss was really dead, they quickly stopped. At this point, Chun Ding and Li Yin had taken down 4 or 5 people. Brother Hao is really impressive, even took down a professional. Li Yin, older than Lin Hao, naturally called a brother Hao. Chun Ding glanced at Tang Yidao, who was now completely dead, but to prevent him from turning into a zombie, Chun Ding stepped forward and used his flames to burn out the other man's brain. At that moment, a boy who looked to be only in his teens ran over. There are at least 50 zombies outside, and more will come in later. We must concentrate our forces and charge out together. Well, that's true, but it doesn't seem to concern us, Lin Hao said, sizing up the boy. He looked somewhat intelligent, but still too naive to think they would be his henchmen. The boy seemed confident. If you want to reach the survivor base, even with your 3 strong individuals, you still won't be able to handle the many zombies outside. So you must expand your team. But you certainly won't need ordinary people. What you need are elites. Am I wrong? Lin Hao's expression changed slightly. This boy could see through part of his intentions. He was not simple. I consider my IQ decent enough to play the role of strategist. I wonder if I have the honor to join your team. My name is Li Han, a self-recommending boy. That was Lin Hao's first impression. I can give you a chance. Take these people out of this neighborhood. Just make sure the losses aren't too great. Lin Hao said LY. Then it's a deal. After Li Han left, Chun Ding curiously asked, can he really do it? Whether he can or not, at least he gave those people a chance to live. And he also gave himself a chance, Lin Hao grinned. Since someone wanted to survive, Lin Hao didn't mind doing a little more. It was unclear what kind of persuasion Li Han used to convince Tang Yidao's younger brothers, but they prepared to lead the remaining group to charge out through another exit. There were 2 exits from the parking lot on the 2nd basement level to the 1st basement level. The front one was blocked by zombies, so they could only choose the back exit where the number of zombies was fewer. As the group walked out through the back exit, they immediately saw a dozen or so zombies staggering around in the parking lot. Go. 3 people against 1. Don't panic. Lithan Kumanda. And immediately some younger brothers and ordinary people stepped forward behind him. Not all ordinary people were just waiting to die. They had simply felt hopeless against Tang Yidao before. In this situation, not fighting back was equivalent to death. To be honest, 3 people against 1 zombie did feel a bit like bullying, but when facing zombies, no one cared about that. Tang Yidao's younger brothers weren't particularly strong, but at least they had some courage. Their attacks were fierce, aiming straight for the zombies' heads. As for the ordinary people in the neighborhood, they were much weaker. One person carelessly got caught by a zombie and had a piece of flesh bitten off. Li Han's expression changed. Holding a metal pipe, he rushed out and jabbed it into the zombie's head, twisting it, and the zombie died.
He then looked at the man on the ground who was screaming in agony. If you get bitten by a zombie, you'll become a new zombie.
We can't take you with us. You stay here. No. No, please, save me, save me. The man's face was covered in tears and snot, unable to remain calm in the face of his tragic future. Li Han shook his head and signaled for others to carry the man away. Lin Hao watched this scene with some surprise. A boy who looked to be only in his teens had such a temperament. Impressive. This boy is not simple. I didn't expect someone like him in this neighborhood, Chen Ding sighed. He understood, well, how beneficial it would be to have a smart teammate at this time. Not to mention, just on their way to the survivor base, the danger level would be reduced by at least 30%. As they exited the parking lot, the sounds of zombies roaring filled the air, mixed with scattered cries, indicating that there were survivors not just in their immediate vicinity, but also in other parts of the neighborhood. Chen Ding said nothing this time. Previously, he had acted impulsively due to his daughter's death. But now he understood that not everyone was worth saving. At the very least, he wanted to survive until a means of resurrection appeared. To obtain a way to resurrect his daughter. That was his only obsession. We'll charge out through the side door of the neighborhood. It's a smaller door, and the number of zombies should be the least there. After we get out, everyone should find a way to survive, Li Han said with a smile. Li Han, we're classmates. You can't abandon me. A boy around Li Han's age stepped forward, wearing a humble and flattering smile. Yeah, Xiao Li, we're neighbors. When your dad was still alive, we were old friends, a middle-aged man shouted. Before long, a group of people came up with various reasons just to follow Li Han. They wanted to survive. Chapter 15. The Darkness of Humanity. Li Han smiled, his gaze sweeping over these people. Looking at their faces, he said, Moral kidnapping 1T work on me. You should think more realistically about how to survive outside. From the beginning, Li Han had no intention of leading this group. It was simple. He lived in this neighborhood, and, while he may not have met everyone, he had at least seen most of them. With his intelligence, he could easily analyze their general personalities. In peacetime, they might be good neighbors, but in this apocalypse, they were all selfish individuals. Selfishness is human nature, and Li Han found it unsurprising, but it annoyed him when it was directed at him. On the contrary, he had already seen through Lin Hao's intentions, which was to filter companions. Lin Hao had just single-handedly taken down Tang Yidao, proving the strength of this team, which was why Li Han had offered himself. Following a bunch of useless people would eventually lead to death. He might as well look for a reliable and strong team. Up to this point, Li Han's performance had made Lin Hao quite satisfied. I want this person. At that moment, the wandering zombies noticed their presence, drooling and rushing over, startling many ordinary people. Panicking is useless. Follow the previous method. 3 people against 1 zombie. Our numbers far exceed theirs. We can definitely charge out. It seemed that Li Han's words gave them confidence. They held different weapons in their hands to bolster their courage and then charged out together. At this moment, Lin Hao looked at his panel. When he had just killed Tang Yidao, his available points unexpectedly increased by 0.5. This meant that 1 Tang Yidao was equivalent to 50 ordinary zombies. However, only Tang Yidao provided him with available points. Those killed by Chen Ding and Lian gave him nothing. This was interesting. Did it mean that only the deaths of professionals could provide available points, while ordinary people could not? Or was it that only those he killed himself would yield available points? For now, Lin Hao was unsure, but he was preparing to use the remaining available points when he suddenly noticed a number appearing behind the Firestarter and Strength class professions. Could it be that initial professions could also be upgraded? Lin Hao felt his heartbeat quicken. The Firestarter and Strength classes were his trump cards. And if they could grow stronger, how powerful would they become? He couldn't help but point at the Firestarter's number, and then, not enough available points. The system's merciless voice rang out. Lin Hao pursed his lips. How many points are needed to upgrade? Firestarter requires 1. 5. Strength requires 1. As long as his available points reached 0.1, Lin Hao would directly use them, meaning he currently had only the 0.5 he got from killing Tang Yidao, plus another 0.03 points, totaling 0.53 points. Any upgrade would be insufficient. Currently, Lin Hao's 4 attributes were all developing well. His spirit and speed had both reached 2 points, while strength and constitution had both reached 1.8, showing comprehensive development. When dealing with these ordinary zombies, he often found the best opportunities for a one-hit kill. Unfortunately, the lack of a good weapon left Lin Hao feeling somewhat helpless. As for the machete that Tang Yidao had, it was currently being used by Li Yin. Lin Hao didn't want it, and Chen Ding didn't need it all. In the dim night, if it weren't for their light sources, fighting zombies would be extremely dangerous. One misstep could lead to being hurt by a zombie. The 3 of them stood on the left side of the group, bearing all the pressure from the zombies on that side. Lin Hao didn't mind, as the number of zombies before them wasn't too high, and they needed to kill zombies to enhance their strength. Don't forget, any zombies that died near Lin Hao would increase his available points. Watching his available points slowly rise, Lin Hao couldn't help but smile. It seems the increase in available points is centered around me, within about 50 meters, which means a diameter of 100 meters. Pretty good. I could take advantage of this to gain some available points in the future. The three of them felt no pressure, but for those ordinary people, the pressure was immense. Even though their numbers exceeded those of the zombies, not everyone had combat abilities. There were elderly, children, and even pregnant women. An elderly person, unable to run quickly, was caught by a zombie and disappeared on the spot. A child, terrified and paralyzed on the ground, was cruelly abandoned by his parents. And he too followed the old person's fate. A couple, appearing deeply in love and ready to face death together, when a zombie lunged at them. The woman forcefully pushed the man away and ran for her life. In such dire straits, the darkness of human nature was laid bare. Lin Hao shook his head slightly. These people were indeed of no value to save. If it weren't for Li Han's appearance, he would have wanted to leave with the two others. On the other hand, Li Han, no matter how useless these people seemed, had not forgotten the bet he made with Lin Hao. He aimed to get these people out of the community, even if it was just one. Fortunately, the parking lot's entrance was not far from the community exit, less than 100 meters away. Normally, this distance wouldn't matter. But at this moment, it became a chasm in everyone's eyes. Not good. More zombies are coming over there. They heard the noise. Li Yan's face changed. With dozens of zombies, they still had a chance to win. But if more zombies appeared, they would either have to run or wait to die. Lin Hao said nothing. His movements became faster, and the shadow of his knife flickered as he decapitated two zombies in one stroke. He casually swapped out for a brand new watermelon knife and said, "Grab Li Han. We're charging out." Lin Hao's meaning was clear. He was prepared to abandon these people. Just taking Li Han was enough. Chen Ding and Li Yin had no objections. Staying here would only lead to more danger. Just as they were about to act, a deafening roar reached everyone's ears. My ears. Everyone couldn't help but cover their ears, feeling unbearable pain. Even Chen Ding and Lin Hao found it hard to tolerate such a sound. Some of those fighting zombies were immediately knocked down by the zombies due to the sound wave interference and were torn apart. In an instant, they suffered heavy losses. Lin Hao seemed to realize something, his expression changing. Not good. That powerful zombie is coming. He had a vivid memory of the purple-black zombie from earlier. It was truly a monster. Chapter 16. The Clam and the Heron Struggle. The super mutated zombie descended from the sky, directly crushing a person into a pulp and casually grabbing another person, like a human skewering meat, dragging them along. The scene made Lin Hao's scalp tingle. Why did such a perverse zombie appear in this community? He also saw that the attributes of the super mutated zombie had increased by about 0. One again, with a remarkably fast growth rate. Now's the time to run. Don't forget Li Han, Lin Hao said, and was the first to dash out. Chen Ding and Li Yin were not foolish and quickly followed. At this moment, the survivors finally realized how brutal this zombie was. Li Han's pupils contracted with his intelligence. He easily discerned that this newly appeared zombie was very strong. Even with so many people present, they might not be able to take on this zombie. Just as he was contemplating the next move, Lin Hao already ran to his side. Your test is over. Now run with us. Without giving Li Han time to react, Lin Hao charged toward the community's exit. Li Han was not stupid. In less than a second, he understood that if Lin Hao was running from the zombie, he had no other thoughts. Run. Not just Li Han. One by one, the others cried out as they ran toward the community's exit. Unfortunately, their bodies were simply too weak compared to Lin Hao and the others, who had undergone basic evolution, and they lagged significantly in speed. The super mutated zombie chased after them, effortlessly slapping them dead, tossing them aside. Instantly, surrounding zombies pounced to enjoy the feast. Did this zombie even care for its minion stomachs? Lin Hao glanced ahead and then back, realizing that at this speed, they would reach the community entrance in less than 8 seconds. The problem was that if the super mutated zombie fixated on them, it wouldn't matter where they ran. The last time they managed to escape was purely luck. And Lin Hao didn't like relying on luck for everything. By the way, his luck has always been poor. Are the 4 of us no match for this zombie? Li Han asked while running. If we could fight, I wouldn't be running, Lin Hao replied irritably. Zombies are full of treasures. Defeating them can make one stronger, earn usable points, and with a bit of luck, one might even obtain crystals. Simply put, Lin Hao was just craving their bodies. Unfortunately, the super mutated zombie they encountered this time was simply unbeatable. Even if it could be fought, it would likely lead to mutual destruction. He wouldn't do something so foolish. With Lin Hao saying this, Li Han's speed increased a bit more. He didn't believe Lin Hao would lie about this. As they approached the entrance of the community, a shadow suddenly blocked their way, and upon closer inspection, it turned out to be a teddy bear. However, this teddy bear was completely different from their usual impression. Its fur stood up like spikes, and its massive body could be mistaken for a Tibetan mastiff. What impressed Lin Hao the most was that this giant teddy had multiple areas of decay. It was a zombie dog. Second-tier zombie dog teddy. Strength and speed mutated. Strength, 5. 1 mental. 3. 1 physique. 4. 8 speed. 5. Seeing the teddy stats, Lin Hao was taken aback. This creature was actually a second-tier zombie dog. Just looking at its attributes, it was not much inferior to the super mutated zombie, and it had double attribute mutations. This was truly a case of encountering a fierce tiger in front and a jackal behind. Faced with this situation, the four had to make a quick decision. We can't beat the zombie dog. Let's climb over the wall, Lin Hao said decisively. Given their current strength, climbing over the wall was not too difficult. But the problem was that these two zombies would let them climb. Thud thud. The super mutated zombie approached, causing the ground to tremble slightly. The zombie dog locked its gaze onto it, slightly baring its teeth, revealing a mouthful of bloody fangs. Lin Hao was stunned. Why were these two zombies so interested in each other? Let's slowly back away. The four of them stepped back gradually, clearing the area, and sure enough, the two zombies had no interest in them at all. Let's hurry and run. This is a good opportunity, Li Yin whispered. Li Han raised an eyebrow. Just as he was about to say something, Lin Hao spoke first. When the clam and the heron fight, the fisherman benefits. This time, let's be the fisherman and find a place to hide. I was thinking the same. Once these two zombies start fighting, even if one wins, it will be a Pyrrhic victory. We can take the chance to strike and take them down. Li Fan continua. In reality, Lin Hao just wanted to snag some usable points. Whether they could defeat these two zombies depended on fate. The four quickly found a green belt to hide in, and at that moment, they noticed that the original group of 100 people had dwindled to less than 30, each finding their own direction to run. Lin Hao was sure that these people would find it hard to survive. On such a night, zombies had a greater advantage than humans. They're fighting, Chen Ding whispered. Lin Hao looked over and saw that the zombie and the zombie dog had no intention of communicating. They just charged at each other. Both sides were incredibly fast. Lin Hao thought about it and realized that their speed was at least double his own. If they started fighting, there would be no chance for him. The zombie's speed was its weakness, but in every other aspect, it was incredibly powerful. The zombie dog had the advantage in speed, able to dodge most of the zombie's attacks. The few it couldn't avoid had to be forcefully resisted. However, its attacks also left the zombie severely injured. It was Lin Hao's first time realizing that the attribute of strength could also apply to teeth, as the zombie dog's bite could tear flesh from the zombie, infuriating it. Watching the ground become pockmarked, Chun Ding swallowed hard. This power is terrifying. If such two zombies appeared in our community, there must be hundreds or thousands in the entire city. How can humans survive? Even a professional like him was no match. Ordinary people would surely be completely annihilated. For a moment, Chen Ding felt somewhat pessimistic. Don't overthink it, Brother Chun. Such zombies can't be everywhere. We might just be lucky and hit the jackpot, Lin Hao replied. He didn't believe that such zombies were common. The only possibility was that they were lucky to encounter these two. The battle between the two continued for 10 minutes, and the super mutated zombie was covered in wounds, with even a few dog bite marks on its head. The zombie dog was not much better off either. Its tail was torn off at the base, its spiky fur was mostly stripped away, and it was covered in bloody wounds. It seemed neither zombie was willing to retreat. Both wanted to devour the other to grow stronger. In that moment, both sides moved. A flash of light appeared in the air, and the zombie dog's head was split in half, collapsing to the ground. The super mutated zombie's jaw was completely missing, with dark and white fluids dripping down, looking incredibly gruesome. This was a mutually destructive battle. Chapter 17. Lin Hao benefits. Upon seeing his usable points suddenly increase by 1, He was incredibly excited. He finally snagged some points. Without hesitation, he directly allocated them to the arsonist. Immediately, Lin Hao noticed a 1 appear behind the arsonist, indicating that the arsonist had leveled up once. Unfortunately, without using the arsonist, he felt nothing at all. But right now was an opportunity. The zombie dog was dead, and he could only gain usable points. The gas that wafted from the zombie dog entered the body of the super mutated zombie. And Lin Hao clearly saw that all 4 attributes of the zombie increased by 0. 2. This was a massive boost. At that moment, the super mutated zombie walked towards the zombie dog's corpse. It seemed unwilling to let go of the body. Lin Hao thought of something. There was likely a crystal in the zombie dog's head, possibly a second-tier crystal. Get ready to act, Lin Hao shouted and rushed out. At this moment, the differences among the other 3 became evident. Chen Ding and Li Yan didn't hesitate at all and followed him out. But Li Han hesitated slightly before gritting his teeth and joining in. The 4 stood right next to the zombie dog's corpse, facing the remarkably powerful super mutated zombie. Only standing in front of this monster could one feel the suffocating aura it emitted. Chen Ding maintained a serious expression, standing at the front. He felt as a professional. Being the strongest, he had to withstand the greatest pressure. Although Li Yan had completed his basic evolution, he felt he might not even be able to land a single blow before being killed by the zombie. Li Han had a wry smile on his lips. A person known for his high intelligence and rationality was acting impulsively for the first time. He clearly understood that if he had chosen to remain indifferent or run away, he would never be able to join this small team. Since seeing Lin Hao and the others, he had been observing them in secret, always feeling that Lin Hao seemed to have some kind of confidence, showing no fear even when facing Tang Yidao before. Moreover, after Lin Hao single-handedly took down the professional Tang Yidao, it made Li Han decide to take a gamble on him. But at this moment, Lin Hao stood in front of Chen Ding. His meaning was self-evident. Lin Hao, go behind me. The enemy this time is terrifying. Even if my strength has declined a bit, I may not be a match for them. Take this opportunity to find the crystal stones and get them out of here. I'll hold them off, Chen Ding said in a deep voice. The other 2 didn't team mind, but Lin Hao couldn't have an accident. It was Lin Hao who pulled him back from the abyss of despair and gave him a glimmer of hope. Lin Hao smiled, and suddenly flames erupted from his body. Looking exactly like the flames when Chen Ding used his abilities, Chen Ding's mouth dropped open in shock, his voice trembling. You've also become a professional, just like me? Li Yan's expression brightened. With 2 professionals among them, it seemed they had a chance to take down this zombie. Li Han felt certain. He had indeed bet right. There was a second professional in this team, and it appeared Lin Hao's strength was even greater than Chen Ding's. After all, Lin Hao had never used a professional's ability before, which was enough to prove his strength. All of this is thanks to Brother Chen, Lin Hao said with a smile. Chen Ding looked confused. Of course, he wouldn't know that if he hadn't activated the pyromancer profession, Lin Hao wouldn't have been able to gain the ability to use it. Flames also appeared on Chen Ding, and the 2 stood there like 2 walking humanoid flames. I feel like the 2 of us are just filling numbers, Li Han said to Li Yan. I feel the same, but we can deal with the zombies around us. Li Yan pointed to their surroundings. Perhaps it was the allure of the zombie dog-esque corpse, but more and more zombies were approaching. Their eyes only on the corpse of the zombie dog. Once any zombie devoured the corpse of a zombie dog, it could at least become a first-level single-attribute mutated zombie, and with good luck, it might even be a dual-attribute mutation. The super mutated zombie stopped. Its purple-black eyes glanced at Lin Hao and Chen Ding, seemingly sensing a hint of threat from them. Roar! A loud roar echoed, and an invisible sound wave was destroying their eardrums. Li Yan and Li Han covered their ears, their expressions pained. But Lin Hao and Chen Ding exchanged a glance and decisively charged out. Chen Ding took the initiative. He burst forth with incredible speed, quickly closing in on the zombie. And with one hand, he grabbed the zombie's arm, flames erupting from his body and burning on the zombie. The zombie let out a roar and swiped at Chen Ding. Chen Ding had no choice but to temporarily retreat, and the flames on the zombie gradually faded away. This was the downside of the pyromancer. Once physical contact was lost, the flames would burn out in a short time. At that moment, Lin Hao's figure appeared behind the zombie, and he thrust his watermelon knife up into the jaw. But, can't get in? Lin Hao was taken aback. In that instant, he recalled that this was a super mutated zombie with 4 attributes mutated. Its physique had also undergone mutations, apparently enhancing its defense. Lin Hao immediately revised his previous understanding of physical mutations. Physical mutations did not only change one's form, but also had other effects. The zombie swung its hand again, and Lin Hao had to retreat. Chen Ding's pyromancer profession had no usage restrictions, but Lin Hao did. It seemed that after leveling up once, his duration had increased to 2 minutes. At the same time, all his attributes had doubled, surpassing Chen Ding's attributes, greatly boosting Lin Hao's confidence. Since the jaw doesn't work, I don't believe your eyes are still that tough. The jaw was protected by skin, but the eyes weren't. Moreover, his attack wasn't just with his watermelon knife, but also with the pyromancer's flames. Lin Hao pushed his speed to the limit, feeling the wind whistling past his ears, the cold gleam of the watermelon knife flashing by. Puffed. The watermelon knife plunged directly into the zombie's eye, making a 360-degree turn to ensure everything inside turned to mush. However, the zombie's body did not fall, and his usable points did not increase. This zombie was not dead. Lin Hao suddenly looked down. The woman's head in the zombie's abdomen suddenly opened its mouth, and a purple-black spider silk shot out and landed on him, immobilizing him. Lin Hao remembered that those threads he saw in the building earlier were actually spider silk. The battle had come so suddenly that he had completely forgotten. Furrowing his brows, Lin Hao swung his watermelon knife at the spider silk. But it was like hitting steel wire. It was completely useless. If hard doesn't work, how about hot? Lin Hao smirked, and in an instant, flames erupted from his entire body, incinerating the spider silk the moment it came into contact with the fire. The woman's head seemed to lack intelligence, still trying to spit silk, but it was burned away upon encountering the flames, rendering it completely useless. Lin Hao showed no mercy, thrusting his watermelon knife into the head to completely eliminate the zombie. A milky white gas entered his body, and he saw his various attributes directly increase by 0.1, and his usable points surprisingly increased by 1.5. By calculation, this was quite a profit. After taking down the zombie, Lin Hao quickly allocated a point to the berserker profession, evenly distributing the remaining points, and finally, his panel looked like this. Strength, 2. 1 mentality, 2. 1 physique, 2. 1 speed, 2. 2. All attributes have reached above 2 points. If he uses the initial profession, his stats would only become stronger. Lin Hao found a milky white crystal in the zombie's brain, but strangely, this was a Tier 1 crystal. Tier 1 mutated crystal, a very small number of Tier 1 zombies have a certain probability of condensing this. Consuming it can increase random attributes by 0.5. On the other side, Li Han and Li Yin also arrived, holding a Tier 2 crystal. Tier 2 crystal Tier 2 zombies have a certain probability of condensing this. Consuming it can increase random attributes by 0.4. It seems that the Tier 1 mutated crystal is stronger than the Tier 2 crystal. Ultimately, the crystals ended up in Lin Hao's hands. As Chen Ding said, without Lin Hao they might have all died here. As for the issue of Lin Hao's body size increasing earlier, no one asked him. The three seemed to have an unspoken agreement to remain silent. We can't stay here any longer. After we go out, let's find a place to stay for the night and head to the survivor base in the east tomorrow morning. I'm familiar with the area. There's a private hotel here specifically for certain special individuals. The conditions inside are good, and there shouldn't be many zombies. It's perfect for staying a night, Li Han said, pulling out a map and pointing to a location. Lin Hao took a look and saw no issues. So the four of them headed in that direction. As soon as they stepped out of the community, they saw the streets outside filled with wrecked cars and incomplete corpses. A hellish sight. To avoid being discovered by zombies, they had turned off their light sources and relied on the faint moonlight to navigate. Even if they encountered zombies, they tried to deal with them quickly, not daring to make too much noise. In such a quiet night, any sound would surely carry far, attracting a horde of zombies. The hotel was less than a kilometer away, but it took them nearly an hour to cover that distance. This is it. Let's go in, Li Han said, looking at the building in front of them. I didn't expect to have the chance to enter such a high-class place, Li Yin laughed. Lin Hao looked around. There weren't many zombies inside the hotel. From their clothing, they seemed to be the security guards and staff of the hotel. After easily dealing with the zombies, the four entered and randomly chose a room with the door open to stay for the night. Ah, finally I can rest. I am exhausted, Lin Hao said as he lay down on the bed. The battle with the super mutated zombie had drained a lot of Lin Hao's stamina and energy. To be honest, if the zombie and the zombie dog hadn't fought each other and weakened, he wouldn't have been sure he could win. The gap in basic attributes was too large, leaving almost no chance of victory. Just as the four were preparing to rest, a piercing scream came from outside. Sounds like a woman's voice? Lin Hao's ears perked up. Should we go save her? Chen Ding asked. I don't mind either way, Li Yin shrugged. My personal suggestion is not to save her. But there's an objective issue here. The woman's scream is likely to attract zombies, so we must act, Li Han analyzed. Lin Hao had no choice. To ensure a good night's sleep, they had to intervene. The four quietly walked out of the room, moving silently toward the direction of the sound. Luckily, the hotel's corridors were carpeted, making almost no noise as they walked. At that moment, they saw a room at the end of the corridor where four zombies were violently banging against the door. Clearly, the woman's screams were coming from there. The four exchanged glances and decisively took action. In an instant, the zombies were taken down. But at that moment, several more zombies appeared at the other end of the corridor, drawn in by the woman's voice. I'll leave these zombies to you. I'm going to knock on the door. Knock, knock. There was no response from inside. Lin Hao frowned. I'll give you 3 seconds. If you don't open the door, I'm breaking it down. Before he could start counting, a woman's voice came from inside. I'll open the door right away. The door opened, and Lin Hao clearly saw the situation inside. Chapter 19, The Big Star. Inside were 3 people. No, it should be 2 living women and a man's corpse. The man looked as if he had been frozen in a cold storage. A layer of frost covered his body, and his face was filled with horror, as if trying to convey something. Lin Hao hadn't expected to see such a scene upon entering. Hey, aren't you the big star Feng Shui? Lian exclaimed in surprise. Chen Ding and Li Yin leaned in to take a look, and indeed it was her. Lin Hao, being from another world, naturally didn't know who Feng Shui was. Come in and close the door. As long as there's no noise for a while, they'll leave on their own. For the past few days, Lin Hao had been observing some behaviors of zombies, including this point. Zombies do not stay in one place for long. The door closed, and no matter how the zombies outside banged against it, they remained unconcerned. Miss Feng, could you explain why you were screaming earlier and what happened to this person? Lin Hao asked. At this moment, a middle-aged woman standing next to Feng Shui stepped forward, speaking in a sharp and harsh tone. Who are you? Who gave you the right to speak to my Shui like that? Do you know what kind of status my Shui has? The fact that you can stand here and talk is already a blessing from our ancestors. Hearing this, the four frowned, and Li Yin stepped forward, pointing his knife at the middle-aged woman. I've killed over a dozen zombies by myself. I don't mind killing one more. In Li Yan's heart, Lin Hao was his savior, and he absolutely would not allow anyone to disrespect him. A person like him, who was disabled, would have been abandoned by others. But Lin Hao had not only saved him, but also given him the chance to become strong. The middle-aged woman seemed to be intimidated by Li Yan's demeanor and shrank back, saying nothing. Seeing the middle-aged woman subdued, the big star Feng Shui finally spoke. Her voice ethereal and very pleasant to hear. Lady Hong's words may have been offensive. I apologize on her behalf. I'm sorry. It must be said, when a beautiful woman apologizes, most people certainly wouldn't pursue it further, and even Li Yin felt embarrassed to say anything. But Lin Hao spoke up. Miss, it seems you haven't answered my earlier question, or do you not want to talk? Even if Feng Shui didn't speak, Lin Hao could see her icy blue panel. Feng Shui's strength, 1. 6 spirit, 2. 3 constitution, 1. 5 speed, 1. 7 initial profession. Ice controller. Seeing this panel, Lin Hao understood that the frost on a man's body was caused by Feng Shui, but he still inquired to see if this woman would lie. Upon seeing the other person's panel, he discovered that he had gained another profession. The host's current profession limit is 3. When a new profession is discovered, the host can choose to replace it. Lin Hao frowned. Having only 3 profession slots was too limiting. How can I increase the number of professions? When a host's 4 attributes reach 10 points, an additional profession slot can be unlocked. Reaching 10 points in all 4 attributes seems a bit far off. After all, he has only reached 2 points so far, but Lin Hao is confident. To be honest, the professions of Pyromancer and Ice Controller overlap a bit, as both use similar powers, unlike the Berserker, which is much more straightforward to use. Feng Shui seems to be hesitating, and after a moment, she sighs slightly and says, I'm not sure about the specifics. I just discovered this ability by accident a moment ago. She extends her right hand, and an ice spike appears in her palm. In such a magical scene, the four did not show any surprise. Instead, Feng Shui was curious. Aren't you afraid? What's there to be afraid of? I have a similar ability, Chun Ding said as flames appeared around him. In fact, when Feng Shui discovered her power, she was quite afraid of becoming an outlier. She didn't expect someone like her to exist, and her heart instantly relaxed. As for him, Feng Shui looked at the man on the bed. Unsure of what to say, Hong Jie stepped forward, her tone much better this time. This person is the son of an investor in our crew, a rich second generation. We three were hiding together, and he tried to force himself on Shui, and then she suddenly had that ability and turned him into this. Lin Hao understood immediately. It was just a rich second-generation brat getting carried away and then being counter-killed. Captain, I suggest we bring her into the team. A professional can play a significant role, especially since she can create ice, which can be turned into water. Li Han whispered to Lin Hao. At some point, Li Han had started calling Lin Hao captain, and the others followed suit. In this apocalypse, the most important resource is not food, but water. Their backpacks are filled mostly with water. Food is secondary. Without food, they can survive for a while longer, but without water, one cannot live at all. Sure, Lin Hao nodded slightly and looked at Feng Shui. Do you want to join our team? Thank you for the offer, but I think I'll pass, Feng Shui declined. Lin Hao seemed to understand Feng Shui's thoughts. On one hand, she might not trust men, especially with a rich second-generation example right in front of her. On the other hand, she felt that she had the power to protect herself and her manager, which led her to refuse Lin Hao's invitation. Lin Hao didn't mind. He had come to clarify the situation here, and now that he knew the process, he was ready to go back and continue resting. Seeing Lin Hao leave directly, Feng Shui was slightly taken aback. After all, as a big star, she would always be surrounded by countless fans, most of whom are male. This man, upon seeing her, showed no emotion at all, not even a change in his gaze. Did he not recognize her? Wait, I think we can collaborate, Feng Shui quickly said. How do you want to collaborate? You're also planning to go to the survivor base in the east, right? We can temporarily team up until we get there. Once we reach the base, we can disband the temporary team. Okay, we'll set off at 7 a.m. tomorrow. The next morning, when the first ray of sunlight appeared in the sky, Lin Hao and the others gathered in the hotel lobby. Which route are you planning to take? Feng Shui walked over and asked. Of course, it's this route. Lin Hao pointed to a main road on the map, which leads directly to the hospital, their initial target. Chun Ding's expression turned serious. He knew that the hospital would definitely not be safe, and a tough battle awaited them. Chapter 20. Beastly Hearts Behind Human Faces. The six of them walked out of the hotel, and there were quite a few zombies wandering the streets outside. Each of us will handle the nearby zombies. Don't make too much noise. As for you, just protect yourself, Lin Hao said the last line to Hong Jie. In this team, she was the only ordinary person without any abilities. Hong Jie seemed to know she was just a burden and didn't dare to speak. With a swish, Lin Hao's watermelon knife easily pierced into a zombie's head, and with a twist, the zombie died instantly. The watermelon knife in his hand was completely different from before. Last night, he had enhanced it with a first-tier crystal, resulting in a fairly sharp watermelon knife. The efficiency of killing zombies had improved significantly. Along the way, they avoided areas with a lot of zombies, and when zombies were sparse, they killed their way through. After spending quite some time, they finally arrived at the hospital's front entrance. At this moment, the hospital was stained red and black, with blood on the ground, making one feel uneasy, and many zombies were gnawing on corpses on the ground. Unsurprisingly, people had died here not long ago. We can't enter through the main door. We must climb over the wall, Lin Hao said. I think so too. The hospital has a large flow of people, and there are probably quite a few zombies inside. To access the morgue, we need to find a place with the least zombies, Li Han said. Lin Hao had already informed Li Han of the reason for coming to the hospital. It would be a waste not to utilize such a highly intelligent person. While they were discussing, Feng Shui interrupted. Why do we need to enter the hospital? Our goal should be the survivor base, right? Yeah, what could be in a hospital? Hong Jie also chimed in. Lin Hao glanced at them. He wouldn't casually discuss Chun Ji's matter, only telling Li Han to utilize his wisdom. You can wait nearby. We will be out within half a day. If we don't come out in half a day, you can leave first, and our collaboration will end, Lin Hao said lightly. Feng Shui's eyebrows furrowed, her voice carrying a hint of coldness. What do you take our collaboration for? You say it ends just like that. This is your attitude? You seem to have misunderstood something. It was you who proactively requested to collaborate with me, not the other way around, Lin Hao said with indifference. Even the most beautiful woman held no allure for him at this moment. Survival was the only goal. Fang Shui's chest heaved with anger, her eyes seeming like they could kill, but in the end, she said nothing and walked away silently. We will wait over there. If we don't see you in half a day, we will leave immediately. Her cold voice echoed from afar. Qinding laughed. Looks like we've offended a big star. What time is it now? What does being a big star matter? Without the star aura, she's just an ordinary person. Lin Hao shrugged and said, forget about that. Does anyone know where the morgue is? The location of the morgue varies in every hospital, and Lin Hao didn't know the specific location of this one. Qinding thought for a moment and replied, I remember it seems to be in a building behind. That's right, it's an old building. Many rooms above are used as storage, and the morgue is below. Li Han knew more details. Now that they knew the location, the next steps would be easier. But at that moment, Qinding said, this time it's my personal matter. I'll go in with Lin Hao. You two don't need to take this risk. When Li Yan heard this, he laughed and said, we're on the same team. Why say such things? Do you dislike me, a disabled person with only one hand? Li Han smiled slightly. In this world, it's like rowing against the current. If you don't advance, you retreat. My goal in joining is not only to help Brother Chun, but also to improve my own strength. Where can you find such a win-win situation? Li Yan remained silent. Li Han's willingness to take action undoubtedly made Qinding very grateful, especially since Li Han was a newcomer who had just joined the team. The four of them followed the hospital's wall and circled around to the back. The wall wasn't high, and there weren't any traps. After all, who would climb over a wall to enter a hospital? There was no need for that at all. As they just climbed over, they saw 3 zombies running towards them with their foul-smelling mouths wide open. One of them was actually a nurse. Her white nurse's uniform stained all over with black and red, and there were several holes in her white stockings. What made Lin Hao speechless was that a lot of her uniform had been torn off, exposing more than half of her shoulder. Wow, if she covered her face, her figure wouldn't be bad, Lin Hao joked. Saying this, he mercilessly approached and took down the nurse zombie with a watermelon knife. And the other 2 zombies naturally had no chance of surviving. There are over a dozen zombies by the old building. We need to be careful when we make our move and avoid making any noise. However, before Lin Hao could finish his sentence, there was an explosion from the old building not far from them, instantly attracting a large number of zombies that rushed towards it. Lin Hao was speechless at the moment. Did I just jinx it or what? Just as I finished speaking, there was an explosion? You see, there are people upstairs. Lin Hao looked and indeed saw 2 heads sticking out from the window of the room next to the explosion. One was a young man in a white lab coat who looked like a doctor, and the other was a young girl in a nurse's outfit, both with eyes filled with despair. The explosion had attracted too many zombies. Once they swarmed the building, the 2 of them would be doomed. Dr. Zhao, what do we do now? Who knows what was in the warehouse next door that exploded and got us killed? The nurse said with a face full of tears. Doctor. Zhao looked panicked, but forced himself to calm down, though his hands were still trembling. How would I know? I'm just a doctor. Just his doctor. Zhao was about to retract his head. His eyes suddenly lit up when he spotted Lin Hao and the others hiding in the greenery. There's someone over there. As long as we lure the zombies over, we can take the opportunity to escape. Isn't that a bit risky? The nurse hesitated. Do you want to live or die? Dr. Zhao's gaze turned cold. The nurse shivered and quickly said, Of course I want to live. Dr. Zhao, just tell me what to do. Very good. Doctor. Zhao revealed a satisfied smile. I remember there's a loudspeaker in the room. Turn on the recording and throw it over. The nurse felt a chill in her limbs. Doctor? Zhao was too ruthless, but people do not act for themselves. Heaven will punish them. To survive, I'm sorry for you all, the nurse murmured. Chapter 21. Break in. Watching the zombies violently collide with the old building's door, Lin Hao felt the door might not hold for long. At this moment, Qinding exclaimed. What are they trying to do? Lin Hao looked and saw the doctor holding a large loudspeaker, a strange smile on his face. And then the loudspeaker emitted a loud sound. Vegetables are 50 cents a pound. Edamame is $1.80 a pound coming by. The sound from the loudspeaker could travel far, and naturally, the zombies below heard it and slammed even harder against the door. But this wasn't over. The 4 saw the doctor throw the loudspeaker, and its direction was right towards them. Damn! The 4 were alarmed. The doctor was trying to set them up. Once the loudspeaker fell into their position, it would expose them directly, and facing so many zombies, the four of them couldn't possibly win. As the loudspeaker was about to drop, Lin Hao suddenly thought of his third profession, ice controller. In an instant, he activated this profession, condensing an ice ball in his hand and then throwing it hard. Smack! The loudspeaker was smashed in midair by Lin Hao's ice ball, and the sound abruptly stopped, but a portion of the zombies still noticed this side and started moving closer. This bastard. If I catch him, I'll make him pay. Li Yin was furious. They hadn't provoked the other side, yet they were actively being set up. I don't find it surprising that this happens in the current situation. I would do the same. But this time, we're the ones being set up. I agree with Li Yin, Li Han said, a hint of coldness in his eyes. When had he ever been the one to be set up? It was always him setting others up. Then let's get ready to make our move. Lin Hao pulled out his watermelon knife, ready to charge in. The ice controller's time was still over 50 seconds, enough for a fight. And only after using it did he realize that the main ability of the ice controller was not for attack, but for support. As soon as he finished speaking, Chen Ding and the others felt a chill throughout their bodies, involuntarily shivering. They saw that around Lin Hao's body, frost was appearing on the ground. The frost covered an area of about 10 meters, and the approaching zombies seemed to be affected, their speed dropping by at least 30%. What did a 30% change mean? If the zombies were originally slightly faster than ordinary people, after a 30% decrease, their speed would only match that of a lazy couch potato. Seeing such a great opportunity, the other three naturally wouldn't just sit back and wait. Opportunities were fleeting. Chun Ding took the lead, flames burning fiercely all over him, and directly pressed one hand against the zombie's head. The flames burned intensely, and in less than 3 seconds, the zombie was incinerated. Li Yin held a machete, and even with only one arm left, he charged forward bravely. With the sharp machete, one swing was enough to take off a zombie's head. It was incredibly sharp, enough to make Li Han envious. Though Li Han considered himself a strategist, he knew that in this era, without any self-defense capability, even a strategist was just half useless. His method of attack was simple, wielding a metal baseball bat. He would crush a zombie's head with one swing, and with another, it was usually done. This was something he could accomplish only because he had completed basic evolution. An ordinary person would need more than 10 swings to take down a zombie. With Lin Hao's help, the four dealt with the zombies within range quite easily. Lin Hao knew that this couldn't go on. There were too many zombies here, and they had to get into the old building ahead. Charge in. As Lin Hao's voice fell, the four suddenly exerted their strength, prioritizing running over killing zombies, and dashed toward a window of the old building. That window was the only one not blocked by a large object. Lin Hao was the first to rush over, kicking aside whatever was behind the window, seemingly a table. And then he squeezed inside. 3 people followed closely behind, but the zombies were also coming. There's nothing here that can stop them. Let's go upstairs. Li Han observed the items in the room and found very few useful things. The only table and chairs were discarded, and if they couldn't stop them, how could they fend off the zombies? I have a plan. With less than 10 seconds left, Lin Hao stood in front of the window, one hand resting on it. Crack! Crack! A huge block of ice rose before his eyes, directly sealing the entire window. Li Yin and Li Han looked at him with immense envy. The advantages of being a professional were truly significant, but becoming a professional was entirely a matter of luck. No one asked why Lin Hao could use the ability of a big star. As long as they knew he was strong, that was enough. Originally, they should have gone directly to the basement, but the doctor's earlier actions had angered them, and the four decided to go upstairs first to teach him a lesson. Upon reaching the stairs, a large amount of debris blocked the way, leaving little space. Looks like we're really afraid of dying. There should be plenty of food upstairs. Lin Hao said, stroking his chin. No food and blocking their escape route? That would be something only a fool would do, regardless of whether there's food or not. I'm determined to kill that bastard. I'll clear the way. Li Yin prepared to chop his way up with his machete, but he was stopped by Chun Ding. Let me handle it. My ability is more convenient. Saying that, Chun Ding stepped forward, placing one hand on the debris, and instantly, endless flames burned all the clutter on the stairs, emitting a large amount of smoke. It was unclear whether the arsonist flames were stronger than ordinary flames, but in less than a minute, the debris was reduced to ashes. What surprised them most was that the flames only burned the debris, with no effect on the surroundings. Brother Chun, can you control the range of your flames? Li Han asked curiously. Yeah, this should be an ability that comes with my profession. Chun Ding nodded. With the debris removed, they made their way to the top floor of the old building, where Li Yin rushed up and kicked open a room door. Since it was an old building, the door was poorly maintained and could be easily opened. Big brothers, I really didn't do anything just now. It was her who forced me to do it. I was coerced. The doctor saw the four appear and immediately knelt on the ground, knocking his head in surrender. He had seen clearly the earlier battle between Lin Hao and the others. With so many zombies being cut through by the four, what was he, an ordinary person? If he didn't admit defeat now, when would he? The nurse looked at Dr. Zhao in shock. She never expected him to turn the tables. Clearly the one who said it first. The nurse also knelt on the ground, and just as she was about to say something, she felt a sharp pain in her throat. Blood spurted out like a fountain. She covered her throat and stared at Dr. Zhao in disbelief. What about you? If it weren't for you, that treacherous woman, I wouldn't have done what I just did. Chapter 22, The Corpse Handler. At this moment, Dr. Zhao held a scalpel in one hand, the one he used to cut the nurse's throat, with a sickly smile on his face. I always said the four big brothers would come to save us. They wouldn't just watch us get into trouble. But you didn't believe me and insisted on framing them this way. I couldn't take it anymore. The nurse's eyes widened, one hand pointing at Dr. Zhao, her face full of reluctance. She wanted to expose Dr. Zhao's actions, but with her throat cut, she could no longer speak. As blood flowed out, her vision grew increasingly blurry, and her eyes slowly closed. No one expected this young doctor to be so ruthless, killing without hesitation. With no witnesses, Lin Hao and the others had no idea whose idea it was, but they didn't need to care. Li Yin rushed forward and kicked Dr. Zhao, knocking him to the ground, causing him to clutch his stomach and scream in pain. Based on my analysis, there's an 89% chance that this doctor is the mastermind. The nurse is likely the one being coerced. His intent to kill to cover up the truth is too obvious, Li Han said. In reality, regardless of who the true culprit was, Lin Hao didn't intend to let either of them go. Even if Dr. Zhao was the mastermind, the nurse was still an accomplice. If it weren't for the decent strength of the four of them, if it had been someone else in that situation, they would have probably been overwhelmed by the zombies long ago. They were trying to kill them. Hearing Li Han reveal the truth in just a few words, Dr. Zhao, enduring the pain, hurriedly said, I'm really not the mastermind. It's that vile woman who made me do it. She has evidence of my embezzlement. I had no choice. A grown man started crying like that, making Lin Hao feel awkward. From the moment you threw out the loudspeaker, your fate was sealed, so. Swish. The watermelon knife flashed by, and Dr. Zhao covered his throat, unwillingly falling to the ground, experiencing the feeling of the nurse he had killed just before her death. Lin Hao remained expressionless. Killing someone who wanted to harm him stirred no emotions within him, and he even continued to observe his panel. He saw that his available points had increased by 0.01, and he understood one thing. Only when he personally killed a human could he gain available points. But human bodies didn't have the same gases as zombies. Let's go. We're heading to the basement. Following the signs along the way, the group arrived at the stairwell, with the morgue located on the -2nd floor. There are no stairs to go below, just an elevator? What kind of design is this? After checking around, the four were stunned. It was their first encounter with such a bizarre place. No stairs at all. Can you believe it? This building seems to have been constructed at least 20 years ago. There seemed to be some debate about the location of the morgue at that time, and they ultimately decided to place it here, but only left the elevator for access, probably something related to feng shui, Li Han said uncertainly. Although he was very intelligent, he didn't pay much attention to hospital matters, just knew a little bit. Fortunately, the elevator still has power and can operate, which is a small blessing, Li Yin said. The four entered the elevator and pressed the button for the -2 floor. The elevator slowly descended and stopped at the -2nd floor. As soon as the elevator doors opened, a chill rushed in, and the outside corridor was pitch black, with faint strange sounds echoing. This was practically a classic scene from a horror movie. To provide a safe environment for his daughter, Chun Ding was fearless. A flashlight appeared in his hand, and after turning it on, he walked straight out. Lin Hao followed, shining his flashlight left and right. The corridor was eerily silent. They could only hear their footsteps, which felt very unsettling. After walking for a while, Lin Hao suddenly remembered something. There should be guards in the morgue, but it seemed there wasn't a single person in sight. Also, there should be some corpses stored in the morgue. Was there a possibility that the corpses could turn into zombies? But as they walked along, it became so quiet here that it felt a bit scary. The morgue is just ahead. Be careful, Lin Hao whispered. The three of them weren't foolish. They naturally thought of the possible changes that could occur inside the morgue. The four exchanged glances and gently opened the door to the morgue. However, the morgue was very clean, with no one inside. Just a few empty metal beds and rows of metal cabinets leaning against the wall. These metal cabinets were where the corpses were stored, and they were their target this time. Seeing these metal cabinets, Chun Ding's body trembled with excitement. As long as he had these refrigerators, his daughter's body could be preserved to the greatest extent. When he obtained the means to resurrect his daughter in the future, he would definitely come back here. Just as Chun Ding was about to open one of the refrigerators casually, Lin Hao's expression changed, and he shouted, "Don't open it." Chun Ding immediately stopped, flames erupting from his body. "What's going on?" Lin Hao didn't speak. His expression was somewhat grim. In his eyes, panels appeared on top of these refrigerators, and each panel showed that what was inside the refrigerators was not corpses, but zombies. If Chun Ding opened one of the refrigerators, the zombies would suddenly attack, and Chun Ding might not even have time to react. Sure enough, the corpses here had all turned into zombies. But there was another question. Where were the guards? Just as he thought this, a cold voice came from behind. "For living people, my dear finally has something to eat tonight." Lin Hao turned around to see that several zombies had appeared behind them, and standing behind the zombies was a man wearing a down jacket. The man was gaunt and sallow, with thin lips, and his gaze toward them was like looking at a group of dead people. Why are the zombies moving? Could it be he controls the zombies? He's a professional? Li Han's expression changed as he analyzed the identity of the other party. Lin Hao didn't speak. The system's voice echoed in his mind. New profession discovered. Corpse driver. Due to the host's professions exceeding 3, does the host wish to perform a profession swap? Corpse driver? Just by the name, it was clear that this profession was related to controlling zombies, but he didn't know the specifics, so he couldn't just swap casually. However, the system kindly informed him about the general situation of the corpse driver profession, which mainly focused on mental aspects. With extreme mental stats, one could control multiple zombies. But the shortcomings of this profession were obvious. Without zombies, the individual's strength was not strong and could easily be targeted. A trashy profession like this. I wouldn't want it even if you gave it to me. No need to swap. Chapter 23. Run. Who are you? Lin Hao asked in a deep voice. The man let out a cackling laugh and extended his pale right hand, pointing at Lin Hao. "My little darlings, bring him here." As soon as he finished speaking, the 4 zombies in front of the man moved. Lin Hao saw that all 4 of them were actually first-tier zombies. Li Yan, Li Fan, Bekaraful. These are all first-tier zombies. Lin Hao shouted and rushed forward first. Only he and Chun Ding had the ability to confront first-tier zombies head-on. The other 2 were a bit uncertain. What they needed to do was to stay alive until Lin Hao and Chun Ding eliminated the zombies. First-tier zombies at least had 1 attribute mutation. The one in front of Lin Hao was a first-tier zombie with a strength mutation. Its muscular arms looked like those of a champion from some athletic competition. Roar! The zombie let out a roar and reached out its hands toward Lin Hao. Lin Hao rolled away to the back of the zombie, and with his watermelon knife, he skillfully aimed for the zombie's jaw, but it was blocked. The first-tier zombie actually placed one hand under its jaw, and when the watermelon knife struck its hand, it felt like stabbing into steel. Having missed the strike, Lin Hao prepared to change his angle and attack again. System, activate the Strength Warrior profession. Strength against strength. Let us see who is stronger. With a low roar, Lin Hao's body suddenly grew larger, matching the zombie in size. He charged forward and knocked the zombie over, then pressed one hand on the zombie's head, bringing the watermelon knife straight down. Puff! The zombie's eyes remained soft as the watermelon knife easily pierced in. But this first-tier zombie still did not lose its combat ability and instead flailed its arms, trying to struggle. Lin Hao smirked coldly, kicking the zombie's arm. Crack! The zombie's arm broke instantly, immobilized. The power boost from the Strength Warrior was truly terrifying. But the zombie's other hand reached out, and Lin Hao released his grip on its head, grabbing the zombie's wrist and twisting it forcefully. The zombie's wrist snapped, exposing white bones. Roar! The zombie let out a painful scream, which made Lin Hao very curious. Did zombies really still feel pain? This seemed a bit different from the zombies in movies. With the watermelon knife stirring, the zombie finally stopped moving, gas escaping its body and entering Lin Hao, while his points increased, which made him quite satisfied. At this moment, Chen Ding had also subdued his first-tier zombie, flames burning the zombie's head, and it seemed to be fine. But Li Yin and Li Han were in big trouble. They could only dodge the first-tier zombies' attacks, and when they couldn't dodge, they had to take the hits. Li Yin was drenched in sweat, his hand gripping the machete, trembling violently from the massive energy expenditure. Li Han wasn't in much better shape either. Both of them had only completed basic evolution, with their attributes between 1 and 2 points, making it a bit difficult to deal with first-tier zombies with some attributes exceeding 2 points. At that moment, a first-tier zombie suddenly reached for Li Yin. He tried to resist with the machete, but lost his balance, and the machete was knocked away. Not good. Li Yin's pupils contracted as he tried to dodge, but his energy was too depleted, and for a moment, he couldn't evade. Just when he was in despair, a flash of cold light passed by. The first-tier zombie in front of Li Yin fell to the ground. Are you okay? Lin Hao's voice rang out. I'm fine. Thank you, Captain. Li Yin wiped the cold sweat from his brow. That had been too dangerous. On the other side, Chen Ding went to rescue Li Han, and it seemed that he would finish off the opponent soon. At that moment, Lin Hao looked toward the door and discovered that the man had actually run away, faster than a rabbit. Let's find him later. Lin Hao went to help and easily took down the last first-tier zombie. After checking, he surprisingly found 2 first-tier crystal stones. A drop rate of 50% was quite good. Lin Hao gave these 2 crystal stones to Li Han and Chen Ding, as neither of them had a good weapon, making them at a disadvantage in battle. But soon another problem arose: how to deal with the zombies in these refrigerators. Let's just take them all out, Li Yin said fiercely. I think the same. These zombies are concerning, Li Han shrugged. Lin Hao looked at Chen Ding. Brother Chen, what do you think? Chen Ding looked at his daughter's corpse in front of him, and after a moment of silence, he said, any factor that could harm Yi must be eliminated. With a decision made, the following tasks became simple. They each opened a freezer and, at the moment the zombies appeared, used Li Yan's machete to kill them, with each person taking down a portion, evenly distributing the kills. After all, killing zombies could enhance their own strength. Once all the zombies were killed, Chen Ding chose a freezer to place his daughter's body inside. Yeah, Dad will definitely find a way to bring you back to life. Wait for me here. Chen Ding's voice was choked with emotion, and Lin Hao came over to pat his shoulder. After a while, Chen Ding's emotion stabilized. He wiped away the tears at the corner of his eyes and said, let's go. We need to find that person from earlier. There's zombies outside, and he should still be in this building. No one wanted a practitioner watching them in the shadows. So the 4 of them left the morgue and began checking every possible hiding place. The elevator shows no signs of having been tampered with. That person should still be on this floor, Li Han concluded after checking the elevator. We should have checked this floor thoroughly. There's only one morgue. Where could he have gone? Li Yin couldn't understand. At this moment, Lin Hao thought of something. Where did that man come from earlier? The 3 of them were taken aback. And it was Li Han who first thought of a possibility. There's a hidden room here. He must be hiding inside. The 4 of them began knocking around the surrounding walls, and soon discovered a hidden door at the other end of the corridor. Lin Hao kicked it open, and with 4 flashlights shining inside, they quickly saw what was inside. It was a small monitoring room filled with many screens displaying the morgue and some floors. On the ground was an open manhole leading to the sewer. He ran through the sewer. Chen Ding rushed over and shone his flashlight down, but there was no one in sight. We need to be more cautious in the future. A practitioner who can control zombies poses a great threat. The sewer was complex, and even if they chased after him, they might not find him and could risk getting lost, which wasn't he worth it. The 4 had to abandon the pursuit, but a new problem arose. They had barged in, and there were still many zombies lurking outside the old building. How would they get out? Chapter 24. I want to save people. At this time, at the entrance on the first floor, the zombies seemed to realize they couldn't break through the door and gradually dispersed, leaving only about a dozen zombies. Lin Hao quietly peeked through the window, and after seeing the situation outside, he whispered, we'll rush out again in a moment. As long as we leave the hospital's perimeter, we'll be fine. Captain, we could first draw them away with sound, then rush out. Wouldn't that be better? Li Fan suggested. Good idea, but how do we lure them away? There was only one loudspeaker, which Lin Hao had already broken, and finding a second one was nearly impossible. I noticed that there's a warehouse with many unused water bottles, Li Han said with a slight smile. Lin Hao's eyes lit up. He had not only used water bottles, but had also smashed them before. If thrown on the ground, the sound could rival that of a large firecracker explosion. definitely attracting the zombies. Soon, they each had 2 water bottles and stood by the second-floor window. We'll take turns throwing them far away. When most of the zombies have run off, we'll seize the opportunity to rush out. 3, 2, 1, go. With a series of popping sounds from the water bottles. The zombies below indeed heard the noise and ran towards it. Taking advantage of this opportunity, the 4 rushed out, climbed over the wall, and were not spotted by a single zombie. Next, we'll regroup with the star and head to the survivor base. Following the location mentioned by Feng Shui earlier, they quickly found the 2 of them, who were surprisingly drinking hot water and eating instant noodles. Power had not yet gone out in the city, and as long as they could find clean water, boiling a pot of water was quite simple. Feng Shui could create ice out of thin air, and nothing could be cleaner than the water she produced. Seeing this scene, the 4 said no more and quickly made themselves a bowl of instant noodles. After 2 days of only cold water and dry food, they were quite desperate for something warm. After eating a hot bowl of noodles, Lin Hao felt very satisfied. In this apocalypse, being able to eat a warm meal was like a royal feast. Have you finished your tasks? Feng Shui looked at the 4 of them curiously. She had thought they wouldn't return, but they were back so soon. What could they have accomplished in that time? We're done. Next, we need to head to the survivor base. Other places aren't a problem, but the only issue is this bridge. Lin Hao pulled out a map and pointed to a bridge. Given the current situation, I can almost guarantee that there are quite a few zombies on the bridge, along with a lot of car wrecks and human corpses, Li Han said calmly. Just thinking about facing so many zombies made everyone uneasy. Captain, there's something I find strange. Although we're not in a big city with such a serious situation, why hasn't the military come to rescue us? They just want us to reach the survivor base on our own. It feels a bit odd. Li Yin scratched his head. Lin Hao, not being from this world, didn't know how to respond and looked at Qinding. Qinding pondered, the country never abandons anyone, but this time, the absence of the military makes me suspect that there might be significant issues within the military. Don't forget, the zombies appeared suddenly. No one expected the people next to them to turn into zombies, and the military likely faced the same problem. In simple terms, the military is overwhelmed, so they can only use broadcasts to let us find our way to the survivor base. This reasoning was logical and convincing. Regardless of the military situation, we must save ourselves. Let us go. The most zombies were on the main roads, so they could only advance slowly through narrow paths, occasionally encountering a few zombies, which Li Yin and Li Han handled. Only when they faced a larger number of zombies or first-tier zombies would Lin Hao and Qinding step in. As for Feng Shui and her companion, they were responsible for their own matters, and Lin Hao and the others had no intention of intervening. This arrangement suited Feng Shui just fine. She considered her relationship with these people as merely cooperative, mainly teaming up to take down powerful zombies, while usually focusing on their own survival. After walking about 5 kilometers, taking nearly 2 hours, they temporarily stayed in front of a supermarket to stock up on supplies. Li Han observed for a while and said, "Someone has likely cleaned this place. There are many parts of zombie brains on the ground." Lin Hao looked and indeed confirmed this. There may be other people inside. We need to be cautious. The group carefully stepped onto the dirty, disordered floor and cautiously entered the supermarket. As soon as they entered, Lin Hao saw several incomplete corpses placed in front of the door. They had seen so much that they felt little, but Feng Shui and her manager were not the same. The manager even vomited directly. The scene was just too shocking. Feng Shui gritted her teeth, refusing to let herself vomit. She knew that such scenes would happen many times in the future, and she had to get used to it, or she would be eliminated in this cruel apocalypse. Seeing Feng Shui's performance, Lin Hao thought that this big star had some redeeming qualities. As they continued deeper, many of the items outside had disappeared, presumably taken away by someone. The supermarket here was on the basement level, and the surrounding lights flickered ominously, faintly sparking, combined with the broken shops all around, giving a chilling feeling. Crack! A sudden sound came from ahead. Lin Hao exchanged a glance with Li Yin, who held a machete and slowly approached, peeking around the corner. Then he gestured to Lin Hao that there were several zombies ahead. Zombies were not the problem. The problem was that no one knew how many more zombies were here. If they accidentally stirred up a hornet's nest, it would be disastrous. Just as a few of them were preparing to discuss a solution, a huge sound came from inside the supermarket, and the zombies immediately rushed towards it. Sure enough, there are people in the supermarket. "Captain, we can take the opportunity to gather supplies and then leave," Li Han suggested. which seemed cold but was the best choice in such times. The three did not refute Lin Hao. After all, that person was a stranger to them, and they wouldn't risk their lives to save someone. But no one expected a cold voice to ring out, "I'm going to save them. You can choose whether to help or not." Saying this, she ran over alone. Hong Jie's expression was conflicted as she looked at Lin Hao and the others, ultimately choosing to run with Feng Shui. She understood clearly that none of the four liked her. If she didn't follow Feng Shui, she wouldn't survive. Chapter 25. Wait. To be honest, Feng Shui's choice surprised them. "I bet she's going to die. Our collaboration is probably going to end," Li Han shrugged. "Zombies don't recognize stars. They just bite." Chen Ding felt a bit remorseful. "Feng Shui's abilities are very useful to us, and even more so for the survivor base. If she dies, it will be a huge loss for humanity. I'm just a rough guy, but Feng Shui's abilities are indeed impressive. She should be able to save more people," Li Yin said foolishly. In the next second, the three looked at Lin Hao. The final decision lay with him. As he was the captain, Lin Hao pondered. Although he had the ice manipulator profession, the problem was that the duration was too short, completely different from Feng Shui, who could use her abilities at any time. He couldn't replace her. "Let us wait and see the situation. If it's a dead end, we'll abandon her. This is a one-time deal. If she acts recklessly again, then let her die." Lin Hao's voice was very cold. His primary concern was his own life, followed by the lives of his teammates. As for Feng Shui's life, it was naturally at the bottom of the list. Just because she was beautiful, did she think she could do whatever she wanted? Did she really think the whole world would revolve around her? Li Han looked at Lin Hao with satisfaction. He realized he hadn't chosen the wrong captain. Although he didn't have Lin Hao's wisdom, this decisive character would definitely help them survive the longest in this apocalypse. Once the decision was made, the four immediately ran towards the supermarket. From a distance, they could hear many zombie growls and a woman scream. "It doesn't seem like it's Feng Shui and her agent. Is it the person making the noise?" Chen Ding said, somewhat speechless. He really couldn't understand how. After several days, there were still people who only knew how to scream helplessly in the face of zombies. "If I'm not mistaken, this woman has probably been hiding here since the beginning. The supermarket has plenty of food and water. She could be living just fine," Lin Hao said casually. The four wove through the shelves and finally saw the battle situation in the fresh produce area. Feng Shui single-handedly held off nearly 20 zombies. She was smart. Instead of directly throwing ice spears, she created 2 ice walls to block the zombies in front of her, thus protecting a girl behind her. The girl thought she was doomed, but unexpectedly, just as the zombies charged, a stunning woman suddenly appeared, directly throwing an ice spear to kill a zombie, then creating an ice wall to protect her. "You must be from the Dragon team, right? Are all the members in your team superpowered? Has the government sent in the military?" the girl exclaimed excitedly. Feng Shui frowned slightly. She didn't expect the girl to be thinking about such random things at this time. Creating such large ice blocks was not a simple task. She could feel her physical strength was rapidly depleting, as if she had run 1,000 meters. So using abilities consumes one's physical strength. This also follows the law of conservation of energy, Feng Shui thought. Feng Shui didn't hide it and directly told the girl that there was no dragon team, and the government hadn't sent anyone to rescue them. Her abilities were just an accidental gain, shattering the girl's fantasies. "Shui, this isn't a solution. We should hurry and run," Hong Jie urged anxiously. "This is a dead end. There is no way out. We have 2 options. One is to rush out directly, and the other is to wait." "Wait? Wait for whom?" Hong Jie asked, confused. "Wait for those 4 people." Even though Feng Shui was unhappy, she knew one thing. Among those 4, Chen Ding was definitely stronger than her. If they came over, they would be saved. But with how we acted earlier, would they save us? Hong Ye mumbled. A hint of helplessness flashed in Feng Shui's eyes. She had overestimated herself, leading to this situation. At this moment, the girl suddenly interjected. "Are the 4 people you're talking about those outside?" Feng Shui was startled and looked over, only to see Lin Hao and the others, like gods of death, directly attacking from behind the zombies and killing 7 or 8 zombies on the spot. There were fewer than 20 zombies here, all ordinary zombies, posing almost no pressure for Lin Hao and the others, which was why he was willing to take action. But just as he had said before, there was only this one opportunity. If Feng Shui acted recklessly again next time, good luck but no goodbyes. In less than 2 minutes, The zombies were divided among the four, and it was Lin Hao who killed the most zombies, not Qinding. As he gained usable points, his attributes increased, and all four attributes reached 2 points, surpassing Qinding, who was a pyromancer. Is it just my imagination, or do these zombies seem to have become weaker? Li Yin waved his machete, looking somewhat unsatisfied. Li Han laughed. It's not that the zombies have weakened, it's that we have become stronger. We probably killed nearly 100 zombies, and according to my calculations, our current strength can completely crush our previous selves. If you too can become professionals, your strength will be even greater, Lin Hao casually remarked. He casually picked up a piece of cloth and wiped the blood off the watermelon knife. For him now, ordinary zombies provided too little strength enhancement. What he needed were first-tier zombies. Unfortunately, there are too few first-level zombies. It seems there aren't any in this supermarket. Among the four, only Qinding's attacks are the most straightforward and brutal. He directly grabs a zombie's head with one hand and burns it with flames, taking only a few seconds to take down a regular zombie. Li Han envies him. He also wants to become a professional, but the problem is that no one knows how to become one. The few professionals he has encountered so far have become professionals by chance. If only he could know the conditions. Brother Chun became a professional out of grief after his daughter was killed by a zombie, and Tang Yidao became one under extremely dangerous circumstances. The captain is not very clear, but it can be roughly guessed that the birth of a professional has a lot to do with one's emotions. This is truly a dilemma for me, Li Han thought. He is a smart person, and smart people won't easily break down even in desperate situations. They will only think of solutions. This is his shortcoming. He feels that it is unlikely to use emotional escalation to become a professional. I should find another way. I hope the survivor base has a solution. Chapter 26. Don't eat. After taking down the zombies, Lin Hao walked up to Feng Shui with less than 20 centimeters between them. What? What do you want? Regardless, Feng Shui is just a woman in her 20s, and being so close to a man made her instinctively a bit scared. Woman, I hope there won't be a next time. Otherwise, I one-team mind using virtue to control people. I'm here to save people. If there's a next time, I will still do the same. Feng Shui's stubborn temper flared up. Lin Hao didn't argue with her. As long as Feng Shui dared to act like this, he wouldn't be polite. Hong Jin noticed that the strength of the four was very strong and quietly pulled Feng Shui's clothes, signaling her not to be so confrontational, as it would make things difficult for everyone. As an agent, she knows when to assess the situation. At this moment, being confrontational with Lin Hao would not bring any benefits. Lin Hao gained a lot of usable points from this wave and immediately added them. Feeling his strength improve a bit, he was quite satisfied. Suddenly, Qinding shouted, "Who's there? Come out." A man stepped out from the shadow of a shelf. Don't get me wrong, I'm not an enemy. That silly girl is my girlfriend. Nice to meet you. I'm Xiaqiu, the man said with a hearty laugh. Upon seeing Xiaqiu, the girl immediately rushed into his arms. Lin Hao keenly sensed something and asked, "How many survivors are there here?" "There are about 30 people. It just so happens that it was this girl's turn to come out to get food, and I was a bit worried, so I came over." "Thank you for saving her," Xiaqiu said sincerely, bowing. Lin Hao carefully examined Xiaqiu and revealed a mysterious smile at the corner of his mouth. "No problem. Can you take us to meet your leader among these survivors?" Xiaqiu was slightly taken aback, and then said, "Of course. The boss will definitely be happy to see you all." Xiaqiu and another person led the way, and Li Han took the opportunity to approach Lin Hao and quietly asked, "Captain, why do we need to meet those survivors?" "I'm not interested in the survivors. I'm interested in this Xiaqiu." In Lin Hao's eyes, Xiaqiu's panel color was surprisingly pink. His panel didn't show any profession, but had a brand new item instead. Talent. Xiaqiu's talent is peach blossom luck. That's right, the kind of peach blossom luck that many people have in mind. Almost every woman he encounters likes him without thinking. This was the first time Lin Hao had seen someone with such a talent, and he was naturally very curious. He tried to look at Qinding and found that Qinding still didn't show any talent. So he knew this was definitely something special about Xiaqiu. He thought the system would react to Xiaqiu's talent, but this time the system had no reaction at all. Lin Hao couldn't help but ask system, "What's going on with talent?" Talent is something everyone is born with. The host must consume points to obtain a talent. Lin Hao realized that it was because he didn't have enough usable points that the system didn't react. However, he didn't want a talent like peach blossom luck at all. Besides making women rush over to him, due to accelerated hormone secretion, What else is the use? A heart without women, and a draw of the sword naturally becomes divine. At the very least, up until now, Lin Hao had not discovered a woman who could enter his heart. They arrived at the warehouse where the supermarket stored goods. And sure enough, there were more than 20 people inside, all looking in good condition. It wasn't surprising since this was a supermarket. They had food and drink to take it well. Boss, my girlfriend was discovered by a zombie while getting stuff just now. Luckily, they saved her when they saw her. A seemingly ordinary young man stood up. He was the leader here. The young man had a friendly smile on his face and immediately extended his hand. Thank you so much. Please, you must stay. I want to treat you. Compared to Tangy Dao, this boss was much better and didn't seem like a bad person at all. That would be troublesome, Lin Hao said with a smile. This boss was just an ordinary person and couldn't compare to Tangy Dao. Lin Hao had absolute confidence that he could kill him in an instant. Just as he passed by Xia Qiu, a faint voice reached his ears. Don't eat or drink anything. To be honest, if it weren't for Lin Hao's improved abilities, he might not have heard that voice. Soon, they all sat on the ground, and in front of them was a makeshift table made of cardboard, with various supermarket delicacies laid out. I don't know where you plan to go next, but I think it would be better to stay here. Look at all this food. We can stay here for a long time, the boss said with a smile. The first to be unable to resist the food was Hong Jie. And Feng Shui couldn't stop her in time. Those who could become big stars are not fools. They have experienced enough deceitful situations and know that there is no free lunch in the world. This person is treating them so generously, probably with some ulterior motive. We plan to go to the survivor base in the east. It's the safest place, Lin Hao said. Survivor base? The boss's expression was a bit strange. Are you really going there? Lin Hao sensed that this person seemed to know some insider information. Of course, are you not planning to go? Lin Hao deliberately retorted. The boss took out a cigarette, lit it, and said, of course I want to go, but as you can see, with just us, it's possible that we might not make it halfway, and whether that big bridge can be crossed is still uncertain. Let's not talk about that for now. Let us eat something. However, except for Hong Jie, no one else in the group ate any of the food. After experiencing the incident with Tangy Dao, they had become very cautious. Why aren't you all eating? These are the best things from the supermarket, with fresh pork and beef. You can't get this outside, the boss said. Lin Hao shook his head, his eyes carrying a hint of coldness as he looked at the boss. No need to eat. I don't want to pass out after eating. The leader's expression changed suddenly. How could he know? Red Jie, who was indulging in food and drink, turned pale and put down her food in disbelief. Did you drug this? Seeing his behavior exposed, the leader remained calm. I don't know what you mean. I kindly invited you to eat, and you accuse me of drugging? Proving it is simple, just take a bite. Of course, the leader dared not eat. Everything had been drugged. He pretended to be furious and flipped over the cardboard table. This action seemed like a signal, and the surrounding survivors picked up various weapons. Surrounding them. Chapter 27, Zambirat. Lin Hao almost laughed. A group of ordinary people dared to surround them? 3 professionals. Do you dare to be afraid? However, these people seemed unaware of the existence of professionals, meaning they likely heard about the survivor base from others. I was originally thinking of making you faint, so you wouldn't feel anything when you die. Now, you're asking for death yourself. The leader stood up, a sinister smile on his face. He then focused his gaze on Feng Shui. His eyes seemed to penetrate her clothes. She had seen the kind of gaze too many times. My only target is the big star Feng Shui. You're just collateral. Before the apocalypse, it would have been impossible for me to get so close to a big star, but now, I will let her know what a man feels like. Ha ha. The leader's laughter was very piercing, but the surrounding survivors still looked numb, as if they were already used to it. Feng Shui frowned, a faint chill radiating from her. She was angry. Lin Hao understood. It turned out this guy had taken a liking to Feng Shui, and they were just collateral damage. This was truly unexpected. Your idea is good, but it seems you've made a mistake. What? The leader looked coldly at Lin Hao, wondering what this person could say before dying. I just wanted to simply tell you, you can't even beat her, so where do you get the courage to think about these things? Liang Jingru? As soon as he finished speaking, the survivors noticed a sudden drop in temperature, and frost appeared on the ground, making them shiver. The source of the chill was Feng Shui. You deserve to die. Feng Shui's clothes moved without wind. With each step she took, an ice flower appeared on the ground. Moreover, Lin Hao noticed something. Feng Shui's panel attributes seemed to have increased slightly in that instant. Could emotions really affect a person's attributes? Crack. A layer of ice climbed up the leader's legs. He felt a bone-chilling cold. Big Star Eye. What I said just now is nonsense. Just treat me like a fart. The leader wanted to kneel, but his legs were frozen, making it impossible. He regretted why he had been so arrogant earlier. Otherwise, everything might have had a chance to turn around. I have a wife and son in another city. If I die, how will they survive? The leader cried out. Feng Shui paused, her expression hesitating. In her anger, she had wanted to kill this bastard, but hearing his words, she softened. The leader was very shrewd. Seeing Feng Shui's hesitation, he cried out again, saying how pitiful he was, making Feng Shui feel that if she killed him, she would be the true villain. Just as it seemed Feng Shui was about to let him go, a ghostly voice came. Feng Shui. Do you really believe the words of someone who is worth less than dog shit? This person has drugged the food and even said he wants to get you. If you stop now, I think our cooperation can end. The leader's eyes widened, and just as he was about to angrily scold Lin Hao, he felt the ice climb up to his head, completely freezing him. It's my fault. My heart is too soft. This is not a time for peace. Feng Shui looked stunning, but her expression was cold. If Lin Hao hadn't spoken at the critical moment, she might have really let this person go. In the future, she would definitely regret it. Lin Hao's lips curled up. Feng Shui's performance finally satisfied him once. Having ability without sufficient character makes surviving in the apocalypse nearly impossible. Even if this time nothing happened, next time there will be trouble. The apocalypse is not something that can be passed through casually. Seeing their leader suddenly turned into an ice sculpture, the survivors had never seen such a terrifying scene, and they all dropped their weapons, kneeling on the ground. But there were still two who did not do so, Xia Qiu and his girlfriend. They hadn't attacked Lin Hao and the others, but stood aside, doing nothing. Suddenly, Red Jia fell unconscious as the effects of the drug took hold. Red Jia. Feng Shui hurried over and, finding that Red Jia was just unconscious, breathed a slight sigh of relief. Where's the antidote? I know where the antidote is. Someone quickly raised their hand and shouted. Hurry and get it. The person rushed inside, and then a scream came. Just as the scream was halfway through, it abruptly stopped. In an instant, the scene fell into an eerie silence. So quiet it felt suffocating. Lin Hao exchanged glances with the three and quietly walked inside. He could indeed see the panels of humans and zombies. But there was a distance limit. Based on his estimation, it should be around 5 meters. Only after confirming the identity and strength of the enemy would he make a decision. Gradually, when he saw a panel, he stopped. Second-tier zombie rat. Power mutation. Strength 4. 9 spirit. 3. 0 physique. 3. 5 speed. 3. 8. It was actually a second-tier zombie rat. He had previously seen a second-tier zombie dog, which had extremely strong combat power, able to confront a first-tier super-mutated zombie head-on. Although it ultimately lost, it was enough to prove the terrifying nature of second-tier zombie animals. Lin Hao felt fortunate that this zombie rat's highest attribute was only nearly 5 points, while the others were around 3 points, much weaker than the zombie dog. Power mutation? It seems that once bitten, not to mention flesh, even bones would be completely crushed. Thinking back to the zombie dog's teeth made Lin Hao feel a chill. When facing a strong enemy, fleeing is not shameful. Charging in at this moment is seeking death. He slowly backed away, wanting to quietly lead the others out, but whether it was heaven playing tricks on him, a sound of a soda can exploding rang out, and the zombie rat stopped eating. Run! Lin Hao shouted, suddenly exerting his strength and sprinting out with his fastest speed. The zombie rat's speed was nearly twice his, but as long as the distance was opened up, he could escape completely. Most importantly, there were still many survivors outside. At this moment, a story he once heard popped into Lin Hao's mind. 2 people encounter a tiger. One doesn't need to outrun the tiger, just needs to outrun the other person. And that is enough. Hearing Lin Hao's roar, Chun Ding and the other 3 didn't say a word and took off running. They knew that the enemy even Lin Hao dared not face was not something they could handle. Approaching it would only mean death. Chapter 28. It has its eyes on us. This was Lin Hao's first time running at full speed, showcasing his full attributes with a strength of 2 points. He felt that his speed had reached the level of a national-level athlete, infinitely close to the peak speed of an average human. However, he hadn't forgotten to check on his teammates. Chun Ding's attributes were decent, and he could keep up with Lin Hao. But Li Han and Li Yin were lagging far behind. Their attributes equivalent to that of a national level 3 athlete at best. Feng Shui didn't forget to bring her manager along, but although she was a professional, she wasn't a strength-based one. Her strength was just slightly above average, making it unrealistic to carry her manager while running. As for the people around, they saw a gigantic zombie rat charging out and fled in panic, wishing they could grow an extra leg. The zombie rat was 3 meters long, its fur dark and shiny, with eyes that seemed to carry a hint of human mockery. It pounced with its 4 claws, directly pinning down a person who hadn't managed to escape. Puffed. The person let out a scream before the zombie rat bit off a significant portion of their body, blood and entrails spraying out. Those who witnessed this were so terrified they lost control and ran wildly. Lin Hao's expression changed. Indeed, the mutated zombie rat had powerful jaws. Once an ordinary person's bones were bitten, they would crack instantly. Even his physique, which was twice that of an average person, couldn't withstand such biting force. Soon, Lin Hao ran into a supermarket outside, and Chun Ding and the others followed. There was no sign of a zombie rat here, but they could occasionally hear the screams of others. The zombie rat was on a killing spree here. Where's the big star? Chun Ding suddenly asked. Lin Hao looked around and realized Feng Shui hadn't caught up. She's with her manager. She can't keep up, Li Han said, who was not as fast as Lin Hao and the others, noticing Feng Shui's situation. Just as they were speaking, a woman's scream rang out, and their faces changed. It was the voice of Feng Shui's manager, Hong Jia. Feng Shui was blocked by the zombie rat. Are we going to save her this time? Li Han looked at Lin Hao. Only if Lin Hao decided to save her would they take action. The problem was that zombie rat looked terrifying. Would they just be walking into a death trap? Lin Hao was about to speak when he saw something crash into a nearby shelf, followed by a woman's muffled groan. It's the big star, Lian exclaimed in surprise. At that moment, Feng Shui looked quite tragic. Blood was oozing from her mouth, her body was covered in dirt, and her once white face was now smeared with black and white, instantly turning from a noble swan into an ugly duckling. Let us take her with us. With her in front of them, Lin Hao didn't mind doing a favor. Without hesitation, Li Yin and Li Han rushed over to carry Feng Shui and ran. But she was still struggling, tears streaming from her eyes. Let me go back. I want to kill that monster. Hong Jia was eaten by it. The 4 of them fell silent. They had understood when they heard Hong Jia's scream that she might be dead. If it weren't for Feng Shui being a professional with some self-defense capability, she might have also been eaten. It seemed the zombie rat sensed that Feng Shui wasn't so easy to take down and turned to look for other targets, its next target being Xia Qiu and his girlfriend. Xiao Tao, you go first. I'll hold it off. Xia Qiu shoved his girlfriend away, wielding 2 frying pans, ready to fight the zombie rat. Although Xia Qiu had a talent for romantic luck, he had never acted recklessly and had always been faithful to his girlfriend. However, he was troubled by the fact that many women often wanted to be his girlfriend. Xiao Tao only glanced at Xia Qiu and decisively ran away, to the point that Xia Qiu didn't even have time to react. A bitter smile crept onto Xia Qiu's lips. He had thought he and his girlfriend shared true love, but when faced with real danger, she still abandoned him. In that instant, he felt a warm surge throughout his body. The zombie rat didn't focus on him. Instead, it leaped and pinned Xiao Tao down, biting into her. Xiao Tao died instantly, unable to even let out a scream. Xiao Tao, Xia Qiu shouted. Even though she had abandoned him, she was still his girlfriend. He didn't know if it was his illusion, but a translucent image of Xiao Tao appeared before his eyes. However, this Xiao Tao had vacant eyes, floating before him like a ghost. Xia Qiu was left dumbfounded. Was he seeing ghosts? Meanwhile, Lin Hao heard the system's voice. New profession, Soul Master detected. Does the host wish to replace their profession? Lin Hao's eyes lit up. Someone here had become a professional? He looked at the Soul Master description. It was a special profession that could control the souls of the dead, but there were quite a few restrictions. First, the souls that could be controlled had to be people with whom the user had a close relationship. Second, the soul could only perform spiritual attacks, not physical ones. Third, the initial limit of souls that could be controlled was only 1. Seeing so many restrictions, Lin Hao felt that his 3 professions were still quite appealing. I want to take revenge for Xiao Tao. At that moment, Lin Hao heard a man roar. He instinctively felt that this man was likely the one who had become the Soul Master. You two take Feng Shui out. I'll go with Chungu to save people. Li Han and Li Yin were taken aback. Their captain had seemingly gone mad, actively wanting to save someone. They certainly didn't know that if it weren't for the fact that the other person was a professional, Lin, how wouldn't he have bothered? Without saying a word, Chen Ding followed him. When the two arrived at the battle site, they saw Xia Qiu standing there alone, imposing, with a translucent woman floating in front of him, seemingly his girlfriend. While Xia Qiu was performing, the zombie rat seemed to be howling while holding its head. Chen Ding was unaware that Xia Qiu had become a soul master. He was momentarily stunned by the scene. So this is a spiritual attack? Other than relying on mental attributes to withstand it, there really isn't any other way. If it weren't for so many restrictions, I would want to use the soul master profession too, Lin Hao thought. The two observed Xia Qiu seemed impressive, but in reality, his mental consumption was rapid. In just under 10 seconds, he felt his body was drained. Suddenly, he felt a pain in his head. His girlfriend's soul vanished, and the attack ceased. His mental energy had reached its limit. The zombie rat sensed that its head no longer hurt and, with its fierce eyes, locked on his Xia Qiu. It was this human that had caused it pain, so, this human, it had its eyes on. Chapter 29, Soul Master. The zombie rat opened its mouth, revealing crimson teeth still smeared with bits of flesh. A foul stench rushed towards Xia Qiu, nearly making him faint. Squeak! The zombie rat let out a fierce sound and lunged at Xia Qiu to bite him. Xia Qiu closed his eyes, preparing to wait for death. But after waiting for a while, he realized that he felt no pain in his body. He opened his eyes in confusion and saw a huge mouth in front of him, the smell so strong it was almost suffocating. Youth, as long as you're not dead, don't give up hope of living, a voice with a hint of smile said. Then another voice, somewhat indifferent, followed. Fortunately, this zombie rat's mental defenses are average, otherwise, it would be dead for sure. At that moment, Lin Hao and Chen Ding had unleashed their full power. Lin Hao had one fire starter left and used, and when the two fire starters erupted with full force, the scene was tremendously shocking. The entire body of the zombie rat was engulfed in flames, with two intense flames burning its brain tissue directly. In just an instant, the brain of the zombie rat was completely burned away by the flames from the two. Lin Hao speculated that this might be related to the mental attack on the zombie rat. He did not expect that a mental attack could also affect its brain's defenses, marking a new discovery for him. The zombie rat in front of him seemed unharmed, but in reality, it was already dead. A second-tier zombie rat had been taken down by the combined efforts of the three professionals. Among them, Xia Qiu, the soul master, made significant contributions. Of course, Xia Qiu was unaware of this. He thought the two had saved him and, dragging his weary body, expressed his gratitude. I owe you my life. If you need anything from me, please let me know. Lin Hao was initially contemplating how to lure Xia Qiu over. Persuade him, but he didn't expect him to be so straightforward. If he weren't a person of deep feelings, he wouldn't have been able to become a soul master due to his girlfriend's death. Lin Hao recognized Xia Qiu's character. You don't need to repay me. Just join our team. Xia Qiu was somewhat surprised. He had witnessed Lin Hao and the other's strength. They had taken down a dozen zombies in no time, which wasn't something ordinary people could accomplish. But soon he remembered that he didn't seem to be an ordinary person anymore. Then thank you, Captain. Xia Qiu was not foolish. This team was obviously very strong. Once he joined, at the very least, his chances of survival would increase dramatically. Taking out a second-tier crystal stone, Lin Hao tossed it to Chen Ding. Brother Chen, you should use this. And you? My strength seems to be increasing faster than yours. I think you need this now. Lin Hao said with a smile. Chen Ding thought about it and realized it was indeed true. When he had just become a professional, he was much stronger than Lin Hao, but now Lin Hao had surpassed him. He didn't hesitate and directly consumed the second-tier crystal stone. In Lin Hao's eyes, Chen Ding's mental strength immediately increased by 0, for very close to 3 points now. The three of them found Li Han and the others quickly grabbed some food and hurriedly left the place. No one could guarantee that the earlier noise wouldn't attract more zombies. Leaving was the best choice. Not long after they left, a larger zombie rat arrived, saw the deceased zombie rat, and let out a strange cry as if mourning. Then its eyes fixed on one direction, revealing a look of hatred, and it opened its mouth to bite down, starting to consume the body of the dead zombie rat. The group found a relatively clean place and laid Feng Shui down on a bed. Looking at her pale face, they didn't know what to do. Captain, I just used some unfamiliar medical knowledge to take a quick look. The star's right arm is fractured, and the other places have only some bruises. This should be due to the strong physique of a professional, Li Han said. If it had been an ordinary person, being hit by a zombie rat like that would have resulted in multiple fractures. Can you handle it? It's not a big problem. Li Han was very confident, even though he had never treated a fracture before. Soon, they found some necessary medications and equipment at a nearby clinic to help treat Feng Shui. However, as a result, her right hand would be unusable for a while. Thank you, Feng Shui said softly to Li Han. Don't thank me. It was the captain who told me to save you. If you want to thank someone, thank the captain, Li Han said, not taking any credit. Feng Shui looked at Lin Hao, who was standing by the window, her expression a bit complicated. At first, she thought that becoming a professional would allow her to protect herself and Hongjie, but the harsh reality told her she was mistaken. Hongjie had been eaten by a zombie rat, and she had been knocked away in an instant during the battle. If it hadn't been for her quickly erecting an ice wall in front of her, she might have been killed on the spot. Thank. Feng Shui was about to express her gratitude when Lin Hao interrupted her. I don't want to hear any other words. Saving you is just incidental, Lin Hao said, his gaze never leaving the window. Feng Shui nodded slightly. She knew her relationship with Lin Hao was merely one of cooperation. After eating a little to replenish some energy, the group set off again. A 6-person team with 4 professionals. It would be hard for anyone to believe it if they said it out loud. Li Han and Li Yin didn't speak, but secretly they were quite envious. They also wanted to become professionals. System, is there any way to make someone professional? Lin Hao thought of this question. Natural awakening, or eat more crystal stones? Lin Hao's eyes lit up. There were indeed other methods. How many do you need to eat? It depends on luck. Lin Hao's mouth twitched. Indeed, this was a world where luck played a big role. Now that he had a way, he would find an opportunity to help Li Yin and Li Han become professionals as well. As they were walking, they stopped in their tracks. Ahead of them, a large number of zombies were gathered together. Up ahead is a high school. It seems to be after school, and this is really... Chun Ding felt his scalp tingle when he saw so many zombies from a distance. If he were surrounded by so many zombies, it would definitely be a dead end. The number of zombies was initially estimated to be over 1,000. This road was blocked, and they could only take another route. Lin Hao took out a map and pointed to a location on it. We'll go around this way, pass by a shopping street, and then cross the bridge. The survivor base will be right in front of us. Wait a minute, Captain. It seems there are people over there. The speaker was Xiaqiao. Lin Hao looked up and indeed saw a small team of about 8 people approaching the school, but it seemed they hadn't noticed the large number of zombies ahead. Chapter 30. Uncle is on fire. They were able to notice this thanks to their enhanced vision. It seemed that after their physique was strengthened, their eyesight had also improved. However, these people's vision was much worse than theirs. If they got too close and were discovered by the zombies, it would attract a horde of zombies. At that time, they would be doomed. They had to stop them. Leave this to me, Li Yin volunteered. With his sharp machete after basic evolution, he could hold his own against first-tier zombies, let alone these ordinary people. Li Yin bent down, holding the machete, and with lightning speed, he caught up with those people in less than a minute. What do you want? A gasp arose as those people saw Li Yin approaching with a machete, their faces turning pale with fear. One by one, they pulled out various strange weapons such as benches, spatulas, and kitchen knives. Li Yin seemed to realize that his weapon might cause misunderstandings, so he put down the machete and explained, there are a large number of zombies gathered ahead. If you go over, you'll be discovered. Upon hearing this, the people were startled and quickly glanced ahead but saw nothing. One man, visibly annoyed, said, "What nonsense are you talking about? There are clearly no zombies ahead. What do you think you're trying to trick us?" It was evident that these people had experienced something, their faces filled with vigilance, and they didn't believe Li Yin's words at all. Li Yin understood well that these people couldn't see the zombies because there was a slope ahead, and they might not know that there was a school in front of them. If you want to die, that's your business, but don't drag others down with you. Seeing Li Yin's earnest demeanor, a few people seemed to hesitate. The man, realizing the situation, thought to himself that if he let Li Yin continue, how would he maintain control over the group? He pulled out a shovel and slammed it hard on the ground, making a loud noise, pointing at Li Yin and cursing. "What the hell are you talking about? Do you believe I'll shovel you to death right here?" Li Yin paid no attention to the man's words. The moment the loud noise occurred, he knew trouble was coming. Sure enough, the next second, countless zombie screams echoed from a distance, and they all started rushing this way, causing the ground to tremble violently. Without saying a word, Li Yin decisively took off running. At that moment, the man seemed to sense something was wrong and looked back, only to see a dark mass of zombies appearing at the end of the road. The earlier disabled person hadn't lied to him. "You idiot. Someone came to save us. And you brought the zombies here. Get lost." The other men in the group turned pale with fear upon seeing the zombies and, after cursing the foolish man, turned to flee. "Mom, the zombies are coming. Run." A little girl grabbed her mother's hand and ran without looking back. Once everyone had run, the man jolted and threw down the shovel, chasing after them. "Wait for me." Li Yin quickly returned to where Lin Hao and the others were. "Captain, that team has an idiot who brought the zombies over. I've already seen it. We need to relocate immediately and go around the school area ahead." Lin Hao nodded. Even without this incident, he and T planned to pass through this area. Fang Xue's arm had just been set in a cast, making it nearly impossible for her to run long distances, so someone had to carry her. Among everyone present, only Lin Hao and Chun Ding had physical attributes exceeding 2 points, allowing them to carry someone without too much impact. Lin Hao was unwilling, so the only person who could carry her was Chun Ding. "I can do it alone," Fang Xue insisted. Lin Hao's expression darkened. "If you want to die, no one will stop you. You can jump right into the zombie horde now." Lin Hao could tolerate someone being a bit useless, but he couldn't tolerate someone lacking self-awareness. Fang Xue understood that her arm would affect her speed, yet she still insisted on being strong-willed, a typical case of ignoring the consequences. "Chun, carry her. If she dares to struggle, knock her out and carry her." Chun Ding naturally followed Lin Hao's orders and, without hesitation, carried Fang Xue on his back. Fang Xue seemed to realize that Lin Hao meant what he said and didn't dare to struggle. Li Han and the others gave Lin Hao a thumbs up. Only the captain could manage this proud woman. After the 6 of them left, the people from that team spotted them and excitedly waved, shouting, "Help us. There are many zombies behind." Lin Hao didn't even look back and led the team to their predetermined location, but to his surprise, those people actually followed them. This was quite troublesome. If they were discovered by the large group of zombies, no one would be able to escape. "Captain, what should we do?" Li Yin asked. Lin Hao was about to suggest shaking them off when a little girl tripped over something on the ground, and the zombies behind her were less than 50 meters away. In that instant, Chun Ding seemed to see the figure of his daughter in the little girl, and he suddenly said, "Xiaqiu, use her as cover." "I'm going to help." Xiaqiu stood there, carrying Fang Xue on her back, watching as Chun Ding rushed back, momentarily unsure of what to say. "Captain, this." Li Han also didn't know what to say. Lin Hao understood that Chun Ding was likely reminded of his daughter and didn't want to see a girl about the same age as her being eaten by zombies. "Change the plan. Take all these people to the relocation destination. Chun and I will temporarily hold off the zombies, and we'll find you later." After saying that, Lin Hao turned and ran toward the zombie horde. Chun Ding reached the little girl first. Her mother had just run over, and she was the first to turn around when her daughter fell. Even though she knew running over could likely result in being eaten by zombies, it was still her daughter. Facing the large number of zombies ahead, Chun Ding stood expressionless in front of the mother and daughter, and in the blink of an eye, flames appeared on his body. "Mom, it's fire. The uncle is on fire," the girl exclaimed in surprise. Although the girl's mother didn't know about the existence of professionals, seeing a person suddenly engulfed in flames made her first thought. Superpowers! Chun Ding had long realized the weakness of his ability, the lack of long-range attack means. After placing the girl safely, he thought of a way. He pulled out a bottle of liquid alcohol from his backpack and splashed it forward. Then, he lightly touched the alcohol with a finger, and in an instant, a wall of fire covered the path ahead. Of course, this small amount of alcohol wouldn't burn for long, but it was enough to temporarily stop the zombies' advance. "Chun, I suggest next time you bring some gasoline. It works better than alcohol," Lin Hao said with a smile. Chapter 31. There are zombies. Zombies do feel pain. This is something Chun Ding has already discovered. However, their level of pain seems to be lower than that of humans, meaning that the pain perception in humans is 1 or 2 levels higher than that in zombies. Seeing flames ahead, the zombie horde began to slow down, eventually stopping a few meters away from the fire, letting out growls. "Now's our chance. Let's hurry up and go," Chun Ding said as the flames on his body disappeared, looking back at the mother and daughter. "Thank you for saving us. the girl's mother said gratefully, pulling her daughter back to run. Lin Hao approached and glanced at Qinding. Chun, you were too reckless just now. I know, so I will accept the punishment. For the next day, all miscellaneous tasks will be handed over to me. Qinding understood that a team could only have one voice. If he continually defied Lin Hao's orders without facing any consequences, the team would eventually fall apart. Moreover, since Lin Hao had saved him, he wouldn't let Lin Hao be put in a difficult position. I didn't mean that. Next time before we act, just tell me. Do I look like someone who is unkind? Lin Hao replied irritably. Others' opinions didn't matter to him, but Qinding was different. As the person who helped him secure his first job, it was very difficult for him to leave that building safely without the arsonist. Qinding felt a bit awkward, but still insisted. Next time, I will definitely tell you first, but this time, there must be a punishment. Watching the flames gradually weaken, the two exchanged a glance and decisively ran away. When they arrived at their originally planned destination, they saw two groups of people in a standoff. One group consisted of Li Han and others, along with a few who had followed them, while the other side was unexpectedly a group of high school students. Lin Hao's first reaction was that these high school students had escaped from school. To get out of such a dangerous place was no small feat. What's going on over there? Lin Hao looked at Li Han and the others. Captain, it's like this, Li Han briefly explained. The situation was simple. The location Lin Hao chose happened to be where the group of high school students was hiding. They thought Li Han and the others were there to seize their hiding place, which was why they stood together, wanting to resist. Isn't this just a misunderstanding? With your abilities, you should be able to resolve this easily, Lin Hao said, a bit puzzled. Li Han forced a smile and said, Captain, I've tried. Those high school students are quite stubborn. They insist we leave right now. Mainly, we're all waiting for you and Brother Chun. Otherwise, it wouldn't have escalated to this situation. Li Han was genuinely helpless. Facing adults, he could use various arguments to make them back down, but a group of passionate high school students wouldn't listen no matter what he said. They insisted on making them leave immediately. What could he do? If it weren't for Xia Qiu stepping up and revealing his girlfriend's spirit, scaring those high school students, they might have started fighting just now. The zombies behind will find this place sooner or later. Let us rest for 5 minutes before heading out. Saying this, he and Qinding casually found a place to sit down, completely ignoring the group of high school students and the strangers. This made the high school students unhappy. At their young and impetuous age, they hated being looked down upon. A few of the more impulsive ones were ready to confront Lin Hao for a real-life PK, but they were stopped by others. Don't be impulsive. You all saw it just now. That woman floating in mid-air, if I'm not mistaken. There are definitely superpowered individuals among those people. Why isn't at me who became a superpowered individual? I'm so envious. If they find out there's a lot of food stored here, will they come after us? I think so too. None of the adults are trustworthy. The high school students gathered together, whispering, and finally decided to send someone over to negotiate. A boy wearing a school uniform and glasses, looking somewhat shrewd, stepped forward. Standing a few meters away from Xia Qiu, he said, Respected superpowered individual, I am Qian Yin from the 20th High School, a senior. I came to inquire whether you intend to settle here. Huh? Xia Qiu looked at him in confusion, setting aside how the boy was mimicking an adult. Just the term superpowered individual made him feel a bit helpless. He learned from Li Han that people like him were called professionals. Also, he was just a little brother in this team. You got it wrong. I'm not the captain. This person is, Xia Qiu said, pointing at Lin Hao not far away. Qian Yin was taken aback. A superpowered individual wasn't even the captain? What kind of strange team was this? But soon, he adjusted his mindset and approached Lin Hao. Just as he was about to say something, Lin Hao spoke first. We'll be leaving soon. This place still belongs to you. But as a friendly reminder, a lot of zombies will be coming here shortly. So if you don't want to die, leave now. After saying this, Lin Hao closed his eyes to rest and ignored him. Qian Yin could only return to the group of high school students and relay what had happened. Zombies will be coming? I think just eyeing our food. It's not hard to guess. With so many of us here, it's obvious there is plenty of food and water. Someone sneered. What I'm curious about is why that superpowered individual isn't the captain, but lets others take the lead. At that moment, a high school student felt a bit urgent and quietly ran to an empty spot. Just as he was about to turn on the faucet, he felt a sharp pain in his neck and then lost consciousness. Not long after, another boy saw someone staggering over and laughed. You took a bit short of a bathroom break this time. It used to take at least half an hour. But the other person didn't respond. Just as the boy found it strange, the other person suddenly accelerated and took him away. Gradually, the high school students discussing in the center suddenly noticed that the people around them were gone. To know that there were over 40 of them. Yet now there were less than 10 left. They probably went to the bathroom, right? Someone said uncertainly. Others twitched their mouths. Do you all go to the bathroom as a group? Just as they were thinking this, a scream suddenly came from inside. Oh! A figure struggling to crawl on the ground appeared before the high school students. What terrified them the most was that this person only had an upper body left, with a trail of blood behind. Help me. The boy struggled desperately, but the next second, a shadow flashed by, and his body was dragged into the darkness, only faintly hearing a gnawing sound. There are zombies. Chapter 32. Heaven has a path you don't take. No one expected that there were actually zombies in this building, and they were only discovered after so many people had disappeared. Lin Hao drew his weapon and looked toward the back of the high school students. Sure enough, a horde of zombies charged out, all transformed from high school students. Li Han was the first to sense something was wrong. Captain, so many high school students have turned into zombies. How could this suddenly break out? There is something off. Lin Hao nodded slightly. He thought the same. Zombies had no intelligence. They instinctively attacked humans and wouldn't wait for their numbers to increase before charging out together. This scene made Lin Hao immediately think of the corpse driver who had escaped earlier. If the zombies were being controlled, then this was a possibility. He remembered that the corpse driver had controlled 4 first-level zombies. If it were ordinary zombies, there should be more perfectly fitting the situation. This is truly heaven has a path you don't take. Hell has no door, yet you walk in. Lin Hao smirked slightly, a glint of killing intent flashing in his eyes. The corpse driver's control over zombies had a range, meaning the other party was definitely in this building. Thinking of this, Lin Hao tossed out a line and charged forward. Is he going to find death by going alone? Qian Yin watched Lin Hao rush toward the horde of zombies and couldn't understand. Don't treat the captain like an ordinary person, kid. Xiaoqiu shot him a glance and said. Soon, Lin Hao showcased what his true strength was. He took a running start, his speed reaching its limit. A zombie lunged at him. He held a watermelon knife in one hand and slashed forward. Sizzle. The zombie's head flew off. Then came another kick, directly sending a zombie flying out, crashing into several others in succession. Lin Hao faced these ordinary zombies alone, gaining the upper hand. In one sentence, it can be said that these zombies were all surrounded by him alone. How powerful! Is this really what humans can achieve? The high school students and a team of strangers were stunned. They never thought that humans could be stronger than zombies. However, even Lin Hao at this moment did not dare to be the slightest bit careless. He used all his strength to eliminate these zombies one by one. His goal was very clear, to kill these zombies and find the corpse herder. Swish, swish, swish. With the watermelon knife in his hand, one could only see a series of phantoms. With every move he made, a zombie's head would roll away. However, some zombies still managed to get past Lin Hao and charge toward the area with more people. Ordinary people were so scared that they immediately ran away. And the high school students were the same. Most people would lose their fighting spirit when facing zombies. Not everyone could calm themselves and fight against zombies. But there were still a few who stood beside Xiaoqiu and the others, not running away with the rest. They were very clear about one thing. At this time, no matter where they went, there would be zombies, so it was better to stick with these superpowered individuals. At least there was a chance of survival. Among them were 3 high school students, including Qian Yin, as well as the mother and daughter saved by Chun Ding, and a man who looked a bit sharp-faced. Xiaoqiu felt somewhat helpless. He was just a newcomer who had just joined the team and had no authority to make decisions. He looked towards Chun Ding. He knew that the second in command of this team was Chun Ding, who was also a professional. Temporary shelter. Let us wait for Lin Hao to return before deciding anything. Chun Ding spoke. With Chun Ding's words, Xiaoqiu's mouth curled up. The soul of his girlfriend gradually appeared before him, and this strange scene startled the few people. Qian Yan's eyes were filled with fervent light. Indeed, the apocalypse is not entirely a bad thing. Humans will begin to evolve when stimulated. The stagnated path of evolution will be reopened. Back in school, he loved all sorts of strange things, especially theories about the apocalypse. He believed that once the apocalypse truly arrived, humanity would step onto the long stagnant path of evolution again. And he was right. Unfortunately, he himself showed no signs of evolution. which disappointed him greatly. He believed that as long as he could follow these people, he too could become someone with superpowers. He saw his girlfriend's soul glare, and an invisible mental attack directly struck the zombies charging over. In an instant, these zombies seemed to suffer some kind of invisible assault, rolling on the ground and howling while holding their heads. Xiaoqiu could directly kill these zombies, but it consumed too much of his own spirit. So he only used a bit of mental attack to disable the zombies, then rushed over to finish them off one by one. I feel like I've become stronger again. If I could continuously kill zombies, wouldn't that be exhilarating? Xiaoqiu seemed to fantasize about a future where he could kill at will, drooling and completely losing the demeanor of a strong person from earlier. Stop daydreaming. Your spirit has limits, but the number of zombies far exceeds our imagination. Even if the zombies just stood there for you to kill, how many could you take down? Li Han's voice came, striking him down. Xiaoqiu pouted. Can't I just think about it? Is fantasizing illegal? While they were talking, Lin Hao had already eliminated all the zombies in this area. Each zombie provided a breath of gas, and with the available points, his strength increased slightly again. Next is the corpse herder. Lin Hao walked into various rooms inside, starting to search for the corpse herder, but strangely, he searched all the rooms and still could not find him. Could this guy still be in the sewer? Thinking of this possibility, Lin Hao finally found a sewer behind a shop, but he didn't see any sign of the corpse herder. Where on earth was the corpse herder? Lin Hao had no choice but to return. The corpse herder has escaped. Hearing Lin Hao's words, they too had no way to respond, but at that moment, Xiaoqiu suddenly said, I can let Xiao Tao take a look. Xiao Tao's eyes are my eyes, and her body can pass through any wall. Lin Hao's eyes lit up. The soul could be used this way? You go check the sewer. That's the most likely hiding place. Xiaoqiu nodded, and soon, Xiao Tao's figure gradually sank into the ground, starting to search in the sewer. At this time, Xiaoqiu had two fields of vision. One was his normal vision, and the other was Xiao Tao's vision. The sewer was almost pitch black, the kind where one couldn't see their hand in front of their face. However, in such a place, Xiaoqiu vaguely saw a faint light appearing ahead. Someone was using the light from a phone to illuminate. Captain, the corpse herder is right below in the sewer. Without a word, Lin Hao directly entered the sewer. Corpse herder, your apocalypse is coming soon. Chapter 33. I am weak. I have my reasons. In the sewer, the corpse herder felt something was strange, as if an instinct told him he must leave this place. The zombies he had controlled were all killed. This was within his expectation, as they were merely cannon fodder. He had more important matters to attend to. Little one, soon you will succeed, and at that time, no one will be your opponent. The corpse herder looked at a zombie in front of him that was eating a zombie rat with gentle eyes. This zombie looked no different from ordinary zombies, but its teeth were incredibly hard, and the bones of the zombie rat shattered at a single bite. Suddenly, the corpse herder heard the sound of water. He turned sharply and saw someone he had long wanted to kill in his dreams. It's you. A piercingly sharp voice echoed in the sewer, painfully stabbing at the eardrums. The corpse herder turned on the light on his phone, and the dark sewer finally became a bit brighter, revealing Lin Hao's indifferent face before him. I didn't kill you before. This time you can't escape. Lin Hao's words were like a declaration. At this moment, Lin Hao clearly saw the corpse herder's appearance. He was very ugly, resembling someone with a skin disease, with all sorts of lumps on his face, making one's scalp tingle. No wonder you awakened as a corpse herder. It turns out you look just like a corpse. Lin Hao's words twisted the corpse herder's expression. He hated it most when someone commented on his looks. If it weren't for this appearance, how could he be willing to work as a morgue security guard? Little one, eat him. Accompanied by the corpse herder's shrill cry, a shadow rose behind him, a zombie. Lin Hao narrowed his eyes and took a look at this zombie, unexpectedly discovering it was actually a gifted zombie. First tier zombie, strength mutation, strength, 2, 9 spirit, 1, 9 constitution, 2, 8 speed, 2, 7 talent. Sharp teeth. The attributes were relatively balanced, except for a slightly lower spirit. Lin Hao felt that this zombie might soon become a second-tier zombie. Is this sharp-toothed talent a sign that its teeth are good? Originally, the strength talent already enhances the teeth, and coupled with the sharp-toothed talent, Lin Hao suspected that this thing could bite through ordinary ironware in one go. When a zombie saw Lin Hao, it lunged at him like a mad dog. Lin Hao gripped the watermelon knife tightly, exhaled a breath of turbid air, tensed all his muscles, and then shouted loudly, "Xiaqiu, make your move." The corpse handler was taken aback. Who was Xiaqiu? At that moment, a transparent woman appeared before him, looking just like a female ghost. Then, an invisible mental attack directly struck the zombie's head. Roar! The zombie let out a painful scream. Xiaqiu had held nothing back in that attack, nearly exhausting all her mental power and inflicting significant damage on the zombie. And that was Lin Hao's opportunity. He suddenly exerted force with his legs, his body pouncing toward the zombie like a hawk, the watermelon knife aimed at the zombie's neck, slashing down with force. Slash! A huge gap appeared in the zombie's neck, but it wasn't completely severed. Lin Hao immediately realized that this zombie had a physique of 2'8", giving it considerable defense, and his watermelon knife wasn't sharp enough. Lacking a bit. It seems I'll need to strengthen a better weapon later, Lin Hao thought. Creak, creak. The zombie turned its head. The sound of bones grinding echoed as its teeth continuously bit together, its eyes filled only with hunger. This scene was comparable to a horror movie. Roar. The zombie suddenly let out a loud roar. Its speed surged, quicker than Lin Hao. Lin Hao remained unfazed. This was the sewer, and the arsonist's abilities would be naturally limited here. The powerhouse wasn't very suitable for this situation, so the best option was naturally the ice controller system. Activate the initial profession ice controller. In the blink of an eye, a large amount of frost appeared around Lin Hao, with a thin layer of ice forming on the water surface. The moment the zombie stepped into the frosty area, its speed drastically dropped, reducing to about the same level as Lin Hao's, but don't forget, when Lin Hao used his profession, his attributes would also be enhanced. The ice controller consumed mental power, similar to Xiaqiu's Soul Master, but his attacks did not involve mental aspects. They manifested directly as ice. Seeing the zombie pounce toward him, Lin Hao grinned, conjuring dozens of ice spikes around him that shot out in an instant. Bang, bang, bang. Most of the ice spikes hit the zombie's body, creating 3 holes in its head, but as long as the head wasn't completely destroyed, the zombie could still move. Just as the zombie was about to tackle Lin Hao, a thick ice wall suddenly appeared in front of him. Boom! The ice wall shook violently, but did not fall. The zombie crashed into it, seemingly unable to stand up due to the impact. Without saying a word, Lin Hao dashed forward, directing the watermelon knife at the remaining half of the neck, and made a swift slash. Slash! This time, the zombie's head finally fell off. Next is you. Lin Hao's gaze turned toward the corpse handler. Without the zombie, the corpse handler was almost useless, constantly retreating and even attempting to flee. However, in front of Lin Hao, his speed was akin to a turtle's crawl. The watermelon knife cleanly severed his head, killing the corpse handler on the spot. After extracting a first-tier crystal from the zombie's head, Lin Hao returned to the surface. But unbeknownst to him, a large zombie rat arrived, feasting on the bodies of the corpse handler and the zombie. As for Lin Hao's situation, Xiaqiu saw everything through his girlfriend's eyes, astonished that the captain could even use a celebrity's ability. Could it be that the captain's ability is to copy others' abilities? He didn't know and didn't dare to ask. The sewer was too damp, filled with dirty water. Lin Hao casually found a set of clothes in a clothing store and changed before walking over. What's going on with these people? Lin Hao asked, pointing at the few ordinary people. It was an emergency earlier. I just helped them out temporarily, Chen Ding replied. Lin Hao nodded and then said something that made the faces of those ordinary people change drastically. Since that's the case, you can choose to stay or leave on your own, but don't follow us. They didn't expect Lin Hao to be so heartless. A boy couldn't bear Lin Hao's words and stepped forward, pointing at his nose and shouting, "You're so strong. Why can't you protect us? We are students, the future flowers of the motherland." This display of self-righteousness instantly silenced the entire room. Chapter 34. Same 9 years. What makes you special? Qian Yin was stunned. He had never imagined that his classmate was such an idiot. As students of the same 9-year compulsory education, why were you the only one so special? Basically, as long as one has a functioning brain, it's clear that we were begging to be taken along, okay? How did it become something that was taken for granted in your eyes? This student even looked pleased with himself, and seeing that no one around was speaking, he became even more smug. I know you must be extraordinary people, part of a special national team, right? Otherwise, how could everyone have superpowers? You're soldiers, and we're students. Shouldn't you protect us? Qian Yin was almost persuaded by this idiot's words. What nonsense! Which eye of yours saw them as soldiers? If they're not soldiers, why should anyone protect us? Qian Yin immediately pulled a female classmate beside him, distancing himself from this idiot, indicating that he wasn't familiar with him. Lin Hao laughed. What were these little kids thinking nowadays? Did they really think that just because they were weak, everything should be given to them? Xiaoqiu's eyes lit up. This was a great opportunity. He dashed forward, kicking the boy to the ground, spitting on his face. Idiot, I really don't know how you've lived this long. It's a miracle you haven't been beaten to death. Qian Yin nodded in deep agreement. He couldn't imagine how this guy could be his classmate. You a soldier. How dare you hit someone? I'm going to report you. The boy still insisted they were soldiers. Xiaoqiu was speechless. This guy's brain really was one-track minded. In internet slang, it could be said, there's no saving you, wait to die, goodbye. Lin Hao couldn't be bothered to argue with an idiot and was about to lead his team out when he was blocked by two people. It was the mother and daughter, saved by Chun Ding. The mother looked anxious, holding her daughter's hand, which trembled slightly. She knew very well that if she didn't seize this opportunity, she and her daughter would soon become food for the zombies. I want to join you. I'm willing to pay any price. As she spoke, she bit her lip tightly. She understood what her words meant, believing that these people would surely understand. Fang Shui bit her teeth, glaring at Lin Hao in front of her. She knew that in this team, Lin Hao's words were the only ones that counted. Only he could speak for the mother and daughter. Having been taught a lesson by Lin Hao before, she suspected that if she spoke up for them now, she would be left behind immediately. This man's ruthlessness left her with no options. As a woman herself, she sympathized with the plight of the mother and daughter, but she said she had no say in this team. Lin Hao carefully examined the mother and daughter pair. The mother looked to be in her 30s, with fair skin and a curvy figure, definitely a beautiful young woman. The girl was cute, a potential beauty. If they were to join the team, they would definitely just be adding two burdens. Currently, there was only one female member, Fang Shui, in the team, and the gender ratio was imbalanced. It might not be a problem in the short term, but over time, various issues would arise. In this lawless apocalypse, a man who is suppressed for a long time will only explode more violently in the future, and women are a good outlet for that. Lin Hao was confident he could control his desires, but what about the others? Brother Qin, what do you think? Lin Hao suddenly turned to Chun Ding. Chun Ding was taken aback. He looked at the hopeful eyes of the mother and daughter and found it hard to refuse. Seeing the little girl, he seemed to see the shadow of his own daughter. Yeah, I'll take responsibility for protecting them. This is my personal decision, unrelated to the team, Chun Ding said. Lin Hao smiled. Brother Chun, what nonsense are you talking about? You are part of the team, and the people you protect are also those the team needs to protect. However, they can only serve as the team's support personnel, doing non-combat tasks. Even if he agreed to let the mother and daughter join, he wouldn't want two dependents. They needed to do other things like collecting supplies, cooking, etc. Hearing that they could join the team, the mother and daughter revealed surprised smiles. Seeing new members joining, the other few people were eager to act, but Lin Hao's single statement froze them in place. You guys, only this girl can join. We don't need any men. Lin Hao's words were straightforward, causing the girl to blush deeply. After all, she was just a student. Wait, are you an adult? Lin Hao asked the girl. I just turned 18 last month, the girl replied. Then that's fine. Do you want to come over? You choose. I'll join. The girl wasn't foolish. She knew this was her only opportunity. Otherwise, following the others would mean she wouldn't even know how she died. Qian Yin and another man were dumbfounded. Without men, what should they do? For the first time, they hated not being women. If they were women, wouldn't they have a chance to join now? What to do? Qian Yin was very anxious. Then he thought of something. This was his only possibility. Wait. He ran up to Lin Hao and quickly said, I want to trade some information for your protection to the survivor base. Lin Hao stopped and asked, what information? Qian Yin knew it wasn't the time to haggle. He believed this person wouldn't trick a high school student. This was his only chance. I know where there are boats by the riverside. The bridge is likely impassable, and the ferry is the only way across. Lin Hao didn't expect this kid to understand that. It wasn't something everyone could do. If the bridge is likely impassable, then the ferry is the only way across. But the problem is that others definitely have thought of this method too, and the number of boats is limited. Not enough to use. Are you sure there are boats there? I'm sure because that boat is rarely used, kept in a nearby warehouse. It belongs to my uncle. And I know where the key is, Qian Yin said. Your information is worth this. Come along. With that, only the initially weak-looking boy and the sharp-faced man were left out of the team, abandoned there. The boy looked at the two classmates who had walked away, his eyes filled with hatred. At that moment, a man approached and deliberately said, "Want to take revenge? Do you have a way?" "Of course, but you'll need to pay a price." The man's expression was somewhat sinister. The boy seemed a bit scared and asked, "What price?" "It can't be too painful. Don't worry. It won't hurt at all. You'll feel nothing soon." The man chuckled softly, and suddenly a handkerchief appeared in his hand, tightly covering the boy's mouth and nose. He struggled a few times before passing out. What naive child. Trading your life for my chance to live, you are the one who profited. Chapter 35. Gathering Survivors. Standing atop a tall building, Lin Hao looked through a telescope at the situation on the bridge, deeply furrowing his brow. As he initially suspected, the bridge was indeed occupied by zombies. They would have to fight through all those zombies to cross. The problem was that the estimated number of zombies exceeded 1,000, and with car wrecks scattered everywhere. Some areas were nearly blocked by vehicles. In this situation, rushing across would be very difficult. The others took turns looking through the telescope, their faces filled with disappointment. If the bridge was impassable, they would have to think of other ways. "Should we check another bridge?" the girl, Yang Yuqing, asked. "With the situation here, the other bridges are probably not much better." Yin shook his head. "If you ask me, we only have one option. Find the boat my uncle left behind and ferry across." "What about the zombies floating in the river?" Li Han pointed out the biggest problem. Aside from bridge, there were quite a few zombies floating on the river surface. They deeply suspected that these zombies were originally people from the bridge, forced to jump into the river by the zombies, ultimately becoming zombies themselves. Zombies can't swim. They can only struggle in the water with no way out. But this also posed a problem. Trying to cross in a small boat would be very dangerous. Lin Hao also noticed a few small boats stranded in the river, with zombies visible on them. It was clear that there were no living people left on those boats. At that moment, Li Han spoke up. "I don't know if you guys have noticed, but zombies seem to be less active at night." Li Han had been observing the zombies' behavior. Daytime zombies acted like dogs, chasing humans relentlessly, but at night, the zombies appeared a bit silly. Unless there was too much noise, they wouldn't bother to pay attention. But that only applies to ordinary zombies. It seems like there is no change in first-tier and above zombies, Lin Hao added. He had fought against both first-tier and second-tier zombies and knew very well that even at night, zombies still had significant combat power. Ordinary zombies are enough. The zombies floating in the river should all be ordinary ones. As long as we take them out before they get on the boat, we'll be fine. But we need to take a risk and cross the river at night. The group exchanged glances. They were already very frightened of crossing the river during the day, let alone at night, which was incredibly dangerous. But there was a problem. If they didn't cross the river, they couldn't reach the survivor base, which was very troublesome. In their minds, the survivor base was the safest place. Nowhere else would do. Lin Hao observed again. At the end of the bridge, debris was piled up, blocking the zombies' advance. In this silent environment, occasionally a few zombies would cross over the high piles of debris and run to the other side, while most zombies still wandered on the bridge. At that moment, he saw a few people approaching the direction of the bridge through the telescope, apparently also wanting to cross the bridge to reach the survivor base. "You see, there are people over there. They're really asking for trouble." Li Yan's voice reached the others. Even without a telescope at this distance, one could vaguely see a bit. It was a team of 6, all young men and women, carefully avoiding zombies. When they couldn't avoid them, they quietly eliminated the zombies, inching closer to the bridge. When they reached a point where they could clearly see the bridge, their faces were full of despair. There were too many zombies, and with their strength, they simply couldn't rush past. Just as they were unsure of what to do next, Lin Hao and the others saw another person run out from a building, approaching these 6 people. They didn't know what was said, but soon the 6 followed this person into the building. Such events occurred several times in the next half hour. It was evident that many survivors were gathering in this city, but no one had discovered them yet. It seems someone is deliberately gathering the remaining survivor strength, aiming for a forced breakthrough. Chunding realized their intentions. If they wanted to cross the river, the fewer people, the better. With so many people gathered, it was hard to believe they weren't planning to charge through. The only ones bold enough to gather people like this, aside from professionals, Chunding couldn't think of anyone else. The other side conservatively estimated they had 1 professional. But Qinding wasn't worried at all. They had 4 professionals here. What should we do next? Cross the river at night? Qinding asked. Before crossing, we can watch their performance, Lin Hao said with a sly smile. Having others act as the vanguard for free was a good deal for Lin Hao. If the number of zombies on the bridge decreased significantly, he wouldn't even need to cross the river, which was relatively risky. At this moment, Xiaoqiu's ability came into play. His girlfriend spirit didn't necessarily need to manifest physically to be used. She could become transparent and gather intelligence. However, Xiaoqiu's control range was only about 100 meters around him. Anything further wouldn't work. Xiaoqiu quietly approached the building while his girlfriend kept watch around to prevent being discovered. This ability, having 2 perspectives, was very convenient. Finding a corner, he controlled his girlfriend to infiltrate the building, and after some searching, he finally found a gathering of people in the basement. A rough count revealed that there were as many as 200 people here. At this moment, aside from a small number of people whispering, most were surprisingly silent. At the front stood a man in black, with a full beard and a muscular build, clearly someone who could fight. The number is almost enough, everyone. I previously told you that to cross the bridge, relying on a few or dozens of people won't do. We must concentrate everyone's strength to break through. Everyone's goal is to reach the survivor base on the other side, and so is mine. To show my sincerity, when we attack the bridge, my people will stand on the front line. At that moment, nearly 50 people stood up, all of them the black-clad man's subordinates. This was indeed quite sincere, and many were moved. There's one more thing. I believe there are professionals among you. I can announce here that if any professional is willing to charge with me, then when we reach the survivor base, I, Xiongqi, will be willing to be brothers with him. The man in black, Xiongqi, had a personal charisma. Someone who dared to take responsibility was very suitable to be a leader in such an apocalypse. To make his words more convincing, he let out a low roar, and his body underwent a tremendous change. Chapter 36. The first mission. Before their eyes, a large amount of hair sprouted from Xiongqi's body. In just a second, what appeared before them was no longer a man, but a black bear. At this moment, the black bear spoke. This is my profession. I can transform into a black bear. Ordinary zombies can't tear my skin, and with one swipe of my paw. He struck a nearby rock. Bang! The rock was smashed to pieces by the black bear, shocking everyone. This is my confidence. If there are any professionals here, regardless of their profession, it doesn't matter if they can fight or not. I, Xiongqi, am willing to be brothers with you. Xiongqi knew very well that the future would certainly belong to professionals. If he could rally enough professionals at this time, he could even become a local lord in the future. However, after a while, no one in the crowd spoke. Professionals weren't fools. Exposing their identities at this moment and then standing on the front line would be the most dangerous place. Xiongqi frowned slightly. Could it be that there were really no professionals here? According to his speculation, although the probability of professionals appearing was not high, there were nearly 200 people here, and it was impossible that there wasn't even a second professional. Just when he felt a bit disappointed, a weak voice rang out. I should be a professional, right? Xiongqi looked over and saw that the speaker was a very frail-looking woman. To be honest, she was so unremarkable that she looked like a stick, and he almost mistook her for a man. What is your ability? Xiongqi walked over and asked. It seems to give people a buff. The woman appeared a bit confused. What? Xiongqi had never played games, so he completely didn't understand that term. Fortunately, a clever little brother leaned in and said quietly, Boss, buff is a gaming term. It actually means to give someone a beneficial auxiliary state. With that, Xiongqi understood, and his eyes lit up. This ability was a perfect match for his own. His original strength was already considerable, and with a buff. Wouldn't that be like adding wings to a tiger? Thinking of this, Xiongqi laughed heartily, helped the woman up, and said to everyone present, from now on, she is my sister, Xiongqi's sister. Anyone who dares to disrespect her will have to answer to my bear paw. Having gained a sister whose ability complemented his own, Xiongqi was very happy, and they began discussing how to attack the bridge. To be honest, attacking the bridge with 200 people seemed quite dangerous. But Xiongqi had another bit of confidence, which was, by the way, it's not just us. There are several other groups that will attack the bridge with us. As soon as this was said, those who initially felt hopeless perked up. Boss, How many people are in the other groups? Someone skillfully call him boss. I've contacted 4 groups so far, with numbers similar to ours, which means that our total number is not less than the zombies on the bridge. Xiongqi said confidently. Xiaoqiu listened for a while and hurried back to report the intelligence he had gathered. Lin Hao rubbed his chin. 2 professionals. In a total of 5 groups preparing to forcefully attack the bridge? What do you think, Li Han? Li Han almost replied, I'll just sit back and watch. Assuming a group has 2 professionals, then there would be a total of 10 professionals. With 10 professionals plus so many people, it is indeed possible to rush across the bridge, but the casualty rate will definitely be very high. Li Han could tell with his intuition that rushing like this would definitely cause many ordinary people to die. During a chaotic battle, ordinary people simply cannot protect themselves. Only professionals can do that. Moreover, once a fight breaks out, nearby zombies will automatically gather, meaning the actual number of zombies faced will only increase. A bunch of rabble trying to rush across the bridge is very difficult. This was Li Han's conclusion. At this moment, Xiaoqiu interjected. Then can we do a mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind, regardless of whether they make it across or not? We can take advantage of the situation to cross the bridge. However, his suggestion was immediately dismissed by Li Han. Your idea is good, but it doesn't take the actual situation into account. Once the battle breaks out, there will definitely be a large number of zombies chasing after them. Even if they rush across, there will still be many zombies occupying the bridge, so your plan won't work. Do we have to cross the river at night? It feels very dangerous. Shen Ding murmured. Clap, clap. Lin Hao clapped his hands to attract everyone's attention and then said, wait a moment, we. Before he could finish a sentence, he heard the system's voice in his mind. Congratulations, host. You have activated the first mission. Lead your team members into the survivor base. Reward: 2 usable points and 1 weapon enhancement opportunity. Failure will result in a random deduction of 1 attribute point. For each team member lost, the reward decreases by 10. This was the first time the system issued him a mission, and the rewards were quite generous. 2 usable points, equivalent to the points provided by 200 ordinary zombies, which is no small number. As for the weapon enhancement opportunity, he had long felt that his weapon was not sharp enough. But he had used up all the crystals he had, leaving none. Regarding the penalty for failure, he glanced at it and didn't take it to heart. He had to go to the survivor base, which meant the mission couldn't fail. The mission only mentioned leading the team into the survivor base and did not specify that they had to cross the bridge. Taking a boat was still an option. Moreover, the mission allowed for the loss of team members, but the rewards would decrease accordingly. After considering everything, Lin Hao realized that rushing across with those people posed the least risk. After all, there were many of them. If they took a boat across, the risk seemed higher. Once they fell into the water, they could easily be hurt by zombies, and that would be troublesome. We'll contact those groups and join them. Brother Chun, this time I need your help. Chen Ding immediately understood Lin Hao's intention, to expose his identity as a professional to give them a certain degree of leverage. I understand. Although some people didn't understand why Lin Hao suddenly chose to rush the bridge with those people, no one dared to oppose his words. Only one person felt very nervous, and that was Qian Yan. He relied on the information about having a boat to establish his place in this team, and now that a boat was no longer needed, he worried that he would be kicked out of the team by the captain at any moment. Just when he was anxious, Lin Hao's voice suddenly rang out. Qian Yan, think carefully about any other important information. Chapter 37, Cooperation. Qian Yan jolted, his face full of bitterness. He knew the captain would definitely come to him. After all, his information was practically useless. Captain, can you give me a little time? Qian Yan asked pitifully. Of course, I'm not a demon after all. Lin Hao smiled brightly. And before Qian Yan could show any sign of happiness, Lin Hao's voice rang out again. As long as you can come up with some relevant information within 10 minutes. The previous deal still stands. 10 minutes? Qian Yan's eyes twitched. What kind of information could he come up with in such a short time? Can I just give you the valuable information about my teacher? Qian Yan did not want to leave this team. He could see that there were several professionals in this team, a powerful group that was hard to find elsewhere. He sat on the ground, deep in thought. And the female classmate Yang Yuqing first felt fortunate that she was a girl and of legal age. She knew how to use her advantages, which were her youth and beauty. After joining the team, she decisively sought to find a strong ally. Chen Ding was the first to be ruled out. That mother-daughter pair obviously wouldn't give her a chance. The captain was very strong, but too cold, which made her hesitant to approach him. Li Yin was disabled, so she instinctively ruled him out. As for Xia Qiu, he looked good, but he had a soul beside him that was said to be his girlfriend, which was quite scary. In the end, she was left with only one option, Li Han. She intentionally got close to Li Han to try to ally with him, and it seemed that Li Han was also open to it, leading to a rapid warming of their relationship, all of which Lin Hao had intentionally orchestrated. As the 10 minutes were about to pass, Qian Yin suddenly thought of a piece of information that he was sure would work. Captain, I thought a piece of information about the zombies. Oh, Lin Hao was somewhat surprised. You know information about zombies? To be fair, after he crossed into this world, zombies had already appeared, and how they came to be was anyone's guess. Unexpectedly, a high school student like Qian Yin actually knew information about zombies, which made Lin Hao somewhat. That was something I saw online while at home. Someone mentioned that before the zombies appeared, a huge meteorite flew past the edge of the earth, causing quite a shake, and then the zombies appeared. I suspect the birth of zombies is related to the meteorite. Also, there are some rumors that the country seemed to have made some preparations beforehand, but it looks like the preparations were not sufficient. A huge meteorite? Lin Hao really didn't know about this. After all, zombies had already appeared when he crossed over. Is there anything else? I remembered. My uncle is an officer, and he is likely in the survivor base. Qian Yin suddenly thought of this matter. No problem. You can stay. Lin Hao readily agreed. An officer uncle is very valuable. At the very least, it would allow Lin Hao to obtain more information. Qian Yin suddenly felt that his information about the zombies was not as useful as having an officer uncle. Was this just his illusion? With a plan in place, led by Chen Ding, they arrived near the group that Xia Qiu had scouted earlier. The lookout saw so many people coming and happily ran over. Before he could speak, Chen Ding spoke first. Take us to find your boss. The lookout was momentarily stunned. Why did you steal my line? The lookout thought that the outcome would be the same anyway, so he didn't mind how these people knew about his boss and led them into the building. Seeing more than 10 people join in, Xiong Qi happily shouted, "Welcome our new members. Our success rate has increased significantly." Chen Ding glanced at Xiong Qi indifferently. From Xia Qiu, he already knew that the other party had the ability to transform into a black bear, but his arsonist was not afraid at all. At that moment, Lin Hao heard the system's voice. Detective professionals, druid, priest, buff. Does the host wish to change professions? Druids can transform into animals based on their individual perception, but their ability is limited by their own strength, and they can currently only choose one form to change into. There are actually two types of priests. One is focused on healing, while the other is focused on support. The priest Lin Hao encountered is of the support type, able to provide buffs that enhance 4 attributes, with a maximum effect on 5 people at once. Lin Hao dismissed the priest right away. He didn't like this type of support profession. As for the druid, he thought transforming into an animal wasn't as useful as a human body. Thus, he rejected both professions outright. Thinking back, he realized that the first 3 professions he encountered were much more useful. It's a pity. If only Li Han and Li Yin could have these 2 professions. Lin Hao sighed. Among the core members, only those 2 were not professionals. And while they could manage for a short while, over time, their gap with the others would only widen. Aside from self-awakening, the only remaining option was to rely on consuming crystal stones, hoping that one day they could successfully awaken as professionals. We're not here to join. We're here to cooperate with you, Chen Ding said. Cooperate? Xiong Qi still wore a smile, but suddenly transformed into a black bear. Only those with similar strength can truly cooperate. You should understand this. I certainly do, but I wonder if this means we qualify for cooperation, Chen Ding said, as flames suddenly erupted from his body, making him look even more astonishing. After all, he was literally on fire, which looked incredibly impressive. Xiong Qi's smile faltered. The other party was actually a professional, which meant they indeed qualified for cooperation. It was quite fortunate for a 10-person team to have a professional among them. Thinking this, Xiong Qi returned to his original form. He could intimidate the weak, but he needed to treat the strong with equality. Although he thought his and his newly recognized sister's strength was absolutely superior, there was no need for fighting at that moment. His goal was to cross the bridge and enter the survivor base. Any discussions could wait until they reached the base. Xiong Qi enthusiastically pulled Chen Ding along to discuss the next steps for cooperation, completely ignoring Lin Hao and the others. After all, Lin Hao's team didn't look like a strong group. There were women and children, and one woman even had a severed arm. The cooperation was quite simple. Chen Ding's team would act alongside them, with Chen Ding leading the charge while Lin Hao and the others would follow in the second line. If Xiongqi knew that Chen Ding's team actually had 3 professionals, he would likely be dumbfounded. Chapter 38. Crossing the Bridge. According to their initial plan, they would launch a strong assault on the bridge after an hour. As long as they opened a path leading to the survivor base, it would be considered their victory. No backup plan? Chen Ding felt that these people seemed a bit unreliable. Backup plan? Not needed. Xiongqi waved his hand confidently. Chen Ding felt helpless and could only indulge Xiongqi in idle chatter, as per Lin Hao's request. Lin Hao knew very well that once Chen Ding revealed his identity as a professional, Xiongqi would surely seize the opportunity to recruit him. Listen up. When we charge the bridge, you must stick close to us. If you fall behind, no one will be able to save you, Lin Hao said, looking at the few ordinary people. They quickly nodded. After arriving here, they realized how fortunate they were. Out of nearly 200 people, there were only 2 professionals, while their own team of just over 10 had 4 professionals. The ratio was incredibly high. Qian Yan was determined to stay close to the group, ensuring he wouldn't fall behind. An hour passed quickly, and Xiongqi suddenly stood up. Let's go. Surrounding the bridge was an open area. What was once a clear road was now occupied by numerous abandoned cars. Fortunately, these cars provided some cover for the survivors. If they had to fight in an open area without any obstacles, the human side would definitely be at a disadvantage. According to the earlier agreement, Chen Ding and Xiongqi stood at the forefront. While the front line looked the most dangerous, it was also the place with the greatest opportunities. Those who could become professionals were not fools. They knew that killing zombies would make them stronger, and what better place to find zombies than on the bridge? 5 groups charged towards the bridge from different directions, with the front line comprised of either professionals or those who had personally killed zombies and completed basic evolution. Only these individuals qualified to stand on the front line. Humans can sometimes be timid, but at other times, they can be incredibly courageous. With so many people, it was impossible for them all to be forced to the front line. Many volunteered, knowing their strength was sufficient to break through the zombie horde on the bridge. The battle quickly began, with Xiongqi letting out a roar and transforming into a massive black bear, charging forward and smashing zombies with powerful strikes, inspiring those behind him. Chen Ding was equally impressive. Surrounded by flames, he looked like a fire god. With one hand, he grabbed a zombie's head, and within a second, the zombie's head was incinerated, tossing aside its charred body in a manner that captivated many onlookers. Among the 3 professionals, the least noticeable was the priest girl, who waved her hand at Xiongqi and Chen Ding. A visible white beam of light entered their bodies. In an instant, both felt their strength increase. This enhancement was comprehensive. If they could see their panels, they would know just how much stronger they had become. In Lin Hao's eyes, both of their 4 attributes had increased by about 20%, a truly terrifying boost. With their attributes, each attribute increased by at least 0. 4 points, totaling a rise of 1. 6 points. Hiss, how terrifying. Lin Hao immediately recognized the value of the priest girl. His team lacked such a supportive member, and he was determined to have her. With their newfound strength, Xiongqi struck down zombies with devastating force, nearly crushing their heads, while Chen Ding's flames grew even stronger, killing a zombie in less than a second. Aside from them, those on the front line pulled out a variety of weapons, showcasing an array of styles, which opened Lin Hao's eyes. Their group's offensive was quite impressive, at least for now, so Lin Hao shifted his gaze to the other 5 groups. The numbers in those 5 groups were similar, but the number of professionals varied. The smallest group had only 1 professional. It seemed that their group had the most professionals. At that moment, Lin Hao realized the scarcity of professionals. Encountering so many was indeed a stroke of luck. When the 5 groups converge, I have more profession options. Thinking this, a smile crept onto Lin Hao's face. Among his 3 professions, the firestarter and strongman could be swapped, but the ice controller was indispensable. This profession's slowing effect was extremely useful. If he could encounter a better profession, Lin Hao wouldn't mind changing his career. At this moment, he thought of something. System. If I use up the time of one profession first and then switch to another profession, can I exploit a bug? That's not considered a bug. The host can do that, but once a profession is discovered, the time for temporarily saving the profession is only 5 minutes. Lin Hao understood. That meant once the system discovered a profession, he would only have 5 minutes to make a switch. Roar. The zombies were howling, and the professionals were desperately killing zombies. But even so, there were still too many zombies. Someone on the front line was bitten by a zombie. Even if he was rescued by others, he knew he was doomed. Anyone injured by a zombie would turn into a zombie. This was something everyone knew. Brother, you only have one choice now. Charge in and kill as many zombies as you can. We'll take good care of your family, said a professional. This person seemed to know he had no choice. Tears streamed down his face as he cried out, Dad, you have to live well alone from now on. In the next second, he charged into the horde of zombies, killing them even more vigorously, only to feel his vision gradually blur, as if his body didn't belong to him anymore. He knew he was about to turn into a zombie, so he decisively committed suicide with his weapon. He was the first, but definitely not the last. As they charged forward, they attracted more zombies, turning the area into a meat grinder battlefield. Xiongqi fought bloodily. His body was tough, and even zombies couldn't hurt him, making him a solid meat shield. However, there were too many zombies around him, severely affecting his movements. He knew that continuing like this was not a solution. He had to move forward quickly. If they stayed here, everyone would die. People over there, let's charge together. If we stay here, we'll all die. Xiongqi roared. Okay, let's unleash our strength. Being stopped by this group of lousy zombies is a disgrace, shouted a giant-sized professional from another group. Chapter 39. Everyone shows their skills. Seeing the team stop, Lin Hao knew it was bad. The number of zombies had exceeded the limit that the front line could withstand. The professionals were being held back by the zombies, and even those who had undergone basic evolution were no match for the overwhelming number of zombies. Continuing like this would only result in total annihilation. At this moment, he heard Xiongqi shout. It had to be said that this person had good insight. He knew it was time to explode with power. Lin Hao temporarily had no intention of taking action. His goal was simply to pass safely over the bridge, not to show off. However, as the number of zombies increased, similar phenomena appeared on Chunding's side. Lin Hao frowned and said to the few people behind him, I'll go ahead and take a look. You all be careful. Captain, I'll protect them well. Don't worry, Xiaqiu said seriously. Among the remaining 2 professionals, Fang Shui's arm had not yet healed, affecting her combat effectiveness. So she was the only one left with full battle capability. Li Han and Li Yin hated not being professionals. Li Yin even directly said, Captain, I'll go fight in front. Maybe a stimulus will make me a professional too. No, this place is not like before. There are too many zombies, and it's dangerous. If you want to become professionals, there are other ways. We can talk about it when we reach the survivor base. Upon hearing that, Lin Hao mentioned other ways. Li Yin immediately fell silent. Lin Hao took out his weapon and slowly approached the front. At this moment, it seemed that 3 zombies slipped through and pounced on the crowd, frightening those in front and causing them to retreat continuously. The problem was that there were too many people here. They had nowhere to retreat. Don't come over. Just as these people let out desperate wails, a flash of cold light passed by, and the heads of the zombies rolled off. The 3 zombies couldn't even last a few seconds against Lin Hao. You're so strong. Why don't you go to the front line? Someone nearby, seeing Lin Hao's strength, shouted indignantly. Exactly, many others echoed. Lin Hao let out a cold laugh and looked at those people. What? You're done being keyboard warriors online and now want to be keyboard warriors in reality? If you dare to say another word, when the zombies come, you solve it yourselves. As soon as he said this, those people immediately shut their mouths. It was one thing to talk, but to take action? I can't do that. Lin Hao didn't even glance at them and walked forward. This was already the front line of the battlefield. After Xiongqi let out a roar, he saw him crouching down and charging forward. The zombies he knocked over were left without arms or legs. He actually plowed a path through the crowd. Not just him. The other 4 groups also had 4 professionals explode with strength, finally making it onto the bridge. The presence of the 5 professionals attracted most of the zombies' attention, finally relieving a lot of pressure from the 5 groups. Lin Hao noticed that zombies seemed to have selective targeting. Their primary targets were professionals, then those who had undergone basic evolution, and finally ordinary people. This was like having high-end, mid-range, and low-end vehicles for people to choose from. Almost everyone would definitely choose the high-end ones. only opting for mid-range and low-end options when there were no alternatives. At this moment, Lin Hao finally approached Chen Ding. "Why did you come over?" Chen Ding casually took down a zombie and asked Lin Hao. "I had no choice. I was worried about you, Brother Chun," Lin Hao shrugged, suddenly dodging to the side as a zombie missed him. In that instant, his watermelon knife drew an arc in the air. The zombie's head fell off, and the action was incredibly graceful. Chen Ding smiled. No matter the time, Lin Hao liked to do serious things in an unserious way. Even without using a profession, Lin Hao's strength was still incredibly powerful, making those who had undergone basic evolution doubt whether they had really gotten stronger at all. Lin Hao and Chen Ding cooperated, killing their way forward. The two attracted a lot of zombies' attention in this area, significantly reducing the pressure on those behind. Finally, the two were not far from the 5 professionals at the center when the system's voice sounded. New professions discovered: Titan, Hunter, Mage, Earth, Shield Warrior. Please confirm if the host wants to switch. You have 5 minutes to consider. Lin Hao was multitasking, killing zombies while looking at the descriptions of these 4 professions. Titan was the one who transformed into a giant. He was taller than a standing black bear. According to the system, as one's strength increased, the person's height would also increase. This was just the starting point. Hunter was skilled in making traps and had a certain degree of melee and ranged attack capability, suitable for jungle combat. Mage, Earth, could control earth elements, similar to a fire starter and ice controller, but according to the system, mages were inherently of a lower tier compared to these 2 professions. Shield Warrior, as the name suggests, was a warrior who fought with a shield. However, in modern society, there were no shields. It was quite remarkable that he managed to find a fire door to use as a shield. To be honest, the 4 professions are quite average, and Lin Hao had no intention of changing his profession. Just as he was thinking this, the system's voice came again. New professions discovered: Windchild, Assassin, Berserker. Lin Hao looked over and found that these 3 professions belonged to other groups, and they sparked his desire to switch. The Windchild is a profession related to speed, using the power of wind to accelerate. When it comes to speed, no profession present is faster than it. The Assassin seemed very suitable for Lin Hao. His direction was somewhat similar to that of an assassin, but he wasn't fragile. He hadn't neglected his constitution points. As for the Berserker, this profession becomes stronger the more injured it is, but correspondingly, its intelligence will sharply decline. Lin Hao understood clearly that this Berserker wouldn't dare to get injured, as no one knows whether a profession would turn into a zombie if injured by one, and no one would want to risk their body to find out. He had an idea: to replace the Arsonist and Strength Warrior professions with Windchild and Assassin. Of course, before that, he needed to squeeze out the last value of these 2 professions. System, what happens to the points I've allocated to my profession if I switch? Lin Hao asked. They will all be returned. With the system's assurance, Lin Hao felt relieved and directly used the Strength Warrior profession. In an instant, he felt a surge of power throughout his body, making it much easier to decapitate zombies. Chen Ding noticed immediately that Lin Hao had activated the power of a profession. The 2 of them fought their way through the zombie horde and reached the 5 professionals. Seeing Chen Ding and Lin Hao approach, Xiongqi was overjoyed. Chapter 40, Pincer Attack. Brother Chun, why did you bring other people here? It's too dangerous for non-professionals to come in, Xiongqi said, looking like a big brother. To be honest, if Lin Hao hadn't seen through Xiongqi's facade, he might have actually believed him. Chen Ding also displayed impressive acting skills, smiling as he said, "Brother Xiong, don't worry. This is my brother. His strength is not bad." Now that the people had arrived, Xiongqi had no choice. He just hoped he wouldn't have to waste energy protecting Lin Hao later. After all, he wanted to win over Chen Ding, so he naturally couldn't let Lin Hao be killed by zombies. Due to the intense fighting on his side, he had no idea what had just happened with Lin Hao. In the center of the battlefield, Lin Hao finally saw the panels of the 5 professionals. Among them, the one with the highest attributes was the Titan, tough and strong, with incredible strength. Its strength and constitution attributes were nearly 1 point higher than the others. Lin Hao immediately judged that the Titan profession was probably one of the stronger ones among all professions. In contrast, the other professions were relatively standard, without any unique features. However, Xiongqi soon realized that Chen Ding wasn't exaggerating. His brother's strength was indeed impressive, much stronger than those with basic evolution. but still not comparable to the professionals. This was the first time he had seen someone like that. Facing so many zombies, Lin Hao's breathing became heavier with excitement. These were all points. If he were alone, he wouldn't dare to be so arrogant, but with 6 professionals around him, they blocked each other's sides, preventing the zombie horde from breaking through their defenses. Taking advantage of the remaining time of the strength warrior, Lin Hao frantically killed zombies. Since the zombies were competing with each other, there were no more than 5 or 6 zombies close to them, and for now, the pressure wasn't too great. They were slowly advancing. However, soon a zombie that was completely different from the others appeared before them. It's a first-order zombie. The Titan, being the tallest, was the first to spot this special zombie. A first-order zombie is not weaker than the professionals. Even a professional would need considerable effort to take one down. And if unlucky, they might get counterkilled. What changed their expressions dramatically was that 2 more first-order zombies emerged from behind, bringing a total of 3 first-order zombies into the scene. Divide into 3 to deal with them. I can't move from here, the Titan shouted. His speed was definitely a weak point. Although his strength and constitution both exceeded 2 points, his speed was only 1. 2. Can you believe it? In the next second, the Shield Warrior, Earth Mage, and Hunter stepped forward to charge at the 3 first-order zombies. This increased the pressure on Lin Hao and the others. Come here, you fools. The Titan roared, causing the zombies that were originally attacking others to suddenly pounce on him, almost as if they wanted to eat him. Lin Hao was somewhat surprised. Did the Titan have taunting abilities? However, this also provided Lin Hao and the others with a chance to catch their breath. Taking advantage of the zombies' attention being drawn to the Titan, they decisively took advantage from behind. For the first time, Lin Hao felt that killing zombies was so easy. These zombies only had eyes for the Titan, completely ignoring them. A single strike would take down a zombie. To conserve energy, Lin Hao no longer slashed at their necks, but directly plunged his knife into their brains through their eyes. The taunt lasted for nearly 10 seconds, during which Lin Hao and the others managed to kill nearly 80 zombies, a significant harvest. Among them, Lin Hao's gains were even greater. He knew that after others killed zombies, he could also gain usable points. Lin Hao didn't rush to allocate points. After the use of the Strength Warrior ended, he replaced it with Wind Child. Allocating points to Wind Child cost the same as the Wind Child's points, indicating that these 2 professions were of the same level. System: activate the Arsonist. The activation time for the Arsonist was also 2 minutes. Unlike the Strength Warrior, who excelled in power, the Arsonist's strength lay in the flames enveloping their body. Lin Hao used his weapon to channel the flames into the zombies' brains, making it even easier to kill them. Fighting the zombies was incredibly difficult, especially for the groups behind, as most of them were ordinary people. Relying solely on the frontliners, their progress was too slow. After nearly an hour of fighting, they finally reached the center of the bridge, with each professional having killed over 70 or 80 zombies, and even several first-order zombies, resulting in significant stamina depletion. Among the ordinary people in the back, about a dozen had died or been injured. They were just unlucky, getting hurt by zombies that weren't completely dead, and to prevent them from suddenly turning into zombies, they had to be kicked out of the team. At this moment, bad news arrived. Zombies were appearing from behind. The noise from their battle had been too loud. Zombies are very sensitive to sound, and even the slightest noise could attract them. We must protect the back, or all our efforts will be in vain, the Titan said. Then let 4 professionals take some willing fighters to the back to hold them off. Once we cross the bridge, we'll come back to support, Xiongqi said. Among the 10 visible professionals, not everyone was suitable for holding the rear. After a brief selection, they chose these few to hold the back: Hunter, Earth Mage, Shield Warrior, and Berserker. Hunters are skilled at setting traps. Mages can create earth spikes, and both offense and defense are possible. Shield Warriors serve as meat shields, while Berserkers launch powerful attacks. Their plan is good, but they overlook one thing. People in panic tend to act irrationally. At that moment, a man screamed in terror and actually pushed someone standing at the edge of the bridge off. Splash! The person let out a wail in midair before crashing heavily into the river. The surrounding zombies, hearing the scream, became even more agitated. From such a height and without any preparation, the person was knocked unconscious the moment he fell, leaving him essentially doomed. Others witnessing this scene screamed in fright and distanced themselves from the man. When ordinary people encounter problems, it becomes a huge issue. Everyone get down. We professionals will protect your safety. Don't panic. That man just now, get out here. Xiongqi roared. Why did he bring so many people along? To be a good person? Don't be ridiculous. He was there for profit. As long as he could safely lead these people to the survivor base, it would be an achievement, and no matter where he was, he could leverage that achievement to do many things. Chapter 41. Victory in Sight. These people were Xiongqi's confidence. Anyone who dared to harm them would be his enemy. Xiongqi charged forward, standing in front of the man who had pushed the other off the bridge. You, don't come any closer. The man was terrified, with a bear-like figure glaring at him. Who wouldn't he be scared? Xiongqi reached out with his huge paw, clamped the man's head, lifted him up, and walked to the edge of the bridge before letting go. The man fell, meeting the same fate as the one he had pushed. If anyone dares to do something like that again, this will be your fate. With his ruthlessness, Xiongqi subdued the crowd. At this moment, even those with thoughts wouldn't dare to act. Lin Hao cast an appreciative glance at Xiongqi. Being ruthless at this moment was necessary, or the unrest would only grow. Titan and Xiongqi led the way, charging through without a single zombie able to stop them. In contrast, Chunding was holding back his strength under Lin Hao's request, currently in a semi-relaxed state. The priestess buffed the few frontline professionals, significantly increasing their strength and reducing the pressure from zombies. However, the pressure from the rear was quite high. As the main attacker, the berserker wielded a machete, hacking through the zombie horde. However, due to the overwhelming numbers, he was careless and got scratched by a zombie. The berserker froze. If the shield warrior hadn't rushed over to rescue him, he might have died at the hands of zombies. What are you dazed about? What time is it now? The shield warrior didn't notice the berserker was injured, thinking he was just distracted during the fight. I'm injured, the berserker said. The shield warrior was stunned. Their numbers were already low, and now one was injured, meaning the berserker would eventually turn into a zombie. Instinctively, he took a step back, but quickly realized the berserker hadn't turned yet. You know the consequences of being injured. Use your last bit of strength, the shield warrior said, his voice tinged with bitterness. He didn't know if he would be the next to be injured. To be honest, at that moment, he really wished he was just an ordinary person, hiding among the crowd while others protected him, but there was no way. From the very beginning, he had shown his abilities and couldn't hide at all. The hunter was busy setting traps and unaware of the situation, while the mage was focused on the zombies that slipped through the cracks, also not paying attention here. The berserker's eyes reddened. He was only in his 20s. If it weren't for the apocalypse, he would have had a long road ahead. I know, if you survive, please take care of my parents. After saying this, the berserker gritted his teeth and charged back into the horde of zombies. The berserker, mad for battle, having shed all restraints, he abandoned defense and focused entirely on how to kill zombies. As a result, his wounds multiplied and his eyes grew redder. Alongside the decline of his rationality, he finally lost his mind. Ha 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 ha! The berserker laughed maniacally, his expression frenzied, his eyes blood-red, covered in blood like a scene of a hero's last stand. Yet, he also exchanged his injuries and intellect for immense power. He single-handedly grabbed a zombie's head and smashed it down against the ground, shattering it like a watermelon. With his machete swinging, no matter if it was an arm, leg, or neck, nothing could stop him. The berserker's rampage attracted even more zombies, but they were merely walking to their deaths. Initially, the shield warrior felt sorrow, thinking the berserker was in his last frenzy, but gradually he sensed something was off. Why hadn't the berserker turned into a zombie yet? The shield warrior saw clearly that while the berserker was going mad, his body hadn't transformed into that of a zombie. If it were an ordinary person, they would have turned long ago. Suddenly, a thought popped into his mind. Could it be that professionals, even when injured, wouldn't turn into zombies? The shield warrior's heart raced. If this were true, it would provide even greater assurance for them professionals. At that moment, the shield warrior noticed the berserker's attack frequency decreasing. Realizing his stamina was likely running out, he gritted his teeth, took a fire door, and charged in. Relying on the shield warrior's innate defensive ability, he rushed to the berserker's side, lifted him up with one hand, and charged back out. This also resulted in him sustaining injuries. If it were before, he would have panicked, but now he was calm. We professionals should be immune to the zombie virus. He is the best example. The shield warrior shouted to the two professionals behind him. The hunter and mage, seeing the wounds on the berserker, were frightened, but despite that, the berserker still hadn't turned into a zombie, confirming the shield warrior's words were true. The two were overjoyed. While one group moved to bring the berserker to a central position for treatment, another sent people to the front line to convey this important news. As Lin Hao and the others were killing zombies, someone ran over, shouting loudly, "News from the rear. Professionals are immune to the zombie virus and 1 TB infected." The berserker has verified this with his own body. Lin Hao was shocked to hear this. This berserker was truly ruthless to dare undertake such an experiment. If he knew it was an accident, he would probably be both amused and exasperated. Titan was overjoyed, accelerating his movements, completely abandoning defense and focusing on offense. Xiongqi was the same. His defensive capabilities couldn't team-match Titan's, requiring him to invest some effort in defense, and this news came at just the right time. Lin Hao remained calm. He didn't want to be injured by zombies. He thrust his machete into a zombie's head, flames igniting, and just like that, one zombie perished. Finally, the arsonist's duration ended, and he directly replaced the assassin profession, using the points returned by the system to allocate stats, but this time it actually cost 5 points. Currently, he possesses the 3 professions of Windchild, Assassin, and Ice Control, 1 for acceleration, 1 for main attack, and 1 for control, a perfect combination. Suddenly, someone shouted, "The bridge is almost at the end." Lin Hao looked over and indeed saw that the front end of the bridge was less than 50 meters away from them, with nearly 300 zombies in this section. Having fought until now, their stamina was severely depleted, and Lin Hao could hear the heavy breathing of Titan and Xiongqi seeing victory in sight. Both of them were somewhat excited, but at this moment, no one noticed a person sneaking close to the trap-setting hunter. Puff! A sharp blade pierced directly through the hunter's heart, and confusion filled the hunter's eyes. Chapter 42. The Confused Feng Shui. The practitioner has been killed. A woman's scream instantly attracted everyone's attention. They looked over and indeed found the hunter's body lying on the ground. Next to him stood a man with a sharp-nosed, monkey-like face. He held a blood-stained blade in his hand, and there was even a hint of desire in his eyes. If killing was one thing, the man's next action made people regard him as a monster. He plunged his hand deep into the hunter's chest, pulled out his heart, and began to eat it in front of everyone. Ugh! Many people who witnessed such a brutal and bloody scene immediately vomited. Not far from the hunter, a wizard suddenly thought of something and shouted, "He is not human. He is a zombie." The wizard recalled a person he had encountered before, whose strange behavior eventually revealed that he had been transformed from a zombie into a human. The problem was that the zombie-turned-human was easily identifiable, but the person before them, if not for his sudden attack, no one would have suspected he was not human. This was terrifying. How many more zombies like him were there? If everyone began to doubt the people around them were zombies in disguise, how could they survive? The skinny man quickly devoured the heart, licking the blood around his lips, looking at the surrounding humans with a gaze akin to that of a predator eyeing its prey. "You're right, I am indeed a zombie, and a dual-mutated zombie with both mental and physical mutations. The mental mutation allows me to retain my intelligence, while the physical mutation gives me the ability to take on a human appearance." The man seemed unbothered by exposing a bit of his strength. If Lin Hao were here, he would see that this guy was actually a second-tier zombie. Generally speaking, a mutation in one attribute can manifest in many ways, and it just so happened that these 2 types of mutations might be unique. The wizard was quite flustered. The berserker was in a coma, the hunter was dead, and the remaining practitioners were just him and the shield warrior. But the shield warrior was struggling against the zombies and was unable to assist him against this zombie. The mutated zombie seemed to notice the predicament of the 2 practitioners, and with a smug smile, suddenly accelerated and charged into the crowd. The wizard was startled, realizing the opponent's intent, and immediately shouted, "Quickly send a practitioner from the front line over No. 2. There's a powerful zombie here, suspected to be a second-tier zombie." As he shouted, the mutated zombie entered the crowd and began a massacre. In an instant, chaos erupted in the area. To survive, those at the back pushed forward desperately. But the bridge was not very large, and the front was already crowded, so their pushing even affected many basic, evolved individuals' battles. The screams from here reached the front, and Xiongqi frowned. What happened at the back? A second-tier zombie has appeared at the back, looking just like a human, slaughtering ordinary people. Only 2 practitioners are left back there. Finally, someone relayed the situation from the back. Xiongqi was shocked. A second-tier zombie? Such a powerful zombie would at least require several practitioners to deal with, right? The problem was that the number of practitioners here was clearly insufficient. The front line was already a bit stretched. If more people were sent to the back now, the front line would be doomed. For a moment, Xiongqi didn't know what to do. Soon, he gritted his teeth. For now, ignore the back. Concentrate all efforts and charge across the bridge. They were already close to the end of the bridge. As long as they could get across, it would be worth paying a small price. Just as he prepared to continue fighting, a bone-chilling cold suddenly surged from behind. In the midst of the crowd, a large amount of frost appeared, and snowflakes seemed to faintly appear in the air. What the hell was this? Lin Hao knew that Feng Shui had made her move. Even though her arm was broken, her strength still existed. She probably couldn't bear to watch any longer and chose to intervene. Not just Feng Shui, but Xiaqiu also decisively launched a mental attack on the mutated zombie, temporarily halting it. Xiongqi was overjoyed. He hadn't expected that there were practitioners hidden among the crowd. At this moment, he had no extra thoughts to blame them for not acting sooner. One more practitioner meant one more fighting force. 2 practitioners hidden among ordinary people. This truly surprises me. If you had appeared from the start, so many people wouldn't have died. Those people all died because of you. A strange smile appeared on the man's face. As a zombie with intelligence, he was well aware of humanity's inherent flaws. With just a little guidance, these humans would not resent him, the executioner, but rather blame the 2 practitioners who had not acted earlier. Indeed, after he spoke, those whose family and friends had been killed glared at the 2 with anger. You are clearly practitioners. Why hide your identities? My brother was killed by a zombie. It's all your fault. My sister was only 5 years old. She died so tragically. It's all your fault. Why did you only act now? Why? As practitioners, hiding among us ordinary people, do you have no shame? Immediately, many people stood up, shouting at Feng Shui and Xiaqiu. Although Xiaqiu was young, he had been through a lot and understood that this society was always like this. He could keep his composure, but Feng Shui was different. As a major star, she had never experienced such a scene and was instantly bewildered. Clearly, she had acted to save these people. Why did they hate her instead? Wasn't the true culprit that zombie? The mutated zombie watched with delight. He loved to toy with humans. This reminded him of the last high school student he had devoured, who naively thought he was a friend, only to be knocked out and slowly eaten. He licked around his lips with his tongue, unable to suppress the insatiable hunger rising within him as he observed the reactions of these people. For the first time, Feng Shui realized that being a good person didn't necessarily lead to good outcomes. If she had pretended not to see anything and not intervened, this situation would not have occurred. For the first time in her life, she was engulfed in confusion. Huff, huff. The mutated zombie could no longer hold back and lunged at Feng Shui. Seeing her bewildered expression, its saliva began to secrete rapidly, a surging appetite urging it to act. I'm going for it. The mutated zombie opened its mouth wide, revealing a mouthful of sharp teeth. Just as it was about to bite down on Feng Shui's neck, a flash of cold light appeared before its eyes. Chapter 43. Live like a dog. Puff. One of the mutated zombie's ears was sliced off by Lin Hao with a single stroke. He had originally aimed to cut off the zombie's neck, but didn't expect it to react so quickly. The mutated zombie was furious. It had almost died. When it realized who had attacked, its expression changed. Isn't this the captain of that squad? He is actually a professional, and his strength is so formidable. At that time, it had refrained from attacking mainly out of fear of Chunding and Xiaqiu. If these 2 professionals teamed up, it might be in danger. So it had held back its urge to strike. This attack on the bridge was its best opportunity. It had already devoured one professional, and Feng Shui was its second target. Feng Shui thought she was doomed, but unexpectedly, Lin Hao appeared and saved her. Her expression was quite complex. From the beginning, her relationship with Lin Hao had not been good, and they had almost gone their separate ways. She didn't like Lin Hao's way of handling things. He was too cold and lacked any sense of humanity. What she didn't realize was that Lin Hao's sense of humanity was reserved for his own people. What kind of humanity could he show to outsiders? Lin Hao held the watermelon knife horizontally in front of him. Just a moment ago, he had directly used the assassin profession to strike the mutated zombie from the shadows. Otherwise, he wouldn't have even been able to cut off an ear. The assassin's ability made his body more agile and adept at hiding. After missing his strike, Lin Hao didn't even glance at Feng Shui as he retreated and blended into the crowd. The mutated zombie stood in place, hesitant to act recklessly. An assassin-type professional was not to be taken lightly. Hidden in the shadows, Lin Hao sighed slightly when he saw Feng Shui still standing there dumbfounded. He would have really preferred not to care about her life if it weren't for her profession, which could produce clean, fresh water. Xiaqiu, attack in 10 seconds. Lin Hao's voice rang in Xiaqiu's ear. The problem was that Xiaqiu couldn't see Lin Hao's figure. He was astonished at how unfathomable the captain's strength was. He nodded slightly. The mutated zombie's attention was focused on the captain, so when T noticed his movements. If you don't come out, I'll start killing people now. The mutated zombie seemed somewhat afraid of Lin Hao, grabbing a man and choking him as it shouted. The man was frantic, continuously shouting for help, tears and snot streaming down his face. 5 seconds left. If you don't come out, I'll kill him, and then I'll kill another person in 5 seconds. The mutated zombie's expression turned fierce as it began to count down. Xiaqiu was anxious. The captain had said to attack after 10 seconds. Did that mean he could only watch this man get killed? But if he acted now, it would disrupt the captain's plan, and what if more people died then? Xiaqiu was in a dilemma when the mutated zombie had already counted down to 3. At that moment, no one expected Feng Shui to act. Suddenly, countless ice blocks crawled up the mutated zombie's body, almost in less than a second, turning the mutated zombie into an ice sculpture. Feng Shui knew that this ice sculpture wouldn't be able to take down the mutated zombie, so she hurriedly shouted, "Attack quickly." Xiaqiu gritted his teeth. Such a good opportunity would be a waste if he didn't act, so he decisively launched a mental attack on a mutated zombie. The mutated zombie immediately felt a splitting headache, and the pain even affected its thoughts. It didn't even break free from the ice surrounding its body. Lin Hao, concealed in the shadows, sighed slightly. He planned to teach this woman a good lesson after this was over, making her understand that mistakes come with consequences. Whoosh! Lin Hao's figure approached the mutated zombie like a ghost from the back. At this moment, numerous cracks appeared on the ice covering the mutated zombie's body, which then shattered with a loud crash. Lin Hao seized that fleeting moment to stab the watermelon knife into the soft flesh under the mutated zombie's jaw. Puff! The watermelon knife slid through effortlessly, penetrating the zombie's jaw and entering its brain. No, the mutated zombie barely managed to utter a word before Lin Hao coldly twisted the watermelon knife, turning its brain matter into a mushy paste. It took the combined effort of 3 people to take down a second-tier zombie, and Lin Hao deeply felt that the strength of professionals was still lacking. Seeing the mutated zombie dead, the surrounding ordinary people rushed over, kicking and punching the zombie's corpse as if venting their rage. The man whom Lin Hao had saved even stood up, pointing at Lin Hao and shouting, "Are you blind? Didn't you see me being grabbed by the zombie? If I got hurt, can you afford to compensate me?" "Exactly. My husband is a successful person, just back from studying overseas. His watch costs more than your entire outfit." At that moment, a flamboyantly dressed woman rushed over, her face full of sarcasm as she pointed at Lin Hao and shouted, "Oomph, you look like you're from the military, right? As long as you protect me to the survivor base, I'll say a few good words to your superiors. Getting promoted and getting a raise will be a piece of cake." The behavior of this couple left Feng Shui dumbfounded. Was this really the person she had to try to save? When did Lin Hao ever say he was a soldier? Even if he were a soldier, did he have to protect them from any harm? She had clearly saved many people just now, yet those people were criticizing her. Suddenly, she realized that Lin Hao's actions were correct. Not everyone was worth saving. Lin Hao ignored the couple and directly dug out the second-tier crystal from the zombie's head with the watermelon knife, making the onlookers feel disgusted. After putting away the crystal, Lin Hao finally looked at the man. "First, I'm not a soldier. Second, I never intended to save you. Third, after spinning the watermelon knife in his hand, he directly slashed the man's throat, blood spraying everywhere, and his voice finally echoed, "If you don't want to live, I can send you on your way." "Ah, you killed my husband, you murderer." The woman let out an ear-piercing scream, and a wet stain appeared on her leg. She had actually peed herself in fear. Lin Hao didn't even glance at her, sweeping his gaze around and calmly saying, "We have no obligation to protect you. Don't consider yourself a big shot." Believing the words of a zombie. I really don't know if you've lived like a dog all these years. After being scolded by Lin Hao, no one dared to speak, and the corpse of the man on the ground was the best example. Qian Yin was filled with excitement. How he wished he could be in the captain's position, berating these fools. If the captain hadn't acted, many people would have died here. They didn't appreciate the captain and even spoke ill of him. They were truly asking for their own demise, since the identity of the professionals was exposed. Lin Hao didn't mind letting Xia Qiu take action, while Feng Shui remained in the team to protect the remaining few. Chapter 44. The reason for saving people. Receiving Lin Hao's orders, Xia Qiu moved to the back to help fend off the zombies. The mage, seeing a new professional arrive, didn't have time to scold why he acted at this moment. Having one more person meant one more bit of strength. "What is your profession?" the wizard asked anxiously. "Soul Master," Xia Qiu replied, as his girlfriend's spirit appeared beside him, nearly scaring the wizard to death. He never expected that someone's profession could involve controlling ghosts. "Then how do you fight?" The wizard couldn't understand. "Like this." Xia Qiu pointed, and a zombie running toward them suddenly shook its head and fell to the ground, motionless. With such a huge power difference, Xia Qiu could easily use mental attacks to instantly kill his opponent. These ordinary zombies were too weak. The wizard's mouth dropped open in shock. He never thought there was a profession so powerful that it could casually kill a zombie. "Bro, that's impressive. That shield warrior seems to be struggling a bit. Can you bring him out? I've set up many traps with a hunter that should hold them off for a while," the wizard said urgently. He wasn't suited for melee combat and might end up getting killed, while the shield warrior was holding out to buy him time. "No problem." Xia Qiu stayed in place, while his girlfriend's spirit floated over. The shield warrior was struggling to fend off the zombies, with multiple wounds on his body, and a chunk of flesh bitten off his arm. Though he knew he wouldn't turn into a zombie, it hurt. "I can't retreat. There are many ordinary people behind me." The shield warrior gritted his teeth. Just then, he caught a glimpse of something moving in the air and couldn't help but look. That glance nearly gave him a heart attack. What the hell? A ghost. In that instant, Xia Qiu's girlfriend's ghost suddenly opened her mouth and let out a piercing shriek. All the surrounding zombies felt a severe headache and had no time to attack the shield warrior. The shield warrior was dumbfounded. What was this? "Hey, aren't you coming back? Do you want to die?" Xia Qiu shouted from behind. The shield warrior turned back and saw the wizard waving at him, realizing that this ghost seemed to be there to help him. He definitely wasn't ready to die yet and hurried back. "Old shield, that ghost you saw just now belongs to this brother. He is a soul master," the wizard introduced. "Thank you," the shield warrior said gratefully. "No problem, we're all friends." Once the effect of the mental attack wore off, the shield warrior's potential was no longer there, and a large number of zombies surged forward again. But this time they had traps. The hunter could gather materials on the spot to create various traps, and these traps looked terrifying. Just as a zombie stepped into a trap, one of its legs got caught, causing its body to fall, and the zombies behind it tripped over, unable to get back up. It wasn't realistic to eliminate all the zombies using traps. The best method was to limit their speed. On the other side, Lin Hao returned to the front line after taking care of the mutated zombies. They were now less than 30 meters from the end, and the number of zombies had dropped below 150. At this speed, they would probably get through soon. But there was a problem. The previous survivors seemed to have used a lot of junk cars to build a small mountain at the end to block the zombies' progress. A mountain of cars. These cars blocked their way, and they had to find a way to move them. "I'll do it." Having finally taken care of the zombies, Titan stepped up, ready to use his immense strength to move some of the cars. As long as there was one passage, the people behind could get out. But he overestimated himself. After such a long battle, he had exhausted almost all his strength. After moving one car, he couldn't maintain his Titan form and turned back into a muscular man. Xiongqi was similar. He returned to his normal form after moving one more car, which was just a drop in the bucket. Chunding's profession wasn't suitable for moving cars. For a moment, many people looked at the pile of cars in despair. "We finally made it this far. Are we really going to give up?" Someone shouted unwillingly. Chunding sighed and approached Lin Hao, saying, "It seems impossible to save everyone now. The only option left is to climb over. Such a high mountain. Probably not many ordinary people could climb over it. And the zombies behind wouldn't give anyone the time to slowly climb." At that moment, Lin Hao said, Brother Chun, I have a way to save everyone. But I need a reason to save them. Chen Ding looked at him and saw the determination in Lin Hao's eyes. He wasn't joking. From the beginning, Chen Ding could tell that Lin Hao only cared for his own people. He didn't care whether outsiders lived or died. If it were just a few people, Chen Ding might have made a hard decision to abandon them. But there were nearly 1,000 people here. It would be hard for him to abandon them all. He just couldn't think of a reason for Lin Hao to save them. Chen Ding knew that Lin Hao was here only because there were many people, which increased the chance of survival, not to save anyone. All along, Lin Hao had never actively saved anyone. He only acted when it involved him or others. Then tell me, does your method harm you in any way? Chen Ding asked seriously. At most, it just consumes some stamina, no other harm. Then that's fine. This reason for saving people doesn't need to come from me, but from others. Even if I don't say it, you'll save your team, right? Chen Ding said with a smile. Chen Ding's bottom line was his own team. As for others, he would save them if he could, but if it didn't work, then there was nothing he could do. Upon learning that the method to save people wouldn't affect Lin Hao's body, Chen Ding suddenly shouted, "Everyone, quiet. I now have a way to save everyone, but I have one condition." As soon as Chen Ding's words fell, the crowd fell silent, and many people's eyes lit up with hope. Brother Chun, what is your condition? No matter what it is, I agree. Xiongqi was the first to speak up. He was the one who wanted to ensure everyone reached the survivor base safely. Even if Chen Ding proposed some excessive conditions, he would agree. At worst, they would deal with it later. My condition is actually very simple, Chen Ding said with a hint of a playful smile. You need to give me a reason to save you. Suddenly, the crowd fell silent. They thought they must have misheard. What kind of condition was that? Do you need a reason to save people? Only Lin Hao understood Chen Ding's intention. He wanted to draw all the hatred onto himself. Chapter 45. Keyboard warriors are in danger. Brother Chun, you don't have to do this, Lin Hao said helplessly. He truly hadn't expected Chen Ding to act this way. Chen Ding smiled and didn't explain. Lin Hao's gratitude to him was immense, and in Chen Ding's view, this was merely a small matter. However, as soon as Chen Ding's words came out, many people glared at him angrily, thinking he was a bastard who liked to take advantage of the situation. What time is it now? If you have a way, just say it. Do you want to kill so many people? Can you live with yourself? I've never seen someone so shameless. Clearly, there's a way, yet you still ask for a reason. I'm giving you face. Don't think you're invincible just because you're a professional. See that? There are quite a few professionals here. Hurry up and speak. It seemed that the presence of other professionals gave them courage, and one by one, they shouted at Chen Ding, showcasing the dark side of humanity under the threat of death. If it weren't for the fear of Chen Ding being a professional, someone would have probably rushed up to beat him by now. Chen Ding smiled. He understood Lin Hao's meaning. Are these people worth saving? Not worth it. But not everyone was like these people. A portion of them said nothing. They merely held their weapons silently, standing at the back of the group. What Lin Hao needed was a reason to save these people. Xiongqi's expression seemed a bit grim. With wounds all over his body, he approached Chen Ding and said, Bro, if you have a way, just say it quickly. Chen Ding shook his head. I said I need a reason. Xiongqi clenched his fists, feeling that Chen Ding was refusing to give him face. Reasons were all nonsense. Seeing others still cursing at Chen Ding, Xiongqi rushed up and slapped one person, almost knocking out all their teeth. Shut up. Even in human form, Xiongqi's strength was beyond what ordinary people could handle. With a roar, he suppressed all the noise. What reason do you want? Xiongqi glared fiercely at Chen Ding. This is something you all need to consider, not me, Chen Ding said calmly. Fortunately, the traps behind were still effective. For a short time, the zombies couldn't catch up, or they wouldn't have had the time to talk here. Xiongqi couldn't think of any reason. Humanity's righteousness? Or money and beauty? You all think of something. Any reason will do. Just say it. Xiongqi yelled at the ordinary people. To survive, these people began to come up with various reasons. Some normal ones were fine, like I want to live. But some bizarre reasons made Chen Ding's eye twitch, like I'm the only child in my family. I can't die no matter what. You're the only child. But what about the others? These reasons obviously couldn't pass. Seeing the zombies getting closer, Xiongqi grew anxious. Bro, if you don't say anything soon, don't blame me for getting rough. These people were all his future achievements. If they were lost just like that, he would spit blood. As the situation seemed to fall into a stalemate, the priestess, who had been silent, suddenly spoke up. When saving people, some casualties are normal. Is this reason acceptable? Chun Ding was taken aback. This reason was quite novel. He didn't know how to judge it, and could only look at Lin Hao. Lin Hao looked at the seemingly shy priestess in surprise. There was a hidden meaning in her words. This reason could work. Seeing Lin Hao nod, Chun Ding immediately said, "Actually, the solution is simple. One of my teammates is an ice controller. She can create an ice ladder. By walking up the ice ladder to a higher place and then sliding down the ice layer, we can get past this car mountain." Feng Shui, who had been silent on the side, was confused, thinking, why am I involved? But there was no choice. She had been taken care of by Chun Ding and the others, and now all she had to do was create an ice ladder and slide. It was a difficult task. Feng Shui stepped forward and began to create the ice ladder. At that moment, many strong-bodied individuals nearly started fighting over the best position. In contrast, the elderly, children, and women couldn't compete with them and could only stand at the back. To survive, they completely forgot about so-called morals. Respecting the elderly and loving the young was all nonsense. In fact, this was the brutal rule of the apocalypse, survival of the fittest, with the young being the main force. However, Chun Ding suddenly spoke. "Professionals, throw all these people to the back of the line. Let the elderly, children, and women go first. You can choose not to follow my orders, but this ice ladder will soon turn into a pile of wastewater." The professionals exchanged glances. Now that the escape route was controlled by Chun Ding, they had no choice but to comply with his words. Moreover, several professionals had long been displeased with these people. They were fighting for their lives while this group was scrambling to be the first to escape, looking utterly disgraceful. With the professionals taking action, all those vying for position were thrown to the back of the line, while the elderly, children, and women stood at the front. At that moment, the ice ladder was completed, and they ascended in an orderly manner. However, the traps behind had already been completely trampled by zombies. Run, there's zombies! The people at the back panicked, wanting to squeeze in, but the professionals blocked their way, preventing them from moving forward. At this time, the professionals seemed to realize that the so-called reason was merely an excuse to clear out these useless people. When saving people, some casualties are normal, and the people in front of them were part of those casualties. Their only chance of survival was to kill the zombies and stop their advance. Truly worthy of the vice captain, clearing out the garbage and saving so many who should be saved, while conveniently shifting the hatred. 3 benefits in one. Li Han said with a smile. The vice captain was naturally Chun Ding, as no one else could take that position. This wasn't my idea. It was all Lin Hao's idea. I'm just an executor. Chun Ding waved his hand. Doesn't matter. Those people's mouths were too foul. This isn't before the apocalypse, where they can be keyboard warriors online. Real-life keyboard warriors face life-threatening dangers, Lin Hao chuckled. By the time most people had crossed the car mountain, those at the back had suffered heavy casualties. Once the professionals had fully evacuated, these people became the zombies' lunch. Not good. The zombies are climbing up the ice ladder. Someone shouted in alarm. Brother Chun, it's time for you to take the stage. Chapter 46, Blood Prophet. Chun Ding walked over and reached out to touch the ice. Instantly, his flames ignited on the ice, and the immense heat caused the ice to melt rapidly, sending all the zombies sliding down, never to rise again. The crowd cheered. They had finally crossed the bridge, and the survivor base was not far away. Some even saw a number of people standing on the buildings on the other side of the bridge, casting envious glances at them. They had seen how these people got across without the combat power of professionals. Those people would have likely perished long ago, no matter how they shouted for help. No one paid them any mind. Not even Xiongqi. This attack on the bridge was far too dangerous. Several accidents had occurred along the way. If it weren't for Chun Ding's team, they would have suffered heavy casualties instead of losing less than 100 people to secure the survival of the majority. Xiongqi suddenly realized that Chun Ding's team was very strong. Bro, that was just a force situation. I've always believed in you. Xiongqi shamelessly approached Chun Ding to build rapport. Chun Ding didn't mind. He was just saying some polite words, which he was good at. After crossing the bridge, the road was smooth, and they could see the end at a glance. Not sure if the military has cleared this area, but they encountered very few zombies along the way, as these zombies were naturally taken care of by the professionals. After walking for a while, they finally saw some figures in the distance, along with a makeshift defense line made of barbed wire and various debris. It's a survivor base. The crowd cheered, as they had finally reached their ultimate destination. Standing by the makeshift defense line were several soldiers in camouflage uniforms. When they first saw so many figures, they were startled, thinking it was a horde of zombies attacking. However, through binoculars, they discovered that this was actually a group of hundreds of survivors, which left them dumbfounded. How did these people survive? In the past few days, they had only received small teams of a few to a dozen people, with the largest team not exceeding 30. What was the deal with these hundreds of individuals? When both sides made contact, the soldiers learned that these people had actually broken through the bridge and forced their way over. How many professionals are among you? One soldier asked. The term professionals had originated from their survivor base, so the soldiers were not surprised. As a representative, Xiongqi stepped forward and said, "We originally had 12 professionals, but we lost one during the attack on the bridge, and currently, we have 11 professionals." This count did not include Lin Hao, as he had never displayed any signs of being a professional in front of outsiders. Xiongqi merely regarded Lin Hao as a human who was slightly stronger than an average basic evolved being. Not being a professional didn't even register on his radar. Upon hearing that there were 11 professionals among this group, the soldiers' expressions turned serious, and they saluted, saying, "Welcome, professionals. For the stability of the survivor base, we ask you to complete a ranking. The more detailed, the better." The registration was quite simple, just names, ages, and the titles of their professions. Those who had enhanced abilities but were not professionals were called evolved beings, while ordinary people were expected to be protected. Lin Hao only registered as an evolved being, as there was no need to register as a professional. However, it seemed that the 11 professionals were taken to another location and couldn't return for the time being, leaving only Lin Hao and the others in the group. Now that we've reached the survivor base, our transaction is complete, Lin Hao said to Qian Yan. "Thank you, Captain, for your help along the way. I hope to fight alongside you again in the future," Qian Yan said before walking away alone. Li Han and Li Yin had been by Lin Hao's side the entire time, and during this battle, they hadn't really taken action. The mother-daughter duo and Yang Yuqing had become more aware of the strength of this team through this experience and were determined to stick with the group, not want to go anywhere else. "Captain, I just asked around, and it seems that supplies here are not very abundant. Ordinary people can only get the bare minimum of food for survival each day and live in tents. Evolved beings have a bit more food and live in wooden houses, while professionals have the best treatment, living in large houses with ample food supply. It's said that almost all professionals choose to join the military, and free professionals are quite rare." In a short time, Li Han gathered quite a bit of information, and he keenly noticed that even in the survivor base, not everyone was equal. Lin Hao nodded. This was not surprising. If they really implemented a communal system, that would be the greatest inequality. Professionals and evolved beings were stronger. They faced greater dangers, and they needed to protect ordinary people. If they received the same treatment as ordinary people, who would still risk their lives to protect them? Is an ordinary person's life worth more than that of professionals and evolved beings? No wonder those professionals were asked to leave right after they arrived. "It turns out the military wants to recruit them," Lin Hao said with a smirk. He couldn't guarantee what the others would choose, but Chen Ding would definitely not agree. Chen Ding's greatest wish was to resurrect his daughter once he joined the military. Even if he found a way to resurrect her, the military would surely not let him use it. As for the choices of the others, Lin Hao didn't care. "We have enough food for a week, but since the base provides food for free, we can save some," Lin Hao said. "Captain, excluding ordinary people, although the food for professionals and evolved beings is free, it requires completing a daily task," Li Han reminded. Lin Hao pouted as expected. "There is no such thing as a free lunch. Let's find a place to stay first and then see what the tasks are like." Finding accommodation was naturally left to Li Han, as he was more resourceful than others and found these things very simple. However, this time, he also brought Yang Yuqing along, and it seemed that the two had hit it off. While Li Han was looking for housing, Lin Hao submitted the system task. Task completed. Since no team member died, the full reward for the task is issued. Lin Hao saw his available points increase by 2, and he couldn't help but smile. Adding the zombies he had killed on the bridge and those killed by others, his available points suddenly exceeded 7 points. Of course, in reality, the number of zombies that died was far more than just that, but the problem was that only the zombies that died around him counted towards his available points, which made Lin Hao feel quite helpless. Not only the available points, But Lin Hao also discovered that his 4 attributes had each increased by 0, 1, or 0, 2. Overall, this was a huge profit. Chapter 47. Survivor Base. There was also a weapon enhancement opportunity, and Lin Hao naturally chose the watermelon knife he had in hand, which was the best knife he had found among all his knives. System used the weapon enhancement opportunity. In the blink of an eye, Lin Hao saw significant changes to the watermelon knife in his hand. The most noticeable change was that its surface was shiny and reflective, and the blade flickered with a cold light, looking extremely sharp. Watermelon knife enhancement level. 2 traits. Sharp. Tear. Lin Hao's eyes lit up. It actually gained an additional trait. And the original sharp had its prefix removed, making it even sharper. There was also an enhancement level, which indicated that weapons had different levels too. Before long, Li Han and Yang Yuqing returned. Captain, I found a place to stay for rooms and 2 halls, but the asking price is 2 boxes of instant noodles or equivalent. Using the food they had, gathering the equivalent of 2 boxes of instant noodles was not a problem, but that price was too high. The base distributed food daily, but the taste of these foods was hard to describe. Given a choice, most people wouldn't want to eat that food. This led to many people bringing food from the outside, making it very precious. What was once a sky-high price for housing before the apocalypse was now worth just 2 boxes of instant noodles. What is the price of crystal stones here? Lin Hao asked. He believed Li Han must have inquired about it. And sure enough, Li Han replied directly, crystal stones are currently at a sky-high price. I heard that crystal stones can not only enhance weapons, but they can also be consumed to enhance oneself. And there is even a small chance of turning someone into a professional. At this moment, Li Han finally understood Lin Hao's earlier meaning, to become a professional. Consuming crystal stones was another method. However, the production of crystal stones was too low. Currently, only first-tier zombies and above had a chance to drop them. But only professionals could kill zombies above the first tier. This leads to a situation where those in need cannot obtain the crystal stones, while those who can get the crystal stones need them even more. Is it a sky-high price? That's just right, Lin Hao smiled and said. Take me to find the person selling the houses. After walking for a few minutes, they arrived at a temporary shelter where people were mixed together, most of them selling various items. There were food and water, as well as all sorts of strange cold weapons. Lin Hao was also taken aback when he saw various steel pipes laid out in front of one person. Captain, it's him. Li Han led them to a stall where the person had not displayed food, but sheets of paper with information about different houses for sale. Even the military cannot arbitrarily deprive others of their housing. If the person living there is still alive, it naturally belongs to the individual. However, if the owner of the house has died, it will be confiscated by the military and then allocated to important personnel or professionals. 1 first-level crystal stone for 2 houses plus 2 boxes of instant noodles or equivalent, Lin Hao stated directly. The seller was a middle-aged man, and when he heard the words first-level crystal stone, his eyes seemed to shine. You have a first-level crystal stone? But this price is too high, at most. 1 house plus 2 boxes of instant noodles or equivalent. Upon hearing this, Lin Hao turned around and walked away, leaving the middle-aged man stunned. Wait, aren't we negotiating? You should at least haggle. The middle-aged man wiped his sweat. It was his first time encountering such a customer. 1 fixed price if you say anything else. I'll go to another place. I don't believe no one wants a first-level crystal stone. The middle-aged man gritted his teeth. Fine deal. He then pulled out 2 boxes of instant noodles and 2 keys from his small storage. The keys have the house numbers. Where's your first-level crystal stone? Let me tell you, if you dare to deceive me, the military is not just for show. If you don't believe it, you can verify with the military. The houses are right here. You can come find me anytime, Lin Hao said as he handed over the first-level crystal stone. The house seemed to have been cleaned. There was no strange smell inside, and it was fully furnished with appliances. The house is not bad, and you can move around freely now. You can all explore, Lin Hao said. Li Han took Yang Yuqing to start wandering around the survivor base to gather more intelligence. While Li Yin temporarily took the mother and daughter out to have a look, Lin Hao then went alone to the task area. The people here were not only evolvers. There were many ordinary people as well. Even ordinary people were not all willing to just wait for death. Some with ambitions would come here to try their luck. Those with skills might catch the military's eye, and then they could have everything. Those without skills would just work as laborers. This survivor base had just been built, and many places needed manpower. Lin Hao arrived at the Evolver task area, where the number of people was much less than that of ordinary people. After all, being an evolver meant that one had killed at least 5 zombies. You're a newcomer entering for the first time, right? A soldier stopped Lin Hao. Yes, what's wrong? To receive an evolver task, you must take a test to confirm your identity as an evolver before you could take on a task. To prevent someone from impersonating an evolver. Lin Hao was surprised. Is there really someone stupid enough to impersonate an evolver? An ordinary person taking on an evolver task. Isn't that asking for death? Just as Lin Hao was thinking this, someone was thrown out, and the soldier calmly pointed at this person and said, "This is the one who wanted to impersonate an evolver." Well, getting slapped in the face like that, Lin Hao had to admit it. The so-called test was actually very simple. After becoming an evolver, one's abilities received significant boosts, especially strength and speed, which were the easiest to test. Lin Hao held back a bit and did not unleash his full strength, but he still confirmed his identity as an evolver. Moreover, the military's recording method was identical to the panel Lin Hao had seen, using a normal adult's standard attribute of 1. Evolvers almost all surpassed it by more than 1 point. His recorded values were strength and speed, both at 1. 3, while physique and spirit could not be tested. After becoming an evolver, Lin Hao received a blue wristband, which was his identity marker as an evolver. Once inside, Lin Hao saw at least 100 evolvers filtering through tasks. He walked closer and found that these tasks were all kinds of strange. Some were helping people find their relatives, while others were about dealing with zombies. According to the staff here, these evolvers only needed to complete 1 ordinary daily task each day. What about this task? Lin Hao asked, pointing at one. The staff member snickered. That's the residential building. The estimated number of zombies inside is over 100. Taking this task is just asking for death, isn't it? Just tell me what the reward is for completing the task, Lin Hao said indifferently. The staff member wanted to mock him again, but seeing Lin Hao's cold gaze, he shivered and did not dare to say more. This is a level task, and it's an A-level task. If you can really complete it, even as an evolver, you can receive the same treatment as a professional. You could even gain ownership of 10 houses in that building. The task reward was quite good, but the number of people who could complete this task was estimated to be very few. All right, I'll take this task. Huh? The staff member was dumbfounded, and those nearby who heard Lin Hao's voice were also astonished. Someone here wants to take on an A-level task. Someone shouted, and suddenly all eyes in the room turned to them. Although the survivor base had only been established for a few days so far, the most any evolver had completed was a B-level task. As for A-level tasks, they had heard that professionals had completed them together, and it was too difficult for an evolver to complete an A-level task. Who gave you the courage to take on an A-level task? If you want to seek death, that's fine, but if you end up causing other evolvers to die, you would be weakening the combat strength of the survivor base. A bald man with a face full of flesh stepped forward. Someone nearby recognized him and couldn't help but exclaim, "Isn't that Zhu Roqiang? I heard that during the test. His strength and speed reached over 1. 5. Even the weaker professionals can't match him in close combat. In a place where most people were ordinary, someone with attributes exceeding 1. 5 was indeed quite powerful. Zhu Roqiang, upon being recognized, puffed out his chest, feeling quite pleased. Lin Hao ignored this person entirely, frowning as he looked at the staff member in front of him. Can I take the A-level task? No. Every evolver can take tasks. But to prevent someone from deliberately holding on to a task, if a task cannot be completed within a week, the evolver will face certain penalties. And an evolver can only take 1 task at a time, the staff member explained. Lin Hao nodded. This made sense. Otherwise, if someone took a bunch of tasks and deliberately did not complete them, it would hinder others from completing theirs, which would be a problem. I want to take this task. Saying this, Lin Hao handed over his badge. Soon, the staff handed over the badge. Mission accepted. Evolver, good luck. Lin Hao nodded and prepared to leave. Zhu Roqiang, seeing that Lin Hao completely ignored him, was so angry that his eyes turned red. This time, if he did nothing, he would definitely be laughed at. In this survivor base, reputation was everything. With a name, one could be recognized anywhere, but without a name, no one would know it even if you said it. For the sake of reputation, even good friends could turn against each other. Kid, stop right there, Zhu Roqiang shouted. But Lin Hao did not pause his steps at all. In a fit of rage, Zhu Roqiang threw a punch at Lin Hao's back. The staff tried to stop him, but it was too late. Just when everyone thought Lin Hao would be knocked down by this punch, no one expected a flash of cold light, followed by a severed hand falling to the ground. Puffed. Blood spurted from Zhu Roqiang's severed wrist, and Lin Hao's cold voice reached everyone's ears. This is just a warning. Next time, you will die. Chapter 48, Ling Qi. When Lin Hao returned, he saw that someone was already back in the room. I'm not surprised that Brother Chen is back, but you two seem unnecessary to return. Is the military's offer not good enough? Lin Hao looked at Xia Qiu and Fang Shui in surprise. He wasn't surprised that Chun Ding could return, but Xia Qiu and Fang Shui had no reason to come back at all. Xia Qiu chuckled. I think this place is more suitable for me than the military. Besides, it was the captain and the vice captain who saved me. My grandfather taught me to never forget my roots. Of course, that was only part of the reason. Mainly, he felt that this team was strong and free, and it was better here than being restricted in the military. Lin Hao somewhat acknowledged Xia Qiu's reasoning. He then turned his gaze to Fang Shui, who had almost no reason to stay. Their cooperative relationship ended when they reached the survivor base. Fang Shui maintained her cool demeanor, sitting there like a blooming snow lotus. Even Lin Hao had to admit that Fang Shui was the most beautiful woman he had ever seen. No wonder she was a big star. The military has too many restrictions. I don't like it, Fang Shui replied, which was very characteristic of her. Then what are you doing here? This is where my team resides. I can join your team. Sorry, my team doesn't accept a goody two-shoes. Chun Ding touched his nose, feeling a bit offended. If I guarantee that I won't save people casually and will follow your orders, can I join? Lin Hao looked at her with a strange expression. If he had seen Fang Shui's panel, he would have really doubted if this woman had lost her mind. Had this woman's brain been stuck in the door? How could she actively say such things? After thinking carefully, Lin Hao considered that if that was the case, he could think about it. After all, Fang Shui's ice control skills were very useful. Otherwise, he wouldn't have kept only one ice controller among the three professions. As long as the others agree. I have no objections, Lin Hao shrugged. At that moment, there was a knock on the door. Xia Qiu proactively went to open it. But the situation outside made his face change dramatically. Li Han, what did you do to him? Xia Qiu shouted angrily, ready to fight. But he remembered the military's warning that it was best not to act recklessly in the survivor base. Otherwise, the military would retaliate violently. Lin Hao glanced over and saw Li Han tied up on the ground, his face covered in bruises, one eye swollen shut, clearly having been beaten badly. He narrowed his eyes, looking at these people. Li Han was his man. Only he could hit or scold Li Han. No one else could. Where was Yang Yuqing? At that moment, a flamboyant young man stepped forward, flipping his hair, causing a flurry of snowflakes to scatter, making Xia Qiu take 3 steps back in shock from the overwhelming impact. This kid says you are willing to pay to redeem him? I'm easy to negotiate with. A box of instant noodles or equivalent will do, and you can take this kid back. Halfway through his words, the flamboyant young man saw Fang Shui inside, and his eyes widened. He gulped hard, his gaze almost wanting to drill into Fang Shui's clothes. When had he ever seen such a beauty in reality? Wait, I've changed my mind. Give me that woman, and I will give you the person. Fang Shui's expression turned cold, and the surrounding temperature suddenly dropped. Each reality seemed to slap her in the face, making her realize that some people in this world were not worth saving. Lin Hao was too lazy to waste words with this person. He told Xia Qiu, make them lose their ability to act. No problem, Xia Qiu said, indicating it was a piece of cake. An invisible mental attack landed in the minds of these people, causing them to clutch their heads and roll on the ground. They didn't have strong mental attributes and were unable to resist Xia Qiu's mental attack. He believed that even if the military came knocking with the captain around, he wouldn't worry at all. For some reason, he had blind confidence in Lin Hao. The flamboyant young man managed to speak, pointing at Xia Qiu with a twisted expression. You're dead. Using abilities in the base, no matter if you're a professional or not, you're finished. In reality, he was extremely shocked. In such a small team, there was actually a free professional. What a stroke of bad luck to run into him. Don't worry. I guarantee you will die before me, Xia Qiu grinned. After going through so much, Xia Qiu had grown. Now, if he were to kill someone, he wouldn't even frown. The flamboyant young man nearly wet himself. I don't care about your guarantees. He regretted looking for trouble. Chun Ding stepped forward to untie Li Han. Before Chun Ding could speak, Li Han anxiously shouted, Yuqing has been taken away by their people. Lin Hao's eyes narrowed as he looked at the flamboyant young man, Take us to your place. Don't waste my time. I'll give you 5 minutes. If we don't arrive in 5 minutes, your legs will say goodbye to you. The flamboyant young man hurriedly nodded, knowing that after learning Xiaoqiu was a professional. Only a fool would go against a professional. There were no professionals in their team. In less than 3 minutes, the flamboyant young man led them to a dirty and chaotic place with tents and wooden houses, where most ordinary people and evolvers lived. Not all evolvers could live in houses. Even the wooden houses were hard-earned. As long as you had the strength, you could go out, cut down trees, and build houses. This is our place, the flamboyant young man said, standing in front of a wooden house. 2 people stood beside the wooden house, and faint sounds of a woman's painful cries and a man's excited shouts came from inside. Lin Hao's expression turned very ugly. Having lived 2 lives, how could he not know what was happening inside? They were too late. He had thought the survivor base should be safe, but unexpectedly, even here, it was not safe at all. Sometimes, human hearts are scarier than zombies. Li Han's eyes were filled with rage. Although he had only spent a few days with Yang Yuqing, her attentive care made him feel the benefits of a woman for the first time. He had always thought of himself as a rational person, but for the first time in his life, he realized he wasn't as rational as he believed. He was just an ordinary person with ordinary emotions. Right now, he had only one thought: to execute the man inside by slow slicing. The flamboyant young man felt his legs go weak. He didn't expect his boss to act so quickly. He was going to die. Do it. Lin Hao's voice was cold. As soon as he finished speaking, Chen Ding and Xiaoqiu rushed out. They didn't even need to use their professional abilities. Their physical attributes alone overwhelmed the 2 guards. With just one punch, they knocked the guards unconscious. No one stopped Li Han as he charged inside, and the scene he encountered made him furious. Yang Yuqing was disheveled, her delicate face devoid of any color, and a man resembling a fat pig was on top of her, growling deeply. As soon as Li Han entered, the fat pig man was so frightened that he dropped his weapon. Die for me. Li Han's mind was filled with a single word: kill him. Seeing this, Xiaoqiu quickly launched a mental attack on the fat pig man, worried that Li Han might be countered. In fact, he was overthinking. Li Han's strength was not weak. He had merely been ambushed by the flamboyant young man. Li Han stepped forward, kicked the fat pig man off the bed, and pulled the blanket to cover Yang Yuqing. But she showed no reaction, as if she were already dead. Crack! Crack! Li Han's teeth clenched tightly, making a piercing sound, his eyes filled with hatred. He approached the fat pig man, and Lin Hao handed him a knife. Don't let him die too easily. I'll take care of everything. Li Han's defenses crumbled in an instant. He had hesitated for a brief moment. He was worried that killing this man would cause trouble for Lin Hao. Puffed. This is the first cut. Puffed. Puffed. Li Han wielded the watermelon knife, started to slice the fat pig man's flesh piece by piece. He truly intended to execute him by slow slicing. Ah! The fat pig man screamed in agony, and with one punch, Li Han knocked out all his teeth, smashed his nose, and blood filled his mouth. A scream was met with a punch. If he passed out, he would be directly awakened to continue the slow slicing. At this moment, Li Han transformed into a vengeful spirit. Just then, Lin Hao heard the system's voice in his mind. New profession discovered: ghost strategist. Would you like to replace it? Without needing to look, Lin Hao knew this must be Li Han awakening, but the price of this awakening was too high. Brother Chen awakened as an arsonist due to his daughter's death. Li Han awakened as a ghost strategist because Yang Yuqing was defiled. However, at this moment, Li Han seemed unaware of the changes within him. He was consumed by hatred. The flamboyant young man, witnessing his boss's fate, fainted from fear. He never expected the person he had captured and beaten would turn out to be so ruthless. Time passed, and when Li Han regained consciousness, all that remained in front of him was a half-human, half-skeleton figure. The entire wooden house was smeared with blood, and the smell of blood was overwhelmingly strong. Did I do this? Li Han looked at the blood on his hands, tears streaming down his face. Have you vented enough? Lin Hao's figure appeared beside him at some point. Not enough. I want everyone related to die. Li Han's voice was hoarse, carrying a hint of coldness. Well, those people are outside, but I think you should comfort Yang Yuqing first. If it weren't for Fang Shui watching her, she would have already committed suicide. Li Han was startled. Where is she? In our accommodation. As soon as he finished speaking, Li Han ran out. Lin Hao smiled slightly, but his expression quickly turned cold as he walked outside. A bigger trouble was still ahead. Chapter 49, The Deal. Outside, The area had long been surrounded by military personnel, with rows of guns aimed at the wooden house, seemingly ready to fire at any moment. Chun Ding and the others stood outside, confronting them, and at that moment, not a single person mentioned withdrawing from the group. "Are you their captain?" A young military officer stepped forward, asking Lin Hao with a serious expression. "Yes." Lin Hao nodded indifferently. "Then do you know that you can't act violently in the survivor base, especially not kill anyone? Your people have already crossed the line of tolerance." The young officer shouted angrily. Lin Hao didn't explain. He simply replied, "That person deserves to die." The young officer's eyebrows twitched violently. He hadn't expected that despite his clear warning, the other party remained unyielding, which infuriated him. To be honest, when he learned about this incident, he also thought that person deserved to die, but the survivor base needed rules. Otherwise, it would eventually descend into chaos. If one person made a grave mistake and was killed, especially at the hands of others, how could the majority of ordinary people feel safe? Over time, the survivor base would become a joke. Most importantly, he had received news that this seemingly small team actually had 3 professionals, and he almost thought he had misheard. Freelancers were already rare, and it was astonishing that 3 professionals were willing to be part of a small team while letting an evolver be the captain. He simply couldn't understand this operation. Whether he deserves to die or not is not for you to decide. This is the survivor base. The young officer shouted. "As long as you hand over the main culprit, I can reduce the punishment for the others. Otherwise, the consequences are beyond what you can bear. Is that so?" Lin Hao looked at him with indifferent eyes, making the young officer's scalp tingle. The young officer was also an evolver, and his evolution level was stronger than the average professional. In Lin Hao's eyes, the young officer's panel attributes were already very close to 2 points, making him the strongest evolver Lin Hao had encountered. However, in front of Lin Hao, his attributes were not much. "System, evenly distribute my available points across the 4 attributes." Lin Hao silently instructed. He had already made up his mind. With the system, he didn't need to develop a single attribute, but instead aimed for comprehensive development across 4 attributes, becoming a quadrilateral warrior. With no weaknesses, he wouldn't have to fear any kind of enemy. After allocating the points, Lin Hao's current attributes were Strength, 4, 2 Spirit, 4, 2 Constitution, 4, 2 Speed, 4. 2 all attributes had exceeded 4 points. Now, just by looking at his attributes, he was comparable to a second-tier zombie, and with his 3 professions, he was even more powerful than a second-tier zombie. For the first time, Lin Hao realized how incredible his point allocation system was. It left others far behind in terms of growth speed. Though he hadn't tried yet, Lin Hao could feel that his speed could break the world record in the 100 meters, possibly even reaching under 9 seconds, close to 8 seconds. Such speed was something countless people would aspire to. However, even so, dodging bullets is still impossible. But dodging bullets has never truly been about evasion. It's about predicting the opponent's movements and avoiding them in advance. Then how about we make a deal? Lin Hao ignored the surrounding firearms and spoke to the young officer. "What deal?" In that instant, a tremendous pressure emanated from Lin Hao, making the young officer realize he might not be a match for this person. Otherwise, given his temperament, he would never be so easy to talk to. "The terms of the deal are simple. I exchange an A-level mission for the innocence of my team member." "That's impossible." The young officer instinctively rejected the proposal. "Then how about 5 A-level missions, or an even higher S-level mission?" This time, the young officer did not refuse. Only he knew what A-level and even S-level missions meant. They represented a life-threatening risk even for professionals. In terms of hunting zombies, their military weapons were simply not as effective as those used by professionals, unless they conducted a large-scale sweep. A single gunshot would be enough to attract zombies from several kilometers away, ultimately leading to a large-scale battle. Their primary goal was to save people, and their secondary goal was to collect supplies. If a large-scale battle broke out, even the military would suffer significant losses. That's why they worked hard to recruit professionals, offering them the best treatment. "I can't make that decision. I need to report it up the chain." "Go ahead." Watching Lin Hao persuade the officer with just a few words, Chun Ding and the others were shocked. They realized their captain was truly eloquent. In fact, Lin Hao had long thought of fallback. The leaders of the survivor base couldn't all be fools. Anyone could see which was more valuable, an already dead waste or a team with 3 professionals. Rather than offending and even risking the danger of killing such a team, It was better to exchange for greater benefits. Lin Hao had already seen through this apocalypse. Human life was practically worthless. In the face of greater interests, human life was even less valuable than weeds. In this collapsed country, only power was the greatest guarantee. He believed the military wasn't a monolithic entity. There had to be individuals who would have alternative thoughts. About 10 minutes later, the young officer returned. He first instructed the surrounding soldiers to lower their weapons before coming to Lin Hao. Unlike his serious expression earlier, this time he surprisingly wore a slight smile. Captain Lin Hao, the higher-ups have agreed to your request. 5 A-level missions or 1 S-level mission will do. Lin Hao was not surprised. It was just basic procedure to spend some time checking his name, probably to intimidate him with that. Then we can go back now? Of course, let's regroup. The young officer shouted, and the surrounding soldiers left in an orderly manner. May I know your name? Zhang Tai, Lieutenant Zhang. In the survivor base, we can't act, but outside should be fine, right? Zhang Tai understood the implication in Lin Hao's words. He smiled and said, our hands won't reach that far. Lin Hao nodded. With Zhang Tai's words, there was no problem. Fang Shui, Shi Ling, Shi Bing, mother and daughter. You take care of Yang Yuqing and ensure she's well taken care of. The rest of you, take these people with us. We're going out for a bit. Li Han raised his head, his eyes flashing coldly. Once outside, he would make these people taste real pain. Along the way, many people watched this scene, unsure of what had happened. But some well-informed individuals quickly spread the news, and soon everyone understood one thing. These people were actually killing inside the survivor base. And the military didn't intervene. Some were very worried. If even the military didn't act casually, who could guarantee order within the survivor base? Others escalated the matter to the military, demanding an explanation. The military, feeling helpless, could only recount the events as they were, adding at the end that anyone who could complete an A-level or S-level mission would have the military guarantee not to act against them in justified circumstances. After hearing the account, no one spoke. The whole incident stemmed from that killed fat pig man. If he hadn't had his eyes on that girl, none of this would have happened. One could say that everything was his own doing. Some people wanted to follow Lin Hao and the others to see how they dealt with those individuals, but Lin Hao scared them off with just one sentence. Come along, but I won't be responsible for your lives. The group reached a thicket near the survivor base, throwing the 6 captives to the ground, all tightly bound and looking like pig heads. After this incident, everyone had pent-up anger, which they vented on these people. But they knew these individuals had to be handed over to Li Han. Otherwise, Li Han's anger couldn't be released. This is all the boss's order. We were forced. The flamboyant youth regretted it immensely. Why did he have to help the boss catch that woman? If it weren't for this, he could still be living well. Yes, we were just following orders. This has nothing to do with us. The others also cried out, shaking in fear under the threat of death, like frightened quails. Lin Hao chuckled, do you know? There is only one thing in this world that can't be bought anywhere, and that is regret medicine. Li Han, go ahead. We'll wait outside. As Lin Hao and the others stepped out of the thicket, a series of horrifying screams echoed from within. But no one felt pity. They knew the harm done to Yang Yuqing was irreparable for a lifetime. After about half an hour, there was not a single sound from inside. Li Fan, covered in blood, walked out and suddenly knelt before Lin Hao. Captain, from now on, my life belongs to you. A man should not kneel easily before others. Get up. Li Han stood up, but the look in his eyes when he glanced at Lin Hao was filled with reverence. This time I was careless. In the future, whoever goes out must have a professional by their side. Brother Chun, I will find a way to make those 2 women become professionals as well. Of course, Li Yin, you will definitely be ahead of them. Li Yin scratched his head. What about Li Han? He doesn't need it. He is already a professional. Lin Hao's words surprised the others. After all, Li Han hadn't used any professional abilities. How did Lin Hao figure it out? My eyes can see things that ordinary people can't, such as whether someone is a professional or not. Lin Hao briefly revealed part of his abilities, which serve as a small means to maintain the captain's authority. Chapter 50, S-Level Mission. After Lin Hao and the others returned, someone quietly approached. After seeing the scene, he vomited for several days, telling everyone he had seen hell. This incident made Lin Hao's team suddenly famous in the survivor base. Everyone knew that Lin Hao's team had 3 professionals. In order to help Yang Yuqing recover from this incident, Lin Hao had Li Han accompany her at all times. But no one could save a person who was determined to die. That night, Yang Yuqing committed suicide by cutting her wrist. She left a letter for Li Han. stating that she had only been using him, believing he was the only man she could hold on to, and that she did not actually like him. Li Han had already known this. With his intelligence, it was impossible not to see Yang Yuqing's intentions, but her care for him had been genuine. According to her last words, she did not want to become a zombie after her death. She asked Shan Ding to incinerate her body and keep the ashes to be buried in a place filled with flowers. The subsequent tasks were all handled by Li Han alone, while Lin Hao and the others were discussing how to complete the S-level mission. The S-level mission targets a shopping mall where it seems some people are trapped inside, and there are plenty of resources, but the estimated number of zombies is at least over 1,500. Chun Ding announced the S-level mission details he had just received. This mission requires us to clear out the zombies inside and rescue the survivors while preserving a large amount of supplies, right? Truly worthy of being an S-level mission. The requirements are quite high. Lin Hao chuckled. He finally understood why this mission was classified as S-level. The difficulty was extremely high. If the military were to intervene to clear out this many zombies, they would at least need an elite team of 100. And even then, there was no guarantee of no casualties. Even if they could take the shopping mall, it would still be a bloodbath. These elite soldiers are not easily cultivated. The time and energy consumed far exceed the value of a shopping mall. So the military has always hoped that professionals would step in. But the last time the military-controlled professionals teamed up, they lost 2 professionals in the process of completing an S-level mission. These professionals have since refused to take on S-level missions. The military's initial requirement was just to complete 1 S-level mission within a month, Xia Qiu said. How much time did the military give us? Lin Hao asked. 5 days. Typically, the time for missions is a week, so 5 days means they are risking their lives. 5 days? We should have enough time. Once Li Han returns, we will prepare to set out. After what happened with Yang Yuqing, Lin Hao dared not let Shi Ling and her daughter stay here. The shopping mall where the mission was located was about 7 or 8 kilometers away. So he planned to buy a vehicle. Of course, it wouldn't be an ordinary vehicle, but one that had been modified for ramming zombies. Through Li Han's inquiries, they found a place that specialized in modifying vehicles. 5 menacing-looking off-road vehicles were parked around, with steel plates and spikes welded to the front, making one want to drive out and crash into zombies. Boss, how much for this vehicle? Lin Hao had his eye on one that could barely fit his team members. Do you have crystal stones? I only sell this vehicle for crystal stones. The boss sized up Lin Hao and said, crystal stones are currently valuable but hard to come by. Can you really sell this vehicle for the price of crystal stone? Lin Hao laughed. That's none of your business. I can sell my vehicle however I want. If I don't like you, the price just doubled. It was clear that the boss had a fiery temper. Such a temperament might have led to some complaints before the apocalypse, but now, doubled, huh? But soon you'll be begging me to take the vehicle for free. Lin Hao grinned and shouted in the middle of the crowd. No vehicles are for sale here. Everyone get lost. Such arrogant words naturally caused a lot of displeasure among the crowd, and they stepped forward to see who was so audacious. Who the hell are you to tell us? One person didn't finish his sentence before being stopped by his friend beside him. Are you looking to die? Don't you remember what happened yesterday? This person is Lin Hao. The speaker was frightened. The news of what happened yesterday had spread throughout the survivor base. But without the internet, others didn't know Lin Hao's face, only his name. And his friend happened to be someone who knew what Lin Hao looked like. What do you have to say? Lin Hao looked at the speaker. The person forced a smile and said, Captain Lin, I just wanted to remind you that it's too hot. Would you like me to buy you some cold drinks? The people around were stunned by this person's behavior. He had come in so aggressively and ended up saying something so cowardly. However, when Lin Hao's reputation reached the ears of those around, they all smiled and shrugged, thinking it was just that they couldn't buy a vehicle today. No problem, they could come back next time. Before long, all the buyers left, and at that moment, the vehicle-selling boss finally realized who Lin Hao was. Just because a woman was defiled, he had allowed his subordinates to execute all related personnel in a brutal manner. Even the military had given him face and did not take action, just brushing it off with an S-level mission. The boss was genuinely frightened. He had just spoken about doubling the price to such a ruthless person. Gulp. The boss swallowed hard and approached Lin Hao with a face that looked more sorrowful than a crying face. Captain Lin, I was blind and didn't recognize you. It would be my honor for you to buy my vehicle. You can choose any vehicle here and take it for free. He knew he had to bleed a little. Otherwise, angering this ruthless person, he felt his small frame wouldn't be able to handle it. 2 vehicles. Lin Hao changed his mind. One vehicle felt a bit cramped. No problem, just two, the boss said, seemingly generous, but his heart was bleeding. It's important to know that there weren't many completed vehicles now, especially of this off-road type, and the modification process cost a lot. Giving away these two vehicles for free meant his business for the next few days was essentially for nothing. Lin Hao waved his hand, and he and Chun Ding each drove away in a vehicle, having obtained two modified off-road vehicles for free. Lin Hao felt he had made a huge profit. With the vehicles ready, the group quickly packed up and headed to the location of this S-level mission. The roads around the area had already been cleared by the military, and they had a smooth journey along the way. Chun Ding remarked that he hadn't driven on such an uncongested road in a long time. This area could be considered the outskirts of the city, but it still had its own development, with plenty of tall buildings. Along the way, they even saw traces of artillery shells, indicating that the military had already cleared this area once. But even so, zombies had not completely disappeared. Occasionally, a few would wander out. Lin Hao stepped on the gas and crashed right into them, instantly turning the zombies into a mess. Modified vehicles are indeed different. We need to prepare more gasoline this time. It would be awkward if we run out. The vehicle parked near a somewhat dilapidated building close to the shopping mall. Since no one was around, even if the vehicle was parked inside a shop, no one would say anything. Lin Hao's plan was to split into two teams, entering from both sides, killing zombies while searching for the locations of the survivors. But with this plan, the mother and daughter seemed to become a burden. "Captain, I don't want to be a burden. I want to become stronger," Ling said seriously. After experiencing so much, she deeply realized that without power, one can only be at the mercy of others. Yang Yuqing is a prime example in front of her. If she were to complete the basic evolution, there was no way she would be unable to struggle. "Are you serious? This isn't just a passing fancy?" Lin Hao looked at her. Ling wasn't the kind of beauty one would often see, but she gave off a feeling of a virtuous wife and good mother. Such people often endure hardships and rarely awaken to reality. "I'm serious. If this continues, both I and my daughter will only drag the team down. I know it's because of Mr. Chun that the captain allows us to join, but after all we've been through, I want to contribute to the team. At the very least, I don't want to be a burden." "Brother Lin Hao, I feel the same way," Bing said with her childish voice. Originally, Lin Hao thought of this mother-daughter pair as mere appendages to Chun Ding, and he didn't consider them as part of the team at all. However, since they had such thoughts themselves, Lin Hao didn't mind wasting a few zombies to help them become basic evolvers. As long as they completed the basic evolution, they would at least have the strength to protect themselves and not become complete burdens. Lin Hao looked at the team, which consisted of 8 people. Among them, the mother and daughter currently had no combat power, leaving only 6 people with fighting capability. Among them, Li Yin was not yet a professional, while the other 5 were. This ratio was probably unmatched by anyone else. "Let's go in first, use about 10 zombies to help them become basic evolvers, and then Li Yin will team up with me, while the 6 of you will form another group to start completing the task." With a plan in place, they entered through a side door of the shopping mall. Compared to when it was once filled with people, the shopping mall now flickered with lights. Zombies roamed, presenting a scene of the apocalypse. Luring zombies was quite a test of skill. If one wasn't careful, it could lead to death instead of just luring. Lin Hao entrusted this task to Li Han, who showcased his abilities as the ghost strategist for the first time in front of others. With a wave of his hand, a wisp of black gas flew from his hand and landed on a mannequin in a nearby clothing store. Crack! Crack! The mannequin moved. Chapter 51, Jackpot. The ghost strategist's ability allows him to grant a humanoid object a certain degree of mobility, turning it into a soldier under his command, provided that the object is non-living. In this case, the mannequin was the best choice. Li Han felt that his control range was about 100 meters, and the mannequin could move with just a thought, which was very convenient. The mannequin even possessed a certain fighting capability, roughly equivalent to 1/5 of his full attributes, and this ratio could increase as his own strength grew. With all 4 of Li Han's attributes above 2 points, 1/5 would be around 0. To be honest, this level had very little combat ability, comparable to an ordinary child, but at least it could be used to lure zombies. Under Li Han's control, the mannequin slowly approached the zombies and was quickly noticed. However, a strange scene unfolded. The zombies approached the mannequin, sniffing it repeatedly, but did not attack. It seemed that zombies could discern human identity through scent, which was crucial intelligence. About 7 or 8 zombies had gathered around, and Lihan felt it was enough. He controlled the mannequin to slowly walk towards their direction. These zombies foolishly followed along, probably curious as to why this non-human thing could move. At the moment they came out, everyone attacked, directly breaking the zombies' limbs and preventing them from resisting, stuffing pieces of cloth into each zombie's mouth to silence them. Lian, let them use the knife. If they want to get stronger, it can't just be talk, Lin Hao said to Lian. The machete in Lian's hand was a level 1 enhanced weapon. Dealing with these ordinary zombies was easy as long as he hit their heads. Shi Ling struggled to hold the machete, looking at the incapacitated zombies on the ground, her face clearly showing fear. This was normal. Just a few days ago, she was still a housewife, and when had she ever done something like killing zombies? However, she glanced at her daughter beside her, took a deep breath, hardened her gaze, and brought the knife down heavily. Thud! The machete landed on the zombie's chest, but missed. Lin Hao twitched his mouth. This works? Considering her identity, he felt he couldn't be too strict with his expectations. Realizing she had missed, Shi Ling's face flushed, and she picked up the knife again, this time aiming correctly. The zombie's head was severed in one stroke, and a faint white gas entered her body, causing her to feel a surge of strength. For women with inherently weaker strength, even a slight increase in power was noticeably impactful. After the first kill, she quickly became more skilled, taking down 4 zombies in total. Her body underwent a significant transformation, with her bones cracking as her previously frail physique became noticeably stronger. This was the basic evolution. Most people could complete it after killing 5 zombies. After becoming a basic evolver, all aspects of her attributes surpassed those of a standard adult, making it no fantasy to outshine her former self. Having completed her basic evolution, the next step was for Shi Beiying. It was hard for Chun Ding to have a young girl kill zombies, but he understood that in such an era, without self-defense capabilities, one would eventually be eaten. If his daughter had had the ability to protect herself back then, she wouldn't have been killed by an ordinary zombie. Shi Beiying was young but very intelligent. She knew that such an opportunity was rare. In other circumstances, she would never have had the chance to kill zombies. Without any hesitation, she struggled to pick up the machete and swung it at the zombie's neck. Perhaps due to her small stature, after taking down the remaining 3 zombies, she surprisingly completed her basic evolution. Despite being just a little girl, her attributes had reached those of a standard adult, meaning all her current 4 attributes had turned into 1 point. Lin Hao nodded to himself. Indeed, for ordinary people, basic evolution was a necessary phase. Without it, surviving in this apocalypse would be extremely difficult. After both successfully completed their basic evolution, Lin Hao followed the earlier plan and they split up. He teamed up with Li Yin, while the others formed another group, entering the shopping mall from 2 different directions. Li Yin understood that this was the captain giving him a chance. After all, apart from this mother-daughter pair, he was the only one left in the team who wasn't a professional. Captain, it's my fault for holding everyone back, Li Yin said, lowering his head as they reached another entrance. You haven't held anyone back. As a person with disabilities, you've survived to this point when many ordinary people haven't. You're already a success. It's just a matter of becoming a professional. I'll make sure you get there, Lin Hao said, patting Li Yan's shoulder. For this task, what he needed most was the crystal inside the zombie. As long as he consumed enough crystals, there would always be a chance to awaken and become a professional. Having one more professional in the team meant one more layer of security, and each professional had different abilities. Up until now, Lin Hao had not discovered any identical professionals. The 2 quietly entered a side entrance, and as soon as they stepped inside, they saw a zombie's body lying on the ground, with a man's incomplete body underneath it. On the zombie's head, there was a wound at the back, suggesting that this zombie had been gnawing on a human and had been killed from behind. However, the direction seemed as if someone had entered through the door from outside. Could it be that there were others besides them who had entered this shopping mall? Lin Hao thought about it briefly, but dismissed it. There was a lot of food here, and it was normal for someone to want to come in and grab something to eat. Lin Hao walked in front, and they moved very cautiously. They glanced inside and were relieved to see that some of the lights were still functioning, allowing them to see the situation inside. There were no living zombies near the small door, which was likely taken care of by the previous group. According to their plan, Lin Hao and Li Yin were responsible for the first floor and below, while Li Han's team was responsible for the second floor and above. Everyone knew that the supermarket downstairs was the most likely place to find survivors, which meant Lin Hao faced a slightly greater risk. Lin Hao understood that the greater the risk, the greater the reward. He needed a large number of zombies to become stronger. The two moved slowly along the side, being careful of the various debris on the ground. A single careless sound could attract a swarm of zombies. Suddenly, Lin Hao stopped in his tracks. To his left, a zombie appeared. Upon seeing them, the zombie excitedly lunged at them. Lin Hao's expression remained unchanged as he dashed forward, his watermelon knife slicing through the air in an arc, and then he decapitated the zombie. Li Yin was stunned, his mouth agape. The captain's move was incredibly cool. However, the zombie fell to the ground and still made some noise, and Lin Hao could hear zombies around them moving towards their direction. About 10 zombies. I'll take care of this side, you handle that side, and let's finish this quickly. Lin Hao quickly issued orders. Li Yin was very decisive, positioning himself to face the incoming zombies. He knew this was his chance. As a member of the team, if he couldn't take down a few zombies, he would be too weak. Before the apocalypse, he was often looked down upon because of his disability, but the captain had given him the same opportunities as everyone else from the beginning, and he had seized that chance and survived until now. A few zombies were nothing to worry about. The zombies quickly appeared before the two. Lin Hao faced 3 zombies, while Li Yin faced 4, all of them ordinary zombies. Li Yin gripped his machete with one hand and charged forward. The basic evolution granted him a powerful physique and speed. He felt as if he could fly. A zombie with blood all over its mouth lunged at him. Li Yin remained calm, dodging his body and counterattacking with a slash. Swoosh! The sharpness of the machete proved effective, easily taking off half of a zombie's head as if slicing through fruit. The bones of ordinary zombies couldn't withstand the sharpness of the machete. Li Yin was overjoyed and kicked a zombie that was getting too close to him, knocking it to the ground and finishing it off with another slash. The remaining 2 zombies, perhaps by instinct, surprisingly tried to flank him. Li Yin felt a bit of pressure, but he did not retreat. Get lost! With a low shout, Li Yan's arm muscles bulged as he concentrated most of his strength into his arm and swung with one hand. Swoosh! Swoosh! The machete sliced through the air, taking off the heads of both zombies. Li Yin single-handedly defeated 4 zombies without a scratch. On the other side, Lin Hao had already easily dealt with 3 zombies and was quite satisfied with Li Yan's performance. Li Yin was a qualified warrior, even with one arm missing. His strength had already surpassed a large portion of the evolved. At this rate, it wouldn't be long before he could raise all of his attributes to 2 points. It seems there are no more zombies here. Let us change to another location. Lin Hao and Li Yan's actions went very smoothly, while Li Han and his team of 6 cautiously made their way to the second floor, which was the men's clothing area. In the past, many people could only look at the clothes here longingly due to their high prices. But now, these clothes were left here unattended. Even survivors prioritized food over clothing. With food, one was a king. With clothes, it was of no use. Suddenly, Xiaoqiu stopped and pointed to a shop ahead. His girlfriend had spotted a zombie there, which seemed to be more than just an ordinary zombie. They had struck gold. Chapter 52. Cleaning up the floors. If it were a first-tier zombie, it would definitely not be a problem for their strength. But if it were a second-tier zombie, they might be in trouble. According to the data from the survivor base, the minimum data for a second-tier zombie was above 3, and higher ones could even reach 4. That was not something their average attributes of 1 or 2 could contend with. Can you determine what tier the zombie is? Li Fan whispered. It seems to be a first-tier zombie, but I can't guarantee it, Xiaoqiu shrugged. He didn't have the captain's ability to see through the opponent's details at a glance. Li Han thought for a moment. They couldn't give up on this task just because of the uncertainty of the first zombie. We 4 will go together. Brother Chun and the superstar will handle the main attack, while Xiaoqiu and I will assist. My ghost strategist can not only create puppets, but also reduce some of the enemy's strength. The ghost strategist was considered an auxiliary professional in every aspect, with weak direct offensive capabilities, making it a suitable profession for him. With a simple plan in place, Feng Shui and Chen Ding walked to the front, while Xiaoqiu's girlfriend hid nearby, ready to strike at any moment. Li Han's gaze was fixed ahead. Once the zombie appeared, he would immediately use his abilities. Finally, the 4 reached the door of the small shop, where the zombie was sitting at the cash register, hands on the keyboard, pretending to type. The moment they appeared, the zombie suddenly looked up, its partially decayed face exuding a terrifying aura under the flickering lights. Roar! The zombie let out a low growl and jumped over the cash register, lunging at the frontmost Chun-Ding. Chun-Ding's expression was steady, flames erupting from his body again. He casually grabbed a nearby clothing rack and threw it. The clothes on the rack ignited in an instant due to Chun-Ding's flames, knocking the zombie down from midair, and the flames spread to its body. This was a method Chun-Ding had discovered later. As long as the object he ignited burned, it could continue to burn even if the body left contact. After all, the flames fueled by the clothes were fundamentally different from the flames on his body. However, the next second, the zombie tore apart the clothes in front of it with both hands, easily extinguishing the small flame on its body. Lifanskinta. The appearance of the opponent didn't seem very strong and should be a first-tier zombie. In that case, there was no need for all of them to act. Just Brother Chun could easily handle it. Just as he was thinking this, a considerable number of zombies suddenly appeared nearby, making Li Han realize something. Killing zombies was not a solo mission. Once a loud noise was made, the surrounding zombies would gather. Brother Chun, that first-tier zombie is up to you. We'll deal with the other zombies. Shirling, you and your daughter just need to protect yourselves. Li Han assigned tasks simply. Shirling and her daughter were quite clever. They had been following the four closely, not daring to make any other moves. They held 2 metal rods they had picked up on the way to defend themselves. As the zombies attacked, Chun-Ding pretended not to see them. He trusted his teammates. It was just a first-tier zombie, and Chun-Ding didn't take it seriously. He charged forward and engaged in close combat with the zombie. Professionals didn't need to worry about being infected by zombies. This was the advantage of being a professional. The previous concerns were completely unnecessary, and Chun-Ding's fighting style changed. He charged forward with big strides, throwing a punch at the zombie's head. With a strength attribute exceeding 2 points, he delivered a powerful blow, knocking the first-tier zombie down. However, this zombie turned out to be a mutated one. A single punch was nothing to it. The zombie opened its bloody mouth and released a foul breath towards Chun-Ding, so stinky that Chun-Ding almost couldn't hold it back and nearly vomited. What the hell? Biopon. Chun-Ding's face turned ugly. He hadn't expected the zombie to have such a trick, which made him furious, causing the flames around him to change. From a light orange color, they transformed into a deep orange, indicating his anger. Describing Chun-Ding as being in a fit of rage was quite fitting. He charged wildly, slamming the zombie against the wall, gripping its head tightly to immobilize it. Ferocious flames spread from his hand, burning the zombie's body violently. Sizzle. The zombie let out a scream, struggling continuously. Its mutated physique allowed it some chance to resist. Chun-Ding's expression was cold as he used his other hand to grab the zombie's arm and, with a forceful twist, dislocated its joint. Zombies deserve to die. Chun-Ding's hatred for zombies was something that could never be washed away. He wished for all zombies to die. The first-tier zombie struggled a bit, leaving a small scratch on Chun-Ding's arm, but ultimately, its head was burned empty, killing it. Chun-Ding reached into his pocket and pulled out a first-tier crystal stone, marking it as a reward from this battle. Seeing that the others were still engaged in battle, Chun-Ding put away the first-tier crystal stone and went to help. Ordinary zombies could be dealt with easily, but only the first-tier zombies required some effort. So far, they hadn't encountered any second-tier zombies, which presumably weren't common. Lin Hao and Li Yin weren't slow either. After spending over an hour, they finally cleared the first floor, not a single zombie in sight. Lin Hao also noticed that the counters selling gold and silver jewelry on the first floor were all empty. Even in the apocalypse, gold and silver remained hard currency. Lin Hao didn't mind. He and Li Yin followed the escalator that had already stopped functioning down to the basement. Compared to the first floor, the basement felt even more eerie and terrifying, with most of the lights out. It was unclear whether they were broken or if there was an issue with the power supply. Only a few lights were still on, which was quite unfavorable for them. In the darkness, human visibility would drop to a minimum, while zombies didn't have to worry about this. Their sense of smell and hearing far exceeded that of normal people. "Captain, this floor feels a bit dangerous," Li Yin whispered. "Just be careful and wear your miner's helmet." Lin Hao wasn't worried, even if zombies appeared. He had the ability to protect himself. But Li Yin was different. He wasn't a professional, just a basic evolver. If he got injured by a zombie, he would surely be infected and become a new zombie. The two put on their miner's helmets, which they had prepared in advance. with the miners' helmets on. They could free their hands without affecting the fight. The basement was even more exaggerated than the first floor. Many shops were almost completely destroyed, and there were bodies of both humans and zombies everywhere, indicating that a great battle had occurred here. Crack! At that moment, a faint, strange sound came. Lin Hao gave Li Yan a cautious look and slowly moved closer. Then he heard the sound in a bubble tea shop, carefully approaching to see that it was actually a zombie rat gnawing on a zombie's body. Lin Hao recalled that there were not only people in the shopping center, but also many rats. These rats could easily become zombie rats if infected, raising a troubling question. Was this the only zombie rat in front of him? Lin Hao's expression darkened, and he had a bad premonition. However, their task was to clear all zombies in the shopping center, and even zombie rats needed to be dealt with. About 3 meters away, the zombie rat seemed to sense something, stopped eating, and raised its blood-stained sharp snout, eyes gleaming with light. In that instant, Lin Hao moved decisively. The watermelon knife swept through the air and plunged directly into the zombie rat's head. Squeak! The zombie rat only had time to let out a scream before falling silent. But that one sound instantly alarmed the nearby zombies, and their running could be heard from afar. This place is too small. Let's fight outside. The two moved to a more open area, which seemed to have been intended for a stage, but unfortunately, the stage was not yet built when the zombie outbreak occurred. Lin Hao took a rough look. There were about 30 zombies appearing this time, which posed some pressure. Li Yan, watch out and don't take hits, Lin Hao reminded. Captain, I've already strapped metal plates on key areas. I'll be fine. Li Yan was well aware of his weakness. He could not be injured by zombies. He had prepared some metal plates while still at the survivor base, placing them in vulnerable spots for defense. Thus, even if he was caught by a zombie, he could use the metal plates to block. He didn't believe his luck would be so bad as to be caught in an unprotected area. Lin Hao nodded. He needed to quickly take down these zombies to ensure Li Yan's safety. System, activate ice control. Lin Hao decisively used a profession. In such a group fight, the ice control's ability was the most useful. In an instant, cold air radiated from him, spreading out. A layer of frost appeared on the zombies, and their speed suddenly decreased. Li Yan's eyes lit up. He knew the captain had used a powerful ability. Although they couldn't understand how the captain did it, they knew he was impressive. With such a great opportunity, Li Yan certainly wouldn't let it go. He charged forward, aiming to slash down at the first zombie. Puff! The zombie's head rolled to the ground, dying on the spot. Li Yan was invigorated. He didn't step back, but instead actively charged in. He knew that to become stronger, he needed to kill more zombies. Seeing that there seemed to be no problems on Li Yan's side, Lin Hao focused his attention on the zombie in front of him. Even with the ability to control ice, he could not afford to be careless in the face of so many zombies. Being careless could very well lead to death. Lin Hao's figure moved like a ghost, weaving in and out among the zombies. The zombies moved clumsily, and as long as he observed carefully, it was easy to evade them. However, he did not expect that one of the zombies suddenly accelerated and reached out to grab Lin Hao's chest. Lin Hao's eyes narrowed. This was actually a second-tier zombie. Chapter 53, Half Zombie. Ding! At the critical moment, Lin Hao used the watermelon knife in his hand to block the claw of the second-tier zombie. A tremendous force came from the watermelon knife, causing Lin Hao's body to shake, and he involuntarily took a step back. The force that he, with a power level of 4.2, found difficult to resist indicated that the power attribute of this second-tier zombie definitely exceeded 5 points. Second-tier zombie, power mutation, half mental mutation, power, 5. 0 mentality, 4. 5 physique, 5. 1 speed, 4. 1 talent. Weak presence. Lin Hao squinted. He had guessed the power mutation, but what the hell was half mental mutation? Can a mutation even have a half? What surprised him the most was that this second-tier zombie actually had a talent, weak presence, which was definitely a talent prepared for assassins. At first glance at this talent, Lin Hao was determined. Your talent is pretty good, but the next second will be mine. Just as Lin Hao was about to say this, he awkwardly realized that he didn't have enough available points. System. How many available points are needed to obtain this talent? 2 points. Lin Hao estimated that this was equivalent to killing 200 zombies, of course with critical hits. The actual number of zombies he needed to kill would not be as many as 200. Based on his estimation, about 150 should be enough. Finding over 100 zombies in such a large shopping mall was not a difficult task. especially since they had already killed more than 80 zombies before. To obtain this talent, Lin Hao decided to break the second-tier zombie's limbs. With less than half a minute left of his ice control ability, Lin Hao felt it was enough. Crack, crack! In an instant, ice surged up the second-tier zombie's legs, completely freezing its lower body and restricting its movement. Lin Hao knew that this ice seal wouldn't last long. Even just for a moment would be enough. Sure enough, the moment Lin Hao made his move, the ice exploded. The second-tier zombie's power was too incredible, bursting forth with tremendous speed, causing Lin Hao's knife to only graze the corner of the zombie's eye. Slit! What was clearly just a small wound suddenly enlarged in the next second, directly affecting one of the zombie's eyes, and strange-colored blood flowed down from that eye, rendering it blind. Lin Hao was slightly taken aback. What was going on? He quickly realized that this was the second characteristic of his weapon, the tearing effect, which had triggered. He had never paid attention to this effect before, as ordinary zombies were killed in one strike, making it impossible to see the effect of this characteristic. He didn't expect it to trigger when facing a second-tier zombie. The tearing effect was powerful. What was merely a small wound instantly expanded under its influence, rendering the second-tier zombies useless. Lin Hao did not waste this opportunity. Taking advantage of this time, he rushed forward again. The ground around him covered in a layer of ice that quickly made the surface slippery. As the second-tier zombie attempted to exert force, its foot slipped, causing its body to uncontrollably tilt backward. Ice controllers would not have such problems. As ice controllers, ice was their hands and feet. Lin Hao, holding the watermelon knife, looked coldly at the second-tier zombie's legs and slashed down. Puff! Ding! The watermelon knife smoothly cut into the zombie's leg, but it was surprisingly blocked by the bone. As expected of a second-tier zombie with a mutated physique, the hardness of its bones actually blocked his weapon that had been enhanced twice. However, do you think that's enough? Lin Hao sneered, and the power of the ice controller activated again. He froze the zombie's leg bones from the inside, and with a slight tremor of his arm, he heard a cracking sound as the leg bone shattered. Many objects become brittle once frozen, and bones were no exception. The ice of an ice controller was not ordinary ice. Roar! The second-tier zombie let out a painful howl, reaching out to grab Lin Hao with a crazed expression. But having lost a leg, it could no longer hop around. Lin Hao followed suit and eliminated the other leg of the zombie, now that it had lost both legs. It could only lie on the ground, helplessly furious. Just as Lin Hao was about to continue to take out its arms, a scream reached his ears. Lin Hao's expression changed drastically. That sound was Li Yin. Li Yin was not a professional. If he was injured by a zombie, he would truly become a zombie. Lin Hao turned his head and saw that indeed there was a long gash on Li Yan's left waist, which had started to change color. He had been infected by a zombie. A strong surge of anger filled Lin Hao's body. He knew all too well what it meant for Li Yin to be injured. Puff! Without saying a word, Lin Hao charged into the horde of zombies, using the last bit of his ice control time to eliminate all the remaining zombies, then rushed to Li Yan's side. Li Yan was sitting on the ground, a machete beside him, looking down at his wound with a bitter smile on his lips. Captain, I may not be able to keep up with you anymore. Lin Hao clenched his fists tightly. At that moment, he couldn't say anything. The mouth of the top salesman seemed to have become a mere decoration. All words were meaningless in the face of the impending reality. At this moment, signs of zombification had already begun to appear on Li Yan's body. An intense pain forced him to maintain a shred of rationality. Captain, do it! I, Li Yan, am a man. Even in death, I am still human. Don't let me turn into a zombie before I die. Li Yan's low roar made Lin Hao feel deeply pained. Humans are not wood. Who can be without feelings? Especially after they had experienced so many dangers over the past few days, they had already established a true bond as teammates. Lin Hao knew that as long as he struck down, Li Yan would be liberated, but he still wanted to struggle. He took a few steps to the front of the second-tier zombie, not caring about a mere talent, and directly stabbed his knife into the zombie's brain, killing it, and extracted a second-tier crystal. Then he went to Li Yan's side. At this point, Li Yan was on the verge of losing his last shred of rationality. Lin Hao did not hesitate and directly stuffed the second-tier crystal into his mouth. This crystal was quite magical. It melted upon entry and required no chewing. Lin Hao was gambling, betting on whether Li Yan could become a professional with the help of the second-tier crystal. Once he became a professional, The infection on him would no longer be a problem. This was the only way to save him. However, as time passed second by second, Lin Hao's heart sank. As long as a professional appeared, the system would definitely notify him. But this time, there was no notification. Li Yan's body had completely turned into a zombie, but strangely, he lay on the ground as if in a coma, without any movement. Li Yan had failed. Lin Hao took a deep breath and raised the watermelon knife in his hand. Li Yan, it's my fault. I didn't let you leave this world in human form. Just as Lin Hao was about to act, Li Yan suddenly opened his eyes and shouted, "Captain, don't do it!" Lin Hao was startled. What was going on? A zombie rising from the dead? Could it be that Li Yan had become a mentally mutated zombie after death, retaining his intelligence and ability to speak? Li Yan hurriedly stood up. At that moment, Lin Hao unexpectedly noticed that Li Yan's missing left arm had actually grown back, but his zombie appearance made it hard for Lin Hao to feel happy. "You are Li Yan?" "Captain, it's me. I am Li Yan. Although I don't know how I became a zombie while retaining all my memories. I am truly Li Yan." Li Yan seemed worried that Lin Hao would eliminate him right away, so he hurriedly recounted everything they had experienced before. Lin Hao already believed that he was Li Yan, but what was Li Yan's situation now? He instinctively checked Li Yan's panel and saw that it was grayish-white, giving off a sense of desolation. Li Yan half-zombie, mental mutation complete, strength, 5, 5 mental, 8, 8 constitution, 5, 6 speed, 5, 2 talent. Weak presence, what the hell? Seeing Li Yan's panel, Lin Hao was stunned. What kind of divine panel was this? All attributes were above 5 points, and the highest mental attribute reached 8, which was already double his own mental attribute. He noticed that Li Yan's panel displayed half-zombie, not zombie or professional. So Li Yan was really no longer human? If these attributes shocked Lin Hao, then this talent made him pleasantly surprised. He thought he would never see this talent again, but it had actually transferred to Li Yan. This meant he still had a chance to obtain it. "Li Yan, do you realize that you are no longer human?" Lin Hao asked. "Yeah, I noticed." Li Yan looked at his grown left arm with a complex expression. When he was still human, he had wished for his left arm to grow back. But after becoming a zombie, he had unexpectedly fulfilled this dream. But it was all too late. Becoming a zombie meant he could no longer integrate into the human world. "I just checked. You're not a complete zombie, but a half-zombie. It should be due to the second-tier crystal I gave you earlier. Don't despair. We will definitely find a way for you to return to being human in the future. Don't forget, what Brother Qian is trying to do is much harder than what you are facing." Li Yan suddenly remembered that Chun Ding was trying to revive his daughter, which was undoubtedly much more difficult than his situation. "Captain, I know you don't want me to feel burdened, but in my current state, if I go back, I'll probably be met with bullets." Li Yan's voice was full of helplessness. Lin Hao looked at Li Yan. In this state, he would definitely be mistaken for a zombie and killed. "What are your thoughts?" Lin Hao asked. "I don't know. This all came too suddenly." Li Yan shook his head in confusion. "Since that's the case, I have an idea. You're a half-zombie now, so you can blend in with the zombies and act as a spy. When I find a way for you to turn back into a human in the future, I will personally come to welcome you. My team, Lin Hao's team, will always have a place for you." Chapter 54. The difference between humans and beasts. In the end, Li Yan was persuaded by Lin Hao and decided to join the side of the zombies with his current identity, becoming part of the zombie hierarchy. But Lin Hao didn't rush to let him leave right away. What about his talent? Wait until this mission is over before you leave. Just say you want to go out and explore on your own. Li Yan agreed. He found a clothing store, chose an outfit with a hood, put it on, and also grabbed a mask and sunglasses, fully armed to cover any exposed skin. Even his hands were wrapped in bandages. "Captain, what about my left hand? I can't just take it back." Li Yan looked at his grown left arm with a wry smile. Lin Hao pondered for a moment and asked, "Can it grow back if it's gone?" Li Yan was startled. "Captain, my arm just grew back with great difficulty. I can't let it be cut off." "Fine. Just say you're wearing a fake mannequin arm. You can make up the reason yourself." Li Yan was speechless. What an irresponsible captain. Click. At that moment, a faint sound came, and Li Yan's body shot forward like the wind, catching a boy who looked to be around 14 or 15 years old in a corner. "Are you a survivor here?" Lin Hao asked the boy. The boy seemed a bit shaken, clearly startled by Li Yan's speed, which had completely surpassed Lin Hao's. Yes. The boy let out a heavy sigh of relief when he realized that the two in front of him were humans, not zombies. Then the boy seemed to remember something and asked excitedly, "Are you here to rescue us?" Lin Hao and Li Yin exchanged glances. There were indeed more survivors here. How many survivors are there? There are a total of 36 people, the boy said directly. 36 people. This number exceeded Lin Hao's expectations. He had thought there were only a dozen left. Take me to them. Now the boy was filled with thoughts of his own rescue and had no extra capacity for thought, leading the way in a rush, even more eagerly than Lin Hao. They arrived at the farthest corner, where several zombie corpses lay on the ground, each with their heads smashed in, a gruesome sight. The boy seemed unfazed, leading them to a door and knocking rhythmically. Soon, a voice came from inside. "Who's there?" "It's me, Xiaoyang." Creak, the door opened, revealing complete darkness inside. And the boy Xiaoyang walked in confidently. Lin Hao smirked slightly and followed Li Yin inside. As soon as they entered, the door was heavily shut behind them, and the lights were turned on. When the lights came on, Li Yin widened his eyes at the scene before him. This was a control room, about 100 square meters in size, with around 7 or 8 adult men standing around, each gazing at them with malicious eyes, like they were looking at a group of fat sheep. On the other side of the control room were more than a dozen naked women, ranging in age from their early 20s to seemingly over 50. They hugged their knees against the wall, eyes hollow and silent. Even the entrance of Lin Hao and the other two did not stir them. Anyone with eyes could tell what had happened here. What should have been a place for survivors to band together had turned into an incredibly dark place. When Lin Hao entered just now, he noticed something unusual. The zombie corpse lying outside the monitoring room had its head crushed, but its body was surprisingly intact. Generally, if a zombie eats a person, it wouldn't leave behind so many parts. It seems that those zombie corpses outside were originally the survivors here. They might have been killed due to disagreements or uneven distribution of loot. It looks like the number of survivors this time can be reduced a bit. Lin Hao said lightly. Li Yin understood Lin Hao's words. These scumbags were no longer needed alive, but he wouldn't act until the captain gave the order. "Stop talking nonsense. Put down your backpack." "Oh, you're even carrying a knife. Who are you trying to scare?" A man called out sarcastically. "And you? Why are you wrapped up so tightly on such a hot day? Are you hiding something inside? Take it off." Another person shouted at Li Yin while holding a bone saw from the meat-selling area. In their eyes, these two were just lambs waiting to be slaughtered, waiting for their value to be completely drained before facing death. In a place like this, they had long lost their sense of danger. Casually finding a woman to have some fun when bored, letting Xiaoyang go out to find food when hungry, with no real risk involved, living it up. They had never enjoyed such a life before. They had instructed Xiaoyang that if he encountered any living survivors outside, he must bring them back. The men would be drained of their value and killed, while the women would all be kept for their pleasure. In truth, they were already aware of the existence of the survivor base, but they had no desire to go out. Why go out when they could enjoy life like this? They had women, and they had everything they needed. In Lin Hao's eyes, these people were already dead. His gaze shifted to Xiaoyang as he said lightly, "Have you ever laid hands on them?" Upon hearing this, Xiaoyang laughed. "You're struggling to save yourself, yet you still want to rescue those women?" The boss said it. "Women have always been the accessories of men. If they could be pampered by me, that's their luck. This kid is hopeless." Li Yin shook his head. "The biggest difference between humans and beasts is that humans can restrain their desires, while beasts cannot." Lin Hao smiled, but his smile was cold. "Li Yin, do it." Li Yin slightly grinned, revealing a bloody smile beneath his mask. "Don't worry, I'll make them feel what despair really is." Having become a half-zombie, Li Yin's thoughts were also influenced. At the very least, his heart had grown colder. In the past, he might have just killed these people with one stroke. But now it was different. Swish! Li Yin's figure was so fast in their eyes that it almost created an illusion. Crack! Crack! A series of sickening, bone-breaking sounds echoed, accompanied by the shrill screams of these people, including Xiaoyang. Xiaoyang was in so much pain that tears and snot were coming out. He had never experienced such pain in his life. He wanted to faint right then and there, but Li Yin was always watching him. As soon as he showed signs of fainting, a slap would bring him back to consciousness. All of these people's legs were broken by Li Yin. The white bones exposed from the fractures made one's scalp tingle. My leg, my leg." These people clutched their broken legs, wailing in madness. Their eyes filled with terror as they looked at Li Yin. What kind of monster was this person? Just moments ago, his movements were so fast that they couldn't see clearly, and by the time they came to their senses, their legs were already broken. It seemed that their screams were loud enough to finally attract the attention of those women. They raised their heads and saw an unimaginable scene. Those demons seemed to have their legs broken. One woman tried to speak, but couldn't make a sound. They had been starved too severely. The men had deliberately not fed them enough to prevent them from having the strength to escape. The little food they received only barely kept them alive. When Lin Hao entered, he saw the weakness of these women. Without strength, it was nearly impossible for them to escape, and they could only submit to these men. It's too noisy. Anyone who dares to make another sound will be sent out to feed the zombies. Lin Hao's words had a tremendous effect. They would rather die at the hands of humans than be eaten alive by zombies. That kind of fear would cause a person to collapse. Suddenly, the entire monitoring room fell silent. Lin Hao approached the women, looking down at them. You now have two choices. One is to commit suicide. I could provide you with weapons for free. The other is to eat something, seek revenge, and whether to commit suicide or continue living afterward is up to you. Upon hearing this, everyone looked up at Lin Hao. Their eyes told Lin Hao that they wanted revenge. Lin Hao threw 2 bags of bread and 2 bottles of water on the ground, and then stopped looking at them. In fact, this was a test he set for these women. If they couldn't even pass this, they would have no value left at all. Li Yin stood behind Lin Hao, silent. But he noticed that these women, faced with food and water, did not rush forward to fight for it. Instead, one woman began to distribute it. Everyone received an equal portion of bread, and each drank a similar amount of water. This self-control amazed even Li Yin. How many people, when starving to the extreme, would instinctively shove food into their mouths at the first sight of it? But these women held back. Their inner hatred prevented them from seizing the food. They quietly ate, silently regained their strength, and after about 10 minutes, the first woman stood up. She walked to a corner where all the clothes they had originally worn were piled up. Right in front of the 2 men, they began to put on their clothes. After getting dressed, they did not rush to take revenge, but approached Lin Hao instead. Benefactor, this era is very dark, and there are many women who have suffered like us. I want to save them. The speaker was the young woman who had distributed food and water to all the women. She looked quite young, around 25 or 6. That's your own business. It has nothing to do with me. I'm just simply defending myself. Throughout the entire exchange, Lin Hao's face showed no sign of pity. He spoke to them in a calm tone, which was exactly what they needed most. Chapter 55, The Avenger. May I ask for your name, benefactor? The young woman continued to ask. Lin Hao. The young woman stood up and led these poor women in front of those men. At this moment, their identities underwent a dramatic reversal. Originally, they were the ones in power, controlling the lives and deaths of these women. But now it had completely changed. Xia, we were married for a day. You have to save me. One man pleaded to a woman inside, but that woman showed no expression. Yet her eyes proved how much she wanted to kill the man before her. Her husband. Lin Hao never expected that there were such people who would abandon their own wives and collude with others. Indeed, these people are no longer worthy of being called human. Li Yin was thinking whether he had been too lenient just now. The young woman at the forefront scanned over these people, her gaze finally resting on Xiaoyang. At that moment, Xiaoyang seemed to find hope and hurriedly shouted, Sister, they forced me to do this. I really didn't want to, but if I didn't, they would kill me. Please save me, sister. Upon hearing this, the other men nearly had their noses crooked with anger. They clearly remembered that it was this little brat who had approached them first, claiming he wanted to be a bad person. Now that he was about to die, he was turning against them. The young woman crouched down and reached out with one delicate hand. Xiaoyang's face was filled with excitement, thinking he was about to be saved. However, instead of pulling him up, she directly thrust her hand into his mouth and grabbed his tongue. Benefactor, the next scene may be a bit bloody, so please forgive us, the young woman respectfully said to Lin Hao. It's fine, I'll just watch the surveillance. You all do as you please. Lin Hao waved his hand, having seen all sorts of bloody scenes before. The young woman picked up a dagger from the ground and moved closer to Xiaoyang, who finally realized something was wrong. No. Xiaoyang was so scared he nearly soiled himself, his face filled with pleading. But his thoughts were destined to be in vain. The young woman with the dagger directly cut off his tongue. Xiaoyang let out a horrific scream. The pain was even more terrifying than when his leg was broken earlier, causing him to roll his eyes and convulse. Sisters, there's no need to hold back. Go ahead, the young woman said. As soon as her words fell, the other women instantly transformed into demons from hell. They pounced on the men, started to bite, their expressions frenzied, completely different from their earlier demeanor. Stop biting. I won't let you bite again. Please spare me. Mom, where are you? It hurts so much I'm dying. My ears. My nose, no. Several men kept screaming in agony as their body parts were reduced one by one, some bitten off by the women, others cut off by the knife, and the ground was already soaked with blood. Gradually, their voices became weaker until they disappeared. All right, stop. With a word from the young woman, the other women immediately snapped back from their frenzied state, leaving behind many mutilated corpses on the ground. It could be said that there was not a single intact part left on these men. Some of the women had even crazily eaten their flesh and drunk their blood. But even so, they actually obeyed this woman's orders, which surprised Lin Hao. Just as he was thinking this, the system's voice rang out. New profession Avenger detected. Would the host like to switch? Avenger? Lin Hao glanced at the introduction of the Avenger. This was a special profession. Special to the extent that its abilities had unique effects on only one type of person. All men who had bullied women would trigger the Avenger's effects. Attacks from the Avenger on such people would deal at least double damage, with no upper limit on the maximum damage. Of course, the chances of dealing high damage were quite low. Lin Hao was curious if the one who awakened as the Avenger was the young woman at the front. However, after a glance, he realized he was mistaken. All these women had become Avengers, a total of 12 Avengers. If this information were to spread, some people would probably not be able to sleep peacefully. Benefactor, from now on, there are 12 fewer ordinary women in the world and 12 more Avengers. We will take revenge on all men who bully women. The young woman's eyes had completely turned blood red. From her appearance, it was clear that she was no longer human. If the benefactor ever needs us, please light this hair. No matter where we are, we will feel it and rush over at the first moment. Lin Hao took the hair the young woman handed him and put it in his pocket, watching as the Avengers left the surveillance room. Li Yin, do you think the emergence of the apocalypse is a kind of selection for humanity? Lin Hao suddenly asked. Captain, I don't know, but I do know one thing. As long as you are strong enough, you won't be filtered out, Li Yin replied. Lin Hao smiled, yes. If you don't want to be filtered out, then just become stronger. Many people know this principle, but they just don't want to acknowledge it. Most of the surveillance here is broken, but there are a few places that are still functional. I saw another group of survivors. Let's go. The two left the surveillance room. That group of survivors was also on the basement level, which was quite large. On the way, they killed some zombies and finally found where the survivors were located. It seemed to be a small warehouse, currently being besieged by zombies, making the situation quite dangerous. I'll handle these zombies. Lin Hao wouldn't let Li Yin take action. To him, zombies were just a pile of walking points. Li Yin naturally wouldn't go against the captain's orders and stood aside to watch. Lin Hao grabbed a watermelon knife and slashed, directly taking down a zombie from behind. Only then did the other zombies notice there was a human behind them, immediately abandoning their assault on the warehouse door and turning to attack Lin Hao. Roar! There were about 13 zombies. Lin Hao's keen eyes, coupled with his powerful physique and speed, allowed him to weave through the crowd of zombies. The movements of the watermelon knife in his hand showed no signs of slowing down, each swing taking a zombie's head. The battle started quickly and ended just as fast. When only one zombie was left, he realized something was off. Where are my brothers? Lin Hao wouldn't give it any chance. With one last stab, he plunged the knife into its brain, killing it instantly. Captain, your strength has increased again. Li Yin came over to flatter him. Stop talking nonsense. Your strength is even stronger than mine now. Lin Hao rolled his eyes. Although Li Yin had turned into a half-zombie, his progress in strength could be described as leaping to the next level. Lin Hao stepped forward and knocked on the big door. Open up. There was no response from inside. If Lin Hao didn't know there were people inside, that would be one thing, but he had seen through the surveillance cameras. Li Yin, open the door for me. Li Yin walked over, gathering strength in his right fist and delivering a powerful punch. If a person's strength is 5 times that of an ordinary person, does that mean the punch he throws has 5 times the strength of a regular punch? Of course not. The power of a punch is related to the movement of all the muscles in the body. Simply put, the power of a punch thrown far exceeds 5 times. Boom! The big door caved in, almost falling off completely. Wow, this door is quite sturdy. Li Yin was surprised and threw another punch. This time, the door finally couldn't hold up, crashing down and revealing the situation inside. There were about 20 people inside, and it seemed nothing like what had happened in the surveillance room before. They were both men and women, all well-dressed. The appearance of the two was so frightening that no one dared to speak. When had they ever seen someone knock down such a heavy warehouse door with their fists? "Who can speak here?" Lin Hao said. I should be able to speak." An elderly man with gray hair stepped forward. Lin Hao was slightly surprised. It was rare for an old man to have a say in such a place. Whether the person himself was powerful or his identity was significant, it made no difference to Lin Hao. "Count the people, and then come with us." Upon hearing this, the old man was overjoyed. Thinking Lin Hao was from the military. "No need to count. There are 24 of us here. We can leave right now." Hearing they could go out, everyone was delighted. They had been terrified by zombies these past few days. No one expected that while shopping, a large number of zombies would suddenly appear around them. If it weren't for their good luck, they might have turned into zombies themselves. "All right, everyone come out." With the strength of the two, protecting these people to leave was not difficult. The problem was how to safely get them from the shopping mall to the survivor base. They only had 2 vehicles, and even at full capacity, they couldn't take everyone at once. These ordinary people had barely survived until now. Lin Hao doubted they could handle even a single zombie. The group arrived at the vehicles, and upon seeing them, people rushed forward to get in, fearing they would miss their chance. "Get down," Lin Hao shouted, but no one paid him any mind. Lin Hao laughed, grabbing the shoulder of a man trying to climb into the car and throwing him back. Thud! The man fell to the ground, crying out in pain, but the next second his mouth was covered by someone. This was outside, and there were zombies out there. However, it was too late. Some zombies nearby heard the noise and were rushing over. At a glance, there were more than 30 zombies. Facing so many angry stares, the man was undaunted. Pointing at Lin Hao and shouting, "He threw me over here, otherwise how would I have cried out?" Chapter 56, Zombie Seed. Lin Hao curled his lips into a cold smile, looking at the man on the ground with indifferent eyes. "These 2 vehicles are mine. You cannot get in without my permission. Aren't you from the military? Isn't it your duty to protect us? If you won't let us use the cars, who else will you let use them?" The man argued, not at all intimidated by the approaching zombies. "We're not from the military. We are just here to carry out a mission. As for whether you live or die, it really has nothing to do with us." The mission mentioned saving survivors. But what if all the survivors were wiped out? Then there would be no need to save them. The number of survivors is entirely up to these people. Yet some here didn't understand the situation and thought it was the end of the world, believing it was natural for others to risk their lives to save them. Lin Hao recalled a news story before the apocalypse about a group of people seeking thrills in the mountains, only to be trapped by bad weather, ultimately requiring the state to send manpower and resources to rescue them. In the end, these ungrateful people acted as if they were entitled, shouting orders at those rescuing them. And not a single one said thank you after the rescue. Now is not the time for the past. I say how many survivors there are, and that's how many there are. Do you understand? The man's eyes widened in fear as he looked at Lin Hao. He wasn't a fool and could tell from Lin Hao's words that he was being warned. Keep talking like this, and soon the number of survivors would decrease. How would it decrease? There were many ways. Being eaten by zombies, or Lin Hao and his companion taking action directly. Once these words were spoken, everyone was stunned. They had seen Li Yin smash through the warehouse door with his fists, and they estimated that a punch from him would be enough to take down a child. Those who had been scrambling to get in the car all obediently got down. Lin Hao was very satisfied. Then now, you all hold out for 3 minutes amidst the zombie attack. After saying that, he and Li Yin quickly got into the 2 vehicles, closed the doors and windows, and waited quietly. The people were dumbfounded. No one expected Lin Hao to do this. Listen, they kept banging on the doors and windows, shouting, but their fists were useless. After all, these were modified vehicles, and the glass was reinforced. "Brother, I was wrong. I was in the wrong. Please let me in," the previous man cried out. Lin Hao remained unmoved, even taking out a bag of chips and leisurely eating them. At this moment, the zombies finally approached, and these people realized Lin Hao was not joking. They began to scatter, completely forgetting what Lin Hao had just said. With their numbers, if they could seriously defend themselves, 3 minutes would definitely not be a problem. But they had gathered together by chance due to the zombies and didn't know each other. So how could they work together? Li Yin found it hard to understand Lin Hao's actions, but he said nothing. After all, these people had nothing to do with him. Lin Hao continued eating his chips, watching a woman flee in panic, a hint of mockery flashing in his eyes. If he hadn't been able to see through anyone's panel, he probably wouldn't have thought that a zombie had appeared here. Indeed, this woman had turned into a zombie. Since she had not spoken, others had not thought much of it. In fact, this woman couldn't speak. Like the previous intelligent zombie that could talk, she was rare. Some zombies could take on human forms and suppress their instincts, but could not speak. If Lin Hao took all these people into the survivor base, it would be entertaining. A woman who had turned into a zombie blending in, using her beauty to please certain people, would likely lead to the entire survivor base collapsing within a month. From the panel of the man holding the woman, once he had sexual contact with a female zombie, a zombie seed would be planted in his body. Once activated, he would turn into a zombie in an instant. However, there was one question. Why did all the men present have zombie seeds in their bodies? If this brother knew his woman was a zombie and had brought so many hats, he would probably go crazy. Lin Hao shook his head, continuing to watch the show. The zombies made their first contact with these people. One person was knocked to the ground by a zombie, which opened its mouth to bite. Seeing this person's tragic fate, the others panicked even more, hurriedly running out. Some even tried to run back into the shopping mall. The problem was, there were still some lingering zombies inside the shopping mall. Hearing the commotion, they all ran out, leaving them nowhere to escape. One man tightly held the woman in his arms, a glimmer of despair flashing in his eyes. They were doomed. Xiaoling, no matter what happens, I will never abandon you. Looking at his woman's pure face, the man had a bitter smile. The woman was not his wife, but someone he had encountered while fleeing. She was beautiful, but mute. With no place to go, they could only circle around the two vehicles, endlessly running in circles. They ran frantically while cursing Lin Hao for being inhumane, as he watched them go to their deaths without intervening. In reality, Lin Hao did this on purpose. He could tell at first glance that these people had issues. They had been implanted with zombie seeds and were essentially beyond saving. Even if that female zombie died, the zombie seeds in their bodies would hatch on their own, successfully turning them into zombies. Since they were destined to become zombies, these people had to die. If he acted directly, Lin Hao was worried that the remaining survivors would spread rumors at the survivor base, so he needed a reason to act. He felt that the woman seemed to be losing control. It was no surprise, as she probably hadn't eaten for several days and must have been starving. Just as Lin Hao was thinking this, the woman suddenly opened her mouth and bit down on the man's neck. The man looked at her in confusion. Why? The woman was too busy eating flesh and drinking blood to pay him any mind, and even after the man died, he didn't understand why his woman suddenly acted like a zombie. At the moment the woman attacked, all the men in the group screamed in horror, their bodies rapidly turning into zombies. The remaining few women were almost scared to death at the sight. What was happening? How did they all turn into zombies? Lin Hao knew it was time for him to step in. Just as one of the women was about to be pounced upon by a nearby zombie, Lin Hao suddenly appeared, kicking the zombie away and quickly stepping forward, slashing his watermelon knife across its neck. Sizzle. The zombie's head was instantly severed. You five get in the car and lock the door, Lin Hao said flatly. The five women immediately snapped to attention, jumping into the car at the fastest speed possible and locking the door, leaving them helpless as the zombies outside pounded on the windows. At that moment, one of the women said, "Have you noticed that, aside from that mute, it seems like only the men have turned into zombies?" The other four women looked and realized it was indeed the case. Only the mute looked a bit strange, as she was eating people like a zombie without having turned. It sent chills down their spines. I think I understand something now. This big brother who saved me seems to have done it on purpose. Could it be that he already saw that something was wrong with those men? I think so too. When we first met, he had no personal vendetta against us. Yet he deliberately didn't let us in the car and instead lured the zombies over, only to save us after those people turned into zombies. He must have discovered something was wrong with them. The three women were putting on a show, and with five women, they could almost perform 2 acts. They were not foolish. They were just a bit dazed by what had happened earlier. Now that they had sorted out their thoughts, they increasingly felt that Lin Hao was saving them. After Lin Hao took action, Lian also got out of the car to fight. His strength now surpassed Lin Hao's, and with a single slash, a zombie's head flew into the air. If Lin Hao's fighting style was a form of ethereal aesthetics, then Lian's was a pure violent aesthetic. Lin Hao's gaze was sharp, his movements swift as he continuously swung his watermelon knife, reaping the lives of these zombies. It was only after he had eliminated all the zombies around that the woman finally got off the man, her mouth dripping with blood, exuding a kind of bloody beauty. At that moment, Lin Hao noticed that the panel in front of this woman seemed to have changed. First tier zombie, body mutated, in evolution, strength 1, 8, mental 2, 3, physique, 17, speed 19, pseudo talent. Zombie seed. It was the first time Lin Hao had seen a zombie that was evolving and becoming stronger. However, even if it evolved into a second-tier zombie, Lin Hao was confident he could take her down. This pseudo-talent was also something he had never seen before. Zombies likely used this talent to implant zombie seeds into these men's bodies. It seemed that in the future, even when looking for a girlfriend, he would have to check if the other party was human. Fizz. At that moment, a large amount of steam erupted from the surface of the female zombie's body, and her attributes were rapidly increasing. Lin Hao's figure moved instantly, and as he acted, he called Li Yin to join him. He never gave enemies any chance, not even a sliver of a possibility for a comeback. With absolute power, he killed the enemy in its budding stage. This was Lin Hao's combat principle. Thuft, thuft. The watermelon knife felt like it was cutting into flesh, and the sound of Li Yin's large machete slicing into a body followed. Unsurprisingly, this zombie should be dead. However, when they turned around to look, their expressions changed. They had indeed killed a zombie, but it wasn't the female zombie from earlier, but a man who had just turned into a zombie. Lin Hao suddenly turned his head. The female zombie was looking at him with a smiling expression, as if viewing him as a plaything. Chapter 57, Subspecies Zombie. In that brief moment, had the female zombie switched places with another zombie? Was this a power? Otherwise, what kind of speed could be so fast that both he and Li Yin didn't react in time? Lin Hao squinted his eyes and looked over. Indeed, the female zombie's panel had changed. Originally, her panel was transparent, but now it had turned purple. Similarly, her title had changed from first-tier zombie to subspecies zombie. What was this? Subspecies zombie, charm, body mutated, evolution branch route, strength, 3, 5 mental, 6, 4 physique, 3, 2 speed, 3, 6 pseudo talent, zombie seed talent, substitute death. Charm. All 4 attributes had increased, but the mental attribute had risen significantly, surpassing that of an average second-tier zombie. Moreover, she had gained 2 new talents. One was substitute death, which didn't need explanation, as it referred to the earlier ability that caused other zombies to die for her. And as for Charm, Lin Hao carefully examined this zombie and found that she seemed to have become even more beautiful than before. If she went out to seduce men, probably not many could resist. Oh dear, I'm so scared. Can't you 2 handsome guys be a little gentler with a little girl? The female zombie flirted with her alluring eyes, throwing a seductive glance at Lin Hao and Li Yin. Li Yin remained unmoved. He could no longer be considered human, and it seemed his desires had diminished significantly. Otherwise, the Oldham would have definitely enjoyed the view. Knowing she was a zombie, Lin Hao was even less likely to react. He looked at her indifferently and said, I didn't expect that after evolving, you could actually talk. Your intelligence seems to have increased a lot. Now you must be very valuable, right? The female zombie was confused by Lin Hao's words. What do you mean by very valuable? She had no idea that what Lin Hao referred to as very valuable was the usable points after killing her. Only usable points were the most valuable things in Lin Hao's eyes. The subspecies zombie was almost thrown off by Lin Hao's words. Are all men these days so straightforward? Didn't they see such a beautiful woman right in front of them? Feeling indignant, the subspecies zombie decisively used her talent, charm. Hey there, would you like to do something fun together? The variant zombie beckoned to Lin Hao, exuding an aura of alluring hormones. At that moment, in Lin Hao's eyes, the variant zombie was incredibly tempting, making him feel a bit shaken. The zombie's mental attribute was exceedingly high, far surpassing Lin Hao's current state, and its charming innate ability further enhanced its mental attributes. Not just Lin Hao, even Li Yin fell a bit off. At this time, the system's voice suddenly sounded, detected interference with the host's consciousness, consuming some available points to shield. Shielding cost is 0.01 available points per second. Lin Hao's mind cleared up, and he felt a wave of fear. He never expected the variant zombie's ability to be so terrifying that for a moment. He genuinely mistook a zombie for a human, and a beautiful one at that. It was the first time he realized the usefulness of mental attributes. When facing such an enemy, lacking a sufficiently strong mental attribute could easily lead to a trap. Watching his available points decrease every second made Lin Hao feel a pang in his heart. These were all hard-earned points from killing zombies. Li Yin, clear the surrounding zombies. New zombies were appearing one after another, and Lin Hao worried that the variant might have a talent for sacrificing others. So he let Li Yin handle the zombies while he dealt with the variant zombie alone. The most formidable aspect of the variant zombie was its charm ability. And now that ability was being shielded by his system, Lin Hao felt completely at ease. "Oh dear, you really don't know how to cherish beauty," the variant zombie said, narrowly dodging Lin Hao's attack and continuing to use its charm ability. However, when it noticed Lin Hao's eyes showed no change, it realized its prize charm ability had failed. In a direct confrontation, it was definitely no match for Lin Hao, even after becoming a variant zombie. Lin Hao remained silent, his eyes fixed on the variant zombie's head. His target had never changed. Swish! The watermelon knife lunged toward the variant zombie's head, and at that moment, Lin Hao felt a sharp pain in his head, causing his movements to pause, allowing the variant zombie to escape. Lin Hao did not pursue, in a place swarming with zombies. Chasing after a variant zombie was not a simple task. Most importantly, the opponent seemed to possess a mental attack ability similar to Xiaoqiu's, and the system appeared to have no intention of shielding against this type of attack. "I'll wait until I get a bit stronger before looking for her. I'm really curious if the crystal inside the variant zombie's head is different from regular crystals," Lin Hao grinned. Meanwhile, Li Yin had just cleared the approaching zombies and, seeing the variant zombie flee, asked, "Captain, should I chase after her?" "No need to chase. Just be careful if you encounter her in the future. Don't let her guard down," Lin Hao advised. The birth of a variant zombie might have a low probability, but once such a zombie grows, it will definitely become a grave threat to humanity. Li Yin nodded, having felt the strength of the opponent's charm ability. Even his high mental attribute of 8 was slightly affected. Initially, the two teams agreed to regroup here after 2 hours, and Lin Hao and the others returned early. But calculating the time, they should have returned by now. What Lin Hao did not know was that Chun Ding had encountered a significant problem. "I've never seen such a powerful zombie rat before," Xiaoqiu said, looking at the zombie rat covered in a layer of black grease, unable to swallow his saliva. Just as they finished clearing the second floor and prepared to tackle the third, they unexpectedly encountered this zombie rat. They thought it would be easy to handle. But even with all 4 of them involved, they still couldn't take down the zombie rat. The zombie rat's attack power wasn't particularly strong, but the layer of black grease on its surface provided exceptional defense, making it impossible for Chun Ding's flames to penetrate directly. They could only burn on the surface. Bang! Feng Shui was hit and sent flying by the zombie rat's claw, but luckily she managed to create an ice wall in front of her to avoid injury. Li Han stood behind, occasionally throwing out black gas that affected the zombie rat's speed and strength. Without Li Han's debuff, they might have already lost against this zombie rat. "Xiaoqiu, let's try again. This time I'll take a bit of risk." Chun Ding gritted his teeth. The surrounding zombies seemed to multiply, and if not for Shi Ling and her daughter joining the fight, they might not have been able to hold on. Xiaoqiu nodded, and Chun Ding accelerated and charged forward. Squeak! The zombie rat opened its mouth and charged at him, its enormous incisors aiming to bite off Chun Ding's head. Chun Ding threw a chair directly at the zombie rat's mouth. Crack! The chair was instantly crushed by the zombie rat's teeth, but it gave Chun Ding an opportunity to rush behind the zombie rat, facing its rear. Chun Ding's eyes twitched, but he did not hesitate, stuffing his entire arm inside. Flames ignited within the zombie rat, causing it to tremble all over. It tried to shake Chun Ding off, but he was firmly pressed against its back and couldn't be dislodged. Even though the zombie rat's attributes were slightly higher than Chun Ding's under such an attack, its struggles grew weaker until it finally fell silent, collapsing on the ground. Its insides were completely burned out by Chun Ding, leaving only the skin and some bones. Chun Ding withdrew his arm, unable to bear the stench, and sat down heavily on the ground. The recent burning had exhausted his last bit of stamina. Xiaoqiu was the first to rush over and help Chun Ding up, giving him a thumbs up, saying, "Chunge, you're a real man." They all saw that if it were them, they probably couldn't have done this. It required overcoming substantial psychological pressure. Feng Shui looked at him with a hint of admiration. She would never use such a method of fight. Chun Ding's decisive actions made her realize for the first time that this man was extraordinary. "Tianyi, the mission only requires us to finish within 5 days. let's head back and rest a bit. Our stamina is running low, Li Han suggested. Chunding looked at the others. Everyone was splattered with zombie bodily fluids, reeking, with only Feng Shui faring a bit better since she could create a thin ice wall around herself to block the splatter. It seems the time is about right. Let's head back to the car. As they returned near the car, they suddenly froze. There were 5 unfamiliar women by the vehicle, and the ground around them seemed to have many more zombie corpses, as if a fierce battle had just taken place here. Captain, are these people survivors? Are there only 5 left? Li Han inquired, stepping closer. There were quite a few at first, but only these few are left. You can ask Li Yin for the specifics, Lin Hao replied, not wanting to repeat himself. Li Han nodded and ran to find Li Yin to ask. But when he saw Li Yan's outfit, his mouth twitched. What's with the getup? You're all bundled up. Nothing much, just a bit cold. Even with Li Han's intelligence, he felt insulted by the intelligence of others. It's so hot that it could kill you, and you tell me you're cold? I'm cold, your sister. Also, he noticed that Li Yan's left arm seemed to have grown out. What was going on? Ahem, I'm worried that people keep looking at me strangely. So I put on a fake arm, Li Yan explained. If it were someone else, they might have been fooled. But Li Han clearly noticed that this was definitely not a fake arm, but a real one. Chapter 58, Be a Bad Guy. Li Han squinted, sensing something was off. Li Yan's arm couldn't have grown out of nowhere unless there was something wrong with his body. But if Li Yan really had a problem, the first person who wouldn't let him go would be the captain. Li Yan had always been by the captain's side, and the captain had just sent him to find Li Yan, which meant the captain definitely knew about Li Yan's situation and was quite at ease with it. Thinking this way, Li Han decided not to pursue the matter further. He knew that if the captain wanted to say something, they would find out sooner or later. From Li Yan, Li Han finally learned what had happened here. First, they had eliminated a group of scum in the monitoring room, which triggered the appearance of 12 Avengers, and later rescued more than 20 people, only to find that one of them was a zombie, which later evolved into a subspecies zombie, turning all the men into zombies, leaving only 5 women alive. Li Han rubbed his forehead. He didn't expect so much to happen in such a short time. Even a TV drama wouldn't dare to portray it like this. So, these 5 women can only temporarily follow us. It would waste too much fuel to take them back before the mission is completed. This was Li Han's conclusion. Lin Hao nodded. I think so too. Gasoline is precious now, and we can't waste it on such matters. When we go in, we could just put them in a safe place. That night, Lin Hao and his group casually found a nearby hotel, cleared out the zombies inside, and found a few clean rooms to stay in. Xiaoqiu relied on his girlfriend and found a lot of ingredients in the cold storage. Lin Hao decided to treat himself, and they prepared to have a barbecue. Captain, I'm a barbecue master. I'll take care of the grilling tonight. Xiaoqiu volunteered. Okay, it's all yours. The group sat in the hotel lobby and began the bonfire barbecue. Such leisurely moments were the most enjoyable. One of the women quietly approached Lin Hao and said softly, Captain Lin, thank you so much for saving us today. Lin Hao waved his hand. We're just completing the survivor base's mission. Don't think too much about it. Also, you might have to stay here for a couple more days until we finish our mission before you can go back. The woman nodded slightly, seemingly having guessed this outcome. Looking at Lin Hao's side profile illuminated by the bonfire, the woman seemed a bit infatuated and said dreamily, Captain Lin, does your team need more people? Lin Hao didn't reply. He was contemplating whether to let a new female team member join, even if he could treat these women as accessories. The other team members might not see it that way. Yang Yuqing's situation was the best example. Although Li Han didn't fall in love with Yang Yuqing, he did develop some vague feelings, and after the incident with Yang Yuqing, he hadn't smiled since. Allowing women to join the team just as accessories was unacceptable, unless they had self-protection abilities like Shi Ling and her daughter. They had seen reality clearly and actively sought strength. But what about these women? The most likely scenario was that they wanted to cling to someone strong because they saw their power. We're not lacking. Lin Hao refused. The woman's expression dimmed as she returned to the other women and whispered something. On Chen Ding's side, he was chatting with Shi Ling, and their atmosphere seemed quite good. Shi Bing occasionally chimed in, and if someone were unaware, they would really think they were a family of 3. Li Yin was talking to Li Han, but he always ate meat with his back turned to others, fearing his half-zombie identity would be exposed. Xiaoqiu was happily grilling meat when one of the 5 women walked up to him, smiling sweetly and talking to him. Lin Hao's mouth twitched slightly. This was definitely Xiaoqiu's talent activating, and it was certainly passive. As for Feng Shui, she sat quietly to one side, staring blankly at the bonfire. Want to have some barbecue? A few skewers of grilled meat were offered, accompanied by Lin Hao's voice. Feng Shui didn't move. A hint of sarcasm crossed her face. When did you start caring about me? You think too much. Xiaqiu grills too fast. If you don't eat, it would go to waste. Lin Hao bit into a large piece of meat, speaking incoherently. If you don't want to eat, then forget it. Suddenly, Feng Shui reached out, took a skewer, and took a bite. Tastes pretty good. Looks like Xiaqiu wasn't lying. Can't tell this kid has this skill. He will be our team's dedicated chef from now on. The two chatted casually, and at that moment, Feng Shui suddenly asked, do you think humanity can return to the old world? What do I care? As long as I can survive, that's all that matters. Wasn't the old world just the same? Lin Hao said indifferently. For some people, the apocalypse might not be the end, but a brand new opportunity. But for others, the apocalypse was hell, and they desperately hoped to return to the old world. Oh, for you, a big star, the old world was probably better, right? With your status. You could have anything without having to live in fear like now, Lin Hao said casually. Feng Shui paused her eating, glancing at Lin Hao. Do you really think I care about being a star? I just think that the arrival of the apocalypse has made many people who could have lived happily become unhappy. Those 12 Avengers are the best example. Lin Hao couldn't help but laugh. Are you trying to make me die laughing to inherit my watermelon knife? Do you think they could have found happiness in the old world? Don't talk nonsense. There were many unfortunate people before the apocalypse. What can you do to help them? If a man says he needs a wife to be happy, will you go and be his wife? Big star, keep your eyes on the ground. Stop looking up. Being a saint isn't something you can just do. The rules throughout history haven't changed. Survival of the fittest. It's just that modern society has hidden this a bit. Feng Shui frowned, her pink lips slightly pursed. I'm not trying to be a saint. I just think some people shouldn't be like this. Good people don't get rewarded. So why not just be a bad person? This is the apocalypse. No one will care if you're a bad person. Lin Hao's voice carried a hint of temptation. Being a bad person is great. You don't have to care about anything. You can do whatever you want. But being a good person? Anyone can take advantage of you because they know you're a good person and won't dare to fight back. Feng Shui's expression changed abruptly. She had never heard such words before, which brought her great shock. Lin Hao chuckled. If you really want to be a saint, I don't care. But if you disobey any orders during the team's operation, I believe you won't want to see the outcome. Lin Hao left, leaving Feng Shui still in confusion. Captain, Li Han appeared behind Lin Hao. His expression seemed somewhat complicated. Have you learned about Li Yan's situation? Lin Hao said lightly. He knew very well that with Li Han's intelligence, he must have noticed the abnormalities with Li Yan and had probably just inquired about the specifics. Yeah, I didn't expect Li Yan to turn into a half-corpse. In that case, he can't enter the survivor base, Li Han said in a low voice. Li Yan becoming a half-corpse meant he carried the zombie virus, and if he accidentally left behind any virus, it could infect others. They, as professionals, were not too worried. But Shirling and her daughter were ordinary people. Therefore, Li Yan absolutely could not enter the survivor base. You don't need to tell anyone else about Li Yan. After this mission is over, he will leave on his own. The reason should be clear to you, right? Li Han nodded. Going out alone to find a way to become stronger was indeed a flimsy excuse. However, compared to Li Yan's situation, it was the best excuse he could come up with. Captain, today we almost cleared half of the shopping center and obtained 6 first-level crystal stones and 1 second-level crystal stone. Li Han took out the crystal stones. Lin Hao waved his hand. This time, it was a split-team operation. The crystal stones for your team will be distributed by Brother Chun. No need to give them to me. Currently, first-level crystal stones are best for strengthening weapons or armor. Second-level crystal stones can be kept or used directly. Lin Hao was well aware of how important a good weapon was. If it weren't for his watermelon knife, which had been strengthened twice, it would have been very difficult to injure a powerful zombie. After Li Han left, Lin Hao took out a first-level crystal stone. He already had a weapon, so the next step was to get himself some armor. Armor was obviously unrealistic. Who would wear such protective gear in this era? It would hinder movement. So the best option was to strengthen his own clothing. Lin Hao placed the first-level crystal stone on his shirt, and after a few seconds, the crystal stone merged into the shirt. Then he looked closely and found that the shirt actually had a panel. Slightly worn, ordinary shirt, strengthening level. 1 characteristics. Force reduction meant that any force that came into contact with the shirt would reduce some of its strength. This characteristic was beyond Lin Hao's expectations. Lin Hao suddenly became interested. If he tried again, would it directly become a level 2 strengthened shirt and gain an additional characteristic? Lin Hao had several first-level crystal stones in hand, so he didn't mind using a few. He used another crystal stone, and then there was no further change. The shirt showed no signs of change. Damn it! Lin Hao nearly lost his composure. This thing actually had a failure probability? He decided to use one more. This was the last one. If it failed, he would decisively stop. This time, the panel finally showed a change. Chapter 59. Completing the mission. Worn exquisite shirt strengthening level. 2 characteristics. Force reduction. Sturdy. The sturdy characteristic could make this shirt as hard as iron, proving effective in critical moments. Then, Lin Hao also reinforced his pants and shoes, ultimately using up all the first-level crystal stones in his hand, resulting in 2 level 2 strengthened pants and shoes. Worn exquisite pants strengthening level. 2 characteristics. Locking, sturdy. Worn exquisite shoes strengthening level. 2 characteristics. Acceleration, enhanced elasticity. The sturdy characteristic goes without saying. But the locking characteristic left Lin Hao puzzled at first. After he figured it out, his expression darkened. The locking characteristic meant that without Lin Hao's permission, no one could take off his pants. What a bizarre characteristic. The shoe characteristics were relatively normal. One increased speed, and the other enhanced jumping ability, both quite useful effects. In the quiet of the night, Lin Hao was sleeping when suddenly a faint sound reached his ears. He opened his eyes abruptly and grabbed the watermelon knife. Due to the hotel's power being cut off, all rooms could not be locked without electricity, so they just left the doors ajar, and most propping them with a chair. Lin Hao, bold as he was, did not do this, and unexpectedly, there was indeed some movement at night. But soon he realized that whoever entered was definitely not a zombie. Zombies did not move so civilly. It seemed that it was a person who came in. Lin Hao pretended to be asleep. He wanted to see what this person intended to do. Were they coming to assassinate him? At that moment, his blanket was lifted, and a fragrant body slipped in beside him. If Lin Hao didn't react now, he would be a fool. First, excluding Shi Ling and her daughter. It was impossible for Feng Shui to do such a thing. So the most likely candidate was one of the 5 women he rescued today. Was she trying to cling to him by offering her body? Just as the person was about to undress, Lin Hao kicked her out. The woman seemed taken aback by Lin Hao's action, letting out a scream. If it weren't for the decent soundproofing of the hotel, everyone else might have been awakened. Lin Hao turned on his flashlight, shining it on the woman, who was the same one who had spoken to him earlier in the day. Go back now, and I can pretend nothing happened, Lin Hao said. The woman looked at him incredulously. Are you still a man? A woman offers herself to you, and you don't want her? Whether I am a man or not has nothing to do with you. The most important point is that you are not pretty enough. This statement struck hard, and the woman considered herself quite good-looking, at least above average. How could Lin Hao find her not pretty enough? However, she remembered Feng Shui, whom she had seen earlier, and compared to that big star, she indeed fell short. With a dejected expression, the woman left. Lin Hao thought for a moment and decided to prop the door with something. He wasn't worried about zombies, but he was concerned about such incidents happening again. He was certainly interested in women, but in this situation, having one more woman would only bring one more trouble. What Lin Hao didn't know was that he wasn't the only one who encountered such a situation that night. Shen Ding, Xiaqiu, Li Fan, and Li Yan were all ambushed by women at night. The final result was that none of them succeeded. The woman who attacked Shen Ding was Shi Ling. She wanted to thank Shen Ding for protecting her and her daughter. After thinking it over, she concluded that this was the only way to repay her debt. But Shen Ding refused. If it were mutual feelings, he wouldn't refuse, but he didn't like this method. The woman who entered Xia Qiu's room was the one he had interacted with during the day. She was completely enamored by his talent and offered herself directly. But Xia Qiu had just lost his girlfriend and had no thoughts about that for now, so he could only knock the woman out and send her back. Li Han and Xia Qiu were in a similar situation, both sent away. Li Yan was even more shocked. After all, he was a half-zombie. If he were to do something with a human female, would he directly infect her and turn her into a zombie? Li Yan could only regretfully refuse. Otherwise, he wouldn't mind having a wonderful night. The next day, everyone gathered in the hall, but some people's gazes were a bit evasive, not daring to look at certain individuals. Lin Hao appeared unfazed. To him, this kind of thing was nothing unusual, just human nature. Today, we will clean up all the remaining zombies, leaving 2 people to guard here while we wait for the military to take over. Originally, The survivor base had given them 5 days, but they only needed 2 days to clear such a large shopping mall. One must say, professionals are indeed powerful. Captain Lin, are we supposed to wait here? A woman asked. Yes, as long as the zombies here are cleared out, if you hide and don't make noise, there shouldn't be any problems. Seeing Lin Hao's expression that left no room for negotiation, the 5 women nodded obediently, especially the woman who had been kicked out of bed by Lin Hao last night, looking at him with resentful eyes. If she had succeeded in being with Lin Hao last night, she definitely wouldn't be in this situation now. After a brief exchange last night, they also learned of the existence of professionals and evolvers. Becoming a professional was out of reach for her, but becoming an evolver was not difficult. She just needed to kill 5 zombies. However, she also understood that it was nearly impossible for someone to help them become evolvers for no reason. There is no such thing as a free lunch in this world. They could only watch enviously as Shi Ling and her daughter followed the group, leaving the hotel. Why wasn't I the one who got to know them first? If it were me, I would definitely be better than them. A woman said, her face filled with unwillingness. They knew that Shi Ling and her daughter only joined this team because of Chun Ding's sudden act of kindness, and each one of them was dying of jealousy. As long as one wasn't a fool, it was obvious how powerful this team was with several professionals. Was that not strong enough? What's the use of saying so much? I climbed into Lin Hao's bed last night, but still failed. Me too. Xia Qiu actually knocked me out and sent me back. That's too much. Me as well. Among the 5 women, only one stared blankly at the others, realizing that while she was sleeping, these people had already begun to act. She suddenly felt like she had lost a fortune. The team distribution was still the same as yesterday, with Lin Hao and Li Yin, while the others formed a group to continue clearing the zombies in the shopping mall. It wasn't until after 3 in the afternoon that they managed to clear the entire shopping mall, collecting over a dozen first-tier crystal stones and 1 second-tier crystal stone. Mission accomplished. Li Han and Li Yin, you two stay here to guard while we take the survivors back and notify the military to come for inspection, Lin Hao instructed. The others found it unremarkable, but only Li Han understood that this was giving Li Yin a chance to leave. Of course, before that, let's fill the vehicle with supplies. We don't need water, just some high-calorie food and gasoline. Water resources could be directly produced by feng shui. Melted ice would turn into fresh water. Once the military took over here, all the supplies inside would belong to the military, and it wouldn't be easy to take them freely then. The whole team began to act, nearly filling 2 vehicles, even placing several cardboard boxes on the roof, packed with food. All right, let's get those 5 people in the car, and we'll head back. Lin Hao glanced at Li Han and Li Yin casually and said, remember to keep an eye on this place. Don't let anything happen, understood? Understood. Kaptain, Li Fan nudda. The vehicle started up and quickly disappeared from the two's sight. Li Han looked at Li Yin beside him and asked, are we leaving now? Yeah. Otherwise it won't be easy to leave when they come back. Li Han, apologize to them for me, Li Yin said. I understand. I hope we can still be friends in the future. Of course, the captain has said that there will always be a place for me in the team. Li Yin removed his mask and glasses, revealing his current appearance, which looked completely like a zombie, and grinned at Li Han. To be honest, if Li Han didn't know that the other person was someone familiar to him, he would really feel like he could be eaten at any moment. Is it that humans and zombies are inherently incompatible? Li Yin bid farewell, and his figure quickly disappeared from Li Han's sight. On the other side, Lin Hao's 2 vehicles quickly returned to the survivor base, immediately attracting the attention of the military. It was still the same captain from last time who received Lin Hao and the others. You mean to say that you completed an S-level mission in just 2 days? Captain Zhang Tai was dumbfounded. This was an S-level mission, not an ordinary C-level mission. Originally, they had given Lin Hao and the others 5 days, which felt a bit tight. They didn't expect Lin Hao to give him a surprise, completing this S-level mission in just 2 days. I remember there should be at least 1 second-tier zombie there, Captain Zhang said, puzzled. To be precise, there should be 3, Lin Hao corrected. Captain Zhang's expression changed. 3 second-tier zombies were more terrifying than he had imagined. If there were several second-tier zombies, then there must be at least 10 first-tier zombies, right? If the military were to take action, unless they use professionals, otherwise soldiers going in would definitely suffer heavy casualties. Bullets were indeed powerful. However, some people in the military had recently discovered that the effectiveness of thermal weapons seemed to be gradually decreasing. What used to be able to blow off a normal zombie's head with 1 bullet now required at least 5 or 6 bullets. Grenades and shells were similar. Their power had decreased significantly. Someone had calculated that at this rate, in less than a month, all thermal weapons would become piles of scrap metal. This was absolutely unforgivable for the military. It was because they possessed powerful thermal weapons that they could stabilize the situation at the survivor base. Once they lost the deterrent of thermal weapons, who knew what the survivor base would turn into? Chapter 60. Getting older? Are there only 5 survivors left there? Captain Zhang saw the simple information handed to him by a subordinate, which mentioned the 5 survivors brought out by Lin Hao, and they were all young women. There were quite a few at first, but most of them died. Only these 5 are left, Lin Hao said, too lazy to waste breath explaining the details. Captain Zhang was not surprised. With the number of a small team, it was basically impossible to protect so many survivors. To have 5 survive was already beyond his expectations. Then Captain Zhang inquired about some matters and confirmed that Lin Hao's team had indeed cleared the shopping mall. He immediately reported the situation. The military's response was swift. They dispatched a 100-person team to the shopping mall in transport vehicles. Soon, through radio contact, they confirmed that the zombies in the shopping mall had indeed been cleared. And there were still large amounts of supplies inside, as well as one team member left behind by Lin Hao's team. Captain Zhang immediately understood that Lin Hao's team was probably the strongest one in the survivor base. Captain Lin, your S-level mission is complete. From now on, Captain Lin will enjoy the same level of treatment as the professionals, and 1/10,000th of the food collected this time will belong to Captain Lin. Originally, this condition did not exist. It was added by Zhang Tai on the spot as he wanted to help the military win over this individual. Regardless of Lin Hao's personal strength, the fact that he has 3 professionals in his team is enough to prove the team's strength. Zhang Tai even has a feeling that Lin Hao's strength is likely above those 3 professionals. Otherwise, what would give him the reason to let him be the captain? However, the prevailing belief that professionals are stronger than evolvers is deeply rooted, making it inconvenient for Zhang Tai to state it directly. Lin Hao raised his eyebrows. There are quite a lot of items in a shopping mall, and even 1/10,000th of it would be enough for their team to live a luxurious life for a month without worries. He did not refuse. Why turn down a free offer? Seeing that Lin Hao did not refuse, Zhang Tai seemed quite pleased. Captain Lin, their SA dinner party tonight. Would you like to attend? The attendees are not military personnel, but rather some recently prominent captains, many of whom are professionals. Zhang Tai extended the invitation. Lin Hao had already realized that Zhang Tai is likely the person in charge of matters concerning professionals and evolvers in military. Since he was at the survivor base, he needed to gather some intelligence, and it was obviously a good opportunity. Time and place, he replied. Zhang Tai was overjoyed and provided Lin Hao with the details. After that, Lin Hao returned to his residence, where Xia Qiu was preparing dinner, as if his chef spirit had awakened. Captain, you're back. Li Han has already returned with the military convoy, but that guy Li Yan left without a word, saying he wants to become stronger. I really don't know what he is thinking, Xia Qiu said with a puzzled expression while flipping a spatula. Li Yan's departure was unexpected for everyone, as he had always been a part of the team, and his sudden exit left people feeling a bit uncomfortable. Everyone has their own aspirations. I want to oppose anyone who wants to leave the team, Lin Hao said as he sat down on a chair. With a big shot like you as the captain, how could I bear to leave? Xia Qiu laughed. The group was harmonious, and even Feng Shui, who usually kept a cold face, surprisingly spoke a few words. While Shi Ling and her daughter frequently brought up topics, and the laughter never ceased. After eating for a while, Lin Hao said, with this mission completed, we can get 1/10,000th of the food. This is what the military promised me. That amount of food could probably fill a room. Who will be responsible for it tomorrow? Chen Ding raised his hand first. I'll do it, and Shi Ling and Xiaoing can come with me. Clearly, Chen Ding wanted to bring the mother and daughter along to help them gradually establish themselves in the team. Lin Hao could see the way Shi Ling looked at Chen Ding, as if she were about to melt. Ordinary relationships might not be solid, but if there is a catalyst of love involved, the outcome would be different. If he wanted to completely bring the mother and daughter into their fold, Chen Ding was the best choice. Previously, Chen Ding had told Lin Hao about some of his circumstances. He had divorced his wife long ago due to her infidelity during their marriage. He raised his daughter, who was only a few months old, all alone, only to lose her during the zombie apocalypse. The arrival of Shi Ling and her daughter perfectly supplemented the part Chen Ding was missing, a wife and a daughter. All right, I'll leave this matter to Brother Chen. The rest of you can go accept tasks tomorrow. Both personal and team tasks are fine. If it's a team task, feel free to discuss it with me. Lin Hao understood very well that only with strong strength could one establish a foothold in the survivor base. Accepting tasks not only provides rewards, but also allows them to kill zombies and enhance their strength, killing two birds with one stone. Later, I need to attend a dinner party to gather some intelligence. After saying that, Lin Hao left and headed to the place Zhang Tai had told him about. When Lin Hao arrived, he immediately saw the three large characters' farmhouse, which must have been a popular spot for leisure before the apocalypse. Stop. Outsiders are not allowed in here. A person blocked Lin Hao's way. I'm here at the invitation of Captain Zhang, Lin Hao replied. Upon hearing Captain Zhang's name, the two men's expressions changed immediately, and their tone became respectful. May I ask how to address you? Lin Hao. It seemed they had to take down names. And after checking, they indeed found someone named Lin Hao, so they let him in. As soon as he stepped into a private room, all eyes turned to him. Zhang Tai was among them, but he was dressed in casual clothes instead of military uniform. Captain Lin, you're late. I must punish you with 3 drinks later. Cool me. Come, sit next to me, Zhang Tai said warmly, signaling Lin how to sit beside him. It's important to note that Zhang Tai, being the military person in charge, held a significant position and was sitting at the main seat. By sitting next to him, it implied that Lin Hao's status was higher than that of the others present. In fact, from the beginning, when Zhang Tai had a seat left empty on the side, many people speculated secretly. They did not expect the newcomer to be a young man who looked quite youthful. Lin Hao scanned the room and saw everyone's status, then revealed a subtle smile. None of these people could fight. There were a total of 20 people present, 3 of whom were professionals, and, surprisingly, those 3 were familiar faces. It was Xiongqi, Titan, and Priest. Xiongqi wanted to develop on his own, so it was not surprising that he didn't accept the military's invitation. Priest was probably misled by him. And as for Titan, Lin Hao had no idea about his situation. When Xiongqi saw Lin Hao, he was momentarily stunned. Wasn't he this Chen's team member? Why was it him instead of Chun who came? After Lin Hao sat down, Zhang Tai introduced him. This person doesn't need my introduction. Everyone here should have heard of his name. This is Captain Lin Hao. The mention of this name instantly changed the expressions of many people. Lin Hao's name had been ringing in their ears for the past few days. He was the first to openly defy the rules of the survivor base, killing someone without facing any consequences. A true badass. Afterwards, someone deliberately tried the same method to test the survivor base, only to meet a tragic end. This made everyone realize that Lin Hao's survival must have relied on other means. Once they learned who Lin Hao was, everyone became very polite. In the meantime, Xiongqi even came over to actively befriend Lin Hao, inquiring about Chun Ding's situation. Oh, Brother Chun felt he was getting a bit old, so he stepped back and handed the captain position over to me. Lin Hao casually fabricated a story. Xiongqi's mouth twitched. Getting old? Chun Ding was even younger than him. If Chun Ding was getting old, should he be lying in a coffin already? During the dinner, everyone got to know Lin Hao, who was a big boss with 3 professionals under him. To be honest, when Zhang Tai introduced him, many people were stunned. 3 professionals, what does that mean? In their dinner party, there were only 3 professionals present. After this dinner, many people understood Lin Hao's strength and warned each other not to provoke Lin Hao's subordinates. Lin Hao also obtained a lot of intelligence, including information about the survivor base on the other side of the city, which seemed to be much better than this side. There are no rivers blocking the way, and the number of survivors far exceeded that of this side. Similarly, the number of professionals there also surpassed this side, leading the survivor base on the other side to feel confident and somewhat look down on them. The next day, the group arrived at the mission hall, but this time they went to the professional mission hall instead of the Evolver mission hall. The decor here was extremely luxurious, completely different from the other side, and there were significantly fewer people. Lin Hao glanced around and noticed that there were only 6 or 7 professionals selecting missions. When Lin Hao and his group walked in, they immediately attracted a lot of attention. When they saw Lin Hao, their expressions subtly changed. Not everyone was willing to attend the dinner yesterday. At least these professionals did not go, but they knew some news, including information about Lin Hao. Lin Hao, an Evolver, had ordinary strength but possessed 3 professional team members, and had just completed an S-level mission in 2 days with only 1 team member casualty. Not everyone knew about Li Yan's situation, and upon seeing he hadn't returned, they instinctively thought he was dead. Such achievements were enough to catch the attention of these professionals. Isn't this Captain Lin? Are you here to choose a mission as well? Xiongqi approached with a bold smile, accompanied by his priestess companion. Not here to choose a mission. Are you here to choose a concubine? Lin Hao replied. Xiongqi was momentarily speechless by Lin Hao's words. How was he supposed to respond to that? However, Xiongqi considered himself a future lord, and thought it was just a snarky comment, nothing significant. I just checked the missions, there's nothing special, basically just clearing out nearby zombies. Captain Lin, what do you think about collaborating again? Chapter 61, Zombie Siege. I'll take a look at the missions first. Lin Hao walked over and checked the missions. Indeed, they were all zombie clearing tasks. After all, the purpose of these professionals was to clear zombies, right? In many areas, soldiers couldn't act, but professionals could. These missions were all at least B-level, with quite a few A-level missions and several S-level missions as well. Among them, one S-level mission was marked as completed, which was the task completed by Lin Hao's team. Lin Hao looked at it. For B-level missions, with Li Han and the other strength, they should be able to complete them without issue, mainly involving clearing out some apartment floors. A-level missions required several professionals to work together to complete, whereas S-level missions posed a significant threat to these professionals and could likely result in death. Captain Lin, I was wrong, right? These are the only missions, nothing special. Why don't we? Just as Xiongqi was about to continue persuading Lin Hao, a soldier rushed in, shouting, "A special mission has appeared. This task is mandatory. Everyone, regardless of whether they are freelance professionals, must participate." Everyone's expression changed. What kind of mission could compel the military to draft professionals? It's important to note that they had an agreement with the military not to impose such mandatory requirements under normal circumstances. What happened? Xiongqi asked. It's from the bridge. Our people observed through binoculars that a large number of zombies are preparing to cross the bridge towards the survivor base. Hearing the word bridge, many frowned. Almost everyone who could reach the survivor base had to cross that bridge, and it was known that many had been lost just to cross it initially. Can we use firearms? Someone asked. The bridge can't be destroyed. There may still be people who can survive behind it. If the zombies completely cross the bridge, it will be very unfavorable for us. Our people are currently suppressing the zombies, but can't hold out for long. The transportation time for ammunition is already running out, and we need your help, as other professionals have already gone over. With everyone's lives at stake, these professionals naturally couldn't back out. Then let us go. No one refused, or rather, refusing would be useless and would lead to being looked down upon. The group got into vehicles and sped towards the nearest outpost to the bridge. As soon as Lin Hao got out of the vehicle, he heard various explosions. The fighting was intense. He climbed a tree and looked into the distance. Sure enough, on the other side of the bridge, zombies had already charged out, continuously pouring towards them, and their direction was the survivor base. This was essentially a zombie siege. Everyone, there are quite a few old houses over here that can barely withstand the zombies' advance. What we need to do is to keep all these zombies here. According to preliminary estimates, there should be nearly 5,000 zombies coming over, and we have a total of 38 professionals, 367 evolvers, and about 500 soldiers being mobilized to this side. Thank you all. The soldier who spoke bent down to them. Lin Hao walked over and helped him up. No need to do that. The survivor base is the only place we can live. It's also our home. Protecting the survivor base is our duty. However, he didn't notice that when he said this, his team members were looking at him with strange expressions. Is this really something the captain would say? It doesn't seem like it at all. Has the captain been swapped? In their impression, the captain was someone who wouldn't get up early without benefits. This time, he actually took the initiative to say such things, which indeed dropped their jaws. In fact, they were right. Lin Hao is certainly not such a warm-hearted person. It was just that the system had issued a new mission. Prevent zombies from entering the survivor base. For every 10 zombies killed, an additional 0.01 usable points will be rewarded. The mission reward is 2 usable points and a chance for a talent draw. Killing zombies itself could enhance his attributes. And now, with extra usable points for every 10 zombies killed, this was simply paradise for Lin Hao. Although the mission reward was a bit low, only giving 2 usable points, the talent draw opportunity was quite nice. This perfectly compensated for the absence of Li Yan's talent. Yesterday, he wanted to replicate Li Yan's talent. But unfortunately, he didn't have enough usable points and had to give up. He could only hope the system would give him some strength and grant him a useful talent, not something useless like the Peach Blossom Luck talent of Xiaoqiu. Boom, boom, boom. The sounds of battle over there were deafening. Bullets and shells poured into the zombie horde like they were free, but strangely, these zombies didn't fall in groups. They took several hits before going down. Seeing this scene, Lin Hao suddenly realized something. It seemed the power of firearms had weakened. Not just Lin Hao, others also noticed this. It seems the power of firearms has decreased by almost half. A single bullet can't even penetrate a zombie's head, which is very strange. Qinding approached and said in a low voice, "I think I understand why the military needs professionals and evolvers. They must have discovered the issues with firearms, which is why they are so eager to have their own professionals and evolvers. Unfortunately, it seems there hasn't been a single professional soldier in the military, although there are quite a few evolvers," Li Han guessed suddenly. Firearms are the lifeblood of the military. Without them, how can the military intimidate others? We don't need to worry about the military for now. Even if firearms become ineffective, it has nothing to do with us. This is a great opportunity to kill zombies and become stronger. Only by becoming stronger can we have the right to survive any danger. Lin Hao took out his watermelon knife, his gaze fixed on the horde of zombies ahead. Going head-to-head with them would be foolish. Their only option was to use the buildings to maneuver around the zombies. "You two team up, I'll go alone." After saying that, Lin Hao dashed forward. No one was worried about Lin Hao. They were more concerned about how to handle the situation themselves. As the group of professionals and evolvers charged in, the soldiers stopped firing and shifted their targets to the zombies further back, unleashing a full bombardment. Hiding in the corner of a house, Lin Hao saw over a dozen zombies walking past him. His eyes narrowed, and he swiftly swung the watermelon knife in his hand. Puff! A zombie's head flew off. The other zombies spotted Lin Hao and eagerly lunged at him, as if they hadn't tasted flesh in decades. Just 10 zombies. Lin Hao didn't take them seriously. These ordinary zombies couldn't keep up with his speed. With a speed exceeding 4 points, Lin Hao felt as if he was moving with the wind, and the acceleration feature of his shoes made him even faster. The battle lasted less than 2 minutes, and all the zombies had been killed by him, earning him 13 usable points. If I kill all the zombies, won't I directly break through 50 points? Of course, Lin Hao knew he was just thinking out loud. With so many zombies scattered around in such a large area, plus so many people killing them, it would be lucky if he could grab 200 zombies. For the sake of his points, Lin Hao decided to go all out and start slaughtering. System, activate assassin. Upon activating the assassin profession, Lin Hao's figures seemed to disappear. Thanks to the inherent stealth ability of the assassin, blending into the environment like a chameleon, Lin Hao was very satisfied. During the 2 minutes of stealth, he aimed to take down more zombies. At that moment, new zombies appeared ahead, chasing a soldier. The soldier looked panicked, limping slightly. It seemed likely he had a leg injury. Otherwise, he could easily take down an ordinary zombie. Just as the soldier was about to be tackled by the zombie, a glint of cold light flashed, and the zombie's head flew off, leaving the soldier stunned. He had no idea what had just happened, while for Lin Hao, it was just a minor incident. In Lin Hao's eyes, this was a good opportunity to gain usable points, but for others, it was a matter of life and death for the survivor base. One mistake could let the zombies break through the defense line and reach the survivor base, which would be disastrous. Meanwhile, in a small room, several officers were seated, all with at least the rank of major. Zombies can't just act collectively without reason. There must be a leader zombie, said a man with the rank of Major General. Our people have observed, but so far have not found this leader zombie. The opponent should possess intelligence comparable to humans. I even suspect this might just be a test. The survivor base to the west has reported that they're also facing a horde of zombies, and it's slightly larger than ours. The group began discussing solutions, but ultimately, they needed to find the leader zombie. Isn't there any way to locate this leader zombie? The Major General was quite troubled. Among all the professionals in our base, there is one whose profession is shaman. He seems to have some ability to gather clues through rituals. How about we let him try? Upon hearing the term shaman, the people present exchanged odd looks. What kind of profession was that? If this were the previous society, they would have locked this person up, as feudal superstition was not to be tolerated. But at this moment, that person's profession might actually be effective. Let's have him try and see if he can find the specific location of the leader zombie. Chapter 62. The Shaman. Soon, the person with the shaman profession arrived. When they saw that the shaman was actually a man, they almost choked on their saliva. You call this a shaman? Aren't shamans usually old women? The man felt a bit nervous seeing the military leaders, but couldn't be helped. It had only been 10 days since the apocalypse began, and some of their concepts hadn't changed yet. Is your profession shaman? The Major General asked. Yes, sir. No need to be so nervous. I'm not really a leader. Just call me Commander, the Major General said kindly. I heard your profession can provide some hidden clues. It should be possible, since my profession appeared. I've had knowledge in my mind, but I can't guarantee its effectiveness. That's fine. The reason we brought you here is to hope you can find out the specific location of the leader zombie, preferably also its appearance. Do you need any preparations? The man scratched his head, feeling a bit embarrassed. As for preparations, it should be similar to what you see in the TV shows about shamans, just like that. The faces of the people present twitched. It really was just like that? To be honest, if they didn't know about the special nature of professionals, they might have thought this guy was a fraud, while the warriors were fighting on the front lines. The soldiers in the back were preparing an altar for the man to perform his shamanistic ritual, with various decorations completely copied from TV shows, surrounded by all sorts of bizarre flags, with the content personally drawn by the man. In the center, there was a bonfire and a skull. The man also painted his face with various paints, turning it into a colorful mask, and changed his clothing to the bizarre attire typically worn by shamans. He stood by the bonfire, spinning in circles, jumping and chanting, his expression shifting from fierce to shouting, perfectly embodying the appearance of a shaman. The soldiers around were struggling to hold back their laughter. They were all professionally trained and generally wouldn't laugh unless they couldn't help it. Puff! Finally, someone broke character, causing a ripple of laughter among the group. The man himself didn't mind, continuing his shamanistic dance, appearing to be completely in the zone. The Major General noticed that even the bonfire seemed to flicker in sync with the man's movements, growing larger and smaller. This shaman profession really did seem to have some merit. Gradually, the man's movements became quicker, his expressions continually changing, and accompanied by a fit of convulsions. He directly knelt down in front of the bonfire. For about 10 minutes, the man stood up, returned to normal, and said to the Major General, Commander, I have received information in my mind. The head zombie is among the horde. It looks like a human boy, around 10 years old. The Major General's eyes lit up. The shaman's ability was surprisingly useful. Immediately find the location of the head zombie and focus our forces to eliminate it. Meanwhile, Lin Hao had no idea what was happening. During several hours of battle, he had single-handedly killed over 100 zombies, most of his time spent searching for them. After all, zombies didn't all gather together. Many roamed alone. Among these zombies, there were also a few first-tier and second-tier zombies, though all of them lacked intelligence. Ding! Lin Hao's watermelon knife clashed with a long knife, surprisingly resulting in a draw. His opponent was a second-tier zombie wielding a weapon with strong base attributes, and armed with a weapon that had been enhanced from an unknown source, successfully blocking Lin Hao's advance. Lin Hao narrowed his eyes. This knife was suspicious. A knife that was only first-tier enhanced somehow had a hard characteristic. Even his second-tier watermelon knife couldn't damage it. As for the second-tier zombie, it had mutated attributes in strength, constitution, and speed, second only to the super-mutated zombie he had encountered last time. Lin Hao licked his slightly cracked lips. This kind of enemy was interesting. Other zombies had appeared around, but they were all driven away by this second-tier zombie, which seemed to regard Lin Hao as its prey. Suddenly, the second-tier zombie moved, swinging its large knife down at Lin Hao's head with incredible skill. Lin Hao squinted, using the wind child's profession. In the blink of an eye, he felt a gust of wind under his feet, increasing his speed by at least 30%, with a 30% speed boost. He felt like he was flying, easily dodging the blow while his watermelon knife slashed fiercely at the zombie's neck. The zombie let out a low roar, suddenly tilting its neck, managing to evade Lin Hao's strike. However, the tearing characteristic of the watermelon knife activated, and in an instant, a long gash appeared on the zombie's neck. If this were a human, it would be a massive wound, but for the zombie, it only caused a bit of pain with no other effect. The zombie roared in anger, its eyes seeming to turn slightly red, and swung the large knife again. The battle was fierce, with both sides exchanging blows. Lin Hao's wind child allowed him to reach peak speed, but the zombie's combat ability was formidable, always managing to dodge at critical moments, only sustaining a series of slashing wounds. Lin Hao frowned. He sensed that this zombie was quite problematic. Such combat skills were definitely not typical for an ordinary person. Could it be that this zombie was a martial artist in life? Or perhaps it was a zombie that had evolved. Lin Hao leaned towards the latter. The base attributes of an evolved person were already high, and once they became a zombie, their attributes would certainly increase significantly. Li Yin was a prime example. His attributes were originally below 2 points, but after becoming a half-zombie, all his attributes exceeded 6 points. A remarkable increase. Another example was the large knife in his hand. Only humans would use crystal stones to enhance weapons, as zombies couldn't do this. An evolved person turning into a zombie would have strength far exceeding that of ordinary zombies, which was also crucial intelligence. Thinking this, Lin Hao's movements did not slow down at all. Swish! His speed exploded again, and the watermelon knife swiftly slashed through the air, severing one of the zombie's legs. Lin Hao seized the opportunity, decisively cutting off the zombie's leg. With one leg gone, the zombie's balance was disrupted, causing it to fall to the ground in a fit of rage. In that instant, the outcome of the battle was clear. Lin Hao then took some time to sever the zombie's limbs, finishing with a final cut to the throat, extracting a second-tier crystal. This haul is pretty good. A second-tier crystal and a first-tier enhanced large knife. But this knife is inconvenient, Lin Hao thought, feeling a bit of a headache. Just as he was thinking this, the system's voice rang out. Request from the host detected. The system has specially opened the system warehouse. The host can store objects within a size limit of the warehouse, initially offering 1 cubic meter of space. To increase space, consume available points. Lin Hao's eyes lit up. What a considerate system, immediately providing space when he needed it. No doubt, he had to give it a 5-star review. 1 cubic meter of space was not a fixed cubic meter, but referred to the entire warehouse being 1 cubic meter, which was convenient for Lin Hao. He held the large knife, and with a thought, it vanished from sight. At the same time, he felt the presence of the large knife in his mind. With another thought, the large knife reappeared in his hand. This warehouse is really useful. Too bad 1 cubic meter is too small. System, help me upgrade it. How many available points to upgrade by 1 cubic meter? Upgrading 1 cubic meter of the warehouse requires 1 available point. Lin Hao looked at his less than 1 point of available points and silently said nothing. As expected, he was still so poor. He had to kill zombies. Just as Lin Hao was about to continue searching for zombies, he spotted a small boy running over unsteadily, who looked delighted when he saw him. Big brother, save me. Behind the boy, 2 zombies were chasing him. Most people would instinctively rush to help in such a situation, but Lin Hao did not. He squinted at the boy. Then a strange smile appeared on his face. The small boy, panting heavily, stopped behind Lin Hao, clutching his leg and trembling. Big brother, I'm so scared. Don't be afraid. Big brother is here to make sure you're safe. Lin Hao patted his chest and said, Really, big brother? Are you the kind of professional they talk about? The boy asked curiously, surprised. Profesionals. Were they? I'm much stronger than them. The boy was astonished. If he was stronger than professionals, then what was he? Really? How strong? Can you beat those 2 zombies? Lin Hao grinned. Don't say 2 zombies. Even if there's 1 more, it's not a problem. Right, little zombie? Before his words could finish, Lin Hao's watermelon knife swiftly slashed across the small boy's neck, a large amount of blood spraying out. Yet, the boy seemed unconcerned about his injury and looked at Lin Hao. How did you find me? Lin Hao wouldn't waste words with a zombie. Seeing that his slash hadn't decapitated the boy, he aimed the knife tip at the boy's eye and thrust it forward. However, the strike missed. The small boy appeared several meters away from Lin Hao, while the 2 zombies that had been chasing him now stood respectfully behind him, like 2 guards. Human, tell me how you discovered me, the boy asked, one hand covering his neck. Lin Hao narrowed his eyes. He certainly wouldn't say that he had seen the word zombie written on such a large panel. If he couldn't see it, he would truly be blind. Second-tier super mutated zombie strength. 8, 6 spirit. 9, 1 constitution. 7, 9 speed. 7, 5 talent. Control zombies. A second-tier super mutated zombie. This one is much stronger than the one encountered in the neighborhood before. Not only does it possess intelligence, but it can also take on a human form. If it weren't for its own self-destructive behavior, Lin Hao wouldn't have discovered it. Chapter 63. Seeking Wealth in Danger. A talent that commands zombies instantly made Lin Hao understand why so many zombies gather to attack the survivor base. A little kid suddenly appears here. Even a fool would know something is wrong, Lin Hao scoffed. The little boy seemed to be contemplating seriously. After a while, he nodded and said, "You're right. I didn't think it through. Unfortunately, my appearance is fixed like this, and I can't change into anything else." What a pity. Unintentionally, the zombie revealed a piece of information. It couldn't transform, though it could also be a falsehood. Regardless of its truthfulness, Lin Hao was ready to make a getaway. This zombie's strength was far superior to the first-tier super mutated zombie he had encountered last time. As a second-tier super zombie, its attributes, which were all above 7 or 8 points, made Lin Hao reluctant to engage directly in battle. Lin Hao enjoyed killing zombies, but facing such a powerful one, the chances of winning were slim. What was the point? Just as Lin Hao was about to escape, the little boy suddenly spoke up. "Big brother, are you trying to run? Run? You must be looking down on me. Zombies are the ones who run when they see me," Lin Hao said arrogantly before taking off. What did it matter if he lost face, as long as he didn't lose his life? However, the little boy seemed to anticipate Lin Hao's escape and suddenly rushed over to block him. "Big brother, your actions seem a bit inconsistent with your words," the little boy said with a smile. Lin Hao remained silent, gripping the watermelon knife tightly. He knew there was no way out this time. The boy's speed was too fast. Even if he used the wind child profession, it was likely only to match the boy's speed, especially since he had already used his assassin and wind child professions. With only the ice controller left, Lin Hao doubted whether it could take down this zombie. Since he couldn't escape, he decided to strike first. Lin Hao acted decisively, his figure flickering as he thrust the watermelon knife toward the boy's eyes, unleashing all his strength. The sound of wind howling faintly echoing. The little boy's lips curled into a slight smile, as if looking at a beloved toy. He merely tilted his head and dodged Lin Hao's full-powered strike. The boy was eagerly anticipating the shock and despair in Lin Hao's eyes, but when he looked over, he only saw a hint of mockery. Mockery? The little boy instantly sensed something was off and attempted to leave, but it was too late. The temperature around them plummeted. Countless ice shards began to spread from all over his body, turning him into an ice sculpture in less than a second. Lin Hao knew that his ice controller couldn't possibly one-shot a zombie of such strength. He didn't lessen his attack, thrusting toward the boy's eyes again. The ice sculpture existed for barely an instant before shattering, but Lin Hao's knife was already closing in on the boy's eyes. In the boy's eyes was a knife shimmering with a cold light, yet his expression remained calm. An invisible attack struck Lin Hao's mind, causing excruciating pain and halting his movement. The pain was overwhelming. It felt as if he might lose consciousness, and if it weren't for his mental attribute providing some resistance, he might have fainted. This led to his deadly strike failing. Huff, huff. Lin Hao gasped for breath. What seemed like a brief moment had exhausted all his strength, combining the ice controller's abilities with his full effort. Yet, the boy easily countered with a mental attack. The last super zombie he faced, despite having mental mutation abilities, didn't utilize such an attack. He hadn't expected this one to launch a mental assault. It was a miscalculation. "System, is there any way to save me? If you don't provide something soon, I'm going to die," Lin Hao silently inquired of the system while keeping his eyes on the boy. The system didn't disappoint him, stating, "The host can consume available points to forcibly activate an already used profession, lasting 2 minutes with no usage restrictions." Lin Hao quickly checked his available points. 101. But activating a profession required at least 1 point. "System, activate the Wind Child profession for me." Available points consumed. Wind Child activated. As he felt the wind swirling around him, Lin Hao knew he had activated the Wind Child profession. Would combining Wind Child with Ice Controller allow him to defeat this zombie? Lin Hao wasn't sure, but he knew he had to act. The threat from his zombie was too great. A single attribute zombie nearing 10, capable of launching mental attacks. How many could withstand that? Lin Hao even suspected that while the boy was fighting him, he was still using his talent to command the surrounding zombies. This meant the boy's power was somewhat diminished. How could such a monster appear in such a short time? The little boy looked at Lin Hao with surprise, saying, "You really caught me off guard. You almost hurt me. As the first human to nearly injure me, I suddenly don't want to eat you. Instead, I'll make you my guard. With your strength, you qualify to be my guard." Lin Hao grinned. "You little brat, wasting your time not learning anything and asking me to be your guard. Why don't you go eat shit?" The boy's expression darkened. Possessing human memories, he certainly understood that Lin Hao's words were an insult. Suddenly, the boy seemed to sense something was wrong. Looking up just in time to see a white light streaking toward him, racing at lightning speed. Lin Hao, upon seeing it, nearly exclaimed in shock. It was a missile. In that instant, Lin Hao unleashed his fastest speed. The wind from the wind child helped him accelerate, and the boosting properties of his shoes combined with his own speed attributes made him feel as if he were flying. If this were a 100-meter sprint, he felt he could definitely run it in under 8 seconds. Even with all his running, the bomb still exploded above the boy's head. Boom! The massive explosion sent Lin Hao's body flying. In midair, he struggled to stabilize himself, but it was incredibly difficult. His ears were temporarily deafened, and if it weren't for his decent physical attributes, he felt his body might not have withstood it. Whoosh! His body arced through the air, landing on a patch of grass, rolling several times before coming to a stop. He had been blasted over 100 meters away. After landing, Lin Hao's first instinct was to check his body. He quickly assessed the situation. Aside from temporary deafness and some abrasions on exposed skin, he was otherwise fine. Just then, a zombie attacked him from behind. Lin Hao, being deaf, heard nothing but instinctively dodged, causing the zombie to miss. The watermelon knife sliced through, sending the zombie on its way. Ears not hearing sounds is dangerous. I need to hide for now. Lin Hao glanced around, noticing a large number of zombies drawn in by the loud explosion, gathering ahead. He couldn't stay here any longer. Lin Hao found an unoccupied house to hide in. He could hear the occasional roars of zombies outside, as well as some human screams. The fighters this time included not only professionals and evolved beings, but also a portion of soldiers. Most soldiers were ordinary people, with some having completed basic evolution. Truly powerful soldiers were still quite rare. The soldiers' greatest weapon was the firearms in their hands, but the power of hot weapons had been weakened. Wait, weakened power of hot weapons? Lin Hao recalled the missile from earlier. If the missile's power had been weakened, could that zombie still be alive? If he went over now to finish it off, wouldn't that be dangerous? As the saying goes, fortune favors the bold, and Lin Hao was very clear about this. He gritted his teeth, stepped out of the house, and, taking advantage of the last moments of his professional time, sprinted forward. In just over 100 meters, he took less than 8 to 9 seconds. Here, he saw a large pit in the ground, where a half-dead little boy lay. At this moment, the boy looked quite tragic. His clothes and hair were gone, half of his skull was exposed, and it was all blackened. One of his arms and a leg seemed to have been blown off, and they were nowhere to be found. He was completely unconscious. It seemed that even weakened hot weapons were still not something zombies could withstand. Lin Hao was alarmed. Was this the military's trump card? If it targeted him, it would definitely mean certain death. Fortunately, the only good news was that hot weapons would become completely ineffective soon. Some zombies had already appeared around him. Lin Hao frowned and jumped down, ready to finish off the little boy. Unexpectedly, at this critical moment, the boy seemed to show signs of waking up. Lin Hao was startled. If the boy launched a mental attack at him, he would be doomed. In an instant, Lin Hao's watermelon knife pierced through the boy's eye and into his brain. At that moment, the boy also opened his eyes. The boy let out a scream and instinctively used a mental attack on Lin Hao. Lin Hao's head throbbed painfully, but he knew that if he didn't finish off the boy, he would be the one to die. His face twisted in agony. He bore the intense pain and twisted the watermelon knife. After a moment of stirring, the boy stared wide-eyed, unable to close them. Lin Hao saw that he had instantly gained for usable points, which was the largest reward he had received so far. At the same time, every attribute of his body actually increased by 0, 2, or 0, 3. This little boy was simply a huge boost. However, Lin Hao didn't expect that at the moment the boy died, all the surrounding zombies went into a frenzy. Roar! Every zombie's eyes turned red, attacking all living things around them, and Lin Hao, who was in the pit, was targeted by dozens of zombies. Chapter 64. Moment of Slaughter. Gulp! Lin Hao swallowed, staring into the eyes of dozens of zombies with red eyes. How did that feel? Anyway, Lin Hao felt it was quite dire. His professional time was over, and to use it again, he would need to activate it with points, meaning he would have to spend the points he had just obtained. But in this situation, if he didn't use his profession, he would definitely be in trouble. He could clearly see that these zombies, after their eyes turned red, had doubled in strength. With almost every zombie having attributes above 2 points, and several even had 3 points. 1 or 2 zombies didn't bother him, but the problem was that so many zombies had all become stronger. How could he fight that? Just as Lin Hao was about to use his points to activate his profession, the system's voice rang out. Does the host wish to copy the talent? Control zombies? Lin Hao's eyes lit up. The little boy had used this talent to control a large number of zombies to attack the survivor base. If he had this talent, wouldn't he be able to make these zombies leave? Copy. In an instant, Lin Hao saw that he had lost 2 points, but at the same time, a talent for controlling zombies appeared on his panel. As soon as he acquired this talent, he instinctively knew how to use it, as if it was second nature. However, this talent had its drawbacks. Controlling zombies was not a problem, but it required a large amount of mental energy. Even a little boy could not completely control over 5,000 zombies. He controlled only the strongest ones, using them to lead the others, which gathered so many zombies. This meant that with Lin Hao's current mental attributes, controlling this many zombies was nearly impossible. But even if he could only control a few, making the zombies kill each other would still save a lot of energy. Lin Hao focused on one zombie in front of him, a flash of red light in his eyes, and suddenly that zombie was under his control. With a thought, the zombie suddenly hugged the head of a nearby zombie and twisted hard. With a crack, the nearby zombie's head turned 180 degrees. There was no saving it. The other zombies seemed to be momentarily stunned, then immediately attacked this zombie, and within seconds, the zombie controlled by Lin Hao was torn to pieces. Lin Hao realized that once any zombie attacked a companion, the others would instantly react. This might be instinct. The mental consumption seems to be just right. It feels like I just ran 1,000 meters, kind of tiring, Lin Hao assessed himself. Of course, it was likely related to the fact that the zombie's strength was not very strong earlier. Their attributes were only 2 points. So Lin Hao gritted his teeth and managed to control 5 zombies at once, immediately feeling a pain, like he'd stayed up all night. His vision blurred. This talent is strong, but it requires powerful mental attributes to use. No wonder that little brat's mental attributes were so high. Lin Hao shook his head, while the 5 zombies he controlled began to wreak havoc among the others. When controlling zombies, there were 2 methods, automatic and manual. Automatic means Lin Hao issues a command, and the zombies act on their own. Since zombies lack brains, their actions are very direct, making Lin Hao's eyelids twitch. Lin Hao specifically controlled one zombie with attributes very close to 4 points. At that moment, he felt as if he had 2 perspectives, one from himself and one from the zombie. It felt like he had a clone. Lin Hao controlled the zombie to slap another zombie, instantly knocking the zombie's jaw off. Its face half destroyed and its head slightly flattened. The strength was indeed impressive. Then, the moment of slaughter began. Lin Hao focused on 2 things at once, controlling the zombies to attack other zombies while he also made his own moves. His figure shifted, and with each swipe of the watermelon knife, he took a zombie's head. If a zombie's head was too hard, he would just deliver another blow. The loud noise from the missile naturally alarmed the others still fighting. They never expected the military to use missiles. Chen Ding transformed into the flame war god, deliberately allowing himself to be captured by a horde of zombies, then igniting flames that fiercely burned along the zombies' bodies. Just from this instance, he single-handedly took down over 50 zombies. The beauty of fire is that any object it can touch will burn. Xiaoqiu employed a sleazy tactic using his girlfriend, silently striking with a baton, hitting precisely with each blow. Wherever Feng Shui went, frost covered the ground. Every zombie that approached her turned into an ice sculpture, which she would gently touch, causing it to shatter immediately. Shi Ling and her daughter, along with Li Han, did not come over. They were busy guarding some supplies that had just been delivered. No one knew that Li Han had become a professional, a fact he intentionally concealed. Originally, their team already had 3 professionals. If another one joined, the military's upper echelons would likely be unsettled. Lin Hao's team displayed formidable strength in this battle. Xiongqi transformed into a giant bear, while the priestess behind him provided buffs. Suddenly, he saw Chen Ding's fighting style and felt envious. If only he could use fire. How exhilarating that would be. These zombies were their capital for becoming stronger. Unfortunately, as a druid, he could only transform into animals. And the most powerful one he had encountered was a black bear. Even a tiger fell slightly short. He certainly didn't want to taste a zombie with his own teeth. But what was that explosion just now? Did a gas canister blow up? Xiong keep on did it. Meanwhile, in a room, A major general spoke up. Are we sure we eliminated the head zombie? With many electronic devices currently unusable, they had to resort to the oldest method of mechanical detonation to launch missiles. This meant they could not accurately guide the missile's positions and had to calculate and lock onto the enemy's location. Fortunately, one of their professionals possessed a powerful ability akin to an eagle's eye, allowing him to observe from a distance and finally locate the head zombie, which appeared as a small boy. Although there seemed to be a human nearby, they couldn't afford to hesitate and directly launch the missile. The professional continued to observe and saw that the human was not dead. Instead, he approached and delivered a finishing blow, causing the zombies to go berserk. It was now confirmed that the head zombie was truly dead. That person affected by the missile didn't die. Instead, he delivered the finishing blow to the head zombie. Upon hearing the report from his subordinate, everyone present fell silent. They realized that the missile's power had indeed diminished significantly. Otherwise, that missile would have surely eliminated a zombie. One more thing, that person acted recklessly, not thinking about escaping in that situation, but rather going in for the kill. Of course, they all understood that killing zombies would bring significant benefits and make one stronger, so it was not surprising that he went for the finish. No one knew how much strength one would gain from killing a head zombie. Based on the data of so many evolvers, it was speculated that killing a head zombie could enhance one's abilities by at least 10%. If it were them, they would probably also be willing to take the risk. The eagle-eyed professional did not continue observing. Otherwise, he would have seen Lin Hao controlling zombies and turning the tables on them. According to the base's data, this person should be Lin Hao, who has been very active recently. Once he returns, we must find a way to bring him into our military, the Major General said solemnly. If Lin Hao's displayed power had already caught the survivor base's attention at first, his current performance put pressure on the Major General to find a way to recruit him. But won't our previous missile bombardment make him resentful? Someone pointed out. The Major General frowned. This was a significant issue. At that time, he didn't pay attention to who was near the head zombie. Had he known it was Lin Hao, he would have continued giving orders. After all, the opportunity to locate the head zombie was very rare. If they didn't bombard this time, there might not be another chance. Have Captain Zhang communicate with him. If he detects any signs of trouble, we must take swift action. Due to the boy's death, the zombie's strength greatly increased, putting immense pressure on the professionals. And many evolvers were caught off guard and met a tragic end. Lin Hao, however, felt quite comfortable, thanks to his efforts and his talent for controlling zombies. He finally eliminated several zombies around him, and the zombie he controlled ended up perishing alongside another zombie. My stamina is running low. I can't continue fighting. I should head back, Lin Hao thought. This battle yielded substantial rewards. Just from the boy, he gained a significant number of points and a special second-tier crystal. Second-tier mutated crystal consuming, it can randomly increase one attribute by 1 point, with a very small chance of awakening or activating a talent. Upon seeing the description on the crystal, Lin Hao's eyes lit up. This thing is amazing. An attribute increase of 1 point is equivalent to killing 100 zombies, and it even has a chance to awaken or activate a talent. If this were to spread, who knows how many people would rush to get it. Can't this probability be increased a bit? By the way, can I have my own profession? Lin Hao was very curious. His professions were all copied from others by the system. He didn't have any profession of his own. If he could have one, wouldn't that mean he gained a permanent profession? Lin Hao didn't rush to consume it. He looked around and found the right direction to head back. However, before he could walk far, he noticed a man acting suspiciously and decided to follow him. This man was quietly looking around, confirming that no one was watching before dragging a female zombie's corpse on the ground and skillfully running into a nearby small house. Lin Hao was stunned. What did this person want to do? Was he planning to engage in something inappropriate with the corpse? This was beyond bizarre. Chapter 65, Ghoul. With a hint of curiosity, Lin Hao quietly approached and peered through the window to see what this person was up to. If he was indeed preparing to engage in such acts, Lin Hao would make sure he learned what nonsense truly meant. Even zombies shouldn't be treated this way. But when he looked in, he was dumbfounded. This person wasn't trying to do anything else, but opened his mouth wide and bit into the zombie's thigh, tearing off a chunk of flesh and starting to eat. What the heck? Lin Hao was utterly shocked. He had seen zombies eat humans, but had never seen a human eat a zombie. This guy was something else. At the same time, he looked at this person's panel. Mysterious will strength. 2. 5 spirit, 2, 9 constitution, 2, 8 speed, 2, 7 initial profession. Ghoul. Upon seeing this profession, Lin Hao understood. No wonder this guy was eating zombies. He was a merciless eating machine. Ghouls have the ability to grow stronger by consuming corpses, specifically limited to zombie corpses. The more zombie corpses they consume, the stronger they become. However, Lin Hao was curious. Didn't his profession expose him? Otherwise, this person wouldn't need to sneak out to steal and eat zombie corpses, and he seemed a bit picky, deliberately choosing female zombie corpses. Just when Mo Mingji was enjoying himself inexplicably, a voice reached his ears. "Hey brother, is the zombie's body really that tasty?" Mo Mingji was startled and suddenly looked out the window, where he saw a person standing there, their gaze fixed on his blood-stained face. In an instant, his face turned pale. He had never told anyone about his profession to conceal it. He only told others he was an evolver. Even the act of eating zombie bodies had always been done in secret, which resulted in his strength not being very noticeable. But he was still much stronger than ordinary people. He was very worried that if his profession got out, he would have no way to stand among humans. After all, a person who eats zombie bodies is simply a monster. Thinking of this, a glint of ruthlessness flashed in his eyes. As long as he took care of this person, no one would know he was a ghoul. Just as he was preparing to do so, Lin Hao seemed to guess his thoughts and said slowly, "I advise you not to take action. Otherwise, you'll just die a miserable death. By the way, my name is Lin Hao. If it were someone else's name, not many people might know it. But Lin Hao's name was definitely an exception. On the first day of entering the survivor base, he had caused quite a stir. Even Mo Mingji had heard of Lin Hao's reputation. What he knew was that Lin Hao was a ruthless person who allowed his subordinates to kill many people. And in the end, the military didn't take action against them, only sending an S-rank mission to deal with it. Mo Mingji wasn't foolish. He was well aware that someone who could make the military wary was definitely not a simple character. On the surface, it was said that Lin Hao was just an evolver, but with his own example, he suspected that Lin Hao was also a hidden professional like him. Thinking that the other party might be a professional, Mo Mingji realized that it would be nearly impossible to take him down. Unless it was a non-combat type professional, ordinary professionals wouldn't be so easily killed. Who doesn't have 1 or 2 trump cards? What do you want? Mo Mingji knew that Lin Hao hadn't exposed him secretly and must have some intention. Lin Hao clapped his hands. Talking to smart people is simple. Actually, it's nothing much. I just happened to see you dragging a corpse inside and got a bit curious, so I witnessed this scene. Your ghoul profession is quite impressive. Mo Mingji's expression changed drastically. How did Lin Hao know his profession was ghoul? He had never told a second person. "You can see through my profession?" Seeing Mo Mingji's terrified expression, Lin Hao smiled slightly. "Don't get excited. I just want to know if there's a difference in your enhancement when eating ordinary zombies versus first-tier zombies." Under the eaves, one has to bow their head. Mo Mingji could only say, "The stronger the zombie's body, the more I can enhance, and as my strength increases, the effect of ordinary zombie bodies becomes quite poor." Lin Hao nodded. This was about what he expected. If relying on ordinary zombie bodies could make one infinitely stronger, then Mo Mingji's potential would definitely be the highest among all professions. Even with these limitations, his potential was still very high. "How about joining my team? There are some zombie bodies over there that I took down, both first tier and second tier, enough for you to enhance quite a bit." Lin Hao extended the invitation. Regardless of whether the other party was a good person, Lin Hao didn't care. If the other party sought death, he wouldn't mind sending him on his way. Mo Mingji's profession was just too useful. All along, after Lin Hao killed zombies, the zombie bodies could only be left behind, which was quite wasteful. With this person around, the zombie bodies would finally have a use. Of course, Lin Hao wouldn't let this person eat zombies in front of him. That scene was hard to describe. Mo Mingji was taken aback. He could indeed defeat first-tier zombies, but it was quite difficult. He didn't expect Lin Hao to even be able to kill second-tier zombies. With such strength, he was definitely not a match. "Okay, I'm willing to join." Montag Mingzi nodded. Then, he followed Lin Hao and really found several different zombie bodies. These were all first-tier and second-tier zombie bodies, which were very tempting for him. "How long does it take to eat one corpse?" Lin Hao asked. "Less than a minute. I'm a ghoul, so I can quickly digest these bodies." "All right, then hurry up." In less than half an hour, Mo Mingji had eaten all the zombie bodies, and his strength had actually increased by about 0.8 on average. Such speed was simply frightening. However, the premise was that there had to be sufficiently strong zombie bodies for him to eat. Having gained a team member with good strength and potential, Lin Hao was in a good mood as he returned to the military's temporary base. Many people had already returned, most of whom were injured, while others were back due to excessive fatigue. The captain is back. Lin Hao looked and saw Chun Ding and others sitting together. They had several injuries on them. But as professionals, they didn't have to worry about being infected by zombies. Seeing the envious looks from the evolvers made it clear how appealing professionals were. "Hey, Captain, who is this person?" Xia Qiu asked, pointing at the person behind Lin Hao. "His name is Mo Mingji. He's my new team member." "Hello, everyone. I'm Mo Mingji." Mo Mingji smiled and greeted. Not discussing the ghoul profession, he himself looked nothing like anything dark, definitely a sunny young man. Chinding knew very well that Lin Hao wouldn't invite an ordinary person, which meant that this Mo Mingji was likely a professional. If this news got out, it would probably shock quite a few people. Among their team, only 2 were not professionals, while the rest were all professionals. However, when he inquired about the profession, Mo Mingji seemed a bit shy and unwilling. Chinding immediately understood that either this person's profession had some issues, or it touched on the other party's privacy. Just as Chun Ding was about to change the subject, Lin Hao's voice rang out. "Mo Mingji, in my team, everyone knows each other's profession. No one is an exception." Mo Mingji gritted his teeth and finally revealed his profession, explaining the effects of his profession. To his surprise, not a single person looked at him with disdain. Not even Feng Shui. After going through so much, Feng Shui had already matured. She knew that if a method to become stronger was presented to her, she would definitely do the same, regardless of how unreasonable that method might be. The fact that the other party felt such shame indicated that they were not a truly wicked person, so there was no need for disdain. Mo Mingji also mentioned that he only ate zombie bodies and not human bodies, which made disdain even less necessary. Rather, Chun Ding and Xia Qiu's hearts were subtly filled with envy. This method of becoming stronger was just too simple and crude. Xia Qiu curiously asked Mo Ge, "What does it feel like when you eat zombies? How does it go down?" Mo Mingji was stunned by Xia Qiu's question. He had never thought someone would ask him that. He gradually shared his feelings. Actually, it wasn't much. It seemed that after having the ghoul profession, his sense of taste changed. He could eat human food, and zombie bodies were also edible, and it seemed like there were different flavors. Watching the two discuss fervently, Lin Hao couldn't help but twitch the corners of his mouth. Was this really that enjoyable? Is there nothing better to discuss? "Brother Chun, how's the situation currently?" Xia Qiu had no hope left, and Lin Hao looked towards Chun Ding. Chun Ding, being the vice captain, had already clarified the situation. "It seems we've killed over half of the zombies, but we've also suffered significant losses on our side. One practitioner was accidentally surrounded and ultimately died, with over 50 evolvers lost and more than 100 soldiers. At the beginning, the losses weren't this severe, but after the little boy died, the zombie outbreak caused massive losses. That's really unfortunate. Who would have thought those zombies would suddenly go berserk, gaining strength all at once? One slap killed my friend. If it weren't for my luck, I wouldn't have made it back. Yeah, I thought this time we could kill more zombies and get stronger, but it turned out like this. What terrible luck. You guys are lucky. The injuries you have are all from impacts. I actually saw a person get grabbed by a zombie and quickly turn into another zombie. I really want to kill all these zombies." No one had any goodwill towards zombies. No matter who they were before, once they became zombies, they were enemies of humanity. At this moment, Zhang Tai approached with several soldiers, weaving through the crowd and standing in front of Lin Hao. "Captain Lin, our commander would like to see you. Do you have time?" Chapter 66. Even a small mosquito is meat. Lin Hao raised an eyebrow. "I hadn't even come to find you, and you're already looking for me?" He hadn't forgotten about the missile incident. If it weren't for his own strong abilities, he might have been killed by the aftershock. "Lead the way." Zhang Tai felt a bit confused. He sensed that Lin Hao seemed a bit unhappy. Who offended him? Due to the hierarchy, he had no idea that Lin Hao had nearly been killed by the missile. In a room, Lin Hao met the commander of this survivor base, a major general. "Mr. Lin, please have a seat," the major general said with a smile. Lin Hao sat directly across from the major general without any politeness, his gaze fixed on him, wanting to see how the major general would explain the previous incident. "I apologize for the missile incident earlier." Due to the urgent situation, we used a special method to locate the head zombie. To prevent it from hiding, we immediately launched the missile, which unfortunately affected you. I'm truly sorry, the Major General said, lowering his head slightly. Lin Hao crossed his arms and looked at him indifferently. If apologies were useful, what would we need police for? The Major General forced a bitter smile. It seemed he was about to bleed heavily. If it were someone else, he wouldn't have needed to go this far. But Lin Hao had 3 practitioners under him and had completed an S-level mission in just 2 days. Such strength warranted his attention. If he inadvertently pushed someone like that to the opposing side of the survivor base, they would likely lose sleep over it. To express our apologies, we can help 2 members of Mr. Lin's team reach a minimum of 2, 5, and 4 attributes. What do you think? Such sincerity was quite considerable, especially since many people in the base still had attributes below 2, 5, but Lin Hao refused. That's compensation for my team. What does it have to do with me? The Major General was so angry he wanted to hit someone. Wasn't this enough? What do you want then? I want to know the relevant information about the outbreak of this zombie crisis. Lin Hao was very interested in the outbreak of the zombie crisis in this world. After all, zombies appeared when he crossed over, leaving him completely bewildered. The Major General was quite surprised. Do you know what use this information is? That's none of your business. Just consider it a personal interest of mine. The Major General scratched his head, thought for a moment, and said, to be honest, I don't know why the zombie crisis erupted. Before the zombies appeared, the world was very peaceful, and there weren't even any localized wars. We never expected it to break out like this. Lin Hao frowned. If even the Major General didn't know the reason, that was troublesome. Since you don't know, let me change my condition. Not long after, Lin Hao left the Major General's office, having obtained a promise from him to provide some firearms. It's important to note that ordinary people couldn't acquire firearms. Even if they did, they would have to be surrendered if discovered by the military. After all, at this stage, firearms posed a significant threat to most people. Of course, Lin Hao didn't forget about the condition of enhancing the 2 team members. After all, the missile incident affected him, and it was impossible for the military not to pay a price. When Lin Hao and his team were fully equipped with various weapons, they shocked the people around them. How can they have firearms? The military is being so biased. Someone protested. We want those firearms too. With our strength, having firearms would be like adding wings to a tiger. But when they learned that Lin Hao and the others could possess firearms as a reward for helping kill the head zombie, no one spoke anymore. Lin Hao didn't care. This was just the military trying to save face. With firearms in hand, by afternoon, they charged forward, shooting at zombies whenever they saw them, tossing grenades. In this way, they killed many zombies, with bodies strewn across the ground. Now, Mo Mingji's standards had risen. He was too lazy to eat ordinary zombies and specifically targeted zombies above the 1st level, dragging them to the little black room to feast on. Xiaqiu was curious and followed to take a look, nearly making him vomit. He declared he would never watch Mo Mingji eat zombies again. Lin Hao shook his head. He was just asking for trouble. Using firearms made things much easier. Whenever they encountered zombies, they would shoot. In just one afternoon, they killed over 300 zombies. Even 1st and 2nd level zombies were brutally killed. Even Mo Mingji, at Lin Hao's request, showcased his strength. Ghouls weren't limited to eating zombie corpses. They could also temporarily enhance their own abilities. After enhancing, Mo Mingji directly snapped the neck of a 1st level zombie. Not bad, just lacking a bit of special effects. Lin Hao nodded. As for the ghoul profession, Lin Hao had long rejected it. Not just the ghoul. During this time, he had encountered several new professions, none of which he found appealing, all rejected. Lin Hao felt that until all attributes reached 10 points, he didn't need to change professions for the time being. With the death of the last zombie, this zombie siege was completely over. After submitting the task, Lin Hao's available points finally broke through 10 for the first time. The main reason was the generous rewards from this task, coupled with the large number of zombies. Otherwise, it wouldn't have been so easy to enhance his strength. System. Draw talent. Lin Hao didn't forget about his task reward. Talent drawing in progress. Drawing complete. Congratulations, host. You have obtained the talent mouth cannon. Lin Hao's expression froze at once. Mouth cannon? What do I need a mouth cannon for, as such an impressive person? Can't they just run away if they can't beat me? Seeing this talent, Lin Hao felt a bit of a headache. It seemed somewhat useless. The talent column and the profession column can both have up to 3 entries at the same time. Currently, he already has 2 talents and can acquire 1 more. If he discovers a new talent later, he will have to replace an existing one. Lin Hao frowned and returned to the temporary base, where almost everyone had gathered. However, the atmosphere here seemed quite grim. Shinding walked over to inquire and receive some bad news. The survivor base in the west has been destroyed. What? Wasn't it said that the survivor base in the west was stronger than ours? How could it be destroyed? Xia Qiu couldn't believe it. The news about the west survivor base had spread, which was why no one was smiling. It was said to be a stronger survivor base than theirs. How could it just disappear? The specific situation is unclear. The only message that came from there is that the survivor base was breached, and we haven't been able to contact them since. The joy of defeating the zombie horde vanished under the shadow of this news. Even Lin Hao couldn't understand how the west survivor base was breached. Could there be zombies more terrifying than the little boy? Lin Hao's expression turned serious. A sense of urgency swept over him, making him realize that he needed to become stronger. Otherwise, he would be powerless in the face of such situations. The news of the destruction of the West survivor base quickly spread throughout the entire base, creating a pervasive atmosphere of sorrow. Many people's friends were likely inside the West survivor base. With the base destroyed, even if those people escaped, their chances of survival were slim. After returning, Ling informed Lin Hao that the rewards from the last mission had been delivered to them, filling an entire large room with supplies. Enough for their team to last a long time. Ling was good at managing resources. She not only requested a lot of food, but also some very scarce daily necessities. In the market of the base, the prices of daily necessities were not much lower than food. You did well. The military gave me 2 slots, and since we don't need them, I'll give those 2 slots to you. Lin Hao said. When Ling learned what the slots were, she was very excited. During the outbreak of the zombie crisis, she thought she and her daughter would die on the road. Instead, they not only joined Lin Hao's team and became evolvers, but now Lin Hao was also giving them such a precious opportunity. At that moment, Ling vowed in her heart to repay Lin Hao's kindness. Back in his room, Lin Hao began to allocate his points. He currently had 5 points, which meant he could increase each attribute by nearly 3 points, allowing all of his attributes to surpass 8 points. However, he did not do this. After experiencing this event, he realized he needed to keep some points in reserve for future emergencies. Once his profession's usage limit was reached, he would need to spend points to reactivate it, leave some as a backup, and distribute the rest evenly among all attributes. Looking at his attributes, all surpassing 7 points, Lin Hao was very satisfied. After every major battle, his strength increased significantly. In comparison, Chun and the others' attributes were only close to 4. It seemed that the destruction of the West survivor base had put immense pressure on the military. In the following days, the military dispatched a large number of personnel to hunt zombies, as they also wanted their own strong fighters. Lin Hao, on the other hand, systematically went out to kill zombies with his small team, as every zombie killed would grant him an additional 0.01 points. Even the smallest mosquito is still meat. It was unclear whether it was due to the recent strength of the base's residents, but the zombies in the surrounding area had been almost wiped out, and they had to go further to find zombies to kill. Captain, it seems the military's food supply is running low. Li Han found Lin Hao and shared a shocking fact. Isn't there enough food from the supermarket last time? Lin Hao was somewhat surprised. The main issue is that the population in the base has increased significantly, nearly 100,000 people. The daily food consumption is quite terrifying, and since the military supplies everyone, some people are just slacking off, leading to the current situation. I guess this from the military's reduced food rations, but it should be accurate. Chapter 67. Lucky or unlucky? Lin Hao went to the food distribution center and found that the amount of food each person received had indeed been cut by nearly half. As a result, the already scarce food was even more limited, and many people had started protesting for the military to distribute more food. We barely had enough to eat, and now you're reducing our rations? Are you trying to starve us? Exactly. I know for a fact that the military's food supplies haven't been cut at all. You're just reducing the rations for us, ordinary people. ISNT that treating us like we're not human? Get your supervisor out here. I want to talk to him face to face. We strongly demand that everyone be treated equally. Otherwise, this is unfair. Voices of protest echoed everywhere, as ordinary people made up the majority in this survivor base. Not everyone had the courage to go out and kill zombies, This was not a game, but reality. In a game, you could respawn after dying, but here, death meant losing everything. While power was alluring, many had experienced the horror of zombies and had long lost the courage to fight. Just as Lin Hao was preparing to leave, he overheard someone sneering dismissively. A bunch of cowards who only know how to hide in the survivor base. Thinking this is still the old era? If it were up to me, I'd force all these people to go out and kill zombies. For every zombie they kill, I'd give them a bit of food. Those who refuse to kill can just starve. Chill. Keep your voice down. There's still a lot of ordinary people. If they cause trouble, it will be bad. You know that the survivor base in the West has already been destroyed. We're the only ones left that are safe. They should think about it. We fight for our food and shelter. They want the same treatment as us just by opening their mouths? What a dream. It wasn't just these two individuals who thought this way. The vast majority of professionals and evolvers in the entire base shared the same sentiment. They fought desperately to kill zombies, and their ultimate goal was to protect this survivor base. Shouldn't they be entitled to better food and living conditions? Did they have to eat meager rations and fight on empty stomachs? In fact, the military was well aware that the main issue was the food shortage. If there was enough food to restore the previous levels, most people would likely not protest. The military acted decisively and implemented a new plan: attack the granary. Dozens of kilometers away from the survivor base was a granary sufficient for a city's population for a year. However, this granary was also home to a stationed military unit, which had lost contact. The military believed it had already fallen. The biggest problem with attacking it was the distance of these dozens of kilometers. To launch an attack there, it couldn't be a small team. It had to be a large force to have any hope of success. However, a large-scale operation would surely attract a significant number of zombies. And they would likely be surrounded by zombies halfway through, which would be suicidal. If a small team advances, they won't be able to attack the location once they get there, and the military is currently quite troubled. Even if they send out a team, they must ensure the defenses of the survivor base itself, as no one knows if there will be another zombie siege in the future. These matters are currently irrelevant to Lin Hao. Their food supplies are very sufficient and can last for a long time. That day, he took on an A-level mission alone to clear out an apartment building. The apartment building was similar to the one he had encountered before, consisting of 33 floors, and he would clear it floor by floor. It seemed that the power was out here. The floors were very dark, so Lin Hao had to take out his miner's helmet and turn on a light, which illuminated the area significantly. The corpses on the ground were already somewhat decayed, and the stench permeated this small space, causing him to frown. At that moment, a shadow suddenly pounced on him. Lin Hao remained unfazed and directly used his talent to control the zombie. His head throbbed slightly, and the zombie fell right in front of him. It turned out to be a first-tier zombie, not very strong, but can serve as a vanguard. Lin Hao controlled the zombie to go to the second floor, while he began to check the first floor. There was only one door on the first floor that was closed. The others were all open. Lin Hao first checked all the open rooms and found no zombies or living people, but he did find a bit of food, which he didn't care about at all. As for the remaining room, he took out a watermelon knife and directly stabbed it into the lock, breaking it, with a level 2 enhanced weapon. Its sharpness was beyond what ordinary metal could withstand. As soon as he entered, a zombie lunged at him, and Lin Hao reflexively slashed out with his knife. The zombie's head was instantly severed, and its body collapsed to the ground. It seemed that this person had turned into a zombie at home, unable to escape due to the locked door, and had starved to death. Lin Hao continued his search and headed upstairs. This time, he checked each floor very carefully, not wanting to miss any spot. When he reached the 18th floor, he heard a faint sound, as if a chair was being moved. It was either a zombie or a living person. He approached the door. The sound had come from here. He knocked on the door directly. "Open up, community bringing warmth." This phrase had always worked. As long as he said it, someone inside would definitely open the door. But this time, Lin Hao found that he had miscalculated, as no one opened the door. "Not opening, huh? I'll count to 3, and you can open it yourself." 3, 1. Counting directly from 3 to 1. Lin Hao stabbed the knife into the door lock, then kicked the door open. Inside the living room sat a man wearing glasses, looking shocked at Lin Hao, seemingly not expecting him to break in. "You, how can you break in without my permission?" The man pointed at Lin Hao, clearly displeased. Lin Hao glanced around. There was nothing particularly special. He said flatly, "I'm from a survivor base. You could choose to come back with me, or not. It doesn't matter to me if you die. The mission did not require him to save anyone. Saving someone was merely a side task. And Lin Hao didn't like to force others. The man's face turned ugly, clearly because Lin Hao's words were too blunt. You broke my door. How am I supposed to stay here? Oh, whose fault is that for not opening the door? Just as Lin Hao was finishing his sentence, he heard a scream from inside the room. It was the sound of a zombie. Upon hearing this sound, the man's expression clearly turned panicked. What's in there? Nothing, it's my wife. She has a bit of mental illness and has been staying at home. The man explained, sweating profusely. You think I will believe your nonsense? Lin Hao prepared to go over and take a look, but the man directly blocked him. Could an ordinary person stop Lin Hao? That's a joke. Lin Hao merely exerted a bit of force and pushed the man aside. He approached the master bedroom and kicked the door open, instantly seeing the situation inside. It was a disheveled female zombie, and in front of her lay a mangled corpse, apparently a young male. A thick metal chain was tied around the female zombie's neck, which prevented her from getting close to the door. TSK, actually keeping a zombie quite bold. Lin Hao shook his head. He had no comments on other people's preferences. After all, it was their business. Just as he was about to leave, a gust of wind rushed from behind him. Clang! The man had pulled out a kitchen knife at some point and slashed it at Lin Hao's back. However, what happened next made the man despair. His kitchen knife couldn't penetrate Lin Hao's clothing. How could this be? All of Lin Hao's clothes had been enhanced to level 2, and their defensive power was astonishing. Coupled with the armor's ability to disperse force, a mere kitchen knife thought it could harm him? Dream on. Lin Hao turned around and looked at the man. I didn't want to interfere with your business, but since you attacked me, I'm sorry. Swish! A flash of the knife, and the man's head, filled with confusion, simply slid off, blood bursting forth like a fountain, blooming into a bloody flower. What Lin Hao didn't notice was that the female zombie behind him, upon witnessing the man's death, actually shed tears, then screamed frantically. Ah! A powerful force surged within her, and her strength rapidly increased. Lin Hao's expression changed. What was going on with this zombie? Wasn't she an ordinary zombie? As he thought this, his body instinctively moved. He absolutely couldn't let the zombie evolve successfully. The last evolved sub-zombie had not yet been found, and he couldn't let the same situation happen again this time. However, just as Lin Hao's figure approached the female zombie, an invisible shockwave suddenly sent him flying. Bang! His body crashed against the wall, and a tremendous energy burst out in all directions, originating from the female zombie, who was letting out a mournful scream. In Lin Hao's eyes, the female zombie's 4 attributes rapidly increased at an incredible speed, from an average of only 1 to a total of 9. 9 in all attributes. Incredible. What was going on? The only thing Lin Hao could imagine was that by killing the man just now, could it be that even after turning into a zombie, there was still a bond between them, leading to the female zombie's outburst? The problem was, why did he have to encounter this? Such couples should also exist in some form, but they had never encountered this situation. Am I lucky or unlucky? Lin Hao was somewhat confused, but he did not regret killing the man. Their emotional bond was none of his business. Did he have to let the man kill him first? Why couldn't he counterattack? Isn't that nonsense? Chapter 68, Talent Extension. Extreme Zombie, the ultimate state of a zombie in a certain branch, achieving the strongest state at all costs. Strength, 9. 9 mentality, 9. 9 constitution, 9. 9 speed, 9. 9 talent, mutual destruction countdown, 9. 9 what an extreme zombie, truly powerful to the limit. At this moment, the 4 attributes at 9. 9 are absolutely invincible. This is also the most powerful zombie Lin Hao has ever seen, without exception. Even if this zombie has no mutated attributes, Lin Hao still feels immense pressure. And this talent, it's simply meant to make him die, right? However, there is actually an additional element here, the countdown, which refers to the opponent's existence time. Is that all there is? The extreme zombie has exchanged everything for its current invincible strength. So, correspondingly, such powerful strength has surpassed balance. If this were a game, an NPC like this would probably be directly erased. Even in reality, it's impossible for a zombie to become this strong without any cost. So, she can only exist for 9 minutes and 9 seconds. Huh? That's quite difficult, Lin Hao said as he came down from the wall and stood on the ground. He knew he could no longer stop the opponent's transformation. A fierce battle was about to ensue. This place is too small for him to fight. He must get to an open area. However, he is certain that the zombie won't give him time to go downstairs. In that case, with my current strength, will I die if I jump from the 18th floor? Lin Hao had a shocking thought. But soon, he gave it up. If he failed, he would have no chance to escape. With a body 7 times stronger than an ordinary person, he couldn't be sure if he could withstand it. It was too dangerous. Kill! 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 The female zombie let out an extremely vicious sound, her eyes fixed on Lin Hao. Perhaps her body had not fully evolved yet. As she made no move, Lin Hao quickly recognized the situation and hurriedly ran down. He once saw a video explaining how to get downstairs the fastest. Normal people run down the stairs, while extraordinary people use the handrail, jumping down step by step, saving more time. But Lin Hao was different. His speed was almost like flying. He directly ran down the wall. And his speed was so fast that only his silhouette could be seen. Finally, as the extreme zombie began to move, he reached the first floor. In that instant, he saw many zombies outside, rushing towards him. The sound of the extreme zombie had attracted them. Seeing the scene, Lin Hao had no time to fight and quickly made his escape. Of course, he didn't forget to control a few zombies to create chaos and seize the chance to flee. Roar! Suddenly, a massive roar came from above. The extreme zombie actually jumped down from the 18th floor, causing the ground to shake, and the spot where she landed was dented. What the hell? Do you think being a zombie makes you invincible? I don't believe you don't feel pain. Lin Hao stared at her. But soon he realized that the extreme zombie seemed to truly feel no pain. Could it be that becoming an extreme zombie means losing the sense of pain? The extreme zombie's eyes were locked on Lin Hao, filled with hatred, her movements like a wild beast, charging directly at him on all fours. For the first time, Lin Hao experienced how astonishing a speed of 9 could be. He could even hear the sound of the wind. System, activate all 3 professions. In an instant, Lin Hao conjured an ice wall in front of him, using the speed of the wind child to forcibly dodge. Crash! The ice wall shattered instantly, and Lin Hao's left arm was grazed, causing a skin tear. If it weren't for the strong defense of his upper garment, Lin Hao felt he wouldn't have just suffered a skin tear. He remained silent, directly using the assassin's stealth, his figure seemingly disappearing before the zombie's eyes. The extreme zombie seemed momentarily confused, her eyes scanning around for Lin Hao, but the assassin's stealth was quite effective, making it hard to spot him just by sight. With the speed boost from the wind child, I'm still a bit slower than her. Once the 2 minutes are up, I can only activate my profession again. But my points aren't enough. Lin Hao's face darkened. He initially thought it was just a simple task. Who would have expected to encounter such a powerful zombie? This crisis was the biggest he had faced, the kind where one misstep could lead to death. The extreme zombie slowly approached Lin Hao, her nose sniffing the air. She could actually detect Lin Hao's location through smell. Lin Hao's expression changed. He couldn't stay here any longer. He needed to take the opportunity to escape. But at this moment, the stealth was not perfect. Any movement would reveal flaws. In that instant, the extreme zombie moved again, the howling sound returning. Lin Hao gritted his teeth and generated a massive ice spike right where he stood, and the extreme zombie charged into it. As a result, the ice spike shattered instantly, and the extreme zombie suffered no harm. The disparity in strength was vast. Lin Hao also realized that although both had nine attributes, the extreme zombie had actually perfected various hidden aspects to this level, including its defense. If it were an ordinary zombie, it would definitely be injured crashing into the ice spike at that speed. I can't win against this at all. What if I lure her to the survivor base? Lin Hao considered this, but quickly dismissed the idea. It wasn't that he couldn't bear to do it. The lives of others had nothing to do with him. But the problem was that the survivor base wasn't very close, and there wasn't enough time. Feeling the extreme zombie closely pursuing him, Lin Hao was almost driven mad. How did he end up in such a situation? System, is there any way to save my life? Hurry up. Given the host's current situation, the best way is to switch to a suitable profession or copy a talent that counters the opponent. There is no third option. The system's words were very pragmatic. Lin Hao rolled his eyes. Where was he supposed to find a profession and talent right now? With no choice, he could only run desperately, being chased by the extreme zombie. Several times he was nearly killed, and the pain from his injuries had him gritting his teeth. This time, it was genuinely dangerous. 2 minutes isn't a long time, but it's not short either. Lin Hao ran with the extreme zombie in pursuit around the area. Suddenly, he saw several figures ahead. They seemed to be people who had come out to do tasks. These people were either professionals or evolved beings. Perhaps one of them had the profession or talent he needed. Thinking of this, Lin Hao quickened his pace and rushed over. As a result, all these people turned out to be evolved beings, not a single profession or talent among them, leaving Lin Hao quite disappointed. The commotion caused by Lin Hao and the extreme zombie startled these people. They turned around and immediately saw a human running at full speed, closely pursued by a terrifying zombie. What the hell is that? Get out of the way. These people weren't foolish upon seeing such speed. They realized that the opponent was not someone they could mess with, and they quickly hid, watching helplessly as Lin Hao fled with the zombie. Was that just a person? A person running around with a zombie? What the hell? These people could never have imagined that Lin Hao was currently being chased by a zombie. The time for the professional is less than 10 seconds now. I still need to reactivate the Wind Child profession later. Otherwise, I'll be done for if the zombie catches me. For the first time, Lin Hao felt what it meant for time to stretch like years. A mere 9 minutes felt like it had passed countless years in his perception. Anyone being chased by such a powerful zombie would feel this way. The constant sensation of impending death was driving him insane. Just as the professional time was about to end, Lin Hao was preparing to activate the Wind Child at any moment when the system's voice suddenly rang out. New talent extension detected. Would the host like to copy it? Copy. Lin Hao didn't care what the effect of this talent was and immediately had the system copy it, since he still had one talent slot available. The moment the copying was completed, he understood the effect of this talent, and his eyes lit up. The time that was about to end suddenly stopped at 5 seconds. Talent extension allowed him to extend everything he considered known, and how long it would be extended depended on his personal strength. Logically, the system's professional time should be fixed. But the extension talent unexpectedly took effect, delaying the countdown for the 3 professions. However, this put a significant mental load on him, and he felt a sharp pain in his head. At this rate, the extension should help me extend my time by about 30 seconds. If it goes any longer, my mind might not be able to take it, Lin Hao thought. But even so, it still couldn't completely resolve the current situation. So Lin Hao had to think of other ways. He still had 2 talents. One was controlling zombies, and the other was trash talk. Looking at the zombie's current state, it seemed eager to devour him. Trash talk was probably out of the question, leaving only controlling zombies as an option. Her mental attribute is as high as 9. 9 points, while mine is only about 7. There's no way I can do it. If I'm not careful, I might suffer a backlash, and that would be the end. With no other choice, he turned his attention back to the extension talent. It said it could extend everything known. So could it extend the distance in the extreme zombie's eyes? Extending distance seemed a bit far-fetched. Could that really be done? But Lin Hao decided to give it a try. He directly used it on the extreme zombie behind him, targeting its hands and feet. Then, a pleasant surprise occurred. The zombie's speed actually decreased. However, the pain in his head intensified, indicating that lowering the zombie's speed was quite taxing. It's still within the tolerable range. The speed has decreased, which means the distance in the zombie's eyes has been extended infinitely. I can take this opportunity to escape. As long as I endure for 9 minutes. No, it's 7 minutes now. I win. Chapter 69, Counterattack. Taking this opportunity, Lin Hao decisively ran away. After turning a few corners, he managed to shake off the zombie. Lin Hao deactivated the use of the talent, and instantly the splitting headache improved significantly. The use of talents demanded a lot mentally, and he was already considering adding more points to his mental attribute later. Otherwise, what would he do if he ran out of mental energy when using talents in the future? At this moment, he heard a piercing scream in the distance. It was the cry of a male human. It seemed someone had been discovered by a zombie, but it had nothing to do with him. Lin Hao knew it wasn't completely safe yet. He had to get away from his place. The extreme zombie was too powerful. He wasn't its match for the time being. Lin Hao kept a low profile, quickly sprinting towards the survivor base, having already thrown the A-level task out of his mind. If he lost his life, what good would the task do? After running for about 5 minutes, Lin Hao eased up slightly on his speed. His stamina was running low. But then, a strong gust of wind rushed towards him, causing Lin Hao's face to change drastically. Instinctively, he used the talent extension again, only to see the extreme zombie chasing him once more. What the hell? Do you have a dog nose or something? How can you track me down like this? Lin Hao covered his head. Using the talent too much made his headache worse. The extreme zombie had no idea what Lin Hao was saying. Its eyes were fixated solely on Lin Hao, looking as if it wanted to tear him apart. With no choice, Lin Hao had to keep using the talent to buy time while continuing to run towards the survivor base. As he passed through a small path, suddenly over a dozen people jumped out from both sides. These people were all evolved beings, and the leader was even a professional. New profession discovered. Berserker. Would the host like to replace it? Berserker? What a strange profession. Lin Hao took a glance and immediately understood the effect of this profession. This profession was very powerful. The more reckless a person was, the stronger they became. It was perfect for those without brains. Typically, intelligent people wouldn't act recklessly. Lin Hao, you kill my brother. Today is your death day. The berserker brandished a machete, pointing it at Lin Hao and shouting arrogantly. The others also drew their weapons, surrounding Lin Hao. Lin Hao looked at these people's panels and chuckled. Who is your brother? What? You don't even remember my brother? You're too arrogant. My brother is the one you killed in the base. Lin Hao then realized that the dead fatty actually had subordinates, and among them was a hidden professional, which he hadn't expected. The number of professionals in the entire survivor base was very scarce. It seemed that after today, the survivor base would lose one more professional. I see. So can I do one last thing? Lin Hao asked. True to their name, the berserker's brain was completely absent, and he readily replied, Sure, I'll give you that chance. The last thing I want to do is... Lin Hao's speed suddenly increased as he waved goodbye to them. See you later. Lin Hao's speed was simply too fast. By the time they reacted, he had already escaped. What are you looking at? Chase him. We must kill him outside. The berserker shouted. At that moment, a strong gust swept through, knocking all of them away, continuing its momentum towards Lin Hao. They didn't even see what was happening, and all fell to the ground. Crack! With that collision, all the evolved beings were instantly killed, each meeting a tragic end, either bleeding from all 7 orifices or having their bones shattered. Only the berserker managed to survive, barely clinging to life thanks to his profession. What was that just now? I had no power to resist at all. The berserker tried to stand up but failed. His injuries were too severe, with multiple broken bones. It was truly a stroke of luck to survive. Just as he was looking for a way to leave, some zombies were drawn over by the noise. Terror gradually appeared on the berserker's face as he waved his only functioning right hand. Don't come over, get away. My leg, it hurts so much. Don't bite. The berserker could never have imagined that he, a professional, would be eaten by a group of ordinary zombies. In his last moments, a hint of confusion remained in his eyes. Things shouldn't have ended this way. Lin Hao, of course, had no idea what was happening behind him. He was quietly calculating the remaining time of the extreme zombie. Less than a minute left. She will disappear on her own then. I must hold on. Lin Hao is currently in very poor condition, with immense physical exhaustion and little mental energy left, and he estimates he can only use his talent one more time. Wait. System, why is there no mission for this extreme zombie? Mission is randomly assigned. Lin Hao curled his lips, but he believes that defeating this extreme zombie will surely earn him a good amount of usable points. After all, this is the first zombie that has made him run everywhere, and it's incredibly powerful. While running, Lin Hao felt the figure of the extreme zombie appearing behind him again, and his speed was always just a bit slower than hers. This is the last time. If I can't delay until the end, then it will be bad. Thinking of this, Lin Hao used his talent to extend the time, making the extreme zombie stay in place, and he took the opportunity to run. Just as he calculated that there were only 5 seconds left, he heard an incredibly loud roar from behind. Then came a loud bang, and he felt the ground shaking as the extreme zombie caught up again. Her appearance had undergone a tremendous change, with her skin shedding to reveal the crimson muscle tissue underneath. Most importantly, her speed had increased by at least 30%. At this rate, she would catch up to Lin Hao when the 5 seconds were up. Once the extreme zombie got close, Lin Hao would be doomed. The extreme zombie had no mutated attributes, but possessed a talent: self-destruction. In fact, the extreme zombie indeed used this talent. The effect of self-destruction was simple. During the final period, she would unleash her last power and must perish together with her opponent. The extreme zombie's hatred for Lin Hao was utterly irreconcilable. Boom! The ground trembled more and more, indicating that the extreme zombie was very close to him. In just 4 seconds, the distance between them shrank to less than 10 meters. 10 meters is a distance that the extreme zombie wouldn't need a second to cover. Swish! The extreme zombie appeared behind Lin Hao, and he could almost feel her bloody gaze. Lin Hao never sits and waits for death. Even if he knows he is no match for her, he still swings his knife. However, this strike missed. Not good. Just as this thought rose in Lin Hao's mind, he felt a gust of wind rushing towards him, and the situation was extremely dangerous. In that instant, the system's voice suddenly sounded. Life danger detected for the host. Activating protection mechanism. Temporarily unlocking a first transition profession. Ice controller upgraded to icebreaker. Lin Hao instinctively extended his hand, and in the blink of an eye, an ice wall appeared before him, its thickness and hardness far exceeding that of an ice controller. The extreme zombie's final attack struck the ice wall, cracking it with a series of loud sounds, as if it would shatter at any moment. However, the broken ice wall stubbornly stood firm. The extreme zombie finally reached her limit, letting out a reluctant roar before collapsing to the ground, turning into a puddle of black water. Lin Hao relaxed his hand and sat down on the ground. That last blow had completely drained his remaining physical strength and mental energy. He could only sit on the ground, resting to recover his strength. That had been too dangerous. If the system hadn't suddenly activated some first transition profession, upgrading the ice controller to icebreaker, he wouldn't have been able to create such a powerful ice wall. First transition profession. Is it the continuation of the initial profession? Lin Hao had been curious about what the initial profession meant. Now it seemed that every profession had different subsequent professions, and the first transition profession would likely require all his attributes to reach 10 points to unlock. With the crisis over, his icebreaker reverted back to ice controller. I really don't know how this profession got its name. The initial profession is called ice controller, and the first transition becomes icebreaker. Isn't that just the opposite? After resting for a while, Lin Hao regained some strength and picked up a completely red crystal from the black water. Extreme crystal, a crystal that can only be produced by the extreme zombie branch. Ordinary people have a 50% chance of becoming a professional after consuming it, and a 50% chance of enhancing their attributes by 1 to 2 points. Lin Hao's eyes lit up. The power of the extreme crystal exceeded his expectations, as it could give a 50% chance of turning someone into a professional. He believed that if such a thing were put out, it would likely cause a scramble. There was also an unmentioned effect. It could be used to enhance weapons and equipment. But such a powerful crystal would be a waste if used to enhance weapons and equipment. There are only Shi Ling and her mother as evolved beings in the team. If I give it to them directly, it would be too wasteful. At the very least, I should wait until their value increases a bit. Lin Hao put the crystal away and slowly made his way back. Before dark, he returned to the survivor base. "Captain, what happened to you?" Xiaoqiu was surprised to see Lin Hao covered in dust. In his impression, the captain only came back covered in blood from the zombies, not dust. "This time I encountered a big guy and almost didn't make it back." Lin Hao waved his hand. Xiaoqiu was so scared he almost threw his girlfriend out when he heard this. He knew very well that the captain was the strongest among them. And if even the captain almost died, how strong could that zombie be? Is it that dangerous outside now? Just then, Li Han returned. "Captain, you came back just in time. The military has officially announced an attack on the granary and is currently recruiting soldiers. If you volunteer to go, you can get more food and firearms when attacking the granary." Chapter 70, A Great Defeat. Attacking the granary is a major operation. The military is going all out, preparing for a big move. The military is well aware that their strength is insufficient and requires the help of other professionals and evolved beings. Most professionals have been courted by the military, but there are still some who are free, and the vast majority of evolved beings are not military personnel. The military is finally ready to take action. It's a bit slow. Lin Hao wiped off the grime on his body and sat in front of Li Han. It should be that the stored food is clearly insufficient, which is why the military is acting so urgently. Although there is the lure of food, not many people are signing up. Most would rather sit here and wait to die than risk their lives to attack the granary. Li Han said this with a hint of sarcasm. He was mocking those who only knew how to talk big without any real ability, shouting everywhere. They were hopeless. Lin Hao laughed. So the military is planning to forcefully attack the granary? If the military suffers heavy losses, the survivor base will definitely become even more chaotic. Currently, the military has the greatest power in the survivor base, ensuring overall stability. Once the military loses that deterrent power, what would happen is hard to say. The specifics are still unclear, but it seems the military isn't in a hurry, which I find quite strange. Due to limitations in intelligence, Li Han couldn't speculate too much. Many people were waiting to see the military's joke. After all, if the military recruited people and very few participated in this operation, it would be quite amusing. That evening, the military released an explosive piece of news. The scientists affiliated with the military used the crystals found in zombies to develop a strengthening agent. This agent allows ordinary people to possess the strength of basic evolvers without any side effects. However, the quantity of the strengthening agent is limited and can only be given to those who perform outstandingly in this operation. After this announcement, the number of people signing up for the operation surged instantly. Not only did professionals and evolvers sign up, but many ordinary people also joined in. Not all ordinary people want to just wait around and die. They understand that the risk of going out to hunt zombies is much greater, so they would rather take this chance. After all, this is an agent that can directly turn ordinary people into basic evolvers. Who wouldn't want to get one to use for their loved ones? Even for professionals, there are ordinary people around them. Not everyone can wield a weapon and personally kill zombies. That kind of scene tests a person's courage immensely. After receiving this result, Li Han shook his head with a smile. As expected of the military, they managed to develop something like this. I underestimated them. The military seems to have not disclosed the quantity of the agent. I highly suspect that there might only be a few bottles, and it won't be enough to distribute. Lin Hao said. He understood that an agent capable of turning someone into a basic evolver meant it contained enough experience points to kill 5 zombies. He regarded those pale, white gases as experience points. He was very curious about how the military achieved this. Could it be that the pale white gas can be collected? Lin Hao directly inquired with the system and received a response. The gas can indeed be collected, but ordinary means cannot accomplish this. It requires a special profession, the seer. Seer? Lin Hao narrowed his eyes. Does this mean the military actually has a hidden profession, the seer? However, during the last zombie siege, there were no seers present, at least none that he saw. Otherwise, the system would have long alerted him to consider changing his profession. Li Han, has the military recently requested some live zombies? Yes, they have. Their reason is to conduct research using live zombies, from ordinary zombies to first and second tier zombies. Many people have traded captured live zombies for some items with the military. Li Han nodded. Now, Lin Hao could almost confirm that they used the seer's abilities to create this agent, and they must have been experimenting before. Otherwise, how could they develop a brand new agent so soon after the apocalypse began? Regardless, with this agent, the military finally recruited enough personnel and prepared to set off the next day. Lin Hao did not participate in this operation. Their food supplies were more than sufficient, so there was no need for him to do so. They continued to execute the tasks issued by the military to enhance their own strength. Currently, among the entire team, aside from Lin Hao, the person whose strength increased the fastest was surprisingly Feng Shui. She went out every day, risking her life to kill zombies, and basically returned with a new wound each time. The once noble ice goddess had now transformed into an ordinary woman. Lin Hao looked at Feng Shui's 4 attributes, which had basically reached around 5, slightly higher than Chen Ding. Following closely were Li Han and Mo Mingji with 4 points, while others were generally hovering around 3. 5. Shi Ling and her daughter were just a bit behind. After all, their starting point was lower. Fortunately, the military promised to help them improve their strength, and their attributes were currently around 2. 6. Such strength already surpassed the vast majority of people. That day, a shocking piece of news came back. The military's main force attacked the granary and suffered a crushing defeat. When this news reached the survivor base, it terrified everyone. No one expected that despite being so well prepared, they would still suffer a great defeat. According to the few survivors who escaped, the general situation was finally clarified. From the beginning, the military's main force attracted some zombies while on the move. With their powerful firepower, they managed to break through. When they arrived at the granary, no one expected that there was a powerful zombie there that gathered a large number of zombies. As a result, the military's main force ran right into them. A direct confrontation ensued, and both sides put forth all their abilities, but the military's main force still lost. You don't know, that zombie was simply terrifying. It fought 7 professionals at once. Can you believe it? All 7 professionals lost and were eaten by the zombie. The professionals died, and the others collapsed and fled. The military personnel shouted, but it was useless. No one wanted to die. After that, I don't know what happened. As these people spoke, they still trembled, clearly unable to shake off the terrifying shadow that zombie left on them. That night, the survivor base was incredibly quiet as everyone processed the news. The most serious situation was that the military had run out of food, making it nearly impossible to continue distributing rations. Without food, ordinary people would definitely be unwilling to stay. They only remained because there was food available. Without it, how is this place any different from the outside? Lin Hao gathered everyone in a room and said, "The survivor base might erupt into chaos tomorrow. We need to consider our next course of action." As the chief strategist, although self-appointed, Li Han was the first to speak. "Captain, I think we should find a place to establish our own territory and attract some people to develop our own power." "Your idea is good. Were there really such places?" "First of all, food is a huge issue. Without enough food, we can't support people at all." Li Han smiled confidently. "I've thought about this issue for a while and looked over maps. I found a very suitable place. It has mountains and water, and enough farmland to support 100,000 people without any problem." "Where's such a good place?" Chen Ding asked curiously. Li Han took out a map and pointed to a location. "Right here." Lin Hao took a glance. After all, the map of this world was completely different from his own, and every place was new. The location Li Han pointed to was over 100 kilometers away from where they were, and they would pass through many places along the way, which would likely be quite dangerous. No one knew how many zombies or risks lay along the route. 132 kilometers, to be honest, that's a bit far. However, compared to this survivor base, which could erupt into problems at any moment, that place is indeed a good option. "I think it can serve as a temporary backup," Xia Qiu said. "Well, I think so too. The survivor base is still operational for now. If we head to a new place at this time, what will happen to all the food? We can't possibly take it all with us," and Mo Mingji chimed in. "It's worth noting that their food storage could fill a large house, and there was no way to carry all that with them." Lin Hao did have a system warehouse, but it was only 1 cubic meter in size. To expand the warehouse, he would have to consume available points. Shirling and her daughter sat quietly, not saying a word. Everyone's gaze turned to Lin Hao. Only his decision could represent the decision of the team. Lin Hao pondered for a moment and said, "Let's wait for a while to see how the survivor base develops. If it doesn't work out, we can change our position. Li Han's goal can be a backup plan." The others nodded, as the survivor base was relatively safe. The next day, many people went to collect their food, as usual, only to be informed that no food would be distributed anymore. If they wanted food, they would have to find it themselves outside. This news shocked all the ordinary people. They came out one by one, took to the streets, and shouted for the military to distribute food. Otherwise, they would storm the military's food storage. The military had no choice. Their own food supplies were running low, and they couldn't hold out for long otherwise. But ordinary people didn't think that way. They believed it was the military's duty to provide them with food, and anyone who didn't was an enemy. Finally, a conflict arose between the military and the ordinary people, leading to a struggle where some were injured and fell to the ground, igniting the anger of the ordinary people present. Chapter 71. Foreseeing the Future. The scene was chaotic, with ordinary people attacking military personnel as if they had lost their minds. The military, on the other hand, seemed indifferent to whether their opponents were ordinary people or not, picking up their firearms and opening fire. Even though the bullets were weakened, they were still too much for the flesh and blood of ordinary people to withstand, resulting in many casualties on the spot. Strangely, the ordinary people were not scared by this scene. Instead, they continued to attack fiercely. Lin Hao frowned slightly, sensing something was wrong. The behavior of these ordinary people seemed a bit off. He moved closer and checked the panels of these individuals, noticing a common word displayed on all their panels: confusion. Indeed, the reason these ordinary people were acting this way was that their minds were completely confused. They could not distinguish who was in front of them and only knew to attack. Such a tactic could only be employed by a professional. There is a professional who can induce confusion hiding somewhere. There is no way to detect whether someone is a professional. It purely depends on self-awareness, which indeed makes it impossible to filter out all professionals, Lin Hao thought. Unsurprisingly, this professional had deliberately concealed their identity and had been hiding all along, intending to use the conflict between the ordinary people and the military to strike a decisive blow against the military's control of the survivor base. One must admit that this tactic was very insidious but indeed effective. Regardless of whether they were previously confused, the fact had already occurred, and the military's explanations were futile. From then on, the military had two paths to choose from. One was to suppress forcefully, but with the military's current strength, it would be very difficult to suppress so many people in the survivor base. The second option was to retreat bravely, leaving the survivor base to those with ambition, as they would no longer participate. Lin Hao seemed to see the end of the military's era. The conflict continued. By this time, the confusion effect of that professional had already disappeared, but these people still did not stop. On the first day, a military food storage location was actually breached by ordinary people, resulting in the food being completely looted, and many even fought over the food, leading to heavy casualties. Afterwards, someone calculated that at least 500 ordinary people died in this conflict, while the military lost more than 100 soldiers. In this conflict, both ordinary people and the military were losers. Only the professional who deliberately escalated the conflict was the biggest winner. At this moment, in a certain part of the survivor base, a man wearing a hat entered a room. "Second brother, is everything taken care of?" A big man asked. "Big brother, it's all done. The ordinary people and the military have gone crazy. This matter will definitely not be easily resolved, and the military's attempt to solve it peacefully is doomed." The person referred to as the second brother chuckled. The second brother's ability is really useful. It works perfectly against these ordinary people. "I'm so envious," the third person said with a grin. These three were all professionals, but when they entered the survivor base, they did not reveal their identities as professionals and instead joined as ordinary people. From the very beginning, their goal was the survivor base. In this apocalypse, who still cares about the military? Moreover, all three of them were fugitives who had escaped from prison, so they cared even less. Previously, they were worried about the military's firearms and hesitated to take action, until they learned last time that the power of firearms had been diminishing. Coupled with the military losing most of its strength outside, they came up with a bold idea. As long as the military dares to take action, all these people in the survivor base will definitely teach them a lesson. Not just ordinary people. Among the others, there must be those who think like us. I remember there was someone quite high profile before. What was his name? Lin Hao. Big brother, that's the name. He was the first person the military killed, but didn't dare to touch afterward. It's a pity the internet is down. Otherwise, knowing his appearance, we could at least take him out first. The three discussed carefully and decided to continue escalating the conflict between the military and ordinary people. There was no need to expose their strength just yet. Everyone knows the early bird gets the bullet. That night, the commander of the base was so worried that he lost quite a bit of hair. What on earth happened? Why did they open fire? This was the point he found most perplexing. It should be known that each of their soldiers was carefully selected and without orders. They wouldn't fire even if they were shot dead. Of course, he didn't know that there was a professional involved in this. What bothered him the most was that the vast majority of the military's strength had perished in this attack on the grain depot, and the remaining military strength was no longer enough to maintain stability in the survivor base. Today's incident was just a fuse. Tomorrow would only be more difficult. If only our military had enough professionals. Those non-military professionals are useless at critical moments. Just thinking about those professionals finding excuses not to follow orders made him feel like he was losing more hair. At that moment, a soldier rushed into his office. Before he could scold him, he heard the soldier excitedly shout, "Commander, we have a second professional." "Really?" The commander's face lit up with joy. It should be known that outsiders thought they had no professionals at all, but in reality, they had one. The seer. This profession is very special. It has no combat ability, but it can actually see a type of gas that appears after zombies die. This gas enters the human body and helps people become stronger. The seer uses this gas to create a potion that can turn a person into a basic evolved being. And during the process of creating the gas, he himself can also become stronger. If this were in a game, he would be a lifestyle profession. The birth of the second professional made the commander restless. He quickly went to where that professional was located. "What is your profession called? And what abilities do you have?" The soldier saluted the commander and said, "Commander, my profession is seer, and my ability is to foresee the future." "What?" The commander was stunned. He never expected such a profession to exist. A seer. Even he knew what that meant. If he could know the future, he wouldn't have agreed to the army's attack on the granary. Despite his regret, The commander felt a sense of relief. At least now he could know what the future held. Then what kind of future can you see? Can you know what will happen tomorrow? Commander, my seer ability is in a defective state. It is still passive. Seeing the commander didn't understand, the soldier explained. Passive means I cannot actively use this ability. The commander felt a headache coming on. A seer who couldn't actively use their ability. And a defective one at that. What good was that? Just as he sighed, the soldier suddenly said, I saw an image. There were 3 people sneaking in here. And then they killed the commander. The commander was taken aback. He was killed by 3 people? He couldn't doubt the abilities of a professional. He quickly asked, Can you tell me when this will happen? The soldier shook his head. I can only confirm it will be during the day. As for what time, I can't tell. Even so, that was enough for the commander. Knowing in advance that someone was going to kill him meant he could prepare and launch a counterattack. Just as the commander was about to leave, the soldier exclaimed again, I saw the future where the survivor base is destroyed. So many zombies. It's terrifying. The commander's expression changed drastically. He hadn't even prepared for his assassination, and now there was news of the survivor base being destroyed. How was he supposed to deal with that? Can you tell me the approximate time? It should be within a week. Knowing the approximate time, the commander hurried back to prepare. This time, he was ready to take the initiative. So, the next day at dawn, all the visible professionals in the base, along with a few well-known evolvers, received an invitation from the military to discuss a major matter. Clearly, the treacherous trio did not receive an invitation, as their persona was just that of ordinary people. In an open area, the commander welcomed these people. Regardless of anything else, the military was still the largest force controlling the base, and no one openly opposed them. Lin Hao looked around. About 100 people had come, most of whom were evolvers, while professionals were in the minority. Ladies and gentlemen, the reason for inviting you here is due to a matter that concerns the entire survivor base. This matter is also greatly related to all of you present. The commander proclaimed loudly. However, not everyone believed him. The military's influence was waning, and everyone knew that they would eventually be replaced by some other force. At this moment, someone stood up and asked, Then, Commander, what is this matter that is so serious as to call us all here? It better not be something trivial. Rest assured, this matter is definitely not trivial, because the commander suddenly shouted, Within a week, our survivor base will be destroyed, and by that time, there may not be many of you left alive. As soon as these words were spoken, it was like dropping a deep-sea bomb, leaving them dizzy. The survivor base would be destroyed in a week. What was that about? Even Lin Hao didn't expect the base's commander to say such things. Are you kidding me? How does he know the base will be destroyed in a week? It's as if he can see the future. Could it be? Lin Hao suspected that the military had a seer, someone who could foresee the future, but unfortunately, that seer didn't seem to be present, and there were no system notifications. The crowd began to murmur among themselves, not believing the commander's words, almost convinced that this was just a tactic to divert the base's conflicts. Chapter 72. Executing an S-class mission again. Commander, what makes you say the base will be destroyed in a week? What evidence do you have? Someone stood up and asked. The commander remained calm, as if he had expected someone to ask. He said, We have a seer in the military. This is his prophecy. Upon hearing this, many people laughed. Ha ha ha, this is hilarious. You've even come up with a prophecy. Do you think we will believe your nonsense? I also predict I will become the world's strongest. Isn't that just nonsense? I knew this old guy called us here for no good reason. A prophecy? Basically, no one believed the commander's words, but Li Han, who was sitting next to Lin Hao, seemed to believe it a little. Captain, the prophecy might actually be true. It seems the military has acquired a profession that can foresee the future. As the chief strategist of the team, Li Han could come to such conclusions with just a little thought. He was sure some others had thought of this too, but no one stepped up to stop the angry outcries. Next, let's see how this base commander plans to handle it. Even as so many people criticized him, the commander's expression remained unchanged. That was indeed a skill. Since you all don't believe me, then today, please witness a miracle. The commander waved his hand, and each person present received a slip of paper. The paper was blank, leaving them all confused. This slip of paper was written with a special potion and will reveal its writing before dark. By then, you will understand. With that, the meeting ended, and they left with the slips of paper full of questions. Li Han, what do you think will be written on the paper? Lin Hao observed the slips. They looked ordinary, and he didn't notice any indentations, making it nearly impossible to discern what was written through pressure. Li Han was puzzled but thought for a moment and said, "The commander said to witness a miracle. Since it's a miracle, it should be related to foreseeing the future." I got it. What S written on it must be related to something that will happen soon. He wants us to witness this. Lin Hao gave Li Han a thumbs up. As expected of a strategist, he was sharp-minded. If Li Han wasn't mistaken, once the upcoming future was confirmed, it would mean that the prophecy of the survivor base's destruction was very likely true. In that case, it was a huge pressure for them as well. To deal with this possible future, Lin Hao felt that his strength was still not strong enough. He needed to become stronger, preferably breaking through 10 points in all 4 attributes before the base's destruction. "We're all mobilizing to execute an S-class mission," Lin Hao declared, although the others were surprised. No one opposed. They all knew that the captain wanted them to become stronger to protect themselves in this apocalypse. There were still quite a few S-class missions available, and Lin Hao took on an S-class mission to clear a university. Generally speaking, very few people choose such a task. The university is quite large, but there are many people, which makes it quite dangerous inside. Even professionals would not choose this task. Lin Hao felt that the university had a large space and enough room for maneuver. If the battlefield were too small, encountering a powerful zombie would mean waiting for death. His previous experience taught him that no matter the situation, the first thing to deal with was the zombies. He absolutely could not give them any chance to evolve. The group was fully prepared, driving 2 modified vehicles to the university. "Stay close to me, you two, and don't run off," Chun Ding whispered to Shiling and her daughter on the way. Even though their strength had improved significantly, he was still worried. Their combat experience was just too limited. They could handle weak zombies, but if they encountered a strong one, they might panic. "Okay, we won't run off," Shiling obediently nodded, feeling Chun Ding's goodwill once again. Without Chun Ding, the 2 of them would have died long ago and would not have become evolved beings with nearly 3 points in all attributes. With their strong attributes, they would be considered upper middle class in the base. Along the way, the number of zombies was very sparse. It seemed that most had been drawn away or killed by the previous large group. The few remaining zombies were no match for their vehicles, which they simply ran over, and it felt exhilarating. "Haha, I never thought I would get to run over zombies with a car one day. It's way more fun than in the game," Xiaoqiu exclaimed excitedly. Li Han rolled his eyes. "If you don't need to hit them, don't. What if the car breaks down on the road?" Li Han liked to think of the worst-case scenarios, as these things could indeed happen. Sitting in the back, Mo Ming Ji said nothing, but his gaze lingered on the zombies, and a trace of drool escaped from the corner of his mouth. After a bumpy ride, they finally arrived at their destination for this mission, a university. This university was the only one in the area and was said to be a key university, but unfortunately, it no longer resembled one. The entrance was littered with corpses and bloodstains, and the stone tablet inscribed with the university's name was splattered with blood, evoking fear. Even during the day, some zombies wandered around, and as soon as a living person appeared, they would immediately transform into deadly Grim Reapers. "This time we will regroup. Lian is not here, so Mo Ming Ji will take his place. You will be in one team with me, and the rest of you will be in another team. We will still clear the university in 2 directions." Before leaving, Lin Hao handed something to Chun Ding, which was the limit crystal he had obtained earlier, and explained its effects. "This thing is too precious. I can't take it." Chun Ding tried to refuse, but Lin Hao pressed down on his hand, and with Lin Hao's strength, Chun Ding couldn't move at all. "Brother Chun, don't forget, you still need to resurrect your daughter. This is for emergencies. You decide when to use it," Lin Hao said before leaving with Mo Ming Ji. Watching Lin Hao's back, Chun Ding tightly grasped the special crystal. Giving the limit crystal to Chun Ding was a decision he made after careful consideration. He had his own leveling system, and his growth speed far exceeded that of others. However, Chun Ding's growth speed had already slowed down. At this rate, let alone resurrecting his daughter, if he encountered a special zombie like the limit zombies in the future, he might very well die. If others died, Lin Hao might just feel sad for a moment, but if something happened to Chun Ding, he would never forgive himself. This crystal could enhance Chun Ding's strength at a crucial moment, or he could use it to save someone. Either way, it was not a problem. The university was large, and Lin Hao and Mo Ming Ji entered through a damaged fence, which seemed to be where someone had escaped from. Next to the fence was a girls' dormitory. Lin Hao took a glance and saw several zombies wandering around. "Let's clear this dormitory first." Mo Ming-ji had no objections and obediently followed Lin Hao. It seemed that the electricity here was also cut off, and the entire dormitory building was pitch black. The two turned on their lights and cautiously walked inside. As they walked, Mo Ming-ji suddenly tugged at Lin Hao's shirt and whispered in the left dormitory ahead, "There are two zombies. In the third room on the right. There's one zombie in ahead." Lin Hao looked at Mo Ming-ji in surprise. He had always thought that Mo Ming-ji's ghoul ability could only grow stronger by eating zombie bodies. But he didn't expect him to be able to sense the location of zombies. Even he needed a certain distance to see the zombie panel. Beyond that distance, he couldn't see them at all. With Mo Ming-ji's help, the zombies didn't react at all and were easily killed on the spot, allowing Lin Hao to also witness what a girl's dormitory looked like. I didn't expect my first time entering a girl's dormitory to be like this. Goodness, it's messier than I imagined. Lin Hao remarked as he looked at the clothes and stockings scattered everywhere in one dormitory, his eyes twitching. What shocked him the most was that in one dormitory, he encountered a naked male zombie. Are college girls' dormitories this open nowadays? Not only was there a male zombie, but there were also a pile of unused small umbrellas on the ground. He just didn't know where that female student had gone. She wasn't seen in the dormitory. Lin Hao was speechless and sent the zombie on its way. At that moment, a roar came from upstairs, followed by the sounds of fighting. Unsurprisingly, Mo Ming-ji had encountered a powerful zombie. If it were a first-level zombie, it shouldn't last long. If it were a second-level zombie, it might take a while to fight. Lin Hao had no intention of going up to help. Mo Ming-ji's attributes were improving quickly, but his combat experience was lacking. He needed this. After Lin Hao cleared the first floor, he went upstairs and saw Mo Ming-ji's hand inserted into a zombie's head, and he was already starting to eat it. This was a second-level zombie, which would greatly help Mo Ming-ji. This counted as his first second-level zombie kill. Mo Ming-ji's eating speed was quick. In less than a minute, he finished and pulled out a tissue to wipe the blood off his mouth. "Captain, it seems this floor only has this one big guy. Okay, let's continue clearing." Just as they reached the top floor of the dormitory, they unexpectedly discovered another survivor. This was a girl who was starving and nearly unconscious, hiding under the bed. Her condition was very poor. Lin Hao took a look and was quite surprised. This girl actually had a talent. Talent. Can't see me. The effect of this talent was simple. As long as she kept silently chanting, "Can't see me." As long as the power difference wasn't too great, she couldn't be detected. However, this talent had a significant weakness. When in use, she could not move. Once she moved, she would be discovered. Chapter 73. After playing Just Run, so exciting. "Captain, should we save her?" Mo Ming-ji asked. "She hasn't been discovered until now, which means her talent is still in effect. It's just that our strength is far greater than hers, allowing us to see her. Let's feed her some food and water and see how lucky she is." Mo Ming-ji nodded inexplicably, took out some food and water from his backpack, and gently fed the girl bit by bit. His movements very gentle, completely unlike the appearance of someone who had just eaten a zombie's corpse. The girl instinctively swallowed, struggling to open her eyes, but only saw two blurry figures. The sensation in her stomach made her realize that she had been rescued. Thank you." "No need to thank me. You can eat these later." Mo Ming-ji placed a piece of compressed biscuit and a bottle of mineral water down and followed Lin Hao out of there. Lin Hao wouldn't carry a burden, but he didn't mind showing a bit of mercy as long as his interests weren't harmed. He was very aware that a completely cold-hearted captain was not desirable. Showing a little compassion could help his team members identify more with him as their leader. Mo Ming-ji was the best example of this. After clearing a dormitory building, they had taken down over 30 zombies, but unfortunately, Lin Hao's own attributes had not improved at all. It seemed that as his strength increased, the gas obtained from killing zombies could no longer satisfy his body, and the improvement was minimal. There was no change on the panel. He had roughly calculated that now he needed to kill over 50 zombies to possibly increase an attribute by 0.1 points. If it weren't for the fact that the available points had not changed at all, Lin Hao would really feel how difficult it was to improve his strength. Then, the two continued to clear the second building, then the third. There were quite a few dormitory buildings in the university. They spent half a day and finally finished clearing. After that, they did not find a single survivor. That girl was truly an exception. As for that talent, Lin Hao did not copy it. He felt that it was too useless and not suitable for combat. Along the way, Mo Mingji witnessed Lin Hao's strength firsthand. No matter what kind of zombie appeared, even second-tier zombies, the captain easily took them down. Is this the strength of the captain? So strong, Mo Mingji thought to himself. At first, he had some objections when Lin Hao forced him to join the team, but gradually he realized that joining this team was really a stroke of luck. Who would have thought that in a team of no more than 10 people, more than half were professionals? If this got out, it would probably shock countless people. Not only were they professionals, but each had strong abilities, especially this captain, whose strength was incredibly powerful. He felt that if he faced the captain, he would probably be killed in just a few minutes. At this moment, the two were resting in a classroom, having just engaged in a series of exhausting battles, replenishing their strength with food. At this time, Mo Mingji spoke up. Captain, there are several zombies running quickly in this direction. They've caught the scent of us. What a bunch of dog-nosed creatures, Lin Hao casually said while finishing a piece of bread. No, it feels like they're chasing something. They're chasing a person. Mo Mingji quickly noticed something was off. Just as the two were talking, a figure suddenly dashed past the classroom in front of them, followed by 5 zombies. The zombies were slightly slower and couldn't catch up to that person, but instead noticed the 2 humans sitting in the classroom. Immediately, the 5 zombies changed their target, making unpleasant noises as they lunged towards them. Mo Mingji stood up, jumped, and kicked one zombie directly in the head, sending it flying. Then he punched another 2 zombies, 1 punch each, and for the remaining 2 zombies, he executed a spinning kick, knocking them over tables and chairs, leaving them motionless on the ground. With Mo Mingji's current strength, these ordinary zombies had no chance to retaliate. He approached, kicked one zombie, and crushed its head, killing all 5 zombies. Wasting my mealtime, Mo Mingji said, without even looking at the zombies, pulling out a biscuit to eat. For him, consuming zombie corpses could only enhance his attributes, but not fill his stomach, which felt quite strange. What the heck? You 2 took down 5 zombies? Big shot. Please take me with you. At this moment, a shocked voice rang out. It was the person who had run past earlier, who had returned at some point and immediately spotted the 5 defeated zombies on the ground. Lin Hao glanced at him. The person had a youthful face and looked like a university student. Given how fast he had run, even faster than the average person, he was likely an athlete. Lin Hao remained silent, and Mo Mingji naturally wouldn't speak either, leaving the boy feeling a bit awkward. He smiled, scratched his head, and introduced himself. Big shot. My name is Yang Zhuang. I was so hungry that I couldn't take it anymore and went out to find food, but I was targeted by zombies. Thank you for saving me. And then, Lin Hao glanced at him. This person had no talents, but had various attributes exceeding ordinary levels, especially with a physique of 1, 2, which was quite good. If he completed basic evolution, his attributes would be higher than the average person. Yang Zhuang realized this big shot was a bit unpredictable, generally. At this point, shouldn't the big shot take him in? Could it be that he hadn't performed well enough? Big shot. You must have come to deal with the zombies in this school, right? I know the distribution of zombies here and where the other survivors are. Yang Zhuang volunteered. Lin Hao, who was initially prepared to leave, thought for a moment after hearing Yang Zhuang's words and said, tell me the areas where the zombies are concentrated, and you go contact the survivors here. If you want me to save them, each person must kill at least 1 zombie. Otherwise, I will just let them fend for themselves. Yang Zhuang was overjoyed and quickly shared what he knew about the distribution of zombies with Lin Hao. Basically, in the university, there were only a few places where zombies were more concentrated. One was the cafeteria. The university had several cafeterias, and when the zombie crisis broke out, it happened to be mealtime, leading to the highest number of zombies there. Secondly, there was the school's auditorium, where a performance was taking place that day, and many people were watching, resulting in a significant number of zombies there as well. As for other places, the number of zombies was more dispersed. Mo Mingji, you follow Yang Zhuang to contact those survivors and supervise whether they've killed zombies. Then tell me afterward. Okay, Captain. After watching Mo Mingji and Yang Zhuang leave, Lin Hao fell into deep thought. The recent turmoil of the survivor base made him realize one thing. Sometimes, having fewer people isn't necessarily a good thing. Even if his team members were all elites, the number was still a factor. To establish a foothold in the apocalypse, one must build their own force. And having manpower is essential for building that force. Lin Hao headed to a nearby cafeteria alone, and from a distance he saw a considerable number of zombies gathered there. initially estimating their number to be over 300. With so many zombies, it would be suicidal for him to go in alone. He had to separate and kill these zombies. At this moment, it was time for his talent to make an appearance. He first used the assassin class to quietly sneak over, then decisively used his talent on the 10 zombies inside, controlling them, and ordered these zombies to suddenly attack the surrounding zombies, instantly killing the 10 zombies. The other zombies were momentarily stunned, and then they realized that there was a traitor among them. No, there were 10 traitors. Roar! The zombies became enraged and rushed forward, tearing the 10 zombies apart. However, before they were killed, these 10 zombies retaliated by biting through the throats of the zombies in front of them, blood gushing out rapidly. Lin Hao was curious. Would zombies lose their ability to move if they bled too much? Unfortunately, after observing for several minutes, he found that the zombies whose blood had almost drained were still able to move. It seemed that blood was not a necessity for zombies. This won't do. Even if I control the zombies to attack, I can only take down a very small number of them, and my mental energy is not infinite. Lin Hao pondered for a moment, carefully searching through the horde of zombies, and finally found a zombie. This was a first-tier zombie, not very strong, but its speed was impressive. It was a speed-mutated zombie, with a speed attribute of 3 points, surpassing almost all the zombies present. His idea was simple. Control this first-tier zombie, create some chaos, and lead a portion of the zombies away to help isolate the horde. Thinking of this, he acted. With a sharp pain in his head, Lin Hao forcibly controlled the zombie, and the first-tier zombie began to move. It directly slapped a wandering zombie in front of it, instantly spinning the zombie's head 720 degrees, rendering it immobile. Such an abnormal behavior naturally alarmed the other zombies. Roar! Roar! The zombies let out a roar, as if to say that another traitor had appeared. But Lin Hao was already prepared. After the attack, he controlled the zombie to turn and run. After setting off a commotion, he ran away. What a thrill! Seeing this, the zombies immediately chased after him. However, not all the zombies pursued. Lin Hao estimated that only about 50 zombies followed. Did they really think that 50 zombies could easily take down a first-tier zombie? Lin Hao's gaze shifted to the only second-tier zombie in the area. This zombie had undergone a mental mutation, but had not developed true intelligence. It was a bit more instinctual, slightly smarter than an average zombie. I'll gladly accept these 50 zombies. Chapter 74. Behind-the-scenes operations. Lin Hao followed behind the horde, letting the first-tier zombie lead them to a nearby playground. The once green lawn was now stained with red, littered with incomplete corpses. There was no patch of clean ground left in the entire school. Once they arrived, Lin Hao ordered the first-tier zombie to stop fleeing and instead took the initiative to engage. Roar! After all, it was still a first-tier zombie, much stronger than ordinary zombies. It lunged at a regular zombie, grabbing its head and twisting it. Crack! The zombie's head turned 180 degrees and collapsed to the ground. The next second, another zombie pounced on it, opening its mouth to bite. Seeing the first-tier zombie begin to fight, Lin Hao smirked and stealthily approached another zombie, his watermelon knife flashing. Thud! The zombie's neck was immediately severed. 1 kill. Lin Hao silently counted as he moved toward the next zombie. Due to the stealth effect, the zombies only realized that their companions were disappearing when about half of them had been killed. At that moment, the first-tier zombie was almost overwhelmed by the other zombies. Thud! Another knife strike. 34 kills. After consecutively killing over 30 zombies, Lin Hao felt his arm starting to ache. To kill a zombie, severing the neck was the simplest and most direct method. Of course, if the weapon wasn't sharp enough, Lin Hao suggested targeting the eyes to directly hit the brain. At that moment, Lin Hao's assassin class duration ended, and his figure appeared before the zombies. Seeing a living person, the zombies' eyes almost sparkled with excitement as they lunged at Lin Hao, eager to taste human flesh. Lin Hao was ruthless and said little. He charged in with a flurry of attacks. With each strike, he took a zombie's life, while his available points gradually increased. As the last zombie fell, Lin Hao wiped the sweat from his forehead. Killing zombies was quite a physical task. It's a pity about that first-tier zombie. If it hadn't died, I could have used it again. The other zombies probably wouldn't have come out before being chased down. What a headache. While Lin Hao was troubled about how to draw aggro, Mo Mingji followed Yang Zhuang into a remote building where many people were hiding. Upon seeing the number of survivors here, which exceeded 50. Mo Mingji noticed that more than 10 of them seemed to be teachers from the school, while the rest were students. When Yang Zhuang returned, a boy hurried over and asked, Yang Zhuang, did you find food? Who is this person? They had decided who would go out to search for food through a lottery, as no one wanted to venture out to their deaths. This time, it was Yang Zhuang's turn, and he had no choice but to go out, unexpectedly encountering two powerful figures. Yang Zhuang smiled and said, I didn't find food, but I found two big shots, and this is one of them. As long as we have a big shot with us, we can definitely reach the survivor base safely. Mo Mingji shot a glance at Yang Zhuang. If this kid knew that the military at the survivor base had suffered heavy losses, he wouldn't be so eager to go there. A big shot? Just him? A teacher looked at Mo Mingji with skepticism, thinking he looked like an unsuccessful youth. In the eyes of these teachers, a person like him was simply a failure in society. However, the next second, Mo Mingji moved, swiftly approaching the teacher, grabbing his neck and lifting him off the ground. Do you have a problem? Mo Mingji said. Before joining the group, to conceal his profession, Mo Mingji had always been on his own. He didn't even flinch when he first ate a zombie's corpse. It was only when he encountered someone as ruthless as Lin Hao that he felt restrained. If it were anyone else, he wouldn't have paid them any mind. He was a person with a very proud heart. Stronger individuals could criticize him, but the weak had no such qualifications. As the teacher's face began to turn purple, seemingly on the verge of passing out, the others didn't dare to speak up. Only Yang Zhuang, mustering his courage, said, Big shot. The teacher's words weren't intentional. Please be magnanimous and let him go. Whether it was this statement that made a difference or not, Mo Mingji released his grip, and the teacher fell to the ground, gasping for air. He genuinely thought he was going to die just now. He would never forget that near-death feeling for the rest of his life. Mo Mingji looked at everyone present and said, with so many first-tier zombies around the school, you haven't discovered this place yet. You all must have really lucked out to survive this long. Many students secretly clenched their fists, showing displeasure, but having witnessed the earlier incident, they knew they were no match for Mo Mingji. Charging him would only lead to their demise. Although they are passionate, they are not foolish. What's wrong? Do you think what I'm saying is incorrect? Mo Mingji curled the corner of his mouth into a cold smile. Since you know about the survivor base, do you not know about the classification of zombies? And about professionals and evolvers, do you know? Seeing the confused expressions on the faces of these people, Mo Mingji realized that they really knew nothing. He briefly educated them, and they were immediately stunned. It turned out that the zombies they encountered were mostly ordinary ones, and above them were first-level and second-level zombies. With their current strength, encountering a first-level zombie would guarantee their demise, let alone a second-level one. Humans also have powerful professionals and evolvers. Evolvers are born from killing zombies, but the way professionals come into being is unclear. Each professional has their own unique profession, which is very powerful. And I'm a professional. My captain sent me here to give you an opportunity. As long as you start now and kill a zombie before the captain completes his mission, he promises to take you to the survivor base. Of course, don't think about taking shortcuts. I want to see one person kill a zombie with their own hands, not relying on others for help. Do you understand? A student asked tremulously, what if someone has never killed a zombie? How it was before is how it is now. It's that simple. With one sentence, he directly shut down their inquiries. To find a supervisor, Mo Mingji went out and brought back 5 zombies with broken limbs, letting Yang Zhuang kill 5 zombies in front of everyone, becoming a basic evolver. After Yang Zhuang demonstrated the power and speed of a basic evolver, many people's eyes lit up. Who wouldn't want to become stronger? In such an apocalypse, only by becoming stronger can one preserve their life. Everything else is nonsense. Unfortunately for them, the big shot could not help them become basic evolvers, and Yang Zhuang, having been instructed by the big shot, did not dare to help them cheat. Yang Zhuang, we're good buddies. You have to help me. A person quietly approached Yang Zhuang and said. Yang Zhuang looked and saw that the person was indeed a good friend from his dorm, but he really didn't dare to go against the big shot's orders. Don't look at him as an evolver now. He felt that the big shot could crush him like an ant. I can't help you, but I can tell you how to deal with zombies. The good friend obviously didn't believe him and continued. If you're willing to help me, I'll tell you a secret that relates to you. Yang Zhuang frowned. A secret related to him? I'm serious. If I help you, the big shot might kill me. At most, I can help you later. What do you think? The good friend thought for a moment. Yang Zhuang had clearly latched onto a golden thigh, and having him protect him in the future wasn't a loss. This secret is that you were chosen to go out and look for food. It's not because of your bad luck, but because someone used some underhanded tactics. In other words, you were predetermined. What? Yang Zhuang was shocked. He didn't expect the truth to be like this, and then a surge of anger welled up. Who did this? I haven't offended anyone in school. Why would they want to harm me? Who else could it be? Zhou Wuda. The reason is simple. Your sports grades have always been better than his, and he's been unhappy with you for a long time. This time, he finally persuaded a few teachers to secretly manipulate things, trying to harm you. I happened to overhear them while I was in the bathroom. Thanks. I'll definitely help you in the future. Yang Zhuang patted his good friend's shoulder. Yang Zhuang then walked into the crowd and made his way to Zhou Wuda. Without saying a word, Yang Zhuang looked at Zhou Wuda, who felt uneasy. His expression was somewhat unnatural. Yang Zhuang, what do you want from me? Zhou Wuda, how does it feel to manipulate things behind the scenes? Zhou Wuda was shocked. How did he know about this? To know, he had promised many things for this manipulation. Otherwise, it wouldn't have been a matter of several people before it was Yang Zhuang. What are you talking about? I don't understand. Zhou Wuda's expression was barely holding up. Don't understand, huh? Yang Zhuang suddenly erupted, throwing a punch at Zhou Wuda. Originally, as a sports student, his punch was already quite powerful, and after becoming a basic evolver, his strength was much greater. Zhou Wuda had no time to dodge and was punched in the nose. Puffed. Immediately, Zhou Wuda's nose was smashed open, blood pouring out, and he was in so much pain that tears streamed down his face. Yang Zhuang, what are you doing? Zhou Wuda shouted. No one expected Yang Zhuang to suddenly hit someone. They instinctively wanted to intervene, but with Yang Zhuang's words, they stopped. Think carefully. I have a big shot backing me. At that moment, Yang Zhuang deeply experienced the true meaning of using one's power to intimidate others. This feeling was truly exhilarating. No one intervened, and with Yang Zhuang's increased strength, Zhou Wuda was completely no match for him, fleeing in panic. Yang Zhuang then kicked him down, mounted him, and unleashed a flurry of punches, hitting him relentlessly. Stop hitting, stop hitting. Zhou Wuda, in pain, trembled all over, hurriedly shouted, It's my fault. I was too jealous of you, which is why I got the teachers to manipulate things. I just wanted to teach you a lesson. I really didn't mean to kill you. The crowd was in an uproar. Chapter 75, a test subject. No one expected Zhou Wuda to actually go so far as to harm Yang Zhuang. As for his claim of not wanting to harm Yang Zhuang, only a fool would believe that. After all, they were all college students and had at least some basic discernment skills. I've seen for a long time that you are not a good person. I didn't expect you to be this disgusting. Bah, as Yang Zhuang's good friend, he was the first to step forward and spit on Zhou Wuda, lying on the ground. Others followed suit, fully demonstrating what it meant for the tree to fall and the monkeys to scatter. Zhou Wuda posed no further threat, and Yang Zhuang's gaze turned to those teachers. Without their consent, Zhou Wuda would not have been able to manipulate things. Who colluded with Zhou Wuda? Stand up. Yang Zhuang shouted, and the teachers trembled. But none stood up. Yang Zhuang sneered. No one is coming forward? Then I'll treat all of you as accomplices. This statement frightened several of the teachers. Not all of them knew about this, and a male teacher jumped out directly to inform Yang Zhuang. This matter was approved by the vice principal. These few participated in it. I was excluded because I didn't participate. And me. With the first, the second quickly followed. Soon, 4 or 5 teachers stood up, pointing fingers at those involved, and a few teachers were quickly isolated. The vice principal was a plump man with a receding hairline, a fawning smile on his face. Yang Zhuang, there may be some misunderstanding here. I can. Before he could finish, Yang Zhuang stepped forward and punched him, knocking the vice principal to the ground. He didn't spare the other teachers either, taking them all down. Standing in the center of the area, Yang Zhuang was full of vigor at that moment. Starting now, all of you go out and kill zombies. As long as you kill 1 zombie, you'll qualify for the protection of the boss. If you kill 5 zombies, you can become an evolver just like me. Upon hearing this, many boys revealed a look of desire in their eyes. Who wouldn't want to become stronger? Who wouldn't want to stand in a position like Yang Zhuang's? However, they had previously never known that killing zombies could make them stronger. Or rather, after killing 1 or 2 zombies, they didn't feel much difference. Only after killing 5 zombies and completing the basic evolution would they truly feel a change in their bodies. At that moment, on the other side, Chunding's team entered through another side door, first eliminating all the scattered zombies around. Ling and her daughter took the initiative to attack. Seeing that these zombies posed no threat, Chunding felt at ease letting them fight. Before long, the part-time scout Xiaqiu returned. Vice Captain, I saw a circular building ahead. It seems there are quite a few zombies inside. Should we avoid it for now? A circular building? Could it be the auditorium used for performances at the school? Chunding immediately thought of this place. Following Xiaqiu, the two hid in the bushes, watching the building from a distance. Sure enough, there were no fewer than 50 zombies wandering around the building. Not to mention there could be even more inside. With so many zombies, they simply couldn't handle them without taking damage with their current strength. Moreover, they had Ling and her daughter in their team, so they had to consider their safety. Let's not engage here for now. We'll clear other areas first. Wait, just as Chunding was about to leave, he suddenly saw a figure flash by inside. With the enhancement of his physique, his vision also greatly improved, and Chunding was certain that what he saw was indeed a living person, not a zombie. However, among zombies, there are those that can transform into humans. Could it be a mutated zombie? There's a person inside. I suspect it's a human that turned from a zombie. Have your girlfriend go take a look. No problem. Xiaqiu controlled his girlfriend to quickly approach the circular building, and soon she spotted the suspected zombie human. Not only that, but Xiaqiu also saw 6 living people inside, all of them girls. However, it seemed that these girls were all dressed in cosplay outfits. What were they doing? But he quickly realized what was happening. The suspected zombie man grabbed one of the girls and directly tore her clothes, engaging in some inappropriate activities. Xiaqiu was stunned. Zombies nowadays really know how to have fun. Is this some kind of uniform play? After relaying the situation to Chunding, he was speechless. Is this really a zombie? Do zombies also enjoy this? Chunding was a bit confused. The two then left, temporarily avoiding an attack on the auditorium and moving to other areas. A university is quite large, with more than one teaching building and various other structures. Clearing all the zombies would take a considerable amount of time. Pucci. Lin Hao plunged a knife into a zombie's head, looking at the surrounding corpses of zombies, and took a short break. He was in a laboratory building. The number of zombies here wasn't high, but their strength seemed to be slightly greater than those in other places. Could it be that there were some special chemical substances in this laboratory that caused these zombies to undergo some kind of change? Just as Lin Hao was pondering this, a cold wind suddenly swept in from behind him. Lin Hao smirked and swung his knife back. Ding! The knife seemed to strike steel, and the recoil made Lin Hao's arm tingle. It was only then he saw what had attacked him. It was actually a small white mouse. It wasn't surprising to find small white mice in a laboratory, but what was strange was that this one seemed to have not turned into a zombie, yet its strength had increased significantly. Lin Hao squinted and looked at the small white mouse's panel. Its panel was a brand new color, white. Small white mouse, second stage evolved body, physique and speed evolution, strength, 5 mental, 3, 9 physique, 7, 8 speed, 7. 1 talent. Rapid. The rapid talent could grant it faster speed for a short time, making it quite a decent talent. Coupled with the mouse's inherent speed, it was like adding wings to a tiger. However, Lin Hao was no longer the same as before. His attributes were not inferior to the mouse's speed and physique. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to counterattack just now. Lin Hao was certain that this small white mouse was not a zombie, but rather labeled as a second stage evolved body. Could there be another evolution path besides zombies? The small white mouse lay on a table, its green bean-sized eyes fixed on Lin Hao, as if it were staring at prey. Lin Hao raised an eyebrow. This little mouse had some guts, treating him as prey? Have you ever felt what despair is? As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Hao directly used his talent to extend. This time, he didn't use it on the small mouse, but on himself. He extended his movement distance, clearly just normal speed, yet it produced an effect akin to teleportation. With one step, he appeared right in front of the small white mouse, and the blade glimmered as it struck down on the little mouse. The small white mouse was taken aback and instinctively used its rapid talent, transforming into a flash of white light to dodge. Still trying to run? Lin Hao sneered and took another step forward, quickly closing in on the small white mouse, stabbing with the watermelon knife at various parts of its body. The small white mouse was busy dodging, realizing it had made a mistake by encountering such a formidable human. The battle between them left the not-so-large room marked with traces of the watermelon knife, as these ordinary metal objects simply couldn't withstand its sharpness. A single hit would create a massive gash. The small white mouse occasionally countered, but its teeth could not penetrate Lin Hao's clothing at all. The small white mouse nearly doubted its life. Did humans' clothes really have to be this tough? Lin Hao seized the opportunity and delivered strike. Poochie, one of the small white mouse's legs, was chopped off by Lin Hao. Gigi, the small white mouse, let out a painful scream, not daring to fight Lin Hao anymore, and hurriedly dashed towards the laboratory's door, wanting to escape. How could Lin Hao let this moving point of experience get away? He naturally chased after it quickly. With one leg gone, the small white mouse slowed down significantly and was finally caught by Lin Hao at the end of the corridor. Can't run anymore? Lin Hao sneered at the small white mouse, preparing to deliver the final blow when the small white mouse suddenly let out a piercing scream. And out of nowhere, a swarm of small white mice emerged. These small white mice were naturally not as strong as the one in front of him, but there were just too many of them. Lin Hao didn't even have time to greet them and directly struck down, grabbing the small white mouse's corpse and sprinting back. Seeing their leader killed, the other small white mice screamed in anger, forming a white wave rushing towards Lin Hao. System, use ice control. An ice wall immediately blocked the entire corridor as the small white mice slammed against the ice wall with all their might, but the wall remained unmoved. I built the biggest ice wall. I don't believe you can get past it. Lin Hao sneered. Just now, he estimated that there were about 50 little white mice, and with his current strength, he should be able to handle them. Then let's go for it. Lin Hao waved his hand, removing the ice wall and revealing the little white mice behind it. In the next second, he used the power of the wind sun, and the wind around him began to swirl. Swish! Lin Hao struck decisively. With one slash, one little white mouse was cut in half, its bright red blood and entrails staining the ground. The other little white mice went crazy, opening their mouths and biting fiercely at Lin Hao. Relying on the wind sun's ability to speed himself up and using the power of the wind to fight, Lin Hao managed to avoid being touched by the little white mice even once. But there were just too many of them, and eventually, one lucky little white mouse bit down on his hand. Lin Hao's skin was broken. He frowned slightly. With his current body, he shouldn't have to worry about getting hurt by little white mice, let alone zombies. Just as he was about to crush the little white mouse, the system's voice appeared, detected the appearance of an evolved creature causing harm to the host. The system is making corrections. Chapter 76, Reasonable and Convincing. A new pets section has been added, with a temporary limit of 3 pets. Pets can be captured by the host or obtained through point extraction. Newly added, killing evolved beings will provide double the usable points. The panel content has been expanded. Please check the details yourself. The system suddenly had several new features, but unfortunately, Lin Hao didn't have time to check them all. He quickly cleared the surrounding little white mice, then found a relatively safe place to look at the system updates. The addition of a pet section was something Lin Hao hadn't expected. Not only could he capture pets, but the system could also extract them. This deserved a good review. Killing evolved beings for double usable points sounded great, but so far, the only evolved creature he had encountered was the little white mouse. So the actual effect remained to be seen. The panel also added more detailed information, with one new point: weaknesses. This feature was like adding wings to Lin Hao. If he could have seen the weaknesses of the ultimate zombies earlier, he wouldn't have had to run around being chased by them. Lin Hao looked and saw that extracting a pet required 1 point each time. He checked his remaining points and, with reluctance, chose to extract one. Before him appeared an egg, which seemed a bit large. With a thought, the egg began to shake and its surface gradually cracked. Finally, with a pop, the shell broke, and a fluffy little creature appeared before Lin Hao. This is a mouse? Lin Hao's mouth twitched. His luck couldn't be that bad, could it? How'd he end up with a mouse? However, when he saw the panel for this mouse, he was stunned. Panda, evolved being, juvenile stage. Super evolution, potential, S, from low to high, C to S, strength, 0, 9 spirit, 1, 2 constitution, 1, 0 speed, 0, 8 talent. Cute and sneaky Lin Hao's mouth twitched again. He remembered that a panda, when just born, looked almost like a mouse. How long would it take for such a small panda to grow up? Was he expected to have this little guy fight to protect him? Just as he was thinking this, the system kindly said the host can provide points to help the pet grow quickly. Increasing its strength can shorten the juvenile stage and enter the growth phase. Additionally, the host is given a pet space during non-combat time. Pets can be placed inside the pet space. Lin Hao silently gave his system a thumbs up. If he had a fight with a juvenile panda, one wrong move could get it hurt. First, I'll raise all attributes to 10 points, then improve the panda's strength. After all, it has the highest potential of S, so it should be strong once it grows up. Having set his goal, Lin Hao immediately began searching for zombies. What else could relieve worries but zombies? Lin Hao returned to the cafeteria he had been in before, where the zombies were still wandering around. This time, he planned to go big, using nearly half of his spirit to control the zombies and directly took control of 15 of them. This time, he didn't let the zombies die. Instead, he eliminated 15 zombies by attacking one of them and then ran in different directions. As soon as the other zombies saw this, they immediately roared and chased after them, reducing the number of zombies in the cafeteria to less than 150. Lin Hao first took down all the zombies that had been lured away, leaving 7 zombies still alive. He used the same tactic again, but this time he made these 7 zombies act like performers. They walked in a stiff manner, their bodies swaying, looking completely confused, and wobbled back toward the cafeteria. Lin Hao discovered that zombies couldn't tell if one of their own was controlled. They only recognized it through their actions. As long as there was at least one first-tier zombie in the group, no zombie could attack another, but the scattered zombies seemed to have no such issue. When these actor zombies returned to the group, they used the same trick again and lured away another wave of zombies. After trying this back and forth 3 times, all 15 actor zombies had completed their mission and were sacrificed. Looking at the fewer than 30 zombies in front of him, Lin Hao chuckled and walked straight into the cafeteria. The once lively cafeteria now had only these fewer than 30 zombies left, and the food stored in the cabinets had long since rotted, with flies and insects buzzing everywhere. Even the zombies had many flies sitting on them, and maggots occasionally squirmed out from their skin, only to burrow back in. To be honest, these were the most disgusting zombies Lin Hao had ever seen. In fact, Lin Hao had long realized that zombies didn't seem to be purely dead. Otherwise, the inexplicable corpse-eating ability would allow him to eat zombies on the spot rather than having to kill them first. Their heads were still active, their blood hadn't coagulated, and even the pain exhibited by the zombies made it clear that they weren't truly dead. It seemed that the outer skin of the zombies naturally decayed and fell off, even if some parts were missing, as long as it wasn't the brain. It would affect them at all. In Xiaoqiu's words, who knows how these zombies came to be? A second-tier zombie wobbled to its feet, its gaze fixed on Lin Hao. It opened its mouth as if trying to speak, but unfortunately, it had no ability to communicate and only retained enough intelligence to recognize intruders. At that moment, other zombies surged forward, and it seemed that facing a living person, even the second-tier zombie couldn't suppress their instincts. Roar! The zombie opened its mouth wide and lunged at Lin Hao. Lin Hao took a step back and slashed with his knife. The zombie's head fell to the ground, rolling for a moment before finally stopping. This was just the first one, but definitely not the last. Assassin use. Lin Hao's figure disappeared in front of the zombie, and just when the zombie was confused, not knowing where he had gone, his figure reappeared behind another zombie. He reached out and slashed its throat. The movement was incredibly smooth. The zombie didn't even know how it died. A first-tier zombie, mutated in speed, actually detected Lin Hao's location and charged directly at him after a short run. Lin Hao decisively gave it a knife, going straight through the eye socket. After killing it, he didn't forget to extract the first-tier crystal. This thing was a good item. However, Lin Hao was surprised to find that while he was killing zombies, the second-tier zombie didn't make a move at all. Isn't this guy supposed to be mentally mutated? What has it mutated into? Lin Hao was somewhat astonished. Until he had killed all the other zombies, the second-tier zombie still showed no signs of movement. If it weren't for Lin Hao being able to see the opponent's panel, he would have thought this zombie was scared to death. Facing a second-tier zombie with attributes all around 6, Lin Hao felt no pressure at all. He took advantage of his stealth to quietly approach it, still going for the familiar throat slash. As a result, this time, Lin Hao realized he had underestimated it. The second-tier zombie suddenly seemed to transform. A powerful aura surged from its body, and its panel changed. It was a red panel. Second-tier zombie, mental mutation, strength, 5. 1 mental, 6. 8 Constitution, 5. 3 Speed, 4. 9 Initial Profession. Arsonist Lin Hao immediately exclaimed, "What the heck? Zombies can have professions too? And it's Chun-Ji's arsonist? If it's going to be like this, how can humans deal with zombies? The only advantage humans currently have is the professionals. The evolved ones can only be considered supplementary. Without the professionals to support them, humans really can't compete with powerful zombies." And now he was seeing a zombie with a profession. What on earth was going on? System, come out and explain. The essence of zombies is still human. So there is a very small chance they can awaken and become professionals. It's just that the host hasn't encountered one before. Reasonable and convincing, what a load of crap. Lin Hao was so angry he wanted to hit someone. Was his luck really that good to encounter a zombie that became a professional? Facing the arsonist zombie, Lin Hao didn't dare to get close. After all, he had used the arsonist profession before and knew that the most powerful aspect of this profession was the flames all over its body. As long as it touched anything, it could extend its flames, but the only place it seemed to extend from was its hands. Lin Hao backed away, and the second-tier zombie seemed to come to its senses and began to attack. Its whole body was engulfed in flames, and even being slightly close made him feel the heat radiating from it. This was really no joke. Once the arsonist became an enemy, it was a terrifying nightmare. The second-tier zombie's movements were somewhat clumsy, knocking over many tables and chairs along the way. These tables and chairs ignited upon contact with its flames, adding a hint of smoky smell to the already unpleasant cafeteria. Lin Hao didn't dare to approach the second-tier zombie and kept his distance while thinking about how to deal with the arsonist zombie. Among his talents, extending was not suitable for combat, and controlling zombies would require more mental energy than he had, with his head still throbbing. As for the remaining talent, the verbal bombardment, why not give it a try? The opponent could be considered to have a bit of intelligence. So Lin Hao decided to give a shot and directly used the verbal bombardment ability. Then he saw a beam of light shoot out from his mouth, hitting right on target. A charred mark appeared on the second-tier zombie's chest, faintly revealing its ribs. Lin Hao was full of question marks at that moment. It turned out this talent was quite literal. It really was a verbal bombardment, a mouth-based attack. He had always thought the verbal bombardment referred to the ability to defeat the opponent with words. Who knew it would turn out like this? Next time, I must not make the experiential mistake. I need to carefully check the effects of any ability or talent before using it. Chapter 77. Food. The second-tier zombie let out a painful scream, but its steps didn't stop. It charged forward again. Lin Hao decisively gave it another verbal bombardment, and this time the zombie lost its left arm. Lin Hao prepared to unleash another attack, but he felt his stamina depleting significantly, with a faint feeling of weakness spreading throughout his body. The power of the verbal bombardment is average, but the consumption is quite high. I can't use it anymore. Lin Hao decisively stopped using the verbal bombardment. But without ranged attacks, going toe-to-toe with the arsonist zombie in close combat was an unwise choice. System, use ice control. Lin Hao finally used the ice control ability, which was the opposite of the arsonist. In an instant, a large amount of frost appeared around him. A chilling aura emanated from Lin Hao, causing the second-tier zombie to pause for a moment. However, the temptation of a human was too great. It still charged at Lin Hao. Lin Hao sneered coldly and saw a huge ice block appear in front of him. He lifted it with both hands and hurled it at the second-tier zombie. Whoosh! The ice block struck the second-tier zombie at high speed, seemingly suppressing the flames on its body. Boom! The second-tier zombie let out a wail as the flames on its body blazed, trying to melt the ice block pressing down on it, but seemed to have forgotten that Lin Hao was still by the side. Freeze! Lin Hao jumped onto the ice block, placing one hand on it, and the cold ice began to creep up the points of contact toward the second-tier zombie. Sizzle! The ice and flames made a sizzling sound upon contact. This was a clash between professionals. At first, the flames were very dominant, seemingly wanting to suppress the ice. But gradually, the flames on the zombie's body weakened until they vanished, and its entire body was frozen. Congratulations, host, for killing the arsonist zombie and gaining the opportunity to temporarily use the initial profession of arsonist. After using it, you can become an arsonist for a duration of 1 day. The system's voice left Lin Hao stunned. He hadn't expected such a hidden benefit. He had always thought that several of his professions were quite good, but the only drawback was that their duration was too short. Even after leveling up once, it only lasted 2 minutes. Many times, 2 minutes was simply not enough. If it weren't for being able to reactivate the profession with points, Lin Hao felt that these 3 professions seemed to be inferior to just one profession. Killing a professional zombie grants the right to use that zombie's profession. From now on, I can't let any professional zombies go. Lin Hao dug out the crystal and continued searching for zombies without looking back. The day passed in killing zombies, and before dark, they gathered at the agreed location near a teaching building. Everyone reported their achievements, and even Ling and her daughter personally killed over 20 zombies, which was quite an accomplishment for them. What about those people now? Lin Hao asked Mo Mingji. Most of them are out looking for zombies, but there are still a few who are unwilling to go out, and Mo Mingji replied. Let that small group of people fend for themselves. Those who are unwilling to seize the opportunity handed to them are beyond saving. Captain, we found a strange person in the auditorium earlier. He claims to be human, and the zombies seem to have no intention of attacking him. But he also left behind a few female college students, occasionally doing that. Xiaqiu gave Lin Hao a knowing look. All right, what else could men and women do together? Such a peculiar person piqued Lin Hao's curiosity. Anyway, this school will be cleared out sooner or later. Let's leave that for now. Tomorrow, we'll continue clearing other areas. There are still quite a few zombies in the canteens that we need to deal with, so we'll focus on that later. The group arrived at the hiding place of the students and saw Mo Mingji's figure. Yang Zhuang was the first to step forward. Boss, I've noted down all those who are unwilling to go out and kill zombies. This is our captain. From now on, you can report anything to him, Yang Zhuang said. Yang Zhuang was startled and quickly nodded to show he understood. At this moment, the scene was clearly divided. On the left stood some students and a couple of teachers, while on the right stood mostly girls and most of the teachers. The boys were a bit bolder, but most of the girls lost their courage the moment they saw the zombies, only knowing to flee and scream. This led to nearly all the girls giving up on the option of going out to kill zombies. Lin Hao didn't even glance at these people and led his team to a relatively clean spot, casually sitting down to prepare for dinner. Their dinner consisted of packaged food, which in the past, few would consider a meal, but at this time, packaged food was simply a supreme delicacy. Gurgle, someone's stomach growled, and soon, the stomachs of others followed suit. Yang Zhuang, can you help us get some food? We haven't eaten anything all day, a friend of Yang Zhuang asked. Yang Zhuang looked at them eating from a distance, feeling extremely hungry himself. I'll give it a try, but don't get your hopes up. Yang Zhuang stood up and walked over to Lin Hao. Boss, could you give us some food? We haven't eaten anything all day. Sure, but only those who have killed zombies get to eat. You can divide this among yourselves. Lin Hao casually pulled out 3 or 4 packets of compressed biscuits and 3 bottles of water, tossing them to Yang Zhuang. Yang Zhuang was overjoyed. He didn't expect the boss would actually give him so much food. If he saved some, he could still eat tomorrow. Of course, the original number of people was not enough, but today, quite a few people who went out to kill zombies were successfully killed by zombies, reducing their numbers by nearly 10, and some others hadn't killed any zombies. Thus, the number of people needing food significantly decreased. Yang Zhuang happily returned with the food, distributing it one by one. The vice principal, seeing Yang Zhuang successfully acquire food, felt a surge of desire. You go over and get us some food. Young men are full of vigor and won't refuse you. If it doesn't work, just spend the night with him, the vice principal said to his secretary beside him. The secretary, dressed in a black silk uniform with a beautiful face and a voluptuous figure, was undoubtedly the dream secretary of countless men. Many teachers in the school knew that the vice principal had many unspeakable dealings with his secretary, but with his power and influence, no one dared to challenge him. The secretary shot him a flirtatious glance, but that's physical labor. It would be very tiring. With that, she stood up and walked over to Lin Hao with delicate steps. As she passed by Yang Zhuang and the others, many boys stared in awe. Such a tempting secretary had a huge impact on them. Hey there, could you give us some food? I'm so hungry, the secretary said in a slightly coy tone, squatting beside Lin Hao and deliberately revealing her cleavage, looking as if she was ready to offer herself at any moment. Fang Shui frowned. She didn't know why, but she really disliked this kind of woman getting close to Lin Hao. A chill emanated from her, instantly dropping the temperature around them. Lin Hao glanced at Fang Shui, unsure of why she was using her ability now. To the secretary's voice, he simply responded indifferently. If you're hungry, just endure it. It'll pass. Xiaoqiu couldn't hold back and laughed out loud. As expected of the captain, his ability to retort was still impressive. The secretary's face showed a hint of embarrassment. It seemed she hadn't anticipated encountering such a straight man. But I really can't hold it in anymore, okay? Please, handsome. The secretary boldly reached out to hug Lin Hao's arm. In the next moment, she felt something cold pressed against her neck, a sharp pain radiating from there. If you move again, I guarantee your head will be gone, Lin Hao's cold voice rang out. The secretary was terrified. She never imagined that there would be someone in the world who could remain unmoved by a beautiful woman's advances and even threaten her life. She slowly backed away, and upon seeing that Lin Hao made no further move, she scrambled away. TSK, what a pity for such a nice beauty. Xiaoqiu shook his head. If you want to go, just go now. Lin Hao shot him a glance. Xiaoqiu smiled awkwardly and said nothing. The secretary returned empty-handed and was fiercely reprimanded by the vice principal, who decided to take matters into his own hands this time. Ahem, young man, This time, Lin Hao couldn't be bothered to listen to his nonsense and directly kicked him, sending the vice principal back to where he started. The vice principal's eyes nearly bulged out. Intense pain surged from his abdomen. He felt as if his intestines had been broken, lying on the ground howling. I should have said, those who haven't killed zombies have no right to follow us. The power of this kick was evident, and no one dared to ask them for food anymore. In the dead of night, a shadow quietly stood up, slowly making its way towards Lin Hao and the others based on its memory. This person was none other than the vice principal, kicked away by Lin Hao. His expression was extremely twisted, and the resentment in his heart was nearly off the charts. Damn bastard, how dare you treat me like that? Even if you're powerful, you are still flesh and blood. With this knife, I'll send you to meet the king of hell. The vice principal felt that he was in a good position and suddenly lunged forward, stabbing with his knife. However, the knife missed entirely. Not only that, the clash between the knife and the ground produced a piercing sound, waking up several people. As the lights turned on, they saw the vice principal in an awkward pose, holding the knife, and Lin Hao standing beside him, arms crossed. If anyone still didn't understand what was happening, they would be a fool. The vice principal attempted to take revenge under the cover of darkness, but ended up stabbing empty air, instantly becoming a clown. Chapter 78. New Professional Ability. The vice principal was sweating profusely. He had never considered what the consequences of a failed assassination would be. He slowly raised his head, forcing a grim smile. Well, I just wanted to take a walk, and somehow ended up here. Lin Hao wore a mocking expression. Your walk is quite different from others, carrying a knife while strolling. The vice principal, sweating profusely, was desperately thinking of more excuses. Lin Hao didn't want to waste words with him, but directly killing him seemed too easy. Soon, he thought a good idea. He pointed at those who hadn't killed zombies and shouted, "Whoever can kill him, I'll give them food." As soon as the words came out, the eyes of those people seemed to light up. For a person who was extremely hungry, food was like life itself. They had no extra thoughts about the vice principal. All they could think about was food. Seeing these people gradually approaching, the vice principal stepped back in terror, his small knife shaking in his hand as he pointed at them. "Don't come near. I have a knife, you shouldn't, The vice principal was quickly knocked to the ground by these people, soon letting out a piercing scream that could rival that of a zombie being bitten. Within a few minutes, he fell silent, and the people had blood on their lips. They had actually bitten a person to death. Looking at their pitiful expressions, Lin had to not go back on his promise and gave them some food to barely fill their stomachs. However, in his heart, he had already sentenced these people to death. If they could bite someone to death for food, then in a desperate situation, they would likely resort to cannibalism. Such people are scum no matter where they are. The next day, at dawn, Lin Hao led the team to hunt zombies. After spending a lot of time, they had cleared almost every part of the university, leaving only one place unchallenged, the auditorium. "Xiaoqiu, how many zombies are inside?" Lin Hao asked, as the team's scout. Xiaoqiu immediately replied, "About 100. Besides that suspected human-turned zombie, have you found any special zombies?" "No. For this battle, I'll team up with Mo Mingji. Chenggu and Xiaoqiu will team up, and Feng Shui and Li Han will team up. Shiling, you and your daughter wait here. We'll attack from 3 doors to spread out their forces." Shiling and her daughter weren't suited for this battle and could only hide. Shiling nodded. She certainly had no objections, knowing her own abilities were brought along, and her combat strength was not high. Captain, only you can tell if a zombie is an ordinary one among us. If we encounter that suspected human zombie, we will notify you immediately, Li Han said. As the saying goes, knowing oneself and the enemy leads to victory in every battle. Li Han felt it was better to be cautious about that suspected human zombie. All right, let's start the action. Lin Hao, along with Mo Mingji, prepared to charge in through the front door, while the other two teams entered through the side doors. For the first time, Mo Mingji displayed the power of a ghoul. With a low roar, his skin turned a greenish hue, and some keratinized skin appeared on the surface. He suddenly lunged forward, biting into a zombie's neck and tearing it apart. With a loud squelch, the zombie's head was bitten off by Mo Mingji, creating a shocking scene. This was the first time Lin Hao had seen Mo Mingji like this. He hadn't transformed during previous battles. Noticing Lin Hao's gaze, Mo Mingji explained, Captain, this is a new ability I gained after becoming stronger. It temporarily enhances all my attributes and allows me to take on a half-ghoul form. Lin Hao nodded. A professional's abilities are not fixed but grow. Many abilities that couldn't be used at first appear as one's strength increases. Lin Hao sensed his own profession. It seemed he hadn't used his new ability yet. System, activate assassin. With the assassin profession activated, Lin Hao's figure vanished from the spot, and suddenly, a watermelon knife appeared behind a zombie. With a swift motion, the knife sliced through the zombie's neck, decapitating it. The knife disappeared and quickly appeared at another zombie's neck. Both of them were very powerful. These ordinary zombies were no match for them and were killed without a trace. However, they soon encountered a second-tier zombie and two first-tier zombies, which were clearly responsible for guarding the entrance. Generally, a second-tier zombie could resolve most problems, provided it didn't encounter Lin Hao. I'll take the second-tier zombie. You handle the two first-tier zombies. Mo Mingji nodded and engaged in battle with the two first-tier zombies. Even though his attributes were higher than those of first-tier zombie, it was not easy to take one down quickly. The second-tier zombie seemed to sense Lin Hao's strength. Its eyes fixated on him as it rasped, "OT aloud. To enter." It could still speak. Lin Hao was surprised. But seeing how difficult it was for this zombie to talk, he estimated its intelligence wasn't very high. Oomph. Lin Hao sneered, his figure disappearing again as he quickly approached the second-tier zombie. However, the second-tier zombie appeared to sense Lin Hao's presence and lunged at him. Lin Hao's expression changed. This second-tier zombie was a mental variant, enhancing its perception ability. Realizing this, he quickly dodged to the side, avoiding the second-tier zombie's leap. Roar. The second-tier zombie let out a low growl, its speed seemingly enhanced as it closely followed Lin Hao. Is it using mental stimulation to boost its speed? Lin Hao frowned. He noticed this zombie was different from other second-tier zombies he had encountered. This mental variant seemed to have some tricks up its sleeve. Generally, mental variant zombies would only enhance one aspect of their abilities, the most common being mental attacks. Fortunately, the front hall of the auditorium was quite large, allowing one person and one zombie to chase without being blocked after just a few steps. It seems I could try out the assassin's new ability. In the next moment, Lin Hao suddenly stopped, holding the watermelon knife and taking a step forward. Whoosh! His figure flashed and disappeared, appearing behind the zombie in the blink of an eye. His posture unchanged, but the second-tier zombie's body suddenly froze, and then blood sprayed from its neck as its head slowly slid off, falling to the ground. This was the assassin's new ability, consuming one's physical strength and some mental energy to deliver a strike almost invisible to the naked eye. However, it consumed a lot of energy. Those with low physical attributes might be unable to fight after using it. Only with Lin Hao's currently high physical attributes could he use it so recklessly. Phew! This move is quite impressive, but it consumes too much stamina and some mental energy. I can't use it recklessly unless it's a crucial moment. Lin Hao shook his head and looked over at Mo Mingji's situation. Mo Mingji had several injuries, but he had already taken down one first-tier zombie, and the other one seemed to be on its last legs. In less than 2 minutes, the other first-tier zombie was killed by Mo Mingji with a neck twist. Quickly eat these 3 corpses. I'm going first, Lin Hao said, noticing the desire in Mo Mingji's eyes. Thank you, Captain. Mo Mingji was very grateful. These 3 zombies could strengthen his attributes. Lin Hao strode in. Inside was a giant hall that could accommodate thousands of people, with zombies wandering everywhere. Lin Hao's appearance immediately excited the zombies, who roared and charged at him. Seeing this, Lin Hao knew it was bad and immediately went into stealth, rushing toward the stage. At that moment, two other teams also attacked, drawing the zombies' attention. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Lin Hao reached the backstage area. According to Xia Qiu, that person and several female college students were backstage. As soon as he entered, Lin Hao saw 6 girls squatting in a corner, dressed in various costumes that looked like cosplay, their eyes devoid of light, silent and unresponsive. In a separate makeup room inside, he could hear a boy's low growl and a girl's muffled moan, and he didn't need to look to know what was happening inside. At this distance, Lin Hao could already see the other party's panel, and this sight surprised him. Chen Yujia, subspecies zombie slave, strength 6, 6 spirit 7, 5 physique 6, 9 speed 6, 1 initial profession, lust priest born under the guidance of a subspecies zombie, talent, lustful heart, same as above. Lin Hao's mouth twitched. He finally understood why this person wasn't doing that, but was on the way to doing that. It seemed that the emotional burden was brought on by the subspecies zombie. What surprised him even more was that the subspecies zombie he had chased away had actually developed its own followers, and they were human followers. If this person infiltrated the human camp, it was hard to say what would happen in the future. This guy's profession and talent were really inseparable from the word lust. Was he on his way to becoming a big stud? But to be honest, these attributes were really impressive. It should be noted that among his team, almost no one could compare. Except for Li Yin, this guy wasn't even a pure human anymore. New profession, lust priest discovered. Does the host wish to replace it? Lin Hao briefly looked at this profession, which was basically all related to women, and he refused without hesitation. If he had to enhance his strength like this every day, he might as well pass. He also rejected the talent replication. The effect of this talent was quite bizarre, promoting the secretion of hormones in both himself and the other party. Even a stone woman would feel something and would naturally want to engage with the user.